Welcome back to another video. This one's a little bit different, a little weird because I'm not reading off of a script right now, which is strange for me. Happy New Year's, by the way. But like I said, this is a different kind of video. I decided, since I started making longer videos January 1st of 2022, and it is now January 1st of 2023, why not take all my videos from 2022 and just slap them into one little compilation? I say little, but it's probably going to be big. I haven't got to editing it yet, which is going to be a big pain in the ass. I can just already see it now. Yeah, that's what I decided to do. So here it is. Enjoy. You can laugh at my shitty videos from the first couple months I was doing this. Yeah, I'll see you at the end. Later.
Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today I'll be talking about Gangsta, the absolute GOAT of anime and my personal favorite. Leave a like if you enjoy and let's hop into it. So yes, Gangsta is my favorite anime. I mean, hell, I have all the manga and watched the show a few times. It's goated. I'm not exactly sure if it's like lesser known anime. I don't hear many people talking about it. Regardless, it's better than your favorite anime and I'll stand by that. Just kidding, man. If you like your anime, good on you. This one's just mine, alright? This is my favorite. One reason is the characters are all cool as shit. I love, like, all of them. Great character development. They're all perfect. And this is biased. This entire video is just going to be completely biased. I just want to let you know that now. This is just all bias. Alright? The story is great. Just going around kicking ass, doing jobs, super strength, guns, swords, gangs, death. Like all the stuff you would want from a show. It's like so gritty and I love it so much for that. But anyways, Nicholas can beat Goku, Naruto confirmed, can't argue with me. I'm toxic with the shit. All jokes aside, Gangsta is a great series and I honestly think everyone should check it out and support it. I guess I can say one negative. The anime itself didn't go that well. It was kind of shit. Not kind of shit. That's the wrong words. It ended like on a cliffhanger, I would say. It wasn't the best ending in the world because the manga wasn't finished, and I think the studio that made the anime shut down a few days after the anime came out, so that sucked, and we probably won't see another anime from Gangsta. I just feel like that's how it will go, and that's very unfortunate because I'd love to see the anime go along with the manga. Pretty sure the author of the manga has like some kind of rare disease. Don't quote me on this, but they're like in and out of the hospital quite frequently, which is really sad because being a fan of the authors kind of sucks, man. Like, you never want to see someone in poor health, and especially someone like you really enjoy their work and their art and the stuff they put out there and you support them a lot, but it's always just a terrible thing. But yeah, I honestly enjoyed Gangsta. I love the story, I love the characters. All around just a solid piece of work, man. And I feel like it should definitely get more recognition than it does now because I feel like it's just really good, man. I don't know what else to say. I really loved Gangsta and I really wanted to make a video about Gangsta because it's just gritty, man. It's like the back streets, fucking crime ridden and just this crazy stuff that happens. And then you got those kind of like fantasy elements with the, man, I forgot what they were called. Shit. See, I'm over here acting like the super fans and I forgot what they're called. The tags, I think they call them tags. With the tags, you got like a little bit of fantasy elements because they're like basically super soldiers and they are very strong, have very crazy abilities, nothing too far out there, just like super strength and shit, they're kind of keeping it to the ground but a little bit above the ground, and the tags are like hated by normal humans, and I feel like that's like a whole social commentary on the way like society is now. I don't know, I'm speaking on shit that I have no clue about anything like that, but it's just I feel like it's just all like a little bit about what's going on nowadays, and it's just a fantastic read. It's a fantastic watch if you can get past the ending there, which wasn't the greatest in the world. It definitely could have been better if it would have got let's say like another season or a proper ending, or if it strayed away from the manga a little bit and made their own like anime ending. That and the characters in the anime, I say, weren't that flushed out. I can't knock them because I really like the characters in general, but there's a lot of characters and a lot of like gangs. There's just a lot of stuff going on at once, and it kind of gets a little confusing. They don't get too much development, a little bit, but not too much for each character. So I definitely say, finish the anime if you want and start reading the manga, or however which way you want to do that. I'm sure there's a way you can watch it and line it up with the anime perfectly, or read and line it up, whatever you want to do. But yeah, I'm just a fucking super fan of Gangsta. I have to say it is within my top 3 anime like of all time, and I'd have to say it's most definitely my favorite manga that I own and have read so far. I don't think I've found a manga that I've liked as much as the Gangsta manga, and I'm most certainly wanting more, to be honest. I'm still trying to clamp out Cursed, though. That's one thing. I think that's what do they call it, a prequel or before the main story, something like that. I'm getting into that. Should have that finished before too long. Maybe I'll make a video on Cursed. I'm not too sure, but yeah, I'm just a really big fan of the Gangsta series in general. I just feel like it's really good. I don't know if I made a review video on it or not yet, because I'm just doing a whole bunch of videos in bulk right now, so I'm not sure what's out and what's not. But yeah, Gangsta is really good, and I highly, highly suggest it to anyone. It's a little bit violent, you got I'd say gore, a little bit violence, I think sexual stuff, I don't know, normal shit you'd expect in life, If you're able to watch that and stand that kind of stuff, then by all means, I feel like you should really watch it. It's a good watch, it's a good read, and I suggest it 110%.
I'm WeebSack and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be reviewing Chobits. Remember, these are just my thoughts and opinions. Don't come to my house and sick your robot woman thing on me. I promise, it's not that serious. But let's hop into the video. Alrighty, synopsis time. Okay, so basically our main character is Hideki Masuo, a poor farm boy who is studying to get into college. And nowadays, there is human-looking robot things, but our main character is broke, so he can't afford one of the sexy-ass robot things. Tragic, I know. But one night, while walking home, he finds one chilling in the trash, damn near naked. So my mans took that shit with him, because half-naked robot, why not? So he gets it home, and it's brain dead essentially. It can only say Chi, so obviously he names her Chi, and bam, we have our love interest of the story. And since Chi is fucking stupid, he has to teach her shit, and basically the rest of the story is him trying to teach her and find out why she ended up like this, and they fall in love and all that kind of stuff. She's also a special robot, I think, like a special, I don't even know how to describe it. She's something special. She's not normal, because he's the main character. Of course he finds a special robot. Why wouldn't he find a special robot? It's just how it goes. But anyways, let's get into the review. First of all, we have the story, and honestly the story is above average, I'd say. Don't want to say it's amazing, because some of the plot gets confusing and the story progresses at a snail's pace in my opinion, but it has a good bit of everything, which is really good. It keeps the story from getting bland, so extra points for that. Next up we have characters, and there is a good bit of characters, but I'd say Chi is my favorite of the show, because it's Chi. She's a fucking robot that only can say Chi. How could you fuck up a character that only says one word? That's just great. Good combination. Keeps it nice and simple for me. But besides that, most characters are very forgettable. Nothing really great there from them, which sucks, but it's a short anime, so you can't really expand all that much on them. I'd say for the most part, the characters are a miss in Chobits. Art and sound is up next. I have a controversial opinion here. I do not like the older look of anime, so yes, I'm a little biased. Here it wasn't terrible, but I didn't enjoy the art that much. The sound is okay, just average stuff there. It is a controversial opinion, I know. Everybody simps over the old anime style, and maybe it's because I'm a newer anime fan, but I don't fuck with the old anime style. It's just so fucking ugly to me. I hate it so much. But anyways, it's time for the final review. I'd give Chobits a 6 out of 10. I wanted to lean more towards a 5,
but considering I did enjoy the anime, I moved it up one. So that's the little special gift it gets from me, is going up 1 point on my little rating scale that means nothing to no one except myself. Chobits All Around was just a very chill watch. There's nothing really special about it. They try to add a little bit of suspense here and there, you know, when you find out that she's a little special robot or some shit, but it doesn't really work so well. It's just your average romance anime with, you know, robots, I guess, and it gets pretty funny. I feel like that's the one thing that it accomplishes pretty well, is the comedy side of things. I mean, it doesn't really get old when the one character just says fucking chi. I mean, that's a good punchline for damn near every joke. So I would have to say I definitely enjoyed it for the romance side of things and the comedy. It hits those well. But once again, it's kind of hard to fuck up romance and comedy. I mean, I'm not funny, but you know what I mean? Like, it only says chi, it's funny. Like, come on, like, I can't be the only one, right? Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we'll be going over 20 anime facts you probably didn't know. I hope you enjoy, and let's hop into the video. Alicia Hellscythe from Is This a Zombie has 22 different voice actresses for the 22 episodes of the show. This is personally one of my favorite facts. I just find it hilarious. Spirited Away was the first anime film to be nominated for and win an Academy Award. Space Brothers was the first anime ever to have a character voiced by a person in space. Has some real dedication right there. The same staff who worked on Boku no Pico also worked on Full Metal Alchemist. This one's just really funny to me, if I'm being honest. Naruto was originally supposed to be a chef, but the creator, Kishimoto, scrapped the idea. I wouldn't be mad at a chef Naruto. I think it'd be better than Boruto, because, like, don't lie to yourself, Boruto isn't that good. It does not live up to the bar that Naruto set. Like, it doesn't at all, I'm sorry. Everyone in Code Geass loves pizza because the series was funded by Pizza Hut. The authors of Hunter x Hunter and Sailor Moon are married. Saze-san is the longest running anime series with over 7,000 episodes. Death Note is banned in China because it inspired students to write the names of their teachers they hated in notebooks. This doesn't mean much because everything is banned in China. I'm sorry, I think even YouTube's banned in China, so, I mean. The opening for Archer was heavily inspired by the opening for Cowboy Bebop. I like that one. I think that one's really cool, to be honest. Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto, believes that the Sound Village is better than the Sand Village. Vegeta's English voice actor, Christopher Sabat, believes Vegeta is the best character on Dragon Ball Z. Not really surprising, of course. You'd like the character you voice. In Japan, more paper is used to print manga than toilet paper. This one's also a really funny one. I think it's just very interesting, to be honest. It's just, how is that even possible? The manga industry it has to be just huge. Studio Ghibli's name comes from an Italian World War II era scouting aircraft named Ghibli. Bleach got its name because we bleach our clothes to remove stains and to whiten them, similarly to how Soul Reapers cleanse or bleach souls, and Bleach by Nirvana is one of the author's favorite albums. The name Gundam comes from the words gun and freedom. The average Japanese animator makes below minimum wage. That sucks, honestly. That's just a terrible thing, to be honest, because of how massive the anime industry is. That one makes me sad. Animated Japanese films and shows account for 60% of the world's animation-based entertainment. They really do have a stranglehold on entertainment, don't they? That's crazy. The Demon Slayer movie is the highest-grossing anime film, beating Spirited Away and Your Name. And lastly, in Japan, it's common for someone to leave manga in a public space after finishing it for someone else to pick it up. How nice of them. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about fan service in anime. How exciting. Remember, these are just my thoughts and opinions. Promise, it's not that serious. But without further ado, let's hop into the video. What is fan service? It's basically very softcore porn. Sometimes not so soft. That's the simplest way I can put it. Stuff like panty shots, shower scenes, and everything to do with tits. The anime industry is absolutely flooded with tits. They love them. Can't get enough of them. I mean, understandable, but like, damn, it's in every show, bro. Come on. Is it bad or is it good? I mean, honestly, it has its place. Comedic relief and stuff. Also, just harem anime. That's like the whole thing is fan service and like 2% for plot, maybe, or less. So yes, it fits in scenarios like that, but sometimes they got no need to put any fan service in it, and they still do, and it kind of kills the whole vibe. Like, you can't just go from a sad death scene to tits and ass. I'm all for it, but tone it down a little bit, man. Just a little bit. Like, I get it. It's cool. You need to keep them, those male viewers watching. Because I've never seen fan service for female viewers. You know, big fucking muscular, I guess, well, fan service in the sense of, body parts, you know what I'm saying? You know, like boobs and shit, you know? So, I mean, fan service for females, I guess like a 6-pack or something, but I'm talking like some straight schmeat. Like, if you showed some schmeat off, okay, you know what I'm saying? I can get down with that. That's fine with me. But, like, I never seen that. It's just muscular men and shit. But does that really count as fan service? Because I feel like the definition of fan service is aimed towards men. I don't know if the majority of anime watchers are men, but it seems like it's always pointed towards them. And I guess anybody who likes women, we'll sum it up like that. Anybody who's, you know, of the female, I don't even know where the fuck I'm going, you know, just tits. That's it. It's just tits. There's not much more you can say about this topic, or I don't know how long I can stretch this video out. It's just, sometimes it's overdone. Well, a lot of the time it's overdone, and it's in every fucking show ever. Basically, like, you can't really have an anime without some fan service. It's always there. It'll probably always forever be there, and it's just something you have to come to terms with. I mean, especially for new viewers of anime, that might be just a major turn off for some people, because it's kind of weird to see from traditional media over here in the US to here's some fucking panties and here's a shower scene, but she got soap over her titties so you can't see the titties. That's how we keep it softcore. It's like, come on, man, give me something different. This is just too much for me. Like, we just the main character's family just died, and here's some tits. There you go. Like, that takes away from the plot. It's distracting. It's not good for the show. But it has to be working. If they're still putting it in anime today, it has to be working. So, I guess I can't knock it too much. If it works, it works. Cool, I guess. I mean, it's not too much for me. It has its place sometimes, but the majority of the time, it's not placed well. I mean, if it's a nice little comedy anime, that's cool. Put some tits in there. But if it's a drama and shit, why? Why do that to us? I'm over here crying about the fucking main character's tragedy of life, and then bam, tits, bam, ass. Like, come on, man. Like, have some fucking respect, man. You're telling this fucked up story, and then tits. Man, I need a counter for the tits, man. I might do that. I don't know.
Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video in our banned anime series. Today we'll be talking about Punny Punny Pomi. I hope you enjoy, and let's hop into it. First, we should go over a synopsis to give more insight on the story. We follow 10-year-old girl Pomi. She has aspirations to become a famous voice actress, but she has terrible grades, and she's even worse at voice acting. But then an alien kills her parents and starts fucking up Tokyo. She grabs a talking fish, makes a wand out of it, and becomes a magic girl. Yes, you heard that right. That is actually the plot of this OVA. Trust me, I was as surprised as you were. Sometimes I don't think anime can get weirder, and then it gets weirder. So why was it banned in New Zealand? Well, the reason is because it was overly vulgar and a bad influence for children and young viewers. Simple solution: don't let young people watch it. Like, that's all you have to do. I mean, I get it, right? It's vulgar and it's bad. And if I've never watched it, but if it's really that bad, if it's vulgar, it don't need to get banned, man. I'm sorry. And just because an anime character says fuck, it doesn't need to get banned, bro. Like, I don't agree with this one at all, because vulgar, really? Like, it's 2021 right now. Do we still ban shit over swear words? Like, really? Like, look at the media we have today, and we're really going to ban something because it's vulgar. I get it. It's an anime, it looks like cartoons, and it looks like it's for children, but sometimes it's not. And the simple solution to that is just don't let children watch it, man. Put it on adult television, adult channels. Just don't let your kids watch it. If you think it's vulgar and a kid shouldn't watch it, then don't let the kid watch it, man. Like, I don't know, this is just me ranting, but I honestly think if you're a parent, man, and you think this is just outrageous because this anime character said fuck, don't let your kid watch the anime, dude. It's that simple. Like, I get it. It's vulgar, and I guess it could be a bad influence on children. Yeah, that's completely understandable. You don't want your kid saying fuck every sentence, right? I get it. Completely get it, right?
Just don't let your kid watch it, man. I don't think a whole anime should be banned because it's vulgar. Now, there could be worse things in this anime. Like I said, I've never watched it. And if there is, okay, I guess I can understand that, right? If it's like completely out there, just really messed up, alright, I get it. But if it's vulgar in the way of like swear words or just bad humor, I don't think it should get banned because, making a shitty joke and saying fuck isn't the end of the world, you know what I'm saying? As long as it's not like extremely fucked up and like racist or something, then I don't think it should get banned. I mean, if it was something so terrible where every joke is just some racist shit or just really fucked up, then yeah, ban it. But like if it's literally just swearing, then what's the point? I don't see the point of banning it. I guess I can't say much because that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, you say a little bad word and your entire show gets banned, and that sucks. I mean, if it's vulgar in the regards of swearing, then yeah, that really blows, but what can you do, It's just how it goes sometimes, I can't. The plot sounds just absolutely amazing, to be honest. I might definitely have to check it out because that just sounds goofy as all hell, man. They have talking fish, turns it into a wand, and now she's a magic girl. That's just how it works, man. It's an amazing plot if I ever heard it, but unfortunately, everybody in New Zealand's gonna have to miss out on that. The talking fish. It's probably not that good of an anime if we're all being honest here. It sounds hilarious, so I don't know. I might have to definitely check it out. Hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to another anime review. Today is a very special one. We are reviewing Shoujo Sabaki. I'm really excited about this one for all the wrong reasons. And remember, these are my thoughts and opinions. Don't come to my house and shrink me and put me in a jar or whatever. I promise. It's not that serious. Anyways, without further ado, let's get into the video. Synopsis time. All credit goes to my anime list. Behind the colorful curtains and extravagant performances, there lies the dark side of a circus life, hidden away from the smiles and praises of the audience. Set in the early 20th century Japan, Midori Shoujo Sabaki highlights the misdeeds that occur in circus camps. Midori was an innocent young girl who enjoyed her life as an elementary student to the fullest. However, everything changed after her mother fell ill. Eventually, Midori is forced to stop going to school and instead sells flowers in the city. When her mother dies tragically, Midori meets a stranger who leads her towards the circus. What awaits her will change her life forever. In a life where nothing seems to go right, will Midori lose faith and give up? Or will she manage to stay strong in the hopes of a better future? That's just a beautiful synopsis for a fucking terrible anime. Spoiler alerts. Up first, we have the story. It's basically a chick getting screwed over at every single turn in life. Like, honestly, everything sucks for her. And the story is kind of interesting, but it's like barely there. Honestly, this whole movie was all over the place and so damn confusing. While doing that, they tried to fit in as much fucked up imagery as humanly possible, but we'll get to that later in the review. So for this absolutely weird story, I have to give it low marks. Next, we have the characters. There's nothing there. You feel bad for the main character and you dislike all the other ones because they are all dickheads. There's nothing to like about any of them. There's no relatability. Most of them are just dicks. That's literally the only way to describe any of them. Just dicks. Many dicks. Saying dicks too many times. So yeah, no surprise, it gets low marks again. A little foreshadowing there. Now for the art and sound. To be honest, the art is okay. It isn't the best in the world, but it's alright. I don't have much to say about it, but the voice acting, I honestly did not like at all. It seems off in a way. To sum it up, the art gets an average marks from me, and the sound gets bad marks. I don't know if this is true. I'll go on a little tangent here. I'm not sure if it's true, but I think this whole fucking movie was done by like one dude over like many, many years. So like if there's one thing I can give to this fucking movie, is it was done by one man. And that's pretty fucking cool. Alrighty. Next we have the messed up things. Yes, I had to give it its own section for this movie. Now we can get to all the fucked up stuff. The main character's mother dies, and she has rats eating her. The main character gets kidnapped by the freaky circus people. She gets abused and raped by them several times. And the puppies that she liked got brutally murdered by one of the circus performers. That's a quick summary of all the messed up things. If I'm being completely honest, it's not that bad. I know everybody on TikTok was like acting like it was the worst thing in the world they've ever seen. It's just, I mean, the puppy thing was kind of fucked up, but like, I can't imagine if they ever found like shock sites, they'd be trembling. Alrighty, but time for the final scoring. Oh boy, I'm so excited. I didn't like this movie at all. I mean, it was fine, but there's nothing special there. You got all your gore and your edgy stuff, but that doesn't make up for all the things you lack. So I would give Shoujo Sabaki a 2 out of 10. Here's my second tangent for the video. I also heard, here's your little urban legend for today. I also heard that like the movie was like way more fucked up originally, and like I don't know if the government seized some of it and like fucking burned it or something, but there's your urban legend. Look some videos up. Look better videos than this. You'll fucking find them. Just Google it. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video on terrible anime tropes. Today we'll be going over bland harem leads. How fun. Let's get into the video. First, let's go over what a harem is. In the most simple terms, it's one person in the middle of a relationship and multiple other people in the same relationship who love that one person in the middle. That's like a really stupid ass explanation, but it's just one and many fuck with him. That's it. Or her, it don't matter. It could be, the genders can be swamped any which way you want it. That's just how it goes. Okay, so now that you know what a harem is, it's time to talk about the people in the middle of the relationship, or the harem lead characters, and what I have against them. I honestly don't like the vast majority of harem leads. They are so bland and boring with zero substance, and that's such a trash thing. The whole genre is flooded with main characters like this. They all look the same, they act the same, but they do be getting mad animated baddies though, so I don't think that's much of a compliment that a fictional character is getting other fictional characters. It seems like, especially nowadays, the harem tag is next to every show. The whole genre isn't even that good. It's just an easy excuse to loosely tie a whole bunch of characters together. But anyways, I kind of have a theory I think I heard from somewhere, not sure though. But the whole reason they make these main characters so basic is so you, as the viewer, can kind of relate and put yourself in the shows. Now that's a little bit of a mindfuck, but I think it's an interesting way to look at it. With your neckbeard surrounded with piss bottles and trash, it's pretty similar to an animated character getting bad bitches. Good for you. And I mean, that's just like the whole industry of it. We can talk about hentai, I guess, porn. It's just the same reason those characters like barely have a fucking face and they got the long hair covering their eyes. It's just so you can imprint yourself on that person and you're like, hell yeah, that's me. I've never done it, but I've heard from a few places that's the whole reason why they're so bland and why they all look the same and act the same and talk the same. Either that or it's just a cheap way to fucking reproduce an anime 652 times and, cash grab as much as you can on the same thing over and over and over again because the stories barely change. But I'm sure there's a couple good ones out there. None that I can list off currently, but I think I've watched a good one. I think, would ReZero count as a harem? I'm sure it would. ReZero was pretty good. I like that. You see, if you get a good harem with a good main character that's actually not shit and carbon copied from 7 other shows, then it'll be a pretty good show. But the anime that makes a harem the main part of the story and the character just sucks ass, that's not going to be a good anime. It's just going to be terrible. But at least you got your fan service in there. You might as well just watch hentai at that point. Like, just don't even watch the show. Just go watch some porn. Why waste your time on a bad anime like that? It's not good. It's not going to be good. You can watch one harem like that, and then you'll get the gist of 40 others. Because it's going to be the same thing, and it's going to be overplayed like hell. And I know I'm ranting, but this is something that gets me a little worked up, because I personally don't like the shit, and I feel like every show nowadays is kind of like that, and it gets a little annoying. It's kind of hard to watch an anime without it. Just gotta, exclude that tag from the other tags,
Hello, I'm WeebSack and welcome back to another anime review. Today we will be reviewing Baki, and remember, these are just my opinions, that's all. Don't come to my house and beat me, I promise, it's not that serious, but without further ado, let's hop into the video. Alright, it's synopsis time. All credit goes to my anime list. After emerging victorious from a brutal underground tournament, Baki Hanma continues on his path to defeat his father, Yujiro, the strongest man in the world. However, he gets no time to rest when the tournament runner, Takigawa, visits him at school and reveals to Baki that 5 incredibly dangerous death row inmates from around the world, all skilled in martial arts, have simultaneously escaped confinement and are heading to Tokyo, each wishing to finally know
the taste of defeat. Takigawa warns that due to his well-known strength, Baki is bound to encounter them sooner or later. He will not be their only target. I just find it weird, and I still find it weird after watching that all of them broke out at the same time. I know Baki isn't the most realistic anime in the world, but like, it was just really strange to me. But anyways, Baki has 39 episodes that are 24 minutes each, which are dubbed. Okay, it's review time. First up, the story. If I'm being 110% honest with you, Baki basically doesn't have a story. It's just big-ass muscular men beating the hell out of each other, for the most part. Now, that's a big negative per se. It is still very entertaining to watch these fights and seeing what Baki does. So even though the story is lacking, it's pretty damn good. It's straightforward and simple, but still pretty good. And I have to say I enjoyed it for the most part. Next up, we have the characters. There's a few, Baki and all the criminals who are brutally badass. And if I'm being honest, I could not get enough of the wild shit they did. They were like extremely unique. They all had a backstory that was pretty good, sometimes confusing, but mostly good. And they all had strengths, sometimes very unrealistic strengths. Well, all the time unrealistic if I'm being honest, but it definitely fits. To sum it up though, the characters in Baki are pretty good, and I loved watching them. Art and sound is up next. Art is kind of disputed between person to person. Some hate it, and some love it. But if I'm being honest, I loved it. The character design, in my opinion, was immaculate. The body proportions were crazy. The muscle definition, dog, it looked like they spent hours and hours just on the muscles. I have to say, it's something I've never seen before in an anime. Or maybe I haven't watched enough anime, who knows. But it's really good. Now for the sound. It's pretty average, nothing wrong with that. The opening theme and the end theme, though, stand out. They are definitely bangers, so all around, Baki scores high marks in this category as well. Alrighty, time for the scoring. I have to say I absolutely enjoyed watching Baki. It did get a little repetitive like halfway through, but it wasn't bad. So I'd give Baki a solid 7 out of 10. I really wanted to give it an 8 or a 9 out of 10, but I talked myself out of it because the story was lacking. It wasn't very, entertaining. There wasn't much of a story there.
Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another weird anime video. I basically just cover weird anime and that's it. Today we'll be going over Cells at Work. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like and let's hop into it. Quick disclaimer, it's like tornadoing outside, so if you hear wind, I apologize for that, alrighty? If you haven't seen Cells at Work, it's basically cells in the human body portrayed as like humans or anime characters. I don't know how to describe it. You have characters like red blood cell and white blood cell throughout the anime. We followed these characters as they like do normal cell stuff, like fighting viruses and stuff. I think white blood cell has a knife or some shit that he uses to fight the viruses. And the viruses and germs are also portrayed like humans. It's a little bit out there. Like any sane person would see this show and know it's strange. It's a strange concept, given it's very unique, but like so strange. I personally believe the creator did a fat rail of ketamine and came up with the Cells at Work. But hey, you gotta get your ideas from somewhere. I honestly don't like Cells at Work. I found it very boring. But if we're grading weirdness, it would get an 8 out of 10, and that's a pretty solid rating on the weird scale. It's strange. Like, alright, I know, and this is like the whole series is just going over really weird anime. This is up there, man, because it's a weird concept. Like I said, cells portrayed as human anime characters, or whatever the hell you'd classify it as, that's weird. Some can even argue that all of anime is weird, and I would most certainly agree with that because anime is really weird, and I feel like that's why a lot of us like it. And Cells at Work is weird, but it's also just a really shitty anime in general. Cells at Work hate continues thoroughly because I really didn't like the show. But if we're grading it on weirdness, it was pretty weird. So it got a high grade. I don't know if that's the only high grade it'll get from me, but that's all I'll give it, is just, it was weird. I can't even fathom how they came up with this. I'd honestly like to shake the hand of the people that come up with these weird anime concepts, because like you have to kind of respect the hustle, like I imagine it's just some think tank going on in some like boardroom and some giant fucking skyscraper, and just someone's there. It's like, hey, listen, what if we did cells doing normal cell stuff? That's our next big anime, is just cells. And everybody's like, damn, that's a really good idea, wish I came up with that. That's how I picture it going.
it probably didn't go out. It probably didn't start like that. It's probably some author and his little small team of 3 coming up with a manga, and then the manga got picked up by an animation studio, and that's where it went from there. But I'd honestly like to imagine that it was just these dudes in ties thinking of the next big anime, and they came up with fucking Cells at Work. I don't even know how to describe it more in detail. I don't know. You honestly gotta respect it though, because if I'm being honest, I couldn't come up with something that unique, like, at all, and I definitely respect it. I will say respect 100,000 times because I genuinely do. Coming up with ideas like that's hard. Hell, even coming up with anime video ideas, I get like writer's block all the time, and I can't think of new ideas. I can't think of new videos to do. But you have people over here thinking of Cells doing work. I don't even know. They come up with these crazy ass plot lines to just the most random idea. And like, that's pretty badass. If there's one thing I can give Cells at Work is it's unique, and that's it. Like, it's just a crazy ass idea. But like I always say, Cells at Work isn't a good anime. I'm sorry, but it is, and I really did not like it. And I don't know when this video will come out, but I already made an entire video shitting on Cells at Work because I really didn't like it, like, at all. And you know, I'll continue to hate on it because I don't have a life, and that's kind of what I do. Is just continuously trash on a singular anime. But now it's 2 because I have Cells at Work and Tokyo Ghoul-Re. They'll be right next to each other in the fucking trash pile. But yeah, I'm going off topic. I'm sorry. I'm just ranting a little bit here. But yeah, Cells at Work is an extremely weird anime and very unique. So if you want to watch something that's weird, I never suggest Cells at Work. But if you're specifically looking for something that is a strange anime or just weird in general, check Cells at Work out, because it's most certainly weird, because it's based on human cells, and that is most certainly strange, and I feel like it would definitely qualify as a strange anime and a weird anime. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we'll be going over 20 more anime facts you probably didn't know. If you haven't seen part 1, check it out. But anyways, let's hop into the video. The Titans in Attack on Titan were based off of drunks. I also heard the creator has a body hair fetish, and that's why some of the Titans are mad hairy. What a great way to start this video, isn't it? Anime has been around since the early 1900s. It's old as dirt, man. Sasuke was not intended to be created, but Kishimoto suggested the main character Naruto should have a rival. I think that was a really good decision because I really liked the rivalry aspect of the show. One Punch Man was only supposed to be 1 chapter. The reason why is because One Punch Man was just a test for a new drawing software. The most difficult part of developing Sword Art Online was figuring out how the characters would get trapped inside the game. The character Wendy from Fairy Tail was supposed to be a water dragon slayer instead of a sky dragon slayer. What a huge change. That was just massive. Could have been completely different show, all entirely, because of that one fact. One Punch Man's Moomin Rider is a parody and tribute to one of Japanese most beloved superhero franchises of all time, Kamen Rider. I don't know who Kamen Rider is, but he must be a pretty cool dude. In One Piece, the Straw Hat Pirates are the only known crew to have bounties on every single member. I don't know if that's still true today. These facts might be outdated. The same currency used in Cowboy Bebop is used in Space Dandy. The first anime to be aired on Adult Swim was Cowboy Bebop, and it remains as the longest aired anime series on the network. The film Spirited Away was created without a script. This one's just wild because it seems so untrue, but look it up. It's dead ass true. This one fascinates me a lot because, like, how the hell do you do something like that? And then you make this massive, and it's an amazing film without a script. Google it right now. Pause video and Google it. Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto, stated that he didn't intend to make Sakura the main heroine in the series, and that he still has a hard time viewing her as such. The Sakura hate just continues more, even by the author. It's sad. Naruto's outfits were based on clothes Kishimoto wore himself when he was younger. Kakashi from Naruto completed 1,141 official missions, 197 D rank, 190 C rank, 414 B rank, 298 A rank, and 42 S rank. Naruto's passion for ramen was inspired by Kishimoto's love for ramen. Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto, stated that he created the village headbands because Naruto's goggles were hard to draw every week. Shikamaru from Naruto has a higher IQ than Bill Gates, Albert Einstein, and Stephen Hawking. The composers that worked on Akira created the music without even watching the film or even reading the script. Naruto's favorite ramen shop, Ichiraku, exists in real life. It's located near the university Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto, graduated from. Ichiro Oda stated that One Piece was 50% complete on chapter 597, which means One Piece will probably end in 2023. But we all know One Piece will never end, and I'll swear by that because it seems like it'll go on forever. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video in our banned anime series. Today we'll be talking about Parasite. I hope you enjoy, and let's hop into it. First, let's go over a quick synopsis to give you more information on the show. These parasitic alien things come to Earth and infect and take over people. They blend in normally as humans, but they also eat humans. Our main character, Shinichi, was also infected by one of these parasites, but it couldn't get to his brain, so it only took over his hand, and they have to work together to fight other parasites and stuff. Pretty good show, right? So why was Parasite banned in China? Well, actually, the reason was never made public, so we will never really know the exact reason why, but it's speculated it got banned because of the violence and gore. All of that good stuff they were missing out on. Parasite is goated. Obviously, I have to disagree with this ban because it's animated violence and animated gore. I'll never understand this kind of censorship, and I really won't because I think Parasite's just an amazing show. Like, I really enjoyed Parasite. I had it on my watch list for like a really long time, and it took me a while to get to it, but I'm really glad I did get to it because I thought it was a great show. I loved watching every minute. Every episode was just really good in my opinion, and it sucks that people have to miss out on a show this good. It got banned because it's too violent, and I don't get it. I honestly don't, because it's animated violence. Parasitic aliens controlling humans and making humans eat other humans isn't real. I'm sorry to crush your dreams, but it's not real. It's fiction. That's all it is. Why would it need to be banned when it's fiction? I get it. It has like body horror and cannibalism and violence, right? I understand, right? But it's like adult entertainment, you know what I mean? That's just how it goes. I don't understand the ban, to be honest. It's actually kind of funny to me. Like, come on, man. If you're 35 years old, I'm sure you'd be able to handle fucking Shinichi with his hand with eyeballs on it. I promise it's not gonna ruin your life. It's body horror. It's not for everyone. It's completely understandable if it's not for you. What's the point of banning it? I promise your people can handle it. Like, and I guess this is all speculated because we don't know the reason why it got banned. Most of the time they kind of come out and be like, yeah, this is why we banned it, but you know, we don't really know why Parasite was banned. But like, it's pretty easy to assume that it was banned because of the horror elements and the violence and the gore and the fights, right? That's like the obvious thing. I don't know why else it would be banned, you know. But I'm sure an adult can handle a little body horror. If they can't, don't watch it. It's as simple as that, man. And I feel like a lot of people are missing out on a great anime because it was banned. And that sucks, man, because I really enjoyed Parasite, and I'd like to share that with other people, you know? Parasite was really good. I thought it was funny at times, but you know what I'm saying? That hand thing, bro, that it was kind of gross at times, you know? Body horror is for me. I love body horror, but sometimes it gets a little nasty, and something about an eyeball on a hand and stuff, that's kind of gross, but you know, I fucked with it. I really liked Parasite. Unfortunately, it got banned. That sucks, my man. I mean, better luck next time. I'm sure you can fire up a VPN and watch it, maybe. I don't know how I know China's very strict with their media and their censorship of certain media aspects like video games and television, anime, and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, I can't really comment on that too much because I'm not from China. I don't know jack shit about China, so I can't say much, but, you know, if you can watch it, I highly suggest it because Parasite's just a really badass anime, and people missing out on stuff like that sucks. That's why I completely disagree with bans, because you're missing out on a really good show because your government said, no, you can't watch that, and that's terrible. Maybe if it was something like really fucked up, I'd understand, but it's just animated violence and body horror. It's not that bad, I promise. But yeah, I'm going on. Hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about Code Geass, and I think I say it wrong because I think people say it different, but I don't give a fuck to learn how to say it, and all the hype around it, and why I don't understand that hype. But if you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like, and let's hop into it. So what is Code Geass? Well, it's a psychological mecha anime with 2 seasons, 25 episodes each, and a few OVAs and movies. Code Geass is about the Empire of Britannia basically taking over Japan or something and treating the citizens like trash. And the MC gets the power of the geese, and he wants to take down the Empire. I apologize if I messed up any of that information. I truthfully have never watched Code Geass, which is why I'm making this video. Why is there so much hype around it? If I'm being honest, the plot doesn't seem that interesting, and it looks like your average anime. Now, after reading some reviews, it's highly scored. It seems like it had good battles, voice acting, and a soundtrack. I also noticed that a lot of people are comparing it to Death Note. I don't necessarily see that from the synopsis, but I could be wrong. With all that being said, I kinda understand the hype a little bit, but I might have to watch it eventually so I can see for myself. I don't know. Like, this whole thing is just this crazy ass like fan base of Code Geass, and I know that crazy ass fan base is gonna crucify me for calling it Code Geass, like the fucking bird or whatever. Is geese really a bird? Who knows? But I don't see it. Maybe a little bit I see it, but I don't understand. It's just a mecha anime. And for some reason, mecha anime is like the most popular anime out there. Everybody likes a good fucking mecha anime. Even me, I guess Darling in the Franxx, my favorite anime, is considered a mecha anime. But Code Geass, man, come on. Like, and I'm definitely not trying to shit on Code Geass, because you can't. It's hard to shit on an anime you've never even seen. But like, you know, most people claim like Naruto and My Hero and fucking Dragon Ball and Bleach and all that shit, you know, like the bigger anime. But it seems more now, like recently, I've seen a lot of people like fucking, they're like all about Code Geass. Like, everything is just the fucking best anime to them. I mean, one day I'll try to watch it, but it's an older looking anime, and if I'm being completely honest with myself, I just do not fucking like the look of older anime. I know people do, but I most certainly don't. I'm like a newer anime fan, I guess. Like the older anime, if I see an older anime with here's my rant, alright? If there's an older anime and I'm looking for an anime to watch, and I see that the art style is like the old anime style, I'll just fucking drop it. I can't make it through an old anime. I don't like the way their eyes look. It's just weird looking. Just I don't fuck with it. But yeah, maybe one day I'll give Code Geass a try, and I'll probably learn eventually how to say the name right, because I'm 99% sure I'm saying that fucking name wrong, and I'll keep saying it just to bother people. Just how like when people say Naruto and shit, just that bothers me, you know, because I know how to say Naruto. I've seen the fucking show, I know what it's called, but Code Geass is Code Geass for now to me. And I mean, like, I don't know, I'm just rambling in this video, and this is, I'm sure everybody stopped watching by now, so this is the little secret part for whoever fucking decided to watch all the way through, you know? Hi, how's it going? How's your day? I hope it's well. But Code Geass, man, it's just something that fucking, I'll die on this hill, man. I'll die on this hill. I don't think it's that good. You know what? I will shit on the anime. It's not that good. I'm sorry, it's not. I can't agree with it. It's just an average anime. It should just get average scores. Why are people so hyped up about this anime? Explain it to me. Leave a comment. Let me know what you think of Code Geass. And also leave a comment. Tell me how you actually say Code Geass. Sound that shit out for me, because I'm obviously not saying this right. But hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to another anime review. Today we'll be going over Black Lagoon, and remember, these are just my thoughts and opinions. Don't come to my house on your boat and shoot me. It's not that serious, I promise. Without further ado, let's get into the video. Synopsis time. All credit goes to my anime list. Within Thailand is Ranipur, a depraved, crime-ridden city where not even the authorities or churches are untouched by the claws of corruption. A haven for convicts and degenerates alike, the city is notorious for being the center of illegal activities and operations, often fueled by local crime syndicates. Enter Rokuro, an average Japanese businessman who has been living a dull life. When he finally gets his chance for a change of pace within a delivery trip to Southeast Asia, his business trip swiftly goes downhill as Rokuro is captured by a mercenary group operating in Ranipur called Black Lagoon. The group plans to use him as a bargaining chip in negotiations, which ultimately failed. Now abandoned and betrayed by his former employer, Rogaro decides to join Black Lagoon in order to survive. He must quickly adapt to his new environment and prepare himself for the bloodshed and tribulations to come. Up first, we have the story. Alright, so basically, each episode is a new job for the group, and that entails action, gunfights, violence, and more gunfights. But each episode was very, very entertaining. And alongside that, you have the main story that progresses alongside with the jobs and fits together like a puzzle. I definitely like Black Lagoon's story. It wasn't the best in the world, but it was pretty damn good in my opinion. Next we have the characters. I like the characters, especially Revy. I feel she is the most interesting of the show. Yeah, interesting. That's what we'll go with. No other cultured thoughts here. I promise. Anyways, there wasn't much character development. I mean, some here and there, but nothing crazy. The most you'll see is Rock getting more comfortable with the crew, and the crew growing to like Rock, so that was cool to watch. But if you're looking for character development, Black Lagoon isn't really the one. Time for art and sound. It was okay. That's about all I can say. Nothing really special there, just average, but the opening was a banger. I definitely have to mention that. I really like the opening theme. Alrighty, time for the final score. I liked Black Lagoon, and I would definitely suggest it to anyone that likes action anime. With that being said, I have to give Black Lagoon a 7 out of 10, which I believe is very well deserved. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Today we'll be talking about manga versus anime. It's the age-old question, which is better? I'll be giving you my thoughts and opinions on that matter. But anyways, let's hop into the video. First, we'll be talking about anime. I enjoy it, no surprise there. This whole channel is about anime and weeb things. When I first really got into anime, watching Naruto, it was a breath of fresh air and a break from the mundane TV and movies I was used to. So needless to say, I'm a pretty big fan of anime. And the argument for anime is, it's just animated. It kind of brings the manga to life with the animation and voice acting. It gives you a more immersive experience, you know? It gives the characters a voice, and they move and walk and talk and all that crazy shit. But up next, we have manga. I started reading manga about 2 years ago now, and I'm completely addicted to this day. I never thought I'd be into reading, but here I am with about 80 books and constantly wanting to get more. The argument for manga is it's basically the original. Most anime is based off of manga, and some of the charm of the story gets lost in translation when it gets turned into anime. Now, which one is better? And I honestly don't know. It's really up to the person. I got burned out on anime, and that's how I got into manga. Now I'm just constantly switching on and off of both, and they both have their pros and cons, so it's really up to you. I personally, currently right now, as of recording this, am into manga again, trying to trudge through my entire collection here because I got really into buying manga and not so much as reading it. So I was just constantly looking for deals and just picking up more and more and more. Out of the 80 books that I have, I've probably read like 15 of them. And that's a tragedy. I could most definitely read more than that, but when I first started reading, I liked to stretch out the book. So I'd read like half the book today, half the book tomorrow. Bam, that's a whole book right there. And I'd do the same thing, and I'd just stretch it out for as long as I can. But then I started doing that, and I started buying manga and buying more and buying more, and the best place to buy it is used. I love buying used books because like it's mad cheap, and sometimes you can pick them up from charity stores, and that's badass because you're kind of donating to charity at the same time, and you get yourself a badass book. My fucking ringtone, I swear to God. But yeah, it's pretty good. I can't knock manga too much. Not many people are into it. Well, a lot of people are into it, but a lot more people are into anime. I highly suggest, if you've never bought a manga and read it, check that shit out. Don't be one of those whack people that read online. You can read online. Maybe if you don't have the money to buy manga, read online. But like, nothing beats the experience of cracking open that fucking book and trying to get lighting so you can actually read. It's pretty damn good, you know. I personally have a nice little tradition, you know, set up the desk lamp, put on some lo-fi hip-hop, open the book, read 2.5 pages and get bored, put the fucking book down, put it back in your shelf, unplug the light, turn off the lo-fi and go do something else. And that's how it's been recently for me. I'm starting to slowly get back into it more and more, but you know, we're getting there. We're going to get through all these books eventually. I got so many that I need to read, and it's kind of like depressing. I spent way too much money on this shit that I didn't even have, but I still did it anyways. But it's really up to you. At the end of the day, whether you like anime or manga, it's damn near the same fucking thing. It's just shit that we get from Japan or wherever the fuck it's made, and you know, we enjoy it. So it's up to the eye of the beholder, or whatever the fuck that saying is. It's up to you. It's all up to you, man. If you like manga, go for it. If you like anime, go for it. If you like both, fuck yeah, good on you. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today I'll be shitting on another anime. Remember, these are just my thoughts and opinions and a little bit of memes, so take them with a grain of salt because I'm not entirely serious, I promise. But anyways, if you enjoyed this video, leave a like and let's hop into it. This might be a hot take, but I don't really like Cells at Work at all. It's like terrible. It's so bad, to be honest. I barely got through it. I know I'm being harsh, but man, it was a dumpster fire times 10. Alright, could not stand it. First we have the characters. Which one was your favorite? You got red blood cell or white blood cell? How about fucking killer T cell? The characters weren't memorable in any way. They were kinda annoying, to be honest. Now I have to say that the plot was unique. You know, cells being animated and you can see what they get up to, that's cool. But they fumbled so fucking hard, like so hard. But hey, they got fights. I get to see white blood cells stab some kind of virus. That's real entertaining. Oh, your favorite anime fight is something from Naruto or Dragon Ball. You're uncultured. Watch these cells kill germs. Anyways, fights were ass. Simple as that. They just weren't good at all. Just kind of padding for a shit show, but you know, what can you do? In conclusion though, I'd rather physically remove each cell from my body one by one than watch Cells at Work again, and you shouldn't watch it either. That's about it, because I honestly have to say I hated Cells at Work. I don't think I've ever watched an anime I hated more. Tokyo Ghoul, definitely up there, because that was ass, but if I'm being honest, I think I have to say Cells at Work is worse. It was honestly garbage, man. I made it through it. I did. I watched the entire series, but fucking barely, man. I barely made it through. I was like, I wanted to give up on it so bad. I just wanted to drop it, but for some reason, I was like, I have to make it through this, and I did, and I feel like it made me a stronger person getting through that, you know? It makes me appreciate the better anime out there now. Once you watch something so fucking bad like Cells at Work, you start to appreciate the little finer details of anime. I don't even know what else to say. Like, the characters were just terrible. I didn't like them at all. Red Blood Cell was incredibly annoying, and you know, everybody hates Sakura from Naruto. They just shit on her and say she's annoying. Now, dog, take a look at Red Blood Cell. Come back to me and tell me that Sakura is more annoying than Red Blood Cell. You wouldn't be able to, because Red Blood Cell makes me want to fucking stick pencils through my eardrums, alright? It's terrible. I mean, besides that, the other characters are just as bad, but like not as annoying. They're just not good in general. But once again, I have to say the plot was very unique, you know? I don't know who comes up with this. It must have been just some kind of acid trip where they were like, hell yeah, dude, a show about cells. And it works, alright? Like, I thought it was cool, you know? Jumping into it before I realized it was a shit show. Like, reading the synopsis, I was like, hell yeah, dude, Cells at Work, this seems really cool. You know, it's your cells in an anime. Like, that's insane. That's like unheard of. Very unique. I'll give it to them. But good lord, they didn't pull it off at all. I have to say, it was fucking garbage. And that sucks, because I really wanted to like it. Coming into it, I was like, I had very high expectations. I thought it was going to be way better than it actually was, because it was like the worst thing I've ever seen with my eyes. But, you know, it, I guess, sucks to suck, man. There's not much more I have to say here. It's just not that good of an anime. But, like, if it's your favorite anime, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shit on it that hard. But, you know, if you like it, you like it, man. That's all up to you. My opinion shouldn't matter to you. I'm just saying that I didn't like it at all. I thought it was terrible. Doo-doo shit. I don't even know what else to say. It's just a really bad anime, and I highly suggest no one watch it. Like, watching bad media is one thing, and I honestly like watching bad media intentionally, because sometimes it'll be funny. Cells at Work wasn't like that. Cells at Work was just bad. There was no comedic element of it being so bad, and that sucks, because you can't even say it's so bad that it's good. No, it's just fucking bad, man, and I could barely get through it, but I'm a better person now, I have to say. I feel a lot stronger now that I made it through that. I feel like I can take on the world now. But yeah, the Tokyo Ghoul hate will most certainly continue. The Cells at Work hate will most certainly continue. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about a weird anime called Punchline. How exciting. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like and let's hop into it. Alright, what is Punchline about? Basically, the protagonist's spirit is separated from his body, and I think the spirit is like a cat or some shit. He's also tasked to protect 4 girls. You know, that's not too weird, just your average anime plot. Oh wait, I forgot to mention. Yeah, if the protagonist sees panties, he gets powerful, but if he sees them twice, it will literally destroy the fucking world by an asteroid. Like, okay, I guess. Go from somewhat normal to like weird as all hell? Seriously, how did we get here? I'm sure I skipped some plot points, but still seeing panties could destroy the earth. I don't even know what to think. Like, that's strange. I can't even give you an explanation on this. Just know panties are the root of all evil. But if I had to rate Punchline on a weirdness scale, I would give it like an 8 out of 10. That's a strange ass plot, and I honestly find myself wondering, how the hell do they come up with this stuff? Like, going off of that, what? I'm at a loss for words here. I don't know what to say. He, like, at the beginning, alright, his soul gets separated from his body, and it's like he's a cat or whatever. Alright, that's kind of somewhat normal anime stuff. From an outsider's perspective, that'd be a little bit weird, but still fairly average stuff. But then out of nowhere, it's like he has to take care of 4 girls, and if he sees panties, then he gets powerful. Okay, fucking weird as all hell, but still not that weird, right? Then, if he sees 2 pairs of panties in, like, I don't even remember, I don't know if there's like a set amount of time, I don't know if there's a cooldown for the panty seeing, but if he sees 2 panties, the world gets destroyed? Huh? How did we get here? And where did this come from? Where did this plot come from? How do we go from fairly average, cat dude is a cat now to, yeah, if you see chick's panties twice, the fucking world will get smacked in half with a damn asteroid, and that'll be it. It's the end of times, the apocalypse, you're all dead. What? How? I don't get it. Listen, I really don't understand how we got here, and I didn't watch the show, but I fucking have to now. Like, I literally have to see this. I need more of an explanation. I'm so lost. I don't know. You literally cannot make this up. This is a real anime. This is no jokes, no cap. This is a real anime. No wonder we get weird stares from people. This is the kind of shit that we watch. I don't know who's watching it, but I'll sum it up and say this is the type of shit we watch. I'm literally at a loss for words. I don't even know what to say here, man. It's where and how. Like, who is the creator of this? I'd love to see him, because this is just something so far out there that it's just spectacular. I don't understand it at all. Even, like, not even in the slightest. I don't know anything about this. Like, how did we get here? It seems like we just took a fucking gigantic leap from, dude's a cat now to panties will destroy the earth. Panties are the root of all evil. Which brings up some gigantic plot points here. Some plot holes, maybe? I don't know what you would consider them, though. Does, like, a person have to be wearing the panties? Does that person have to be female, or could they be male? Okay, there's one. My second one is, if you go to, like, fucking a store and see panties on the rack just sitting there for sale, does that count? Or does it have to be one of the 4 girls wearing the panties? I got so many questions, right? How is, like, in what way is he getting strong from seeing panties? Like, 1 set of panties, that's fine. You just get a little power boost. But 2, that'll fucking obliterate the world as we know it. And I think I already mentioned it, but is there a cooldown on this? Like, can you see 1 set of panties, 24 hours later, see another set of panties and be good and just get them power boosts? Or, like, what? As you can see, I'm thoroughly poking holes in this plot, and I'd love to know the answers. Maybe all this is revealed in the show, but I have to say I'm most definitely going to check this out, because it's so weird that you kind of have to check it out. It seems so fucking hilarious. Like, that sounds so funny. I honestly do need to check this out, because it'd be a fucking 10 out of 10 on my list, man. It would be. It would, like, I don't even know what to say. Jesus. It's just so out there, man. And like I always say it, where do they come up with this stuff? How do they come up with this stuff? I respect it, though. And I don't even know where to go from here. I think that's about it for the video, to be honest. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today I'll be talking about why the Junji Ito collection is bad, because it is. And these are just my thoughts and opinions, so take them with a little bit of salt, a little bit of memes here and there. It's not too serious. But if you enjoy this video, leave a like and let's hop into it. I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but the Junji Ito collection anime thing isn't good, and there's a few reasons why. First is it's not scary. It looks pretty goofy compared to the manga. It just didn't translate well in the anime. It's to the point where it's laughable. Like, they fumbled pretty damn hard when it comes to the horror look. Like, the characters, they're just not good. I feel like the designs are way off there, and it was hard to find it scary. It was more comedic than horror, and that sucks because Junji Ito is horror. Like, I don't know how you can fumble that bag so hard, but not for me. Second is the art. It isn't even comparable to the manga. It's so clunky, doesn't look good at all. They also fumbled pretty hard here, but I bet it's extremely hard to get Junji Ito style. It's like hard to translate from manga to anime, because Junji Ito style, I feel, is just a very unique style, I'd have to say, because he's just on a whole nother fucking playing field above the rest. And that's definitely hard to translate. When you're someone like me, you're a Junji Ito fan, I like him. I think he's just a fucking great person, to be honest. He's fucking funny. I think Junji Ito is pretty wholesome of a guy, but, I like it. I like his work. I like his stories that he tells. I like what he puts out there. And I feel like taking that to anime, it's kind of hard to translate it to where the majority of the fans will like. And I feel like they didn't do that good of a job translating it to an anime. But yeah, in all honesty, I think it's just hard to capture Junji Ito's art style and storytelling. So the anime isn't that good, to be honest, because it doesn't do the original justice, in my opinion. Like, I would suggest just reading the manga to get the full experience. Pretend like the anime doesn't exist. Just put it in the back of your head, right next to Tokyo Ghoul Re. I will continue to hate on Tokyo Ghoul Re. I'm sorry. It's bad. It's trash. And anywhere I can slip it into a video, anywhere I can just trash it for a minute, I'm going to, because I absolutely hated it. But yeah, like I said, just read the manga. Just read what Junji Ito put out there in regards to, I don't know, Smashed, and I don't know, I can't even fucking think. Uzumaki, I think, is another one of them. I only have Smashed. These fucking books are expensive, man. They start to cost, after a while, they start to build up costs. But yeah, I feel like the anime wasn't to where it should be, in all honesty. And I don't know if Junji Ito himself had any hand to play in the anime, or if it was just, given to some animation studio and they just did what they wanted with it. But I can definitely say it doesn't really work that well in animation. I just didn't think it was good, and this completely could be a hot take. Like, if you like the Junji Ito collection, good on you, man. That's all you. Personally, wasn't for me. I just feel like they didn't do the original justice. Man, I sound like a fucking nerd right now. They just didn't do it justice. But in all honesty, I just didn't think it was that great. I couldn't get into it. And, like, the biggest thing is horror for me. Like, Junji Ito is horror. His shit's scary. Like, I read that shit and it gets kind of eerie after a while. Reading Smashed is what I have. I'm trying to get through that. But Smashed is what I have, and I feel like getting through it is kind of fucked up. Like, when I first found out about him and got the book, I was surprised about, like, the horror elements of it. Like, that shit was kind of freaky, you know what I'm saying? That bat one where I don't know what the dude, what was it? The dude was, I don't know, it was something to do with bats. I don't know. But that one was fucking terrifying. Like, I think that was the start of Smashed, and that is a fucking crazy ass way to start a book, man. That was just terrifying. And I don't think they did that good of a job in the anime, because it just turned out really funny looking, and I couldn't get into it at all, and which is sad, because Junji Ito's work is just a great, and when they fumbled that hard, man, it's sad to see, because it kind of soils it a little bit, a little bit of soilage. Jesus, I don't even know what I'm talking about. But yeah, if you like Junji Ito, if you like the Junji Ito collection, cool, man. It's all you. I highly suggest just reading the books, just reading what he put out there, because I feel like it's 10 times better, 10, 20, 100 times better than the Junji Ito collection. I can't stand behind it, to be honest.
Hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to another anime review.
Today we'll be going over Blood Lad. Remember, these are just my thoughts and opinions. Don't come to my house and suck my blood. I promise, it's not that serious. But without further ado, let's get into the video. Alright, synopsis time. All credit goes to my anime list as usual. Stas Charlie Blood, it's just a fucking great name in my opinion, is a powerful vampire who rules the eastern district of Demon World. According to rumors, he is a bloodthirsty and merciless monster, but in reality, Stas is just an otaku, obsessed with Japanese culture and completely uninterested in human blood. Leaving the management of his territory to his underlings, Stas spends his day lazing around, indulging in anime, manga, and games. When Fuyumi, a Japanese girl, accidentally wanders through a portal leading into the demon world, Stas is overjoyed, but just as he is starting to feel an unusual attraction to her, his territory is attacked, resulting in Fuyumi's untimely death. She turns into a wandering ghost, and the crestfallen Stas vows to resurrect her, as this would mean being able to travel to the human world, something he has always dreamed of. What an amazing synopsis. Up first we have the story. It's pretty much not original. Whoa, vampires, with a little twist. Like, that's about it. The whole vampire thing has been around for many, many years, like too many years to count, and it's completely overdone. The one thing the show has going is it's pretty damn funny. I did enjoy that part, but it definitely doesn't make up for the unoriginal story. On the story and the plot side of things, Blood Lad gets low marks. Like, vampires? Come on, man. I don't like vampires. Next up, characters. Nothing special. Little to no development besides the main character. He gets some, not much, but some. And I guess some is a little bit better than none. Also, he's like overpowered, I guess, because we all love that trope. Obviously being sarcastic, but that's all I have to say on the characters. They are rather forgettable. So Blood Lad also gets low marks in this category. Now on to art and sound. I really love the art of this show. I found it very unique and interesting. It's about time something nice came out of this show. As for the sound, it was alright. Nothing too crazy there, but it was okay. Blood Lad gets relatively high marks from me. It's about time, like finally. Time for the final scoring. I enjoyed the show for the most part. It had a lot of negatives, but it was okay. So I would give Blood Lad a 4 out of 10. No, nothing too special for Blood Lad. Blood Lad wasn't all that great for me. I thought it was alright, but you know, it's kind of like vampire isekai thing, you know, overpowered main character and all that. So, you know, 4. That's all you get from me is just a 4. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video in our banned anime series. Today we'll be talking about Tokyo Ghoul. I hope you enjoy, and let's hop into it. First, let's go over a quick synopsis. We all know what Tokyo Ghoul is, but I'm gonna do it anyways. There's like ghoul sons of bitches. They look like humans, but they have to eat humans to survive because they can't eat normal food, unfortunately. Moving on to our main character, Ken Kaneki, who through a series of wild-ass events, he was turned into a half-ghoul. Ooh, plot. So yeah, we all follow him, come to terms with eating humans and becoming super strong, all that good stuff. So why was Tokyo Ghoul banned in Russia and China? Well, most likely because it's violent and showcases violent crimes like murder and cannibalism. Another reason for why China banned Tokyo Ghoul is because teenagers were sewing threads into their skin like the character Juzo. That's what made the character Juzo very unique. But like, you really shouldn't be sewing yourself up. It's not really the smartest thing you could do. You could get like infections and shit. Leave all that up to the fictional characters. I like completely support body modifications, but sewing your skin when you're not a doctor is not a good body modification, and that's one thing I'd really like to touch on heavily, because stitches are temporary for like wounds and stuff, and that should only be done by professionals. And you could get serious infections and like lose limbs and or die from infections. That's not good for you. You shouldn't be doing that in the first place. But like, holy shit, you're one hardcore ass person if you're sewing your own skin. That's the kind of pain tolerance that I could never achieve, because that would hurt like hell. And I can kind of see that kind of ban, because like, that is a very bad influence, but that's only got to be a few cases, right? Because I can't imagine that Tokyo Ghoul comes out and like 110 kids just start sewing themselves up. Like, what? I don't think, man. But I don't really agree with the ban in the terms of just violence in a cartoon or an anime. People get mad when you say cartoon, but it's basically a cartoon. You know, it's animated. I don't agree with that kind of ban. That's just not good at all. But like, you know, I don't know. It's violence in anime, and I'll say it 110 times. I don't care. It's violence in anime. It's not real life violence. It is animated violence. It is fiction. It's not real. It will never be real. So I can't agree in terms of violence in anime. It's a really good show. So what? Then it's violent, man. You don't have to ban it. But when it comes to younger people hurting themselves to try to emulate a look of a character from anime, I can kind of see that ban. I can kind of agree with it because that's not good for yourself and that's not good for your health. Learn how to do makeup, the effects makeup or whatever they call it. I can't think of the word for it. Learn how to do that, man. That's badass. But don't, actually stitching yourself up because that's not good for your health in general. So yes, I can kind of see it from that aspect, and it's hard for me to agree with certain bands. But if a lot of people are starting to hurt themselves because of a show, I guess yes, you should definitely kind of like circumvent that and/or edit that character out, because I know a lot of people in like media, they will edit their final product for it to be released in China. I feel like you could have done something like that, but just moral of the story, don't sew yourself up. That's not good for your health. I know it looks badass and shit, but like, don't do it. It could cause serious infections. Don't emulate what you see in fiction. That's not cool at all. But yeah, it'll get you hurt. Don't do it, please. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about why Tokyo Ghoul Re is so terrible. I like to pretend it doesn't exist. Remember, these are just my opinions. But anyways, let's hop into the video. I mean, first of all, the story is confusing as all hell. I know Route A, or whatever the hell it's called, was a little whack, but Re was way worse when it comes to the story. It felt like they switched up everything on us, and they introduced all these new characters, and they sucked ass, in my opinion. I didn't like them at all. They were so bland. I had zero connection with them. On top of that, the fight scenes weren't as good as the previous seasons. I'll stay on these characters forever. These characters were ass. Reed deadass ruined the entire show for me, and they gave that shit another season. Like, seriously, what the hell are y'all trying to do? I'm to the point where I pretend it doesn't exist at all, and it's a great mindset to have, honestly. Like, you took such a, in my opinion, I loved Tokyo Ghoul. I loved it. It was fine. I liked the first season, the original. Route A was like fine, right? It was cool. The story still got confusing, whatever. It was fine. I liked it. It did what it needed to do. I thought it was entertaining. But once we switched over to Re, or whatever the fuck Re was doing, dude, that shit was ass, brother. I cannot get into it at all. I've tried several times. I've probably tried 5 times to get through that shit. Can't do it each time. And I was like, I kind of want to know where the story's going here, because I kind of invested into this whole Ken Kaneki shit, and I was like invested in the whole ghoul thing. I was like, yeah, this is a cool show. Now it's just, I can't do it, man. I can't get into it at all. I mean, I did buy the manga, so I'm starting to read the manga now. I guess I'm getting into that, but hopefully it's different. I think it is different from the show, maybe a little bit, hopefully. If it is, then we're in luck, because Ray was just, it wasn't that good, if I'm being completely honest. Like, how can you take Ken Kaneki and like him being himself, which is cool, and then, oh, he's part of the people who hunt ghouls? How the hell do you take the story to go to that? Why would it go to that? Like, in what world would you make Ken Kaneki a person that hunts ghouls? Like, what? Why? And I mean, I think he like snapped out of it. He lost his memory or whatever, and they like kind of brainwashed him. But I think he snapped out of it and he went back to normal or some shit. But still, that's just a weird fucking plot. Like, why would you make him hunt ghouls? That's stupid. And then you give him all these bland ass terrible characters to go along with him and his little team to hunt ghouls. It's not good, man. I didn't like any of those characters. They were just ass, in my opinion. But like, why do it in the first place? You could have just kept going what you were doing. Like, but then again, I've never wrote anything in my fucking life. compared to Tokyo Ghoul, so I guess I can't say much, but I know a lot of people don't like Ri, and that's a fair fucking point to make, because Ri was just bad. They like kind of just ruined the show. Personally, for me, it just completely killed the show, killed the whole vibe of the show, and that's kind of why I just pretend like the show doesn't exist anymore. It's just, after Rude, like, nothing happened after that. Ri was just a fucking figment of our imagination. It wasn't, nothing that happened there. That was just a fever dream. It just wasn't real. That's what I'll keep telling myself to make myself feel better about the whole situation, because goddamn, you need something to make you feel better about that atrocity that they did to this show that was like really good. I really liked it, and they killed it, man. It's sad, and I could go over a whole bunch of shit that's wrong with it, but you know, what's the fun of that? I'd rather just sit here and rant about why. Like, why did you do it to my boy? My boy Ken Kaneki. Why'd you do it to him? They did it so dirty, man. I keep saying why, but like, seriously. Who decided, yeah, this is where the story's gonna go? We're gonna make him hunt ghouls. That's fun. Like, no one wanted that. Like, who the fuck wanted that? I don't know what kind of cracked out person was like, yeah, let's make him hunt ghouls. Let's give him these new characters. They have zero substance, but let's give him these new characters. Fuck the old characters. The old characters were cool. Let's give him some boring ass characters to hang around with. That's awesome. Let's do that. And I mean, besides that, the story's just fucking confusing as all hell. I don't even know what happened. But like, that's all the ranting I have for you. I apologize for just talking out of my ass this whole time, but you know, my audacity just kind of fucking shit the bed there, so this is where I'm gonna cut it off, and before I lose everything I've talked about. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we are going over a weird anime called Saint Young Men. I don't think you're ready for this one, but if you enjoy, leave a like and let's hop into the video. What is Saint Young Men? Well, it's a slice of life comedy. Pretty normal stuff. Oh wait, it's about Jesus and Buddha hanging out and living together in Tokyo. Yes, you heard me correctly. Jesus and Buddha. This one caught me off guard. I'm not even gonna lie, I was surprised. Like, seriously. How do you come up with this kind of stuff? Am I just not creative, or is it normal to be like, what if Jesus and Buddha lived together and did roommate stuff? Apparently the anime was short, but the manga is still going, and surprisingly this anime hasn't got much hate because, you know, religious figures being depicted together usually stirs the pot like a fucking lot. But both Jesus and Buddha are portrayed as very likable and nice people. If I had to rate Saint Young Men on the weirdness scale, I would give it a perfect 10 out of 10, just because it shocked the hell out of me. I'd have to say, like, I don't even know, because you know how, like, religious stuff goes. I'm not particularly a religious person myself, but, you know, crossing over religions definitely doesn't go well, like, at all, like 9 times out of 10, and somehow this one like kind of flew under the radar of everybody, because no, I've never heard about it until recently, and you know, I feel like it'd get like canceled because everything gets canceled nowadays. I feel like this one most certainly would, because you're portraying Buddha, a religious figure, and Jesus, a religious figure, together doing roommate stuff, and I feel like people would see that as quote-unquote blasphemous. But in all fairness, it's like really wholesome stuff, and it's like a really wholesome slice of life show, and I think that's kind of cool. And I mean, it's most certainly unique. If you're going to give it something, it's unique. And once again, I'll say it in every video, I don't know how they come up with this kind of stuff. Like Jesus and Buddha just hanging out and being roommates and doing bro stuff. Like, I don't understand it, but it's cool. I'd have to say it's really cool. I haven't watched it personally, but like, damn, bro. It's cool as shit, because somehow it just flew under everyone's radar, and it's just still alive and kicking, because apparently the manga is still ongoing, and I don't know how long you can make a series out of Jesus and Buddha being roommates and just hanging out and doing stuff, but apparently they can stretch it out pretty far. And when I honestly say this anime shocked me, I mean it literally shocked me. Like, I'm doing some research over here and I see Jesus and Buddha like sitting together. Oh, what? It literally took me off guard. I was actually so surprised by that. I was like, what in the world is this? And I think it's cool, man. Like, hell yeah, if you can pull something off like that and make an anime out of an idea of just Jesus and Buddha being roommates, that's pretty badass. It seems like a fairly good anime, if I'm being honest, because, once again, I haven't watched it. It's just one of those things on the watch list next to 100 other shows that I need to get to, but it looks good, and I feel like it'd probably be a really comedic anime. I think it would be, because it's Jesus and Buddha being roommates. Like, there has to be some funny shit that happens there, but like, I've heard that it's slice of life, wholesome shit, and that's kind of what you would expect. If you're making a show out of religious figures, you'd want to kind of play it safe and make it a wholesome slice of life instead of like a mecha anime fucking Gundam fighting crime and shit, Jesus and Buddha fighting crime. Like, you wouldn't go that route. You'd want to go the slice of life wholesome route, just to keep everybody, happy with what you're doing. Which, once again, I'm completely surprised that people like didn't kind of go for this anime, because people do not like their religious figures portrayed in media like anime, and they sure as shit don't like their religious figures being portrayed with other religious figures. Still surprised that didn't like go very terribly for the creators of this, but if they can keep it alive and they can keep pushing with this series, good on them, because that's honestly really cool. And I have to say, I definitely respect it, and I most certainly have to say it's kind of weird, because who comes up with this? I couldn't imagine showing Saint Young Men to like a religious person. I'd honestly love to see like a priest react to this or something. There's got to be a video out there of like a really diehard religious person reacting to Saint Young Men. That would just be absolutely hilarious. I'd probably pay money to see it, to be honest. Hello, I'm WeebSack. This is Anime Review. Today we're going over Akame ga Kill. I'm excited about this one, and remember, these are just my thoughts and opinions. Don't throw ninja stars at me because I dissed your waifu. But without further ado, let's get into the video. Synopsis time, baby. All credit goes to my anime list. Night Raid is the covert assassination branch of the Revolutionary Army, an uprising assembled to overthrow Prime Minister Honest, I guess, is his name. I haven't watched it in forever. I kind of forgot, but that's his name. Whose greed for power has led him to take advantage of the child emperor's inexperience without a strong, benevolent leader. The rest of the nation is left to drown in poverty, strife, and ruin. Throughout the Night Raid's members, all are experienced killers. They understand that taking lives is far from commendable, and that they will likely face retribution as they mercilessly eliminate anyone who stands in the revolution's way. This merry band of assassins' newest member, Tatsumi, a naive boy from a remote village who had embarked on a journey to help his impoverished hometown and was won over by not only Night Raid's ideals, but also their resolve. Akame ga Kill follows Tatsumi as he fights the Empire and comes face to face with powerful weapons, enemy assassins, challenges his own morals and values, and ultimately what it truly means to be an assassin. Review times. I like the story for the most part. Now, the anime doesn't exactly follow the manga, from what I heard, and a lot of diehard fans didn't like that at all, but your boy didn't read the manga, so I'm disregarding that part. But besides that, I believe they did the story right. You have the crazy fights, the chill scenes, the sad scenes, the deaths, and oh boy, there are a metric fuck ton of deaths. No spoilers, but don't get attached too easily, because you'll be heartbroken. It's kind of like fucking Game of Thrones. No one's safe. On to the characters. I honestly loved or liked almost all of them. I felt like they all fit the story perfectly and played their parts. But for some of the characters, I wish they would have gotten some more development, a little bit more of love from the creators, so we can get more invested into them. Besides that, characters were unique and likable. Definitely think they hit the nail on the head with the characters. So big ups on that one. That's pretty good. Now the art and sound, Jesus man, I absolutely love the look of Akame ga Kill. Amazing colors and smooth animation. Okay, I'm done blowing the artist. Now the sound, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I didn't really notice anything. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. I just, it wasn't scuffed. That's all I can say. It was good. Now time for the final score. I loved Akame ga Kill. It's hard not to be biased because I thought it was a banger. Loved every minute. Good characters, great art, good sound. Once again, don't know anything about sound. Pretty good story. I can't think of anything that I would change, but with all things considered, I would give Akame ga Kill A real strong 7 out of 10. Pretty good rating in my opinion. Hello, I'm WeebSack and welcome back to another video. Today I'll be talking about why I don't like My Hero Academia. Remember, these are just my thoughts and opinions. Don't come to my house and stab me. I promise, it's not that serious. But without further ado, let's get into the video. I know this is a controversial opinion, but honestly, I couldn't get past like 10 episodes of My Hero. I've tried multiple times and I still can't do it. I do have some reasons why I don't like this show and why I can't watch it, so we're gonna hop into that real quick. Let's start with the show. I just don't like the story. I can't get into it. Along with that, I really don't like the whole superhero villain thing in general. It's like really overdone and kind of bland at this point. And from what I can tell, from the few episodes I've barely made it through, My Hero didn't do anything revolutionary with this genre. Like, there is many movies and shows about the superhero thing. Just can't do it, man. It's a big pass for me all around on that end. Next we have the characters. I found nothing interesting about any of them, like at all. Really boring, nothing special there at all in my opinion. There's too many damn characters and all of them are pretty boring, but then again, you can take that one with a grain of salt because I did only watch a few episodes, so I couldn't really grasp any of the character development or plot behind any of them. So, you know, there's some salt with that one. And lastly, we gotta talk about the fan base. Jesus, you know I had to bring up the fan base. They're high-key terrifying, and that shouldn't sway you from watching the show, but it'll definitely sway you from being a public fan of the show. They're built different. But now that I'm thinking about it, probably 80% of anime fandoms are like this, but they keep it a little bit more hidden. My Hero fans are wide out in the open and proudly shipping a 49-year-old man with a 16-year-old boy, and that's pretty damn scary. I mean, all in all, it's just, I guess it's a popular anime. It has to be good, right? It wouldn't sell as much, and it wouldn't be as big as it is now with all the merch and all the books and the show, and I'm sure there's movies or some shit. It's just, it sells a lot, so that means it's enjoyed by a lot of people. I'm not one of those people, and I'm sure I'll get yelled at for my opinion on this one, but you know, what can you do? I just didn't enjoy it at all. Maybe one day, like One Piece, I'll try to watch it, but I just can't get into it, man. It's just, the story doesn't seem that interesting at all. It's kind of weird. Like, he's eating hair, bro. I don't even remember the character names, but he ate hair. That's creepy. But like, I guess in anime there's weird shit like that all the time, but just can't do it. I'm sorry, but like, if you enjoy it, that's completely fine. You know, you're entitled to your love of this anime. It's just not for me. It's up there with One Piece, something that I'll probably never ever watch. You know, it's just, I can't get into it at all. It's kind of boring in my opinion. Like, you know, you got all these Marvel movies and stuff, and I'll even get a lot of shit for this one. I don't dig Marvel. I don't do Batman or superheroes. Gotham was pretty good. I've been watching Gotham though. It's like the very first piece of like superhero media shit that I've ever watched and kind of enjoyed. Gotham's pretty lit, but like, I can't get into Marvel. I can't get into Superman, Batman, The Flash, fucking, I don't know, Thor and Loki and all that. I can't get into any of that. It's just not my cup of tea. So taking that to anime, I can't do it. I mean, One Punch Man was kind of superhero villainy thing, and you know, once again, not into that. But One Punch Man made up for it with the comedic value of the entire show. Like, the show is funny as shit. My Hero was not funny in my opinion. From what I watched, it didn't seem funny at all. There was like nothing comedic about that show. It's just kind of not good in my opinion. But One Punch Man, that's my shit right there. I love One Punch Man. It don't get better than that when it comes to superhero stuff. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video in our banned anime series. Today we'll be talking about Elfen Lied. I hope you enjoy it, and let's hop into it. First, let's go over a quick synopsis. So Lucy is a special human who has like telekinetic powers or something. I call it ghost hands, and she uses those to break out of an inhumane lab she's been held at. And by break out, I mean cutting people in half, just very gory stuff. But while escaping, she suffered a head injury, basically giving her a split personality. One being innocent and having the mental capacity of a child, and the other is murderous, and she stumbles upon our MC and he takes her in, and you know, story stuff happens. That's about it. So why was Elfen Lied banned in Russia and China? Well, it's because the violence, extreme gore, and nudity. Quite a few reasons, and I can see why they banned it. obviously to protect children, but like then again, I always say this, just don't let children watch it. It's that simple. You don't have to ban it. But hey, I'm not a politician. I'm just a dumbass talking into a microphone. But in all reality, come on, man. It's just a anime. It's animated gore, animated violence, animated nudity. Nothing that holds any weight. It's just animated. And I don't understand why it would need to be banned, because I get it, right? I do. It's it's like not for the faint of heart, and I completely understand that, but the simple solution to that is not watching it. You can just not show it on TV and leave it up to the streaming services online for the people who look for it to be able to watch it. But, you know, by all means ban something that doesn't really deserve to be banned. You know, it's just something people worked really hard on to make and produce and, you know, put out there into the world, and, you know, just to be banned because some guy in a suit says, hey, this is a little too violent for our people to watch. Once again, some dude in a suit deciding what you can and cannot watch. I'm not trying to get political here, but fuck me, man. When it comes to censorship of anything or banning of anything, I cannot stand with it. I think it is absolutely stupid that someone can decide what you are allowed to watch. What, man? Come on. I don't understand. And I may be saying this because Elfen Lied is like, it definitely in my top 10 anime. I love Elfen Lied. It's an extremely like goofy and gory anime, and I love how that goes together, goofy and gory, but that's how I'd sum it up. Goofy and gory. But like, I don't understand the banning of certain media because it's a little too violent. I guarantee there's more violence on television than something like Elfen Lied, like real life violence that's going on like in their little TV shows and stuff, you know, like anything else. I guarantee they have violent shows. I guarantee they have violent, like anything violent media. So what's the point of banning Elfen Lied? Guess we'll never know. That's just up to the big man in the sky there. Who knows, man? I don't get it. And I've made a lot of these banned anime videos, and I'm always left with the question, like, why the fuck was this banned? I never understand. I don't know. Maybe this is just a whole thing on governments and shit, but I don't know. I don't like to get political, and I hate politics. So, you know, I'm just a man that likes anime. Hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to another anime review video. Today we'll be covering Riddle's Story of Devil. How exciting. And remember, these are just my opinions. Don't come to my house and stab me because I dissed your favorite character. I promise, it's not that serious. But without further ado, let's hop into the video. Alright, start out with the synopsis. All credit goes to my anime list because I'm kind of fucking stupid and can't write one myself. Takeya Ozuma, great pronunciation, has just transferred to the Elite, a private girls' boarding school, but there's a catch. She is along with 11 of her fellow students in Class Black. Assassins are taking part in a challenge to kill their sweet-natured classmate Haro Ichinose. Whoever succeeds will be granted their deepest desire, no matter the difficulty or cost. However, each assassin only gets one chance. If they fail to kill her, they will be expelled. Despite the extraordinary reward, Takeya decides to take a different course of action. Though Haro is her target, the young assassin soon finds herself drawn to the very girl she's supposed to kill. With the entire class out for Haro, Takeya refuses to let her friend die, vowing to protect her from the growing bloodlust. Riddle Story of Devil has 12 episodes plus an OVA. Each episode is 23 minutes long, and they do have English dubs. Also, the manga has 5 volumes. Alrighty, review time. How exciting. Starting with the story, I really enjoyed it in all honesty, but that doesn't mean it isn't without its faults. First of all, the plot is kinda wacky, with so many characters and backstories to those characters and motives for those characters being at the school. It honestly gets a little confusing, but that's not entirely a bad thing because at least it provides the characters some substance and makes some of them relatable. My second reason is it's basically a generic battle royale type anime. The main character faces a new assassin each episode, and that's about it. That's all you get on the assassin. They get their attempt on Haro, and big spoiler alert, the assassins never win. Every episode they try and they lose, and that's it. That's the whole show. With that being said, I think the story is fitting for the show. It's alright. It's not the worst in the world, but it could be better. Now onto the characters. As previously mentioned, there are a lot of characters, and they all have stories and motives for being at the school. Kind of confusing, but I have to say, but they actually made pretty much all of the characters very enjoyable. I like all of them. Going off of that, they are pretty unique too, which is rare because nowadays characters are dead ass just carbon copies from one show to another. So it's a breath of fresh air to see some uniqueness. For the art and sound, I thought they were alright. The art was nothing special, but it wasn't bad. It had its standout moments. Like in fight scenes, I particularly enjoyed them the most, but to sum it up, it was average. The sound, on the other hand, was pretty good. I definitely felt like they put extra emphasis on the soundtrack, and it definitely paid off. Well-placed tracks that added to the feel and excitement of battles. They most certainly impressed me in regards to the sound. Finally, time to get to the scoring. I have to say this is one of my favorite shows of like all time, so I would have to give Riddle's Story of Devil a 9 out of 10. And I think it's well deserved. I've loved watching every episode, and I definitely suggest watching it if you haven't already.
Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we'll be going over 26 anime facts you probably didn't know. Let's jump into it. The creator of Naruto, Kishimoto's favorite Akatsuki member, is Hidan. In 3 days, Boruto, Naruto the movie, earned 680 million yen, which is about 6 million USD. Not bad for something Boruto related. Disney's Lilo and Stitch continued as an anime after the US series. The anime follows Stitch and his new friend, Yuno, on the small island off the coast of Okinawa. This one surprised the hell out of me, but I think it is pretty cool. In Death Note, episode 4, the bus driver says the bus's number is 174, which is a reference to the famous Brazilian bus jacking and its documentary film named Bus 174. In the original pilot manga for Death Note, there was something called the Death Eraser, which could erase names and revive people that were killed by the Death Note. That probably would have made Death Note so much cooler. I wish they would have did that. In Dragon Ball, King Piccolo created the Piccolo Day on the 9th of May, but this was changed to the 13th of May in the Funimation dub because they wanted to keep the theme of bad luck. 9 is an unlucky number in Japan, just like 13 is an unlucky number in the West. The name of the series, Hellsing, is derived from the Abraham von Helsing, the vampire hunter, in Bram Stoker's 1897 novel, Dracula. Mike Tyson, Sylvester Stallone, and Hulk Hogan appear as characters in episode 10 of Miss Monochrome, the best cameo of all time in my opinion. That's funny. If that doesn't sum up the United States, I don't know what will. The first OVA ever produced was Dallas in 1983. The final episode of Space Dandy Season 2, Admiral Perry, leader of the Gogol Empire, reveals his true identity and its Google co-founder Larry Page. I feel like this one's a lie. I don't know how much I believe this one, but, I read up on it. It might be true, but I feel like this one's just fucking with me a little bit. Parasite was almost made by Studio Ghibli in the 1990s before Madhouse's 2014 adaptation. There were 187 fights from Dragon Ball to Dragon Ball Z. That's a lot of fights. Gray Fullbuster from Fairy Tail smokes in the manga but not in the anime because smoking is bad to show on TV apparently. Even though there's like mad sex and like Game of Thrones and stuff, every other show, like live action shows, just has a whole bunch of crazy shit, but smoking a ciggy? Nah, nope, too bad. In the Death Note series, you can see that L really likes sweets, and he doesn't gain any weight. It's because he burns calories by thinking. If only it was really that easy, man, that'd be great. The average anime episode costs between $100,000 to $300,000 to make. Oda, the creator of One Piece, stated that Sanji was originally planned to be called Naruto, but it was later changed to avoid confusion with the manga series, Naruto. Over 250 million copies of Naruto, the manga series, have been sold. The shonen genre is the most popular genre of anime. Light and L from Death Note are depicted as opposites in just about every way. Kaneki from Tokyo Ghoul was originally supposed to be a ghoul that wanted to be a human. I'm pissed. That sounds so cool. It probably would have added so much substance to the character. I love that. I wish that would have happened, but unfortunately it didn't. Konohamaru, Mogi, and Udon from Naruto made an appearance in Ben 10. Goku used the Kamehameha 97 times throughout the duration of Dragon Ball Z. That
That sounds stupid saying out loud. Kamehameha. Come on, dude. In Naruto, the Chidori is the only original move that Kakashi used. The rest are copied. Coughing and wheezing from Pokemon were originally going to be called NY and LA as a reference to the pollution in New York and Los Angeles. Shogo Makishima from Psycho Pass was inspired by the Joker. And lastly, Sword Art Online, Assassination Classroom, Attack on Titan, and Black Butler are banned.
Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be talking about why I don't watch subbed anime and why dub's better. Just kidding. Put your pitchforks away, I'm kidding. But anyways, let's hop into it. Dub versus sub is like a huge battle between people who watch anime. People say sub is better because it's the original and it has more emotion, and some say dub is better because like most can't understand Japanese and don't like want to read subtitles. I mean, understandable. So what's the difference between the two? For anyone who doesn't know, the sub is with the original Japanese voice actors and subtitles at the bottom of the screen in the language that the viewer can understand. For example, I speak English, so I'd watch the sub with English subtitles, and the dub is all the dialogue being translated and recorded by different voice actors in a different language from the original. So for example, it'd be dubbed in English, so you don't have to read subtitles. I think I have a pretty good reason for not watching subbed anime. And it all boils down to I like doing other things while watching anime, like gaming or scrolling through social media and making these videos. Since I don't have my eyes on the screen at all times, I would definitely be missing dialogue and plot points if I was watching the subbed. So yes, I'm dub all the way, solely because I can't focus on one thing at once. That might be just a personal problem for myself, who knows, but you know, I like doing other things, I'm sorry. I know I'm missing out, don't crucify me for my choice, but like, hey man, if you like the subbed, you might as well just read the manga because you're reading anyways. So which one is better? And the truth is, it's really up to you. There's many positives and negatives for both subbed and dubbed. I have to say, you know, once again, dub all the way because I can't focus on one thing. And why would I read? I have manga. I can just read the manga. Why would I just read a show? I'd like to hear what they're saying. I don't speak Japanese. I can't do it, man. I'm sorry. I'd much rather watch the dub. And I mean, one of the big negatives for dub is it takes literally fucking forever for a show to get dubbed. And sometimes just really good shows just won't get dubbed at all. And I guess that's the case for manga too, because, you know, I'm over here waiting for a DeadTube manga to, you know, get translated over to English like the actual book. You know, you can go online and read it in English, but I want a fucking physical copy. I mean, kind of makes me want to learn Japanese just so I can read DeadTube, because it's like one of my favorite mangas of like all time because it's just so fucking gruesome and fucked up. Definitely gonna be making a video on that sometime. I don't know if it already came out by the time this one comes out, but I'm gonna be making a video on that too. This shit's fire. But yeah, dubbed over sub. I don't care. Maybe sometimes sub. I'll give sub like a little tiny, you know, just a sliver of my time, because sometimes you make it through so many episodes of a show and like the last 3 are subbed and not dubbed. You might as well just fucking watch the sub. Like I did that with Darling in the Franxx and Naruto Shippuden. I'm pretty sure it didn't have a finished dub when I started watching it. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video in our banned anime series. Today we'll be talking about Death Note. I hope you enjoy and let's hop into it. Even though everyone knows Death Note, I'll still give you a quick synopsis as a little refresher. Light Yagami is a very smart student who finds a notebook called the Death Note, and when he writes a name in the Death Note, they die. So he developed a god complex pretty quickly and starts killing a shit ton of people. Then this amazing detective named L tries to figure out who's killing all these people. Obviously Light, but it's a dope show. So why was Death Note banned in China? It was banned because it was too extreme for viewing, but also it was banned because people and students were making their own Death Notes and writing the names of people they didn't like in them. That's pretty fucked up. But did it deserve to get banned? I don't think so. It may have been a bad influence on some people, but they probably shouldn't have been watching it in the first place. Like, if you want to stop people from watching it, I'm sure you have adult channels in China instead of like a children channel. You know, put it on an adult channel so some people can't be like watching it, because I feel like the majority of the ban was because of younger people watching it, like teenagers
in children. So like, don't let children watch it. You didn't have to ban the entire series because a few people decided to make their own Death Note. They probably should have been looked into in the first place, because if you got enough balls to make a Death Note and go to school with it, that's something big. Because I know personally, when I was in school, you make a Death Note or something, that's a media ticket to fucking the Slammer or some shit. They don't take that shit lightly anymore, which is a good thing, because, you know, the way stuff is going nowadays, you kind of got to take shit like that seriously. So I guess I can kind of see the ban from the perspective of that, to like keep people safe. You know, someone making a Death Note, that's kind of creepy, especially taking it to school or work. That's not really cash money, and that'd be kind of scary. I know if I was a student next to someone writing names in a Death Note, I'd probably piss myself. So I can get it from that aspect, but the biggest part of me is like really against censorship and banning of certain medias and things like that. So I can't entirely agree with the ban, because it's an anime. It's nothing too crazy. It's not too serious. It's just an anime. But, you know, I can't really say much because I'm not a politician and I am not someone from China, so I can't really speak on it that much, because I don't have much experience over there, anything with their media. I don't even know how things ran over there, so I guess that's another anime banned by China, unfortunately. It seems like they're not the biggest fan of anime over there, because damn, every anime I know is just banned over there. And that's sad, because that means a lot of people have to miss out on just amazing anime, because Death Note's a really good anime, and it kind of sucks that some people have to miss out on such a good anime. It's unfortunate, it really is.
Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about Midori Days. But before we do that, make sure to leave a like. It helps a lot. And let's hop into the video. Oh boy, no one is ready for this one, and I can most definitely say I wasn't ready either. The anime is 13 episodes long, and it's about our bad boy main character that's always getting into fights, but he can't get a girlfriend, and comments that it will only be him and his right hand, and the next day, his right hand literally turned into a fucking girl. It's like a weird version of Parasite. This dude accidentally manifested a woman on his hand, and you know, they start to form a romantic relationship, and that's pretty damn weird. Now if you're like me, you're thinking, how do they birds and bees and shit, you know? I don't know, maybe I'm weird, but nothing can get weirder than this anime. You know, manifesting is cool and all, but in this anime it went too far. I'd honestly be pissed off. Like, you're gonna deal with this chick leeching off of you. You also lose your hand and all your privacy. The one thing I'm thinking about is what happens if you fall on her. You know what I'm saying? Like, how you break a bone, what happens? I know I say it every single time I make one of these videos, but who in the hell is thinking of this stuff? Like, seriously. They are either a creative genius or just a crackhead just writing shit down. It must be freaking crazy over in Japan. You just got bitches growing out of your hands. I wonder what the hentai would be like. For real though, someone had to do something like that purely for scientific research, I promise. What? Dude, come on. I'm at a complete loss for words here. I gotta collect my thoughts. Yeah, he got a chick to grow out of his hand. What in the world is that? What kind of plot is that? Where did this come from? A literal person grew out of his hand. It's like a little mini person on his hand. And there's so much weird stuff that it's just weird, man. Alright? Like, once again, I gotta bring up a few things here. What if you accidentally broke her, man? Like, you know, you fall on your wrist or something, you fucking break your wrist. What if you fall on her and just fucking snap her in half? Does she just fucking die there? Like, that'd be fucking terrible. You accidentally kill her. Like, you imagine, I don't know, like riding a bike or something, and you like fucking fall off the bike and just kill her on accident. That'd be a terrible thing, man, but I feel like that would happen. And like, bringing up like the privacy of that, how you're gonna have zero privacy there. You got this chick with you 24/7 because she's literally connected to you. She is like a damn tapeworm, dude. She's leeching off of you, and I don't understand. Like, she's with you in the shower. She's with you when you're using the bathroom. It's just very strange. You know what I'm saying? I'm completely, at this point, after making a few of these videos, like, this shit somehow still surprises me, and I don't know how it like can possibly get weirder, and then it gets weirder. You have a person grow out of your hand just because you manifested it. How
And like I can only imagine, how did that conversation go with like friends and family? Yeah, you know, one day I was saying I was alone and something, it was just me and my hand, and then, you know, the next morning she was there. And then we just clicked instantly. And people are over here embarrassed that they met on social media or Tinder. And you got this dude over here just manifested a woman and she sprouted out of his damn hand. What? Like, seriously, man. I don't even understand it. You know, I gotta say it. You know what I'm saying? And I know everybody's thinking the same thing. How does, how do they, Jesus. You know, I'm just going to come out and say, how do they fuck? Seriously. Because, you know, I'm thinking of it. You're thinking of it. I never watched the show. I don't know how it goes. I don't know if it's ever brought up or anything like that. I assume it's not, because in anime they don't really touch on stuff like that. They kind of like tease it a little bit, but they never really discuss it. But I'm here to end. I want to know, how do they, is it even possible, or are they just a completely, I would say like an asexual relationship? Like there's no like sexual things that go on. They're just there together and that's it. You know what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't assume she has any reproductive organs. Oh, I don't know, man. It's getting way too weird for me here. Like if I had to rate this on like a weird scale, and you know the weird scale is the most accurate scale of things. It's a fucking 11 out of 10. You don't get weirder than this one. This one tops This one like tops it all right here. This is peak weirdness. You can't get even more weird than this. I'm sorry, but you couldn't. And I thought like Shitcom was bad. I thought Cells at Work was bad. All these other shows, no, dude, not even close to this one. This one's just, why was this made? Who made this? Who came up with this? It's hilarious though. Like, it has to be just the most comedic anime out there because it has to be weird. But like, I have so many questions, man. So many. What if you kill her, man? Can you get her removed? Then you're just gone. You're like, you don't got a hand no more. They're gonna have to chop her off. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you fall on her, she's fucking dead, dude. Or like, what if you like, you're sleeping one night and you like roll over on top of her? She's gonna suffocate and die, dude. And like, this is just, you're gonna have to like damn near bubble wrap her and like tie your hand above your head so you don't accidentally roll over and kill her. Like, I don't understand it, bro. I don't get it. The anime world is just a very strange place and kind of scary at times. And by kinda, I mean kind of like scary at all fucking times, because I don't even know where to go with this. I'm sorry you even had to see this. Hello, WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about buying manga in public. Very exciting, I know. Anyways, let's hop into it. I honestly hate buying manga in public, and there's two main reasons. One is that other people buying manga are fucking terrifying to be around. About 75% of them will straight up hiss at you. That's some weird shit. I mean, that's mostly My Hero fans, and on top of that, I'm socially awkward, and usually the other people looking at manga are the same, so you end up just looking at each other all uncomfortable like. My second reason is buying manga around people is just a weird experience. 9 times out of 10, the person checking you out is some old lady who reads Harry Potter or some shit, and you know in their head they're like another damn kid buying these Japanese cartoon books. Like, I know I'm being judged. A little bit of social anxiety here and there, but like, listen, there's some weird shit that happens in the manga section, like any bookstore. Like, if someone else is in there, a couple of times that I've went, because I mostly shop online now, the couple of times I've went into a fucking bookstore to buy some manga, it's been terrible experiences with the other people in the manga sections. They sit there and they fucking stare at you, or they'll just say something weird, man. They'll like try to fucking like, I don't know, JoJo pose or some shit. I don't know anything about JoJo, but they do some weird shit, bro. It's scary. I'm just here to buy a fucking book and get out. But like, why do you gotta make it such an awkward experience for me, man? I just can't do it. Listen, I get it, bro. Anime's cool, but like, I don't relate on that level. I'm not trying to fucking pull out a Death Note or some shit, alright? I'm not that into it. I'm not out here fucking stand posing or shit. Like, I'm sorry, but I can't get into it like that, brother. I mean, this could just be my complete social anxiety and not like to talk about anything anime related to anybody in public, because that's how you get weird stares. People, you talk to anybody about anime, 9 times out of 10, if you're experienced with it, they're just gonna be like, that's kind of fucking weird. And that's why I keep my anime watching to myself, and I guess the internet as well. But once you're put in that public situation with other people that like anime and manga, it's just like, Jesus Lord, man, it's a catastrophe waiting to happen because someone's gonna do something either fucking really weird or it's just gonna be awkward as all hell. And usually it's really awkward. That's why I stick to online purchases so I can just stay in my little bubble of not telling anybody about anime and not having to interact with anyone else who likes anime, because usually it's not that pleasant of an experience for myself, and I'm sure it's not that good for them either. I know, and it's just awkward going into bookstores in general. Like I said, you know, the person checking you out, it's just like, oh man, this fucking person's weird. But like anybody, like in the bookstores that I've went to, it's mostly for old people. Like rarely you'll see it like an anime person in there, someone that's like around my age that likes anime manga. Usually it's old people, and you know, when I walk to that fucking section in that bookstore, they're just like, oh man, what a weirdo, he doesn't read real books, he reads them Japanese cartoon books. And it's like, come on brother, leave me alone. I'm being judged. I get it, I get stares, I know I'm being judged. Like, leave me alone. I just want to grab my fucking book and I want to deuce out, because this is just a weird experience for everyone. Take my money and let me leave. I can do without the stares and the weird interactions with the other anime kid there. And that's probably why I get weird stares, because you know someone that likes anime went into that section and did something fucking horrific, and now anybody that goes in the section, the employee has to keep an eye on just in case they decide to do something fucking all crazy up in that aisle, because it's had to happen before, especially where I live. I know it's fucking happened because this place is just all ass backwards. I know someone was just doing some wacky shit in that aisle. They're over here probably having like a fucking whole anime battle, doing their little hand signs from Naruto, trying to summon a fucking Susanoo or whatever the fuck it's called. I don't even know what I'm talking about at this point, but yeah, to sum it up, I'm socially awkward and old people stare at me, and the other anime people or other people who like anime, just they end up doing some weird shit in that aisle, and I don't like it. It makes me feel very, very uncomfortable. Moral of the story is buy online, buy from used stores online, and preferably charity stores, because that's pretty fucking cool. I'll say it in any video that talks about manga. Buy from charity stores. Shit's cool, bro. They sell the used books, they donate the money to charity, and you know, it all works out in the end. Makes you feel good about yourself, and you get a nice little book. Hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be going over a few reasons why anime sucks. Sometimes you have to poke fun at the things you enjoy. And it's fucking crazy coming from someone who makes anime videos, but anyways, let's hop into it. Reason 1, the industry sucks pretty hard. I think this is pretty well known, but a lot of staff that works on anime are underpaid, and that's just not cool. Anime wouldn't exist without this staff, but you know, pay's a whole different thing, I guess. Reason 2, a lot of anime is really short, and that's pretty whack. Most of the time you only get 12 episodes and that's it. No season 2. If you're lucky, you'll get an OVA. You spend those 12 episodes getting attached to these characters, and then you get left with sadness when it ends. It's a tragedy, it really is. Reason 3, the anime community is pretty weird. I think we can all agree, it's just strange over here, and sometimes it gets a little cringy. Makes you regret watching anime, but there's nothing worse than anime YouTubers. You have to be a real jackass to start making anime videos. I would never do that. It's fucking stupid. And check out my anime review series, by the way. You know what I'm saying? It's hot over there. Reason 4, sometimes anime gets a little racist, and that's not cool. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, sometimes in anime, they depict black characters in racist manners, you know. I think, I don't know if I'll upload that video by now, but I'm making a whole video on it, so, you know, look out for that. And finally, reason 5, it's just the pure horny shit that goes down. I'm grouping it all together. We're talking about how depraved hentai gets. The vampire girl that looks 6 but is actually 900 years old. I see what you're doing. What would your grandmother think about this, huh? Seriously. What the fuck are you watching over there? I know what category you go to. Should be ashamed of yourself. Hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to another anime review. Today we'll be going over Canon. I don't know. I've watched this show like twice now, and I still can't pronounce the name right, so like, excuse me on that. But anyways, remember, these are just my thoughts and opinions. Don't come to my house and shoot me. I promise, it's not that serious. But without further ado, let's get into the video. Alright, synopsis time. All credit goes to my anime list, as usual. Asuwa Maria is a Japanese photographer. currently working in Shanghai, China, along with her partner, Mino. She searches for potential newsworthy stories throughout the city. When strange events occur at a local festival, Maria and Mino immediately investigate. Quickly, the two are immersed in a battle between an unknown masked man and a strange white-haired woman. Goddamn, I love me white-haired women, I ain't gonna lie. Just when Maria is about to be caught in the crossfire, an old friend by the name of Conan appears and helps Maria escape. But a sinister plot over a deadly virus soon develops, and Conan learns she must confront her past if she wants any chance at stopping the perpetrator and saving her friends. That's just a great synopsis, man. Up first, we have the story and the plot. All around, it's very plain. Just your everyday action anime with a revenge-related story. Everything is solved by fights and guns, which is fine. Like, none of this means it's bad, but I would like to see something unique, just a little bit of something. On the other hand, they keep it simple enough where it's just easy watching. So in that category, Conan gets average marks for me. Next is characters. I fucking love the characters. I'm not gonna beat around the bush here. They were pretty damn good, and I enjoyed watching them. It's cool to learn about the relationship between Conan and the antagonist, as well as Conan and Maria, which is my absolute favorite, and it adds so much substance. I'm simping a little bit for Conan, I ain't gonna lie. Like I mentioned before, that white hair shit, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, in this category, Conan scores high marks. Now for the art and sound. The art is pretty good, no complaints from me. Good color palette, and the action scenes are nice and smooth. For sound, it's just the usual, nothing stand out there, but nothing terrible. Just average. Same with the opening and ending songs. They're just average. So in this category, Conan gets above average marks for art and average sounds. Alright, time for the final scoring. I loved Conan, I can't lie. It's one of my favorite shows, of all time, so I'd give Conan an 8 out of 10. And I'm still simping. Yeah, that's why I gave it a fucking 8. Don't fucking judge me. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video in our banned anime series. Today we'll be talking about Kite. I hope you enjoy, and let's hop into it. First, let's go over a quick synopsis. Alright, so we follow a girl named Sawa. Her parents were brutally murdered. She was taken into custody by 2 crooked detectives. They then go on to train her to be like an assassin or whatever, with the promise of vengeance, but she's basically used only for murder and is fucked over at every turn. Pretty crazy plot, right? But now, to answer the question, why was it banned? Well, it's because of the graphic sexual assault scene of a minor. Yeah, that's pretty messed up. For once, I have to agree with a ban of an anime. I'm all about freedom of expression and all that, but it's kind of fucked up, so big ups to Norway for their laws on child exploitation. Even though it's anime, I have to say, yeah, finally I agree with a ban, Norway did good on this one. I can't ever agree with anything exploitation of children, animated or not. It's fucked up, and, it's something that shouldn't be in the media. I mean, you're trying to tell this really dramatic story, but there's different ways to approach it. If you're trying to make I don't even know how to fucking explain it. It's messed up regardless. If you're trying to make a story like that fucked up, you don't gotta go into heavy detail and graphic of what's happening. It's entirely not cool at all, and I can't agree with it at all. It's a terrible thing. I mean, is it so significant to the story where you have to show it? I guarantee not. I guarantee you can have a great story without it. I promise taking this part out won't affect your story that much. I guarantee it won't affect it any, to be honest. You shouldn't need to have stuff like that. That's just a terrible thing and absolutely disgusting, and I don't even know other words for disgusting. It's not good. It's not good for the anime itself, I have to say. And I think Norway really did good on this one. I have to give big old props to Norway for banning this, because I think they have really strict laws on child exploitation content. So, good job, Norway. I really fuck with that one, man. That's a good on them, Keeping the children safe is a great thing. And even if it's animated content, I still think it should have got banned. Yeah, I never say those words because, I'm against banning of things in media. media, but when it comes to stuff to do with children and stuff like that, absolutely ban the fuck out of that. That's just it's a terrible thing, man. It shouldn't be in anime, I have to say, and I don't know if that's a hot take. It might be, but I don't think it should be in anime. It's a terrible thing, to be honest. I don't think it should be in like most media, because some people actually, I don't know, we're going on a rant, but some people actually do have terrible experiences like that, and it's really traumatic. It shouldn't be in anime, because anime could be a release for someone, and something like that showing up in your favorite anime would just be really fucked up, man. And I have to say, that's not a good thing at all. So yeah, good ban, I would have to say. Once again, shout out Norway for their strict laws on shit like that. That's something I have to totally agree with. That's really cool, man. And I just think it's a terrible thing. It shouldn't be in shows, I have to say. I don't like, maybe that's just my opinion, I guess, because it could be just a hot take in general, because some people can like say that, oh, it adds to the story, and I guess maybe I can't say it completely doesn't, but I feel like your story wouldn't be damaged that much if you took fucking violent sexual assault scenes out. Like, I promise it won't hurt the story that much. But I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video in our banned anime series. Today we'll be talking about High School DxD. I hope you enjoy, and let's hop into it. Let's do a quick synopsis so you know what we're talking about. I'm gonna see how simple I can make it. Basically, high school student dude gets killed and brought back to life by a demon chick, and she gets him to join her club. And he gets a harem. Also, he gets trained how to fight and all that stuff. Also, there's like tits and stuff. I may be missing a few things there, but that's about the gist of it. So why was it banned in New Zealand? Well, because it's so damn sexual, with nudity, sexual themes, and harem stuff. All that revolves around high school students. Such shameful acts. So that was a no-no. But I get it, I guess. Can't be showing cartoon tits on TV, but hey, Game of Thrones is fair game. Maybe, I don't know if they have that banned either. Who knows? I don't know. I guess I can kind of see it, over in Japan, they kind of, or I don't know if I can say over in Japan, but in anime in general, they kind of sexualize high school students, I would say, because a lot of harem anime takes place with high school students, which I don't know the age of consent over in Japan, but high school students over here in the US don't make the age of consent there. I don't understand, but that's just how it goes in anime. You got someone who looks 7 and her actual age is 700. That makes it okay to sexualize. I find it very creepy, to be honest, but what can you do? That's just the way the industry goes. They just say, hey, it's a high school student, and that's it. What more can you do? That's just how they do it, and that's how they play it. And high school DxD, you kind of forget that they're high school students, but they are, and the shit gets kind of raunchy for high school students. But don't worry, she's a 800-year-old demon. It makes it okay. Nah, I don't really think so. A lot of people will argue about it and say, yeah, it makes it okay. Come on, man. I don't think so. That's kind of weird. I know, I've watched it, but I think it's kind of weird. I feel like a lot of people would, like any outsider looking in and kind of watching anime would be like, yeah, that's fucked up. I don't know if I agree with that. And I mean, I guess that's why anime gets a bad rap a lot of the time, because some of the shit we be watching is kind of weird. No one will admit it, but I will. It is weird as all hell. But I guess it's entertaining for the most part. I can't say much about High School DxD because a lot of other anime does it. So if going off of that, if they banned High School DxD, I guarantee they have a lot more banned anime over there, because High School DxD is kind of like the same as a lot of other harem anime. On top of that, I can get why they banned it. It's essentially softcore porn. I mean, they show tits and stuff, so that's kind of like a no-no on TV, but Game of Thrones does it, and that's okay. I still kind of protest against that, because like, if you love this fucking Game of Thrones stuff, and there's constant sex scenes and tits and ass and all this nudity out the fucking, but like, cartoon can't have nudity? Nah, that's not how it works, man. I don't know. I do like Game of Thrones though, so I can't say much. I can't shit on Game of Thrones. No, I love it, and I can't wait for the prequel to come out, or whatever the hell they're making right now. It's definitely up there for what I need to watch. But I guess I can kind of see the ban. for the most part, I'm most certainly against banning things. I say it in every single one of these videos about banning stuff. I'm just entirely against it, but I can definitely see where they're coming from. I can't say I don't see why they would ban it. It's softcore porn and it's high school students. So, I mean, it's weird. I understand it's really weird, to be honest. From an outsider's perspective, I can most certainly see it. I guess I can kind of see, it's whatever. It's fine if they want to ban it, I guess. I'm not a politician. I can't be like, no, you gotta unban High School DxD. It's whatever, man. I'm sure if a New Zealand citizen or whatever wants to watch High School DxD, they can just throw on a VPN and watch it wherever they want, or they can probably just Google it on the internet and still watch it. But hello, I'm WeebSack and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be reviewing Darling in the Franxx. I'm very excited about this one, but anyways, let's hop into it. To start off, let's go over a quick synopsis from My Anime List. All credit goes to them. In the distant future, humanity has been driven to near extinction by giant beasts known as klaxosaurs, forcing the surviving humans to take refuge in massive fortress cities called plantations. Children raised here are trained to pilot giant mechas known as Franxx, the only weapons known to be effective against the klaxosaurs in boy-girl pairs bred for the sole purpose of piloting these machines. These children know nothing of the outside world and are only able to prove their existence by defending their race. Hiro, an aspiring Franxx pilot, has lost his motivation and self-confidence after failing aptitude test. Skipping out on his class graduation ceremony, Hiro retreats to the forest lake where he encounters a mysterious girl with 2 horns growing out of her head. She introduces herself by her codename 02, which is known to belong to an infamous Franxx pilot known as the Partner Killer. Before Hiro can digest the encounter, the plantation is rocked by a sudden klaxosaur attack. 02 engages the creature in her Franxx, but it is heavily damaged and crashes near Hiro. Finding her partner dead, 02 invites Hiro to pilot the mecha with her, and the duo easily defeats the klaxosaur. In the ensuing fight, with a new partner by his side, Hiro has been given a chance at redemption for his past failures, but at what cost? Dope ass synopsis coming from My Anime List. I couldn't write one better myself, but anyways, let's hop over to the review. First up, the story. I have to say I rather enjoyed the story. There was a couple good twists in there scattered around, pretty good stuff in there all around. I like the pacing of the story and how everything progressed along. However, later in the series, shit went way off the rails, and many people didn't like that because it was weird, and some of it near the middle and end felt very, very rushed. I personally didn't think it was that bad, so slightly above average marks for the story. Now onto the characters. I damn near enjoyed most of the characters. Some should have had some more screen time and get some more development, but there's only a limited number of episodes to get your point across, so some had to be left out, and that's understandable. But yeah, for the most part, the majority of the characters were good, especially 02. We stay simping over here. Pink hair is the best hair, you feel me? So for characters, it's good marks for me. Hopping over to the art and sound, I fucking love the art. I have to say it's one of the more standout things of Darling in the Franxx. In the character design, I think they did pretty well, which is good. Art is a make or break thing for me most of the time, so they knocked art out of the park in my opinion. Sound was also pretty good. Not much to say there. Not much to say about it because I don't pay attention to sound as much as the art, so in this category, Darling in the Franxx scores high marks. All around, I really liked Darling in the Franxx, from the characters to the art and the story. I thought it was a pretty solid anime, and now here comes me being biased. Darling in the Franxx was like the first real anime I ever watched, so it holds a special place in my heart. So we will do something special for it. We will have a bias score and a normal score. Alright, up first, the bias score. 10 out of 10. All day, every day. I love this shit. Now for the realistic and normal score, I would have to say a 7.5 out of 10. I really wanted to give it an 8 out of 10, but like previously stated, the story in the middle and closer to the end went off the rails and felt very rushed. Like honestly, they probably could have stretched it out for another season and probably would have had a hit on their hands, because I know from what I've heard, a lot of people didn't like the pacing. But all around, I straight simp for Darling in the Franxx. I would like to watch it again, but that mix of post-anime depression and real depression hit so damn hard, I don't think I could handle it. Maybe one day. But still, they have manga, so that might be worth checking out. One last thing before I end off. If you haven't seen Darling in the Franxx, I honestly suggest you checking it out. I loved it, and you might too. Hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about A Silent Voice and how it is the saddest anime. Let's hop into it. Alrighty, first before I start, I'd like to say spoiler alert, just to get that out of the way now. Anyways, if you don't know A Silent Voice, it's basically about a girl who is deaf and she gets ruthlessly bullied by a group of kids, including the main character. But it happened constantly. And if my memory serves me right, she didn't do anything about it. She kind of just took it, and there's 10 points on the sad scoreboard. We're going to have a sad scoreboard. But anyways, fast forward some time. They are all older now, and basically the main character and the deaf girl fall in love somewhat. You know how anime is. It's rare for them to actually admit they're in love, so, it's just kind of teased at or whatever. But the deaf girl gets bullied more by another girl from her childhood. That's another 10 points on the sad scoreboard right there. And it leads up to the deaf girl on a balcony about to jump off. It's 1,000 points right there, right? But the main character saves her as she's falling by grabbing her by the wrist and pulling her up. But as he does, he falls off the balcony and falls to the ground. But he lives. Plot twist. I know. And they both end up in the hospital, and they break out that shit and end up on a bridge on some real emotional stuff. That probably was confusing because I suck at summarizing things, but that was straight off the top of my head, so give me some props just a little bit for that. Anyways, needless to say, it's pretty fucking sad. I watched A Silent Voice on a 14-hour car ride, and your boy was tearing up a little bit. Boy ain't no bitch, so I sucked that back up. Definitely holds a special place in my heart. And I have to say, it's my favorite anime film. Now, it's one of the only anime films I've ever watched, but still, really good. And I've honestly never seen an anime or film as sad. I would even wager that I haven't seen any media that sad. But if you haven't watched it, I definitely suggest checking it out. It's pretty damn good. Good lord, man, I tell you what, A Silent Voice is just something that it's on a whole nother level. Honestly, I'd say it's one of the saddest anime films out there, and I'd have to say it's one of the best anime films out there, because it just knows how to tug on the heartstrings. Man, I'm sounding like a wimp in here, but I'm serious. This is some serious stuff, man. It's on a different playing field. Most anime films can't even compete with A Silent Voice, and I feel it doesn't get enough credit for that. I mean, it probably does, but I'm not active in the anime community at all. I'm not on forums or anything. I just make stupid videos talking into a cheap microphone, and that's it. But damn it, Silent Voice is great. If no one else is gonna say it, I'm gonna say it's amazing. Damn, bro, that stuff was sad. I really need to rewatch A Silent Voice because it's on something else, man. Now that I'm thinking about it, I definitely have to make a review on The Silent Voice, and I need to watch that shit again. But yeah, like I said before, anyone who hasn't watched A Silent Voice should definitely check out A Silent Voice. And even if you're not into anime at all, and somehow you stumbled across an anime video, you should check out A Silent Voice. Absolutely, it is one of the best films out there, in my opinion. It's great, and yeah. Hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about why I think Saitama or One Punch Man could beat any anime character. If you enjoy, leave a like and let's hop into it. If I'm keeping it a buck with you, I'm a big fan of the One Punch Man series. Saitama is the GOAT, and the anime is one of the funniest things I've ever watched. But that isn't the point of this video. The point is, I honestly believe Saitama can beat any anime character easily. Now, I know the whole power scaling thing in anime is a cesspool, but I want to be toxic too, so here is my hot take. As many of you know, Saitama can basically beat any villain in his show with one punch, which is pretty badass in my opinion. So I just think he can beat any anime character with ease. You name a character and I'll tell you Saitama can beat that character. I am toxic with the shit, I promise you. Goku, one punch. Naruto, one punch. Any character from My Hero, one punch. Any character from Boku no Pico, One Punch. You get the idea. Saitama beats them all because he's just a broken character. Like, they took the whole overpowered MC trope to a whole different level. Saitama is unbeatable. You may be asking what my evidence is, or have you fact-checked this? And my evidence is I watched season 1 of One Punch Man and barely watched season 2. Did I fact-check this? No, not at all. Because why would I? I don't get the whole this character can beat that character thing. Like, in the anime community, they take this shit so personal. Like, oh, this fictional character can beat this other fictional character. Like, who cares? This whole video is basically a joke or a meme because why not, you know? Enough of that rant. I would say Saitama has his limits. Like, if we would pit Saitama and, say, Itachi against each other, I don't know how that matchup would go, because Itachi has Genjutsu. I'm not sure if Saitama would be able to survive mind-fucking abilities, but for the sake of this meme, I'm gonna just say he does. Itachi, one punch. Thanos, one punch. Any character from the MCU, one punch. I'll die on this hill. No character could beat Saitama. Dude would just kick the shit out of your favorite character and say he was bored after doing it. And that's what makes Saitama a great character, because he's just unbeatable and he's funny as shit. He has the driest humor ever, and it's goated. Of course, I would love to hear your matchups in the comments. You can try to convince me that Saitama has limits and that Goku could body him, and maybe I'll listen. Or maybe I'll just reply and say One Punch because it's funny to me. Even though I kinda ragged on the power scaling community or just people who argue that this character can beat that character, I have to admit I find this stuff entertaining. Like, it kinda makes me want to make my own power scaling videos. Who knows? Maybe I have already. Once again, I would be lying if I said I don't like these kind of videos. Like, better YouTubers than me will, like, deep dive into all the lore of a character and do all this research, watch hundreds of episodes and read all the manga. That shit's pretty cool. I have to respect the research they put into it. I'm too lazy to look that deep into things. I just like to have fun making videos, not write a book report. All that aside, all your countless hours of research, I'll still tell you Saitama wins. Boom, baby, I'm back on my toxic shit. Any hentai character, one punch. Any One Piece character, one punch. Any Bleach character, one punch. I'm on a roll now. The original idea for this video was to, like, kind of explain a little why I think Saitama would win, but it clearly has turned into a meme, so I think I'm gonna just end it here.
Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be talking about the best character from Tokyo Ghoul, which is Juzo. I hope you enjoy this video, and let's hop into it. Juzo is a special class ghoul hunter, and a damn good one too. He's basically the strongest investigator. Like, man's is a badass. I can't be the only one who likes him, right? Like, he's sick. Appearance-wise, he looks the coolest, right? He has the white hair. Bonus points on that. Most of the time, when a character has white hair, they're pretty cool. But the most defining feature that Juzo has is the stitches. Now, if you never watched Tokyo Ghoul, you're probably a little confused. So basically, Juzo sews stitches into himself, and that's hardcore. I personally really like body modification, so I naturally gravitated towards his design. Now, his personality is another defining feature. I'm pretty sure he's just insane and doesn't care about dying or pain at all. He's kind of chill, like, which is a little creepy, because he also looks young, and you're thinking that he's a kid, but he's over here brutally killing ghouls without mercy and laughing while he does it. I can't find his age, so he might be pretty young. Now, looking at his wiki, it says his crimes are mass murder, attempted genocide, mutilation, and torture. Basically sums up his character. I could have just said that and be done with the video. Like, attempted genocide, dude? Attempted genocide? That's a little bit above just your normal crime, you know? That's kind of fucked up, but you know. So Tokyo Ghoul had a time skip between the previous series and Re. Now, if you've never heard me say it, I absolutely hate Tokyo Ghoul Re. It's a dumpster fire of an anime. Back on topic though. Apparently in Re, Juzo changed a good bit. I'm not too sure because I can't make it through Re because it's shit, but Juzo apparently is like the top ghoul investigator, and he's starting to warm up to people and be more sane. So it's dope to know that my favorite character got some more development. Knowing how bad Tokyo Ghoul Re is though, they probably ruined his character. Hopefully not though. I will eventually watch Re
maybe, and probably rewatch Tokyo Ghoul in general, but, I don't know if my stomach can necessarily handle that, but yeah, Juzo is probably my favorite character from Tokyo Ghoul, and there's not a lot to like about Tokyo Ghoul, to be honest. It's an alright anime at first, but then you make it to Tokyo Ghoul Re, and then it's just they kind of like really messed up. They like drop the bag, fumble the bag. I don't know what the terminology is, but they've messed up pretty big, and that's my personal opinion. I know a lot of people it seems like a lot of people like Re. I found out recently. I don't know how, but like, hey man, it's your own personal opinion, and I respect it. I'm just not too into it. I really don't like it, like, at all. But Juzo is probably the best character in it, maybe, if they didn't change him all the way, like they changed all the other characters, which is sad, because like in anime, time skips are just this big thing. I don't know why they always do a time skip, and sometimes it works. Like in Naruto, they had time skips, and I'm sure every longer running series has had time skips, but I feel like Tokyo Ghoul really fucked up their time skip and kind of just messed up the whole show. I know this video is about Juzo, but like Tokyo Ghoul Re is just always on my mind, apparently. It's just weird hatred I have towards it. All around, Juzo, best character in Tokyo Ghoul Re, because he looks cool and he's crazy. And that's about it, to be honest. The Stitch thing, that's just something that's just so hardcore, man. I love it, honestly. I've seen people get Juzo like Stitch tattoos. They get like tattoos of his stitches, and that's fucking awesome, man.
Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about a theory that surrounds Shoujo Tsubaki. If you enjoy this video, leave a like and let's hop into it. Alright, so if you don't know what Shoujo Tsubaki is, let me fill you in real fast. So basically, this girl's mother dies, and she is brought in or abducted by a circus full of, circus freaks or whatever. Tons of colorful characters that are just dickheads. It's the simplest way to put it. They aren't cool to the girl. They physically, mentally, and sexually abuse her as well. And in Shoujo Tsubaki, there is many gross and scarring scenes, like sexual assault and pumpy smashing. Just tons of gore stuff. And that's what made Shoujo Tsubaki infamous, because of all the graphic things displayed and how it got banned, like literally everywhere. And that's your basic rundown of it. That's pretty much all you need to know about it if you haven't already watched it. Now on to the meaty part of the video. The theory that surrounds Shoujo Tsubaki. Apparently there was an uncensored version, which may shock you a bit. Don't worry, I had the same reaction. Like, an uncensored version? That's absurd. The one we all watched is censored. Now, using the term censored and uncensored doesn't really do this theory justice, so let me backtrack a little bit. Supposedly there was a version of Shoujo Tsubaki that went even further than the version we have now, but the version that was way more messed up was confiscated by airport security and destroyed. That was the only copy, but once again, this is just a theory. Like, I personally can't find any evidence, just people from Reddit with the source of "trust me bro," but that doesn't completely shatter the theory. I personally would like to believe that there was a way more edgier version out there, and it did get destroyed. As someone who is into lost media, this kind of hurts a bit, to be honest. But back on the topic here, every theory that I have personally heard involves a crazier version that got destroyed, and the thing I hear the most is that it got burned. It seems like now everyone has their own theory on this, because Shoujo Tsubaki in recent times has kind of gone viral over how messed up it is, which makes sense. Morbid curiosity gets you into some wild ass things, but yeah, that's about it for the theory. Kind of spooky to think that there once was an even worse version. Like, what could it have contained? Like, what gets worse than pumpy smashing and sexual assault? But then again, it could have been more like the Shoujo Tsubaki manga, because from a quick skim through the manga, looks to have more content than the actual movie, and it looks to have more graphic content as well. So maybe the crazy ass uncensored version everyone has been talking about was really just more stuff from the manga. But then again, we can still go all creepypasta and speculate that the uncensored version is this terrible thing crafted in the depths of hell with the most graphic and fucked up things that you will ever see. But that's unlikely. I think it was just from the manga, but it is most definitely fun to speculate. But we probably won't ever be able to see the more graphic version. Maybe we might get lucky and it'll be found, but probably not. There's probably only one version. Quick little side note here, I also heard
that there was only one person that worked on Shoujo Sabaki because of like how fucked up it was. No one wanted to work on it. And I heard that just one dude like animated it all or whatever. That's pretty crazy if that's true as well. But yeah, that's about it. This is my third video on Shoujo Sabaki. I think it will probably be my last because you can't get that many videos out of one topic. It definitely was a weird experience with tons of eyeball pain from the things I had to see 100 times over making these. I would definitely like to make a video on more graphic anime and manga, but I don't think YouTube would like that very well. Maybe one day. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about why Food Wars is basically horny cooking. Real quick disclaimer, I haven't watched the show. This entire video is just memes. If you enjoy, leave a like and let's hop into it. First, let's go over a quick synopsis. All credit goes to my anime list, by the way. Ever since he was a child, 15-year-old Soma, that's what we're going with, alright, that's his name, has helped his father by working as the sous chef in the restaurant his father runs and owns. Throughout the years, Soma developed a passion for entertaining his customers. With his creative, skilled, and daring culinary creations, his dream is to someday own his family's restaurant as its head chef. Yet when his father suddenly decides to close the restaurant to test his cooking abilities in restaurants around the world, he sends Soma to Tutsaki Culinary Academy. You like that pronunciation? I know you did. Jesus. An elite cooking school where only 10% of the students graduate. The institution is famous for its food wars, where students face off in intense high-stakes cooking showdowns. As Soma and his new classmates struggle to survive the extreme lifestyle, more and greater challenges await him, putting his years of learning under his father to the test. Now that we got that out of the way, we can get into the meat of the video. Food Wars is just way too horny for cooking, like way too erotic. Most would assume a cooking anime would be like slice of life, wholesome stuff, right? That's just not the case with Food Wars, like at all. Even someone like me who hasn't watched a single episode knows how adult this show can get. Whether it's from short clips, pictures, or just audio, it's crazy how far this anime goes with it. Like deadass, right now doing research for this video, I just found out a little trope in the show. Basically, when someone tastes food so good, they like fucking moan, clothes fall off. And that's not like once or twice. I'm dead ass looking at a compilation of those scenes. It's a 4-minute long compilation too. That's the bad part. Like, there is no way to put this softly. It's just horny, man. And you couldn't watch this anime without headphones. What would people think in your house? There is one silver lining, however, from what I've seen from people online. The food they make and how they make it is actually legit. Like the recipes and shit, apparently some of this stuff is pretty good. So if nothing else, they did the food part right. You have to give them some props for that. I personally don't like cooking at all, but if I ever wanted to get into it, I could have a horny ass erotic cooking show to teach me. It'd be amazing. The real question I have is, will I moan and will my clothes fall off when I taste the food that I make? Like, this is some important information that I need. Like, certain food gets me close to taking my clothes off, but I never went to fully commit. Maybe I'm missing out, who knows. I find it so funny that they somehow made a show about cooking erotic. Like, that's crazy. I'm always left wondering who comes up with this shit, but there's always something out there for everyone. And if that something is cooking, and cooking so good your clothes fall off, who am I to judge? More power to you. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video in our banned anime series. Today we'll be talking about Hentilia Access Powers. I hope I said that right, but I hope you enjoy and let's hop into it. Up first, let's do a quick synopsis. So the story takes place during the events of World War I and World War II, focusing on the Access Powers. But the unique part is the nations are people, so you know a good bit of stereotypes have been involved somewhere in there. So why was it banned in South Korea? Well, because offensive stereotypes, and it was called a national crime. So in turn, the character and all references to South Korea were completely removed from the show. Now I'm in the middle on this one. I'm not sure if I agree or disagree. I honestly never watched the show, so I don't know how offensive it actually was, so I'm going to leave it there. I mean, I can't, I don't agree with bans, like, at all, for like 99% of the time, but I also don't agree with like using racist and just shitty stereotypes in medium because that fucking sucks. That should be left in the fucking 1940s to rot. Like, it's not cool at all to be using stereotypes like that in shows, and it's kind of sad. So I guess I can definitely see it, if they're going to be stereotyping your people in an anime, and don't think there's going to be like any repercussions for, making just shitty stereotypes of your people. That's a shitty thing, man. You don't want to see it. I've personally never watched the show, so I can't say how bad it was or anything like that, so I can't really comment much on it. All I can say is that stereotyping people in anime is just not cool. I feel like everybody can agree on that. It's not cool at all. You shouldn't be doing that, and that's a really shitty character, I have to say. If that's all it was just terrible stereotypes, I don't even know what you could chalk it up to. I guess they could say, oh, it's comedic value, everybody got stereotyped, but still, I don't think it shouldn't happen in the first place. You could have took the plot somewhere else, and it could have made it like a funny little thing, but, it kind of just, I guess it turned out as just terrible stereotypes and just like really offensive shit, and that's not cool ever. I can't agree with that at all, because that's just shitty. I don't know how many times I have to say it's not right to stereotype people in media in general. It's not cool, man. But yeah, I've never watched it, and I probably should check it out. Well, I will be when I, make the video for this. I guess I'll be forced to watch it, but, not cool at all, man. Can't agree with it. Shouldn't be a thing today, and it shouldn't have been a thing in general, but, what can you do? Hopefully they can definitely learn from getting their show banned in a country. Hopefully, they'll be like, all right, well, that got banned because we did some fucked up stuff. Let's not do it again. That's all you can hope for, just to keep the space nice, because, anime, I feel like is just a very inclusive place. I hope that's the word for it, because, an anime fan can be anybody, any religion, race, background, anything like that. I think it's fucked up. You shouldn't be isolating a group of people and just making stereotypes in an anime. That's not cool at all. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about the appeal of horror anime. If you enjoy, make sure to leave a like and let's hop into the video. Now, I have to say I love horror anime or scary anime in general. Normal horror movies kinda got boring to me. 90% of it's like jump scares now, and it's not actual horror. Either that or I'm just uncultured. But yeah, I really like horror anime. There's something about it. It seems like animated horror or animated violence or gore is more appealing because there's like no limits like whatsoever, and that results into some really fucked up things. I have to say it's great. I would say I'm not that easy to scare, and that could be my ego, but like normal horror media isn't that scary for me. But horror anime is so eerie. I feel like they perfected the art of horror. I personally haven't seen a bad horror anime. Now, that could be because I haven't watched enough anime, but still, you get what I'm saying. Next, I would like to talk about manga. I have to say, I think manga does horror better than anime and any other media. Like, manga can get fucking terrifying, and I love it. And of course, if we're talking about manga and horror, we have to bring up Daddy Junji Ito, my man. Has perfected the art of horror. I still remember when I first picked up Smashed and I read Blood-Sucking Darkness. Good lord, man, that shit made me sick. Now, if you don't know what Blood-Sucking Darkness is, I'll fill you in. A quick trigger warning here. Some things, well, most things in this story could be really triggering, okay? Got that out of the way. I'm going off memory here, and it's been a while, so I may get a few details wrong, but basically, it's about a chick with an eating disorder or something like that, and she like purges a lot. If you know what purges mean, you get it. If I got that wrong, sorry, my bad. But yeah, she purges a lot. She has dreams about blood and throws up blood. And she meets a dude or whatever. Long story short, this dude like puked blood into her mouth while she sleeps. Now, that could be wrong because I'm lazy to read it up again right now or look it up. But yeah, you get the idea. It's disgusting and gut-wrenching stuff. And this story doesn't even scratch the surface of Junji Ito's career. Like, the dude is a god of horror. He goes out of his way, man. Like, takes it the extra mile. The storytelling and the art of Junji Ito, man, is crazy. Like, I can make a whole video about it, and I'm sure I will at some point. It's just, what I just said doesn't, like I said, it doesn't scratch the surface of Junji Ito's entire career. He's crazy with it. Now, going hand in hand with that, I want to touch on the art in anime and manga. The sky is the limit, to be honest. Like, going off of Junji Ito, man comes up with the craziest body horror shit. And I think anime can do it as good as manga, but the same rules apply. The sky is the limit for both because it's all drawn. So they can do horror amazingly. Like, the shit gets pretty creepy, man. I'm not even gonna lie. It does. Finally, to answer the question, what the appeal of horror anime and manga is, well, it can be a number of things. It could be you just like horror, or you want to see horror media with no limits, or you're just a morbid and depressed fuck like me. It's pretty swag over here. Could be anything, but all I know is I love it, and I suggest watching some horror anime or reading some horror manga. Even if you aren't an anime fan or a manga fan, I think any horror fan should check out some of the stuff. It's pretty damn good. All in all, you can kind of tell I'm a pretty big fan of anime and horror manga. Obviously, I'm making an entire video about it here, but yeah, I think it's pretty solid stuff, I have to say. Coming from traditional horror media to this, it's night and day, man. I think anime and manga does it so much better. I could be just weebing out here, but I honestly think anime and manga do it way better because shit's crazy, man. I don't know what they're on, but I'm here for it. It gets pretty fucked up at times.
Hello, I'm WeebSack and welcome back to another video. Today we're going to figure out why everyone loves High School of the Dead. Without further ado, let's hop into it. I'm very curious why people love High School of the Dead, but before we get into that, let's go over a quick synopsis so we're all caught up to speed. People start rising from the dead in Japan and attack a high school. Our MC is forced to kill his best friend because he got bit, and basically a few students band together to fight zombies and figure out what happened. So it's just your average zombie apocalypse plot, and that's about it. Personally, I didn't think the story was that good. It's not bad by any means. It's just average in all honesty. There's not really anything special there. The one thing I like a lot about High School of the Dead is the guns. I absolutely enjoyed the gunfights. There is a character in the anime who is absolutely obsessed with guns, and that's pretty funny. He took it to a whole nother level. This dude just got off to guns, apparently. It is just hilarious. He was a weird character, but good substance with that, you know, the little gun thing with him. I also have to mention the fan service. You can't miss it or forget about it because it's damn near the entire anime, just fan service. And if I'm being completely honest, I wasn't the biggest fan of that aspect. They didn't keep it like tasteful, you know. Fan service is completely fine, but when there's just way too much, it kind of takes away from the seriousness of the plot, and it gets kind of distracting. There's just way too much fan service. It's something else with all the fan service. I'm not a big fan of fan service in the anime industry. It's just this gigantic thing, but in High School of the Dead, Jesus, man, they took it to a whole different level with the fan service. I mean, every scene. I mean, the bouncing animation, bro. The bouncing animation. Jesus. Now, to answer the question, why does everyone love High School of the Dead? My theory is, however the top it is, with the fan service and the fights, along with other things. I personally believe it's a little overrated. I found it to be rather average, but hey, man, that's fine. You know, if you enjoy it, you enjoy it, but that's what I'd sum it up as. It's just over the top with like literally everything. The fan service, the like jokes, the comedy, just everything, and that's completely fine. But it's honestly just not for me. I can't really get into High School of the Dead. I did finish it though. Maybe I'll do a review on it before too long. Who knows? That would mean I have to rewatch it though, and I don't know if I'm really wanting to rewatch it. But yeah, just an average anime. I can't really say much bad about it right now because it's been a while since I watched it. But recently I've seen a lot of people like posting about High School of the Dead, and it seems like it has like a really strong cult following, and I just didn't really understand that because I just don't see that much good in it, and maybe I'm just missing the point, you know. Maybe the comedy and the fan service is the entire show, and I just didn't see that, which could be entirely possible because I'm fucking stupid and I miss things like that. But yeah, if you enjoy High School of the Dead, good on you. At least it's not something like really weird. It's just an average anime, and it's fun, you know. It hits the points it needs to hit, I guess. And yeah, that's about it.
Hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about prison school, but before we hop into anything, let's go over a real quick synopsis. Located on the outskirts of Tokyo, Hichimatsu Private Academy is a prestigious all-girls boarding school, famous for its high-quality education in disciplined students. However, this is all about to change due to the revision of the school's most iconic policy, as boys are now able to enroll as well. At the start of the first semester, under this new decree, a mere 5 boys have been accepted, effectively splitting the student body into a ratio of 200 girls to 1 boy. They are quickly cast away without having a chance to make any kind of first impression. Unable to communicate with their fellow female students, the eager boys set their sights on a far more dangerous task: peeping into the girls' bath. What a surprise. It's only after their plan is thoroughly decimated by the infamous Underground Student Council that the motley crew find their freedom abruptly taken from them, as they are thrown into the school's prison with the sentence of an entire month as punishment. Thus begins the tale of the boys' harsh lives in prison school, a righteous struggle that will ultimately test the bonds of friendship and perverted brotherhood. So that pretty much sums up the show for the most part. I only made it in a few episodes because I thought it was so bad, but that's basically the plot right there. All credit goes to My Anime List. I believe that's where I got that from, so all credit goes to them. The entire show is just a crude humor mashup. It's not even funny, and fan service like all around. I thought the anime was like not good at all, but for some reason it seems a lot of people like it. Like, I'm still seeing it pop up on TikTok and other platforms. It's trying to haunt me or something with a lame ass joke. I may not have many reasons to like hate on the show, but I thought it was straight cheeks, just not good at all, like in my personal opinion. Then in the art style, if there's one thing I want to touch on the most, it's how much I hated the art style and animation of this anime. It's like so ugly, and that's like definitely something that I'm really picky about, but like you can see it looks weird. Like from your standard traditional anime to prison school, I just feel like it doesn't correlate well. It doesn't look good, but art is subjective, and that's just my personal opinion. I don't really like it that much. Leave it at that. Maybe I'm the weird one, though. Like, sorry, I'm not into the whole fan service and shit humor. Like, I enjoyed High School DxD, kinda. It's filled with fan service, but it also had other things going for it. But Prison School did not, like, at all. Like, it's just, like, straight from the synopsis, you can see that it's fan service, underground student council, because of course it has to have a student council. Every shit anime has to have a fucking student council that rules the entire world, and I'll continue to say it. Student council, more powerful than any world leader out there, apparently. It's the dumbest concept and the dumbest trope. I hate it the most. And the fan service, the over-the-top fan service in this one, Jesus, man, this one's crazy with the fan service that's out there. That's how they get through the episodes right there. It's just fan service, and that's it. That's the entire show. The entire anime, it's just fan service, one scene after another, and really bad humor. I have to complain about the humor. I didn't think it was funny, like, at all, and I'm no comedian, but none of it was funny to me. It's just too crude, maybe. I don't know. Shoujo Sabaki is something I've watched a few times now, and I'd probably choose Shoujo Sabaki over Prison School any day, and that's saying something, because Shoujo Sabaki is a terrible anime. But yeah, that's about it. I don't really have much to touch on story-wise or plot-wise, because there wasn't much plot or story to this. And once again, I didn't even make it that far into the anime. I kind of just like dipped out after 2 or 3 episodes because I thought it was terrible anime. Like always, I drop anime within the first few episodes. If I don't like it, I don't even give it a chance. I just gone. Usually I drop anime within the first episode, but for some reason I made it another 2 episodes in, but didn't like it. Wasn't good, I have to say. I mean, I'm sorry if I'm crushing your dreams right now. I haven't personally heard anybody say Prison School is their favorite anime in the world, but I've seen several clips posted on any social media about Prison School, so there has to be a pretty big fan base out there, and I'm sorry if you're a part of that fan base. I just can't get into it. But anyways, enough of me ranting about terrible anime. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we'll be going over 5 facts about Tanjiro you probably didn't know. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like and let's hop into it. Up first, we have Tanjiro's amazing sense of smell. He can smell damn near anything, emotions, intentions, anything you can pretty much imagine he can smell. And this ability has a lot of advantages. Like he uses it in battle to like find openings to strike. Like you have to have a crazy ass nose to smell when someone is putting their guard down. But one of the more impressive things is he can smell things that are underground, like under the dirt and soil. I'm not sure how far he can smell underground, but if this dude can smell emotions, I'm sure he can smell down a good distance. Sure, you can say smell down. That's what we'll go with. Smell down a good distance. Another fact that is more widely known is that Tanjiro is just a good person, even towards the people that he's fighting. He's like super empathetic, just an all-around good dude. On top of that, he's a gentleman. Don't be sleeping on Tanjiro. He might be a nice guy, but he isn't a pushover. Dun dun dun. See, there's my little twist in that statement there. To go along with the previous fact, Muzan is one of the only, if not the only person to piss Tanjiro off. Muzan being like the main antagonist of the show, and he's like the reason demons are attacking humans as well. He's the reason his entire family got killed. So yeah, there's a good reason that there is hatred there from Tanjiro. He is also vowed to cut Muzan's head off. Quick interjection here. Muzan looks like Michael Jackson, and I think everyone in their cat has noticed this. I just find it super funny and also weird. Like, why would you base this bad demon guy off a pop star? It's a little out there, but at least he looks kind of fly. So, you know, he might hit the moonwalk or some shit. This next one is kind of weird and funny, but Tanjiro's forehead is like really, really strong. It's even been stated that it's as hard as a rock. And of course he uses this to his advantage by headbutting the fuck out of people he is fighting. He even knocked Inosuke out. I wanted to skip this fact, but it's like everywhere, so it'd be whack if I didn't mention it. Like you would think other things would be mentioned more. Nah, just Tanjiro and his hard ass forehead. And lastly, spoiler alert, big one, Tanjiro apparently becomes a demon. I didn't know this because I stopped watching the anime so that I could read the manga. So I'm kind of pissed this aspect of the plot got spoiled for me, but what can you do? I'm only spending money to see the story unravel. Anyways, enough of me being mad. Muzan the demon Michael Jackson clone is the one who turned him into a demon during their epic final battle. How cool is that? I'm still pretty damn salty though. You spend all this money on the manga, you know, you give up on the anime is cool, but you spend your money on the physical copies of the manga just so you can read it, have a good time, and then you make a dumbass fact video for your anime YouTube channel, and then the entire story gets spoiled for you. Kinda hurts a little bit. It's like a shot through the heart, but who cares? I'm sure I'll be fine. I'm not, but we'll pretend like I am.
Hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be talking about the best character in Naruto, Itachi Uchiha. I hope you enjoy, and let's hop into the video. Itachi was a shinobi who served as an Anbu captain. If you don't know much about Naruto, the Anbu is basically like special forces, and you have to be pretty damn strong to become a captain. Itachi was a prodigy at a very young age. He was a very skilled ninja. Then he murdered the entire Uchiha clan, only sparing his brother Sasuke. After he killed his entire clan, he joined a terrorist group called the Akatsuki. Itachi had amazing character design. He just looked dope from when he was younger to the Akatsuki. He looked fly throughout, and he just looked menacing. He always had a blank expression on his face. Now, personality wise, he was also menacing. He fronted like a villain, but in actuality, he was a good guy, kind of. He did everything to keep his brother safe. I think it was revealed that he did everything to keep the village safe as well. So there were some pretty crazy twists within his story. So like throughout Naruto, like the series, we just didn't know that Itachi was just like a great dude. Besides all that though, he was like one of the strongest characters in Naruto, in my opinion. He is arguably the strongest character. I'm sure I'll get crucified for that one because there's so many Naruto characters and everybody likes to argue who is the strongest and who does this and that and power scaling in the community, and you know how power scaling goes. Everybody wants to match characters up against each other. But anyways, getting back on topic, Itachi had those Sharingan eyes. I don't remember which ones because there's like 50 different types, and you know, the Naruto series really loves its eyeball magic, and I can't really tell you, but the eyeballs, bro, like black fire and shit that just can't be put out. You know what I'm saying? That shit's crazy. But Itachi was like a great character all around. You just never really knew his motives the entire time, and you kind of perceived him as this bad guy. I thought he was pretty cool as a bad guy. I can't lie. I was still like, yeah, that dude's awesome. But still, you thought of him as a bad guy. You're like, oh, this is the fucking villain for Sasuke. This is Sasuke's like villain. This is who Sasuke has to kill because he killed the entire Uchiha clan. This dude killed an entire clan. How do you do that? But then come to find out Itachi's just a fucking good brother, and he was doing what he had to do, and that's the crazy thing. So I firmly believe that Itachi is the best character in Naruto, hands down, because just everything, man. I'm simping. I ain't gonna lie. Just solid character all around. You don't get better than Itachi. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about piracy and how it affects the anime industry. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like and let's hop into it. So first, what is piracy? It's basically not paying for stuff and getting it for free. Instead of paying for a Crunchyroll subscription, you head over to a certain go-go site or any site that you can view anime for free. And that's pretty much it. In this video, we are going to be looking at both sides because some people say it helps and some people say it hurts the industry. Now first we will talk about how it hurts the industry. For one, it takes away shiny doubloons away from the big corporations. Second, it's illegal, or should they say. Never heard about anyone getting punished at all for pirating anime, but it's still illegal. Now obviously I'm biased because I don't have like any reason why it hurts the industry. Now on to why it helps the industry. First, it makes anime accessible to everyone, which will eventually lead to that person buying manga or figures or any kind of merch. Piracy kind of makes fans. I know I wouldn't have watched anime or have gotten into anime without certain sites. The last thing I want to talk about is the industry. The industry is shitty as a whole, and there is a couple examples I can bring up. For one, Japanese animators make less than minimum wage according to the Association of Japanese Animators. Most animators in their 20s get paid about 1.1 million yen each year, which is about $10,000 USD, and the yearly minimum wage in Japan is $15,744 USD. So animators are making below minimum wage, and it's kind of fucked. And whose fault is that? The industry, obviously. No one else is to blame. And it's messed up because we wouldn't have the dope ass anime we have today without these animators. Here's the thing that fucks me up the most. The creator of Demon Slayer got about $19,201. Do you know how much Mugen Train made? About $503 million. Let that sink in. Man's got paid $19,000 when the movie made $503 million. That's some bullshit. Like, y'all couldn't give more kickback than $19,000. That's it. If I was the creator of Demon Slayer, I'd run that entire franchise into the ground, but I'm spiteful, so I guess, that's just me. But it's estimated only $19,000. Could you imagine something you came up with, something that you authored, makes this shit ton of money, and you get $19,000 for a movie that made $503 million. I understand making a movie costs a lot, and the entire $503 million isn't all profit, but I'm sure there's a pretty big chunk of profit there. You couldn't kick my man's a little bit more money over $19,000? Really? And the thing is, this happens in the industry like all the time. This isn't like the only example you can find. I'm sure if you went looking hard enough, you could see where the authors of the original work gets fucked over by the industry left and right. And it's unfortunate. I mean, it may make the author famous, but still, 19,000 is a far cry from 503 million. It's kind of messed up. Now that you see the industry itself kind of fucks over the people that makes the media we love, why is it so bad to pirate? What's the harm in it? Skimping out on a $10 a month subscription is going to kill the industry. Nah, dog, it's not. It's not going to kill the industry. You pirating, it's not going to hurt the industry. I think piracy doesn't hurt the industry. I think it helps it. Now, I might have some weird-ass, stupid opinions, but that's just what they are, opinions. And I don't think piracy of anime is a bad thing. There's exceptions, like if you're pirating from some real small studio, you're a dick. If you're pirating a webcomic made by a team of 3, you're a dick. Now, pirating One Piece or Dragon Ball in my eyes is cool, because, why not? It's this conglomerate of a franchise that just will never be messed up. One person pirating's not gonna kill the entire Dragon Ball franchise. It's simple as that. You'd be fine. Now, I do not condone pirating because it is illegal.
Wink wink, it's illegal. So never pirate. It's a bad thing. Don't pirate. But if you do, make sure to be safe on the websites. There's certain go-go sites or the certain kiss sites. You know, have a nice ad blocker. Don't click on any scary ads. Just be safe with it. Don't do anything stupid. I know the hot MILFs in your area is very tempting, but don't do it. Promise it's not worth the computer virus. But yeah, stay safe on those websites. And yeah, that's basically my entire opinion on pirating anime in the industry. The industry is just not good.
Oh boy, I couldn't wait to cover this one. Today we'll be talking about how Baki got stronger after having sex. It's crazy, I know, but it actually happened. So in the Baki anime, Baki gets stronger after having sex. Well, at least that's the impression I got. I think a lot of people got the same impression, to be honest. Apparently in the manga, he has sex to give his dad a powerful grandson or something, but it got cut in the anime. But Baki has sex to get stronger. Like, what the actual hell? I know a lot of shit doesn't make sense in Baki, but this one caught me off guard. Like, seriously caught me by surprise. Like, my dude gets some coochie, now he's stronger. Also, we have to talk about the scene. You know, we have to talk about the scene. This normal, anime that's about fighting and stuff, it turned into hentai real quick. I wasn't ready for it, and I feel like a lot of people weren't ready for it. Like in anime, they tend to tease around the idea of sex or, sexual tension and all that, but never really go through with it. It's like a whole little trope, but not Baki. Baki went different direction with it and actually just did a whole ass sex scene. Made me a little uncomfy, I'm not gonna lie. Also, his dad walked into the room to encourage Baki and his woman to have sex. Think about that, I'll give you a second. Yeah, it's fucking weird, right? Like, I don't know if I can show the clip. Maybe I can, I don't know, but I'll try to squeeze it in there somewhere. But like, he tells them to have sex. It's just weird, I know. Then they actually get down to doing the deed, and like, there is narration from Baki, his woman, and the narrator of the show. It's incredibly strange. Like, I deadass had to go to X Hamster to look over this scene again. I'm uncomfortable, and I bet you are too. There's weird ass ads on this site, man. I'm just trying to do research for a video, bro. But yeah, Baki and his woman had sex for several days straight, and at the end of the scene, you can see them holding each other surrounded by used tissues. Yep, like, how can you make it weirder? Surround them by used tissues, of course. I don't know how it keeps getting stranger, but it does. This shit's incredibly weird. I'm sorry if you clicked on this video, but you have to give Baki one thing. Dude has some serious stamina. Now I'm left wondering if it actually made him stronger. Been a minute since I watched Baki, so I don't remember. But yeah, this was a rather weird video to make, but like, someone has to do it, right? Like, where else can you go and hear someone talk about a crazy ass sex scene in an anime? There's some good content over here. I'll start my OnlyFans soon and play hentai games or something. That's my financial plan, and I'm sticking with it. But anyways, enough with my rambling aside. Baki is a weird anime sometimes, but it's pretty solid most of the time. This scene was incredibly out of pocket, and honestly could have left this out of the show. Would probably be better off because it was really weird in my opinion, but I know there's someone out there who swears up and down that this scene was crucial for Baki's development, and who knows, maybe it was. Anime takes weird turns sometimes. Anime is weird. Like, really weird. I know that's strange coming from someone called WeebSack who makes anime related videos, but seriously, anime is strange as all hell. And I feel a lot of people can agree. Like, from an outsider's perspective, I can imagine how weird all this stuff looks because I was the outsider for a really long time. I thought anime was the weirdest shit ever. Like, it was just strange. Obviously now my opinions have changed for the most part, because sometimes I see some anime that makes me regret getting into this stuff in the first place. Like, imagine showing someone who doesn't watch anime Prison School or Food Wars. They wouldn't look at you the same way again. And rightfully so. There's a reason people start out with baseline anime like Naruto and Death Note, because it's not much different from traditional media. But you go starting someone out with Boku no Pico, they probably won't want to watch anime. This whole thing is like a cult. You always start the new person out with some real simple stuff. Then after a little while, you get them to watch High School DxD because they build up a tolerance for this stuff. Do you see how strange that is? This is the whole reason I don't watch anime around people. because it comes off so weird. You could be watching a nice little slice of life anime, then the MC falls into some titties, everyone moans, then it looks like you're watching something straight off the hub. All that aside, it's lit. I mean, we're looked at like weirdos because we watch weird stuff, but it's okay to be a weirdo. As long as you don't pretend you're a Death Note character, then we're all cool. I actually knew someone who did this. They would deadass sit like L from Death Note. Now that's a bit strange. I didn't talk to that person because they sat like L from Death Note, like in public too. That is something you shouldn't be doing. Comes off a little weird. I know, like replicating something you see from a TV show is okay, or an anime, it doesn't matter. You can do that as long as it's simple, you know. You can pass it off as normal. But if you're sitting in an uncomfortable ass position like L, and you've literally admitted you're sitting like L. But that's about all I have for you. Final thoughts: anime is weird, we're all weird, and that's it. Hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to another video. Today I'll be talking about 02 and how she is the best character in Darling in the Franxx. I'll try not to simp too hard, but no promises. But anyways, I hope you enjoy, and let's hop into the video. 02 is like a human hybrid thing. She got horns and stuff. I'll cover that later. She's an elite special forces parasite who primarily fights on the front lines. 02's appearance has changed a bit in the anime. When she was a child, she kind of looked like a demon with the red skin and horns, but she lost most of those traits when she grew up, keeping the horns. However, the pink hair, you know what I'm saying? You gotta mention the pink hair. That's what makes the character dope. Personality-wise, it's kind of hard to explain. Sometimes she's like a badass, other times she doesn't get like social cues, and like obviously, I feel like no one really minds that. She's just badass. It's you just ignore all the other stuff. Cool character, pink hair, that's it, you know what I mean? And she's like pretty strong as well. She might be the strongest in the show. At least that's what I believe. You know, when you got the big old mecha, you can beat the shit out of things, but like also just her plain Jane, she has a pretty good physical ability, so you know that's a plus. Most characters can't do that. You know, they hop in their little mecha and that's how they fight their fights, but 02 has them fucking hands. Not to go on a slight tangent here, but like the show kind of got confusing with the fusing together, whatever, 02 becoming like the mecha thing that they pilot in the whole reincarnation thing. But besides that, the show's really good. The characters are also really good, but 02 is obviously the best character in the show. Like 02 is the fan favorite by far. Like you can mention all the other characters and whatever, but I guarantee, like statistically speaking, 02 is the fan favorite. And she's just a unique character. Like the character design, the creators did great on that. Alright, it's just such a memorable character. Like out of like, you can just like, it's something that doesn't get replicated too often, because I feel like in anime they kind of just copy and paste the same characters. Like they all look the same, they all got the same hair and like features, right? But 02 has the horns and the pink hair and just the outfits, like all, it's like so recognizable. Like once you see it, you can't forget it. It's like, yes, this is what anime should be. They should be having more unique character design like all around. So definitely bonus points for that. Like that has to be mentioned 100 times over, because for me, character design is a very important thing. It like makes or breaks a show sometimes, because you know, after a while watching anime and you watch so many shows, you're like, Jesus man, they like, it's the same outfit, it's the same school outfit or whatever, it's like the same uniform, and it gets so bland. Like dude, switch it up, put some fucking red horns on your character. That's what they need to do. Every anime character needs colorful horns, you know what I'm saying? You can just do rainbow horns, it'd make anime 10 times better. But all in all, 02 best character, waifu is what I think they call them. So you know, definitely. Darling in the Franxx is just a really good show, and I suggest it to anyone who hasn't watched it yet. I made a review video on it not too long ago. Check it out if you want. But yeah. This might be a hot take or a controversial opinion, but I strongly believe that Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid is the best slice of life anime ever. Out of all the slice of life anime I've watched, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid is hands down the best. It's not boring like all these other slice of life shows. This one has fucking dragons, man. Who doesn't like dragons? It puts this fantasy spin on the slice of life genre, and I'm here for it. Every other slice of life anime has the same tropes and characters, copy and pasted from anime to anime. Shit's either about a club or, well, a club because it's always about
clubs. I'm not saying Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid is without its faults. All I'm saying is it stands out above the rest easily. Getting back on track here, this anime is funny as shit. Like, it's just goofy as all hell. You have the whole cooking dragon tail thing that's slightly stomach turning and honestly disgusting, but it's a funny reoccurring joke, and this isn't even scratching the surface of the comedy this anime has to offer. On top of that, it's wholesome as all hell and has a smidge of drama just to spice things up, because you gotta sprinkle in other plot elements that don't really matter, but you just gotta add it to make sure it doesn't get boring. You also can't talk about this anime without mentioning these amazing characters. You have the drunk, Dragon 1, Dragon 2 with valuable assets, and the lolly. That's pretty much all of them. Obviously, I'm oversimplifying that. There are a few more dragons and some other side characters I don't feel like mentioning, but let's just take a second to simp over Dragon 2. Alright, that's enough for you degenerates. All jokes aside, these characters are pretty good for a slice of life anime. I mean, they are simple, not much substance, which is okay. It's a slice of life, so you shouldn't come looking for 100 hours of lore. But like, it's just a great show. It takes all these good elements of slice of life and adds fucking dragons and some solid comedy, and the final product is a banger. And I stand by this statement because it's a fact. You can trust me. I've probably seen like 6 slice of life shows, so that pretty much means I've seen them all. And I can easily say Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid is the best. Trust me, I have a fedora and a body pillow that stands on its own for a reason that I can't say. All around, I highly suggest watching Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid if you haven't already. It's just a good watch. And right now I'm feeling like a dumbass because is it Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid or Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maids? Because that'd be kind of funny if it's the second one, because I'd look like a dumbass because I'm just hyping this anime up, and what if I don't even know the fucking title? Today we'll be discussing why Boruto the anime gets so much hate. I hope you enjoy, and let's hop into it. Now, most people know what Boruto is. It's the continuation of the Naruto series where we follow Naruto's son Boruto, and this anime gets a lot of hate, like a lot. In this video, we will go over a few reasons why people don't like Boruto. Starting with the character design, I can personally say, along with many others, the character design isn't that great, like at all. To this day, I'm still seeing memes about the character designs, comparing fan art of what people thought Naruto and Sasuke would look like compared to how they actually look in the anime. Just Naruto and Sasuke alone, they made them look so washed up and weird. It's weird. Like, look at Sasuke's cut, man. Look at his haircut. It's terrible. And just a real quick honorable mention, we will talk about the filler episodes and the progression of the series. People don't like filler episodes, which is completely understandable. Fillers are whack, and they also think the show is moving too slow, and I guess I can kind of see that. I don't really mind the pacing, but I can see where they're coming from, definitely. Next, we have Boruto as a character. People just don't like him for a number of reasons, like he's annoying and whiny and all that kind of stuff. It's a fair criticism, but I think with some time, he'll grow into something cool, or not, and they'll finish out the series and make another series with a more grown Boruto, just to milk the ever-loving hell out of this franchise. The last reason I have is Boruto doesn't live up to the hype. Like I previously mentioned, people don't like the way Naruto and Sasuke look. They imagine something completely different, and I think that same reasoning can be applied to the entire anime. People imagined something completely different from what we got, and let's be real, Boruto is kind of disappointing, just a little. I don't think Boruto can ever fill the hole that the original Naruto series left, and maybe one day it will. Who knows? But for right now, it did not live up to what people thought it was going to be. And in my personal opinion, that is Boruto's biggest downfall. I'm just glad they didn't end the series. I think it would be kind of whack to not occasionally see our boy Naruto all around. I think Boruto is okay. It just needs some time to grow into its own thing. I'm fine with waiting. I just hope eventually it can somewhat live up to the original series. Maybe. Who knows? They could just drag that franchise into the ground with Boruto and just shit stomp it until there's nothing left. Have you ever wanted to watch unrealistically muscular men beat the hell out of each other? Well, I have the anime for you. It's Baki. A lot of people know of Baki, but I feel like Baki doesn't get enough credit because it's honestly a great anime and it's really underrated. I've personally only watched the Baki anime on Netflix where like all the prisoners break out to see what it's like to lose. It's a really weird weird plot, but it's a great anime. It's literally big old muscular men fighting, and that's about it. Baki is very simple, but it makes up for that in other areas. One of the more noticeable things that you have to mention when talking about Baki is the art style. It's a little weird, but great at the same time. Like the way they illustrate these characters, it's wild as hell. Like the physique these dudes have, it's absolutely insane. And the way they draw the muscles and all this. And the fight scenes are crazy as well. They are wacky but funny. I know you're supposed to take these battles seriously, but honestly, the way they carry out these fights, it's hard to take them too seriously. Like a dude literally had his face ripped off, beard, eyebrows and all. Then the face gets thrown into the crowd. Like, what in the actual hell is that? I didn't expect that much graphic content, but I'm an enjoyer of graphic content, and you know, getting your fucking face karate chopped off with your beard still attached to it, it's pretty sick, man. I have to commend that. I think that was Baki's dad who did that, maybe. I don't know, not exactly sure. I haven't watched it in a minute, so. And it may not be the goriest anime I've ever seen, but it's definitely up there. And I can honestly talk about Baki for hours because of how good it is. And honestly, I think more people should check it out because it's pretty good. Watch it. It's not the best anime in the world, but it's a solid watch. I feel it stands out above the rest. It's like super unique. So, moral of the story, watch Baki or I'll eat your grandmother. Yeah. Oh my god. What the fuck? But yeah, to anybody who's into action anime or any kind of fighting anime, I strongly suggest you check out Baki because it's just one hell of a ride all the way through. Now, like I previously stated, the plot, it's not that good. If you're looking for a plot or a good story, Baki isn't the one in my personal opinion. I think Baki doesn't really have that much of a sound story, but that's completely alright. You just watch dudes beat the hell out of each other and that's it, and it's great, man. So like, I don't really understand JoJo. I'm sure most of you know what JoJo is, and I'm sure many of you enjoy JoJo because it seems like everyone likes JoJo except me. I honestly don't think I've ever seen anyone hate on JoJo before, like ever. Maybe I've never looked hard enough for it, but I've never heard a negative thing about JoJo. That's the thing. Even people in the industry like JoJo, you always hear about a JoJo reference in anime or a cartoon or a show in general. Like constantly you hear, is that a JoJo reference? Like, is JoJo really that influential? I personally never watched the anime or read the manga, and I don't think I ever will. And don't take any offense when I say this, I don't think I like it. Now, I haven't gave it a chance, so I can't really hate on it or judge it that much. But I can say I have two major reasons why I think I wouldn't like JoJo. My first reason is the art style. Well, the art style, the art, and the animation is a major make it or break it thing for me. I will completely drop or just not watch an anime if I don't like the art style. And I have to say, I really do not like the art style of JoJo. I don't even know how to describe it. Like, maybe it's the character designs or like the shadows or the crazy amounts of detail that goes into the faces. I don't know what it is. I can't exactly put my finger on it, but I know I don't like it. I thought I didn't like One Piece's character designs. Man, JoJo goes even weirder with theirs. My second reason is how weird the anime is. And like, this is one thing you can defend. I've seen a lot of weird things in my day, but JoJo takes the cake in terms of anime. Like, there's just so much strange shit going on, you can't even defend it. You know it's weird and I know it's weird, but even with all of that, I can recognize it as something good because it honestly needs to be praised. Now, I might never watch it or read the manga. I can still see how much of an influence it has had, and I can see why it's popular. I mean, still really weird, like really, really weird, but I get all the hype surrounding it for the most part, and good on them. They flipped the script and made something unique. Anime is filled with carbon copies. Every story plays out the same, and they all look the same, but not JoJo. They did something different, and you have to respect that a little bit. I do, at least. But that's about all I have. I didn't have much to say. It's hard to stretch a video out when you've never seen
the thing you're talking about. I just basically wanted to put my opinions out there about JoJo and how I think it's kind of strange, but it is called JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, so it's bizarre. But at the end of the day, I really do respect it.
Your Lie in April is a weird anime, and this is coming from someone who really enjoyed this anime, but it's weird. Hear me out, I think I have some good points here. Now, like previously mentioned, I really liked Your Lie in April. Young boy cried at the end, you feel me? It was pretty sad, but looking back on this anime, it was strange. And the one thing that makes it strange or weird is the plot or the story. Let me point out elements of this anime I thought were really weird. First, the MC falls in love with Kaori. I'm sorry if my pronunciation is trash. But yes, the MC falls in love with Kaori, but she's more interested in the MC's best friend. But wait, there's more. It's revealed that she's basically dying, right? So she undergoes a life-threatening surgery, and guess what? She dies. And she left a note to the MC saying she was aware that she was pretty much dying. She also failed to mention this quite a few times. She also reveals that she loved the MC and was hopping on the best friend to get closer to the MC. Like, what the actual fuck is that? I'm sure I left out some things, but seriously, you understand what I'm talking about, right? Imagine being the MC 10 years after all this went down, talking to his therapist like, yeah, I fell in love with this woman, but she acted like she loved my homie and not me. Then she went and croaked on me, left me a letter telling me she actually loved me and didn't love my homie. Imagine the mental damage that would do. Like, put yourself in the MC's shoes for a second. Like, that would be wild. I would be more pissed off than sad. Hopped on my homie to get me. That's like really out there in left field. This is the issue I have with Your Lie in April. It has the weirdest like plot elements, and looking back, I'm surprised I didn't notice this sooner. But all that aside, Your Lie in April is a banger of an anime. You want to talk about this anime? Ripping my heart out and stomping on it. Good lord, definitely one of the saddest shows I have ever watched. Even though now I realize how wacky it is, I still love this anime. And honestly, I'm probably just looking way too far into it and just kind of nitpicking something really stupid, but I guess that's just me.
Hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about Neji from Naruto and why I think he shouldn't have died. I hope you enjoy, and let's hop into it. Now, Neji was a part of the Hyuga clan, like related to Hinata. I honestly don't think he should have died, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Now, I didn't like Neji at first. I didn't think he was a good character. I thought he was kind of a dick, to be honest, but eventually I grew to like him. And then Mans decided to sacrifice his life for Naruto and Hinata during the 4th Great Ninja War, and the creator of Naruto, Kishimoto, explained that Neji's death helped bring Hinata and Naruto closer. And I don't know about you, but that sounds like a giant cop-out to me. Like, the whole reason they killed this character off was to bring Naruto and Hinata closer. Like, really? They couldn't have just done a date? Mans had to die so they could form a relationship? Like, that's whack as hell. But okay, I guess. I completely get it. You need to kill a few characters to make shit serious, but like Neji, for real, like out of all the reasons just to build a relationship, I thought the dude had a little bit more potential than that. And honestly, the way Naruto goes about people dying, they like come back. Like, Kakashi died, whatever, when Pain obliterated the village, I'm pretty sure, and then, they did the whole reverse jutsu thing, or whatever the hell it was, and brought him back, so Neji couldn't have came back? Nah, dead forever. Now, I'm being a little bit salty, just a little bit, because I am. It's like really whack, and Neji deserved a little bit better than what he got. At the end of the day, shit made me a little sad, and to see him die like that, kind of annoying, because a death just to bring 2 characters closer, and I'm sure there was other reasons why they killed them off, but like, dude stated that he killed them off to bring the 2 characters closer. Like, what? All in all, I just think it's kind of whack that all these other characters with less screen time and not as like get to live and be in Boruto, and their story continues, but his doesn't. Feels like a lot of wasted potential. They built him up to be stronger than Hinata and like be like one of the best people in the Hyuga clan from what I could tell, and then bam, killed them off. So now that Hinata and Naruto can be closer, it does make me a little salty because I feel like Neji deserved more. Like I said, I didn't really like Neji at the start, but I grew to like him a good bit. Like later in the other half of the show or whatever, he was just like, okay, this is a good character, and then bam, dead. Naruto and Hinata can finally be together because Neji sacrificed his life for him. Just all around
not a good reason to kill a character off. I don't think he should have died for that reason.
Today we're talking about shipping in the anime community. Let's hop into it. So what is shipping? It's basically when someone says these two anime characters are in a relationship. It can be more than two as well, but that's about it. It's just someone saying these two characters are in love. That's it. No harm, right? Wrong. There is a lot of harm in it, and that's what we'll be going over today. Now, if you've seen the anime community for a little bit of time, you would already know that shipping, in most cases, is really toxic and really weird. Like, people will argue so much over this. Let me give you an example. Little classroom participation, alright? So we know Naruto is like married to Hinata and they have kids. Shipper 1 will say Naruto belongs with Sasuke. Shipper 2 will say Naruto belongs with Sakura. And at its simplest form, this is fine. Like, who cares if you think two fictional characters should be together? All in good fun. And that's where it goes off the rails. Shipper 1 and 2 are arguing, fist fighting and shit, even though both of them are wrong because the story is already written and Naruto is with Hinata. They will die by their own opinion, and that's what makes it toxic. They take it from a fun little opinion to a right or wrong yelling match, when in reality, everyone is wrong except the person writing the fucking story. On to the very weird and creepy side of shipping. The best example I have is from the My Hero fans. Not all of them, of course, but a good few. They will ship Deku, a 16-year-old boy. At the time of recording this video, I don't know if they aged up or anything, but yes, a 16-year-old boy with All Might, a 49-year-old man. You see the creepiness there? Like, you should not be shipping illegal shit like that. That's scary in borderline pedo shit right there. And it's not just My Hero fans, I was just using them as an example, but some of these shippers like to ship underage characters with very old characters, and that's scary. You come at me with that out-of-pocket shit, like I'm running and calling the cops. Gonna have to keep your ass 100 feet away from children, alright? All jokes aside, shipping can be fine, it can be cool if it's left as opinions. When you start to fight over it, and when you start to slam everyone who disagrees, then it becomes toxic. And don't be shipping underage characters with adult characters. Stop that. Go outside and touch some grass. Change, because that's not right. Let shipping be a little fun opinion-based thing and leave it at that. Like, shipping is looked down upon, and honestly anyone can see why. Y'all need to chill out with the stuff. Some of you take it to an extreme, and it can't be good for your health. The character designs in Boruto are absolutely whack. I know Boruto gets a lot of hate, like a lot, and I'm kind of adding to that, but I thought Boruto was okay. I only watched 50 episodes, but there were some enjoyable ones there. Nowhere near Naruto, but still enjoyable. But the one thing that throws me off is the character design, or the art style in general. It feels kind of off, like really off, if I'm being honest. Like, it doesn't look anything like Naruto. It seems more cartoonish, if that makes sense, like very bright and colorful, but all the detail was taken out and smoothed down. Like, maybe it's just me, but I took notice to it, and I don't really like it at all. And I know new show and time skip and all that, you have to do something new, but all of the things that are new look mad weird, you know? And I can't get into it, to be honest, and maybe it's just me, but other people had to notice this. I can't be the only one. But on top of that, I hate the character designs. I think that it's the worst thing they did was the character designs. Like, look at Sasuke. He looks like a scene kid from the early 2000s. What kind of shit is that? They made Naruto look like your next door neighbor that may or may not be a sex offender. Shit isn't right. They did all of them so dirty, and I'm a little mad about it. Just a little triggered. Like, watching Naruto, you would imagine how cool Naruto and Sasuke would look when they got older. Then you see them, and they look like total dweebs. Like, fan drawings look better than the Boruto character designs, and that's fucked up. However, there is one silver lining. I think the Boruto manga looks 10 times better than the anime. I like it. Given I only have 2 volumes so far, I really like it. I think the character designs are a bit better, not by much, but it's the subtle differences, and they don't look cartoonish or as cartoonish. So I definitely like that. You can say a lot of the hate Boruto is getting is because of nostalgia, and people are pissed off that it changed, and that's a really valid point. People do not like change. That, and they thought the change would be better than it actually was. Like, Boruto was kind of a fumble. just a little bit, and damn near anyone can see that. Doesn't mean it's a bad series, it just means it kinda is ass. That's about it. Back on topic of change. Imagine if One Piece had a time skip and Luffy has a son named Poofy or some shit, and we followed Poofy and his cast of not so good supporting characters as they fly instead of sail. Sounds like bullshit, right? That's because it is, and that's what they did to Boruto. It seems so ass backwards. That was a little bit of a funny explanation. I have to give myself a pat on the back for that one. But at the end of the day, you either like it or you don't, and that's okay. But these are just my problems with Boruto.
Hello, I'm WeebSack. This is Anime Pickup Lines for that special person you're trying to impress with your vast anime knowledge. I got all of these off of thoughtcatalog.com, link in the description, so you can check them out yourself. Let's hop into it. Do you have a pen so I can write your virginity in my death note? What a great way to start this off. It hits all the marks: sexual harassment and creepiness. Baby, you can call me Luffy because I'll bend any way you want me to. I know a mystery even Detective Conan can't solve. The mystery of how you got so damn beautiful. That one's okay, I guess. That one's fine. Girl, have you mastered the Rasengan? Because every time your hand touches me, you make me dizzy. Zoro has the 3-sword style, but I'm really good with my 1 sword. Once again with that, just utter creepiness. Call me All Might because I'm just looking to Texas smash. Something is rising, and it isn't the shield hero. Jaeger on the streets, Titan in the bed. I was just checking you out from across the room with my Sharingan. Man, these are cringy as all shit, Jesus. Are you Nezuko? Because I want to be in your box. Yo, good lord, don't do these. Are you from Dragon Ball? Because I want to blow my Piccolo in you. Oh no, this isn't good. You're so sexy, and that's a deadly sin. I'd trade an arm and a leg to get a piece of your philosopher's stone. No. Are you a Pokemon? Because I want to peek at you. I guess that's supposed to be like Pikachu or something. Peek at you. Alright, listen. This next one might land your ass in jail, okay? Are you ready? Are you a lolly? Because you're worth going to jail for. Alright, listen. Don't do that one. Don't say that one to someone. That's not funny, alright? Don't do that one, alright? Don't tell anybody that one. Can I touch your Pika cheeks? Are you Hero? Because I want to be your darling. Want to be the Genos to my Saitama? Now that one's okay. I like that one. That one's just nice and fine. Beauty is an art. Art is a bang. Hey beautiful, would you like to bang? Alright, that's all the pickup lines I found funny on this site. I think I might turn this into a series because these just have me dying over here, to be honest. I mean, half of them are like just super creepy, and I would honestly advise against using any of them. But if you do, let me know how it goes because I'd love to hear that story. Probably end up getting a drink thrown at you or just bitch slapped all across the face, but you know, if you do, let me know. Hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to Worst Rated Anime, the series where we go over trash anime. Today we'll be going over an anime called Hanoko. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. But anyways, let's hop into it. Hanoko is an anime that came out in 2006 with 21 episodes and a whopping 3.40 on my anime list. That's pretty low. Before we hop into anything, let's go over a synopsis. All credit goes to my anime list. Years ago, extraterrestrials, known as the citizens of the stars, descended upon the planet of Tokani and wreaked havoc on humanity. To fight back against them, the military developed the Majin project to create hybrids between humans and the citizens of the stars. With this combination of genes, they hope to exploit both subversives of man and the powers of the alien. Majin number 7, a young girl kept under lock and key in a military base, is released after the citizens of the stars launch an attack. Despite possessing a plethora of abilities capable of effortlessly eliminating the enemy, she is burdened with doubt on the battlefield. However, when a boy named Yuri tells her that she must fight to earn her freedom, Majin number 7 is inspired by his courage and defeats the remaining citizens of the stars. The two decide to embark on a journey together, determined to find their calling in a time when humanity knows no peace. I must say that was an amazing synopsis. In all honesty, it's great. Like, I was getting hyped up just reading that. Hopefully, the anime lives up to that synopsis, which I mean, it most likely doesn't because it has such a low score, and I'm making a video about it. So, like, spoiler alert, it isn't good, at least in my opinion, and the opinions of other people who have rated it badly. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. First, the art style and the animation. Good lord, I have never seen animation done so poorly. It looks like an old animation on Newgrounds. Looks like everything was drawn with Microsoft Paint using a mouse, man. It's bad, like really, really bad. The way things move and the way everything looks, just not good for the eyeballs. Saddest thing is, this was released in 2006. Naruto like first aired in 2002. One Piece aired sometime in the 90s. Dragon Ball came out in the fucking 80s, and you're telling me in 2006 your anime looks like that? But there has to be a reasonable explanation, right? Maybe a budget of 27 cents and a half-eaten Kit Kat bar or something? Like, all the competitors out there have crazy-ass animation and good art styles. Ones that came out years before yours did has better art. There has to be an explanation. Quick side note here. With a little more research and the help of Wikipedia, I just found out the anime was made with Adobe Flash. Holy shit, no joke, no meme. This anime was made with Adobe Flash. I was just fucking around saying it looked like an old Newgrounds animation, but it deadass was made the same way as those Newgrounds animations. Lord help us from this goofy ass anime. Who made this decision? Like, with all the competition out there, they were like, yeah, Flash animation is the way to go. Whoever made that call got fired. I know it. I can just feel it. They got fired from that one. So from what I can tell, Hanoko was worked on by 2 studios, one being Franworks, who worked on Agretsuko, which is cool. They must have redeemed themselves because Agretsuko, or Agretsuko, I don't know, is kind of popular. And along with that, they worked on a shit ton of different anime. The second studio that worked on Hanoko was Rams, and I think that's all they worked on. I can't find anything about Rams besides that. They worked on Hanoko. They probably had to shut down after Hanoko, or Hanoka, I don't fucking know. Alright, listen, ignore the pronunciation, okay? I can't do it, I understand, I know, it's bad. It's a real tragedy. At least they can't hurt anyone else with their Flash animations anymore, fortunately. Do we have to talk about the plot or characters? Like, we all know why Hanoka is clowned on. The funny thing is, Flash animations were cool on Newgrounds and stuff, but when an anime studio is using Flash, there is a problem. Just a little bit. And I'm sure other animation studios could pull off Flash. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen an anime using Adobe Flash. I mean, I'm sure it's out there, but if I have, then it was a probably good anime and I couldn't tell that it was made with Adobe Flash. But this one, this one looks like Newgrounds. It's not good. Moral of the story is, if you are an animation studio, don't use Adobe Flash, and that's about it. Unless you can actually pull it off, because, I mean, I think some animation studios use Adobe Flash, but apparently this one isn't good at using Adobe Flash. So, too bad, I guess. They should have, tried a little bit harder. Maybe it was just a rushed project. Who knows? It's just not that good. I have to say, this wasn't pleasant at all for my eyes, and I'm sure it wasn't good for you either. What if Orochimaru killed Sasuke? In today's video, we're going to go over this cool little scenario. Shout out Isaiah Senku and like all the other What If channels I watch. Yeah. Let's hop into it. Alright, so let's say Orochimaru killed Sasuke right after Sasuke abandoned the village. And Orochimaru did whatever he does with dead little boys. Probably consumed him or something for power, some creepy shit. So first, I think the Leaf Village is gonna come looking to give some licks to Orochimaru. They don't like his ass anyways, so the village is gonna clap for Sasuke, especially Team 7. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura are going to look for smoke. Next, you absolutely know Itachi most certainly is going to clap some snake cheeks. Once word gets to Itachi saying, fuck this Akatsuki shit, I got some business to handle, so he's gonna head out to go looking for Snake Boy, because Itachi doesn't like Orochimaru to begin with. You may be wondering what's gonna happen next. Well, Team 7 or whoever from the village are gonna run into Itachi, and there's gonna be a quick little battle or something, whatever, a little fight, until both sides realize they are looking to kill Orochimaru's scaly ass. And bam, right there, they form a shaky little alliance for the time being because, Itachi's like a terrorist or whatever, so they're not really going to trust him, but there's just going to be a little bit of an alliance there because they have common goals. So they set out on this holy conquest for Snake Cheeks. And they're going to, peep around like all the known Orochimaru hideouts, all the holes in the ground that he hides in, I'm sure. There will be some henchmen for our band of misfits to fight, and they'll do that for a while until they find where Orochimaru's bitch ass is hanging out. And it's on site, so straight out of the gate, it's going to be Team 7 and Itachi dogging on Orochimaru and whatever henchmen he has with him. You gotta have filler characters there to get the shit kicked out of them for content. So shit's kicking off, I'm sure everyone is doing a one-on-one or something, and our boy Itachi's coming for all the smoke, so he's going for Orochimaru's throat, going back and forth, and everyone gets a turn getting some licks on Snake Boy, beating the brakes off of him, and they're going all out. They mad pissed off, obviously. Orochimaru's creepy ass ate they boy, so they going off on this dickhead, and Orochimaru and his henchmen holding their own, kind of, but mostly they're on the losing side because Orochimaru and his henchmen aren't going to beat Itachi in Team 7 and whoever the hell else they brought from the Leaf Village. So one by one the henchmen fall, and then it's Team 7, Itachi, whoever else is from the village on Orochimaru's ass. This is where I step in and think the dopest thing they could do is straight up fist fight this dude. Like no ninja shit, I'm talking straight jumping Orochimaru. That shit would be hilarious. Like Orochimaru is on the ground getting stomped by Itachi, Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and whoever else is there. Could you imagine? But anyways, Orochimaru either gets killed or taken to like a prison or some shit because you can't kill old Snake Boy. He comes back somehow. And our heroes of the day walk off into the sunset. Team 7 and everybody else from the village goes back to the village. And Itachi does whatever because I think he was in the Akatsuki, so they wouldn't attack the village and his brother, but his brother is already dead. So like, what's the point of him going back to the Akatsuki? Fuck it, it's my story. Itachi goes back to the village and has kids and shit and lives a good life, and that's how it goes. If you've been online in the last few days, you should be aware of the Boruto controversy, and if you're unaware, let me play the clip for you. Good God, what in the world is that man? Look at his face. First of all, ew. Second, what is that? Like, listen, I know sometimes I'm a little rude towards Boruto, and that's unfair. I thought the 50-something episodes that I watched were okay, but within those 50 episodes, I've never seen some shit like this. Apparently, Boruto was crying or something. Can't really tell. Kind of looks like he ate 39 pieces of sour candy, then proceeded to stub all of his toes religiously. It's just really gross looking. Now, knowing the anime community, this clip or image has spawned thousands and thousands of memes. Any social media platform that I go on, I see this image, and I can't lie, it's funny. I'll be putting some of the memes on the screen. I'm sure you've seen them already. It's just going to be a good old time. Enjoy them. This only happens once in a while. We have to enjoy it while it's still relevant. I know there's shit animation all the time, but only special cases blow up to this degree. Other notable examples of trash tier animation comes from 7 Deadly Sins, and you can see that on the screen now. Wonderful. This is spawned memes that combines both of these images, and it's just hilarious. It's like a nice little collab. It's amazing. I know this video is pointless. I just wanted to show off some of the memes that I thought were really funny because they're like too good to not be seen. And that's about it. Just bask in the terrible animations. I mean, hell, even Shoujo Tsubaki didn't have animation this bad. Someone's getting fired for this. It's just really gross, and it's weird to see it come from, Boruto. Out of all of the things, you think it'd come from like a one-off 12-episode anime, but no, this is Boruto. It's coming straight from Boruto. Someone like really dropped the ball pretty hard on this one, and I have to say I love it because it's just hilarious. I think I've also seen a video somewhere of, I don't know, the animators or the creators. Someone who worked on Boruto was defending the animation, and I think that's kind of stupid. Like, I get it, animation isn't easy or anything, but like, you're making the memes worse, man. Just admit that you fucked up. Don't try to say it was intentional because it looks like ass. You're just making yourself look bad. Just say it was an accident. Someone fucked up. Steins Gate is a great anime. I feel like he gets so much hate for no reason. Now, if you don't know what Steins Gate is, let me put you on to this amazing anime. So boom, you have this scientist dude with a band of misfit characters in a microwave that managed to like time travel or some shit. I'm honestly not sure if it was time travel or not, because this anime went off the fucking rails and confused the hell out of me. And I'm not mad about it because A, it was funny, and B, it was interesting, and C, they used a fucking microwave to time travel, right? Like, it's funny. You know how all these people said that you have to have a high IQ to understand Rick and Morty? I honestly think you might have to have a high IQ for Steins Gate. I was lost throughout the entire anime, but I was having the time of my life. Maybe I'm just too brain dead from eating paint chips. Who knows? Kind of reminds me of the anime called Island. Anybody remember that one? I think I might be the only one. I was also incredibly confused while watching that. Once again, just too many paint chips. But anyways, back on topic. People really dislike Steins Gate, and I'm not exactly sure why. One of the reasons I have found passed around a lot is Steins Gate is slow, which, like, okay, I can definitely see that reason, but like, so is a lot of anime. You gotta build up to the infinite timeline, time traveling microwave shit. I know I'm going all over the place with this video, but like, watch Steins Gate, seriously, it's a fire anime, like, you have to. But yeah, moral of the story is people dislike this anime, and that's okay. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but Steins Gate is a cup of tea I'd personally smash because it's fire, and that's just my personal opinion. All around, I have no idea how you could hate this anime. It has a timeline splitting microwave, man. Come on, you can't hate on a fucking microwave that can cook your food and also send you to a different fucking dimension, man. It's insane. It's wild. I still don't understand the story, but it's a great anime. And on his Dead Man Wonderland review, let's hop into it. So like, you got our boy Gonta chilling in class, then a red dude shows up and murks everyone except our boy Gonta. And you know, he gets blamed for this crime because, you know, plot and stuff, and gets sent to Dead Man Wonderland, a mix between a prison and an amusement park where people participate in games kind of like Squid Game, but like way before Squid Game was a thing. And you know, plot stuff happens, and yeah, that's my summary. Let's just get into the review part. Alrighty, so let's do the plot and story first. It's rather entertaining. I mean like, kind of simple, but calling it simple feels like I'm not doing it justice. It has its suspenseful moments and a couple plot twists and all that stuff, so you know, on this side of things, it's pretty good. Jumping over to the characters real quick, Gonta is like, okay, I guess. I mean, people really don't like the dub of this character. I guess they just hate his voice or whatever. I honestly didn't mind it, to be honest. I thought he was an alright character. Now let's talk about my favorite character from this anime, Shiro. She's just dope, to be honest. She confused the hell out of me, but like, she might also be the red dude who killed all those people in the class, and you know, hidden powers that we don't get to see in the anime, and we'll talk about that a little later. And the rest of the characters are just very forgettable. I don't remember a single one. Maybe I'm just not that big of a Dead Man Wonderland fan, who knows. Let's hop over to art style, animation, and sound design. It's pretty solid. I have like no complaints on this side of things. You got the unique character design, smooth animation, and like always, I don't pay attention to the sound design, so like, we will just say it's good for the sake of this video. All around, I really enjoyed Dead Man Wonderland. I thought it was a pretty good anime. The thing I very much dislike was there is no season 2, and that's really whack. Pretty much every Dead Man Wonderland fan wants a season 2, including myself. Like, the story of the anime seems very incomplete, but like, what can you do? I'm pretty sure the studio went bankrupt or some shit, so like, Big Rip season 2 probably won't ever be a thing, but besides that, this is a very solid anime. I would definitely suggest it to anyone who likes dark anime or drama, or someone who liked Squid Game, because once again, this anime was kinda like Squid Game before Squid Game. Final rating time, I would give Dead Man Wonderland a solid 7 out of 10. I was leaning towards an 8, but like, no season 2, so it only gets a 7.
Just when you thought I couldn't milk Shoujo Sabaki anymore, I somehow come up with a new idea. Anyways, Shoujo Sabaki is so bad that it's good. I know I've stated many times that it's just terrible, but sometimes things can be so horrible and that makes it good. And for me at least, Shoujo Sabaki is literally that. So bad that it's good. And honestly, I've seen it so many times at this point that I find it somewhat enjoyable. It's like that one cousin you hate, but they always have meth. It's like, I don't really like you, but free meth can't turn it down, right? Shoujo Sabaki is more like, I don't like the art style, the plot, the characters, the voice acting, but it's kind of funny, so like, even trade, I guess. The first time you watch Shoujo Sabaki, you're like, wow, this is really messed up, and it is. It showcases some disgusting actions, but after the third or fourth watch, you have to just sit back and laugh at how bizarre the whole thing is. And when all that shock value is gone, you can really analyze everything about the anime and just pick it apart from the backgrounds to the voice acting, and that's where the real fun begins. It's shit, don't get me wrong. There's very little you can like about it, but at least it's not your average isekai. Honestly, Shoujo Sabaki is probably better than most the isekais they are mass producing, or My Hero, but that's besides the point. If you've watched Shoujo Sabaki, I suggest going through it again, but with a more critical frame of mind. I promise it's fun, and if you haven't watched it, check it out. It's great for the entire family, ages 6 and up. Only has one puppy smashing scene and several other disgusting scenes, but that's besides the point, I promise. Family friendly content only. Real quick after credits scene, I don't use meth. That meth comment was a joke. I only use bath salts for medical uses only. Junji Ito is a living legend, and I stand by this statement wholeheartedly. Now, if you don't know who Junji Ito is, let me put you on. Junji Ito is a mangaka, but not your average mangaka. Junji Ito is most well known for his horror manga, and this might be a hot take, but I personally believe that Junji Ito is the best horror mangaka to ever do it. Now let's take a trip down memory lane with WeebSack. Imagine a cold, rainy night walking into the local bookstore with a few doubloons to my name in search of some manga. I make my way over to the manga section, which is incredibly small, and one manga stood out with a weird looking cover and an even weirder name, Smashed. I was taken aback, mixed in with all the other basic manga like Naruto and Attack on Titan was Smashed. So I grabbed it instantly because look at it, who wouldn't? And later returned home with my bounty of Smashed and some other basic ass book. I think it was Attack on Titan, but that got quickly thrown on the shelf because Smashed. Like, what the hell is that? And I cracked it open, and my eyes, surprised by the horrors, I instantly fell in love. Even though I worded all that weirdly, for like dramatic effect, that's literally how it went down. But yeah, my introduction to Junji Ito was Smashed, which is an amazing manga. I must say I highly suggest it to any horror fan. This manga opened my eyes to all the horrors that manga can be. Like, this sent me into a spiral. Pun intended. And I basically went searching for the most disgustingly vile manga out there, and I have found a lot, and I owe that all to Junji Ito. Like, on top of the amazing manga, he has a name that just rolls off the tongue beautifully. Junji Ito. Like, that's dope, and surprisingly, he's wholesome as all hell.
めちゃくちゃ怖いですね。こうやって手でゆっくり
Like, look at him, yo, he's just great. I'm fully simping at this point, and honestly, he deserves it. Just don't mention the Junji Ito collection, alright? It was an anime that stained the works of Junji Ito because of how dog shit it was. Just like, don't watch it at all. Pretend it doesn't exist, like Tokyo Ghoul. Read the manga instead, alright? Just read the books. But moral of the story is Junji Ito is an amazing author, is wholesome, has a cool name, and is cute. Hello, I'm WeebSack. This is Anime Pickup Lines Naruto Edition. I'm fueled on nothing but nicotine in a bottle of water, so let's hop into it. Sharingan is red, Rasengan is blue. If you won't love me, I'll Chidori you. Once again, a great start with an actual threat. You gotta love it. Are you an Uchiha? Because you're the last of your kind. That's like really dark, kind of messed up, to be honest. I would gladly start a shinobi war just for you. You and I, we should make our own clan. Fuck me. Would you like me to show you my Chidori technique tonight? You must be Hashirama, because everyone wants a piece of you. I like that one. That one's great. I can golden flash my way into your gates tonight, darling. Stop, Jesus. Is that your kunai I'm seeing in your pocket or what? My name's Naruto. Would you like some Uzumaki inside of you?
Fuck me, man. Are you using genjutsu on me? Because I can't take my eyes off of you. Are you Kakashi? Because I heard you're the ultimate lady killer. Once again, this one is really dark. Jesus. I may not be a nine-tails, but I have a front tail that's both long and hard. Doing some of these videos really makes me question getting into YouTube and anime, but you know, let's move past that one. Are you ready for me to open your 8 gates tonight? I guess we really haven't moved past it yet. Are you Datara? Because your tongue can do wonders, and your explosion is mind-blowing. I hate you. I hate you all. This is terrible. Who wrote this shit? Like, who came up with this? I didn't come up with this. I found it on a site. I heard you're a Hokage in the bedroom. Care to prove me right? Did you know that I can do the Sharingan in bed? Wanna see? That one doesn't even really make sense, but okay. And finally, this one that I'm not sure about, to be honest. Would you like to be on the receiving end of my wood-style great penetration jutsu? What a way to end a video. All of these are just simply amazing. Probably shouldn't use them on a normal person, but like if you know the person likes Naruto, maybe like shoot your shot, I guess. I'd probably stay away from the very explicit ones. Might get the cops called on you.
Hi, I'm WeebSack. These are my anime hot takes where I say something controversial about anime or the industry and you yell at me in the comments. So let's hop into it. Attack on Titan is a very average anime. Not sure if this is a hot take or not, but yeah, AOT is kind of mid, to be honest. I found it a little boring. Sword Art Online isn't bad, like it's not. It's very, very average, but it's not terrible like everyone says. Shipping in the anime community is mostly toxic. I feel like everyone can agree with this one, to be honest. Power scaling is really dumb, but also kind of interesting and fun to watch. My Hero Academia isn't a good anime at all. Superheroes are boring. 97% of anime merch is extremely cringy and gross. This is coming from someone with anime merch. Saitama can beat any anime character in existence, and yes, I'll die on this hill. Isekai is a really shitty genre of anime, with very few exceptions. Fan service is kind of whack. Beastars is furry anime, and that's about it. Sakura isn't useless. I just don't know what she's good at, but goddamn it, she gotta be good at something. One Piece is way too long and should have ended years ago. Steins Gate is a good anime, and if you think otherwise, go fuck yourself. Anime is cringe. Body pillars are weird, but like I kinda want a Liam Neeson one. Tokyo Ghoul ruined the Tokyo Ghoul series. Not every old anime is good. Just because it's fucking ancient doesn't mean it's good. The concept of waifus is stupid. The anime industry fucking sucks and takes advantage of damn near everyone involved.
Yes, you read the title correctly. I actually thought The Promised Neverland was a slice of life anime. Now, The Promised Neverland came across the dashboard of one of those sites where criminals go to watch anime for free. Could have been me. I like giving my money to streaming services, but that's besides the point. It came across the screen, and I've heard good things about the anime. I didn't hear anything about the plot or anything. The extent of what I heard was it's a good anime, so I clicked on it. Didn't bother to read the synopsis. First impression was, oh, this is a cute anime, I guess. Pretty wholesome stuff, you know. You have these kids in an orphanage just messing around, doing kid stuff. Nothing out of the ordinary. But oh boy, was I pleasantly surprised when they showed a dead child. And that child is getting sold to demon monster creature things to be eaten. And then you realize, oh shit, it isn't an orphanage. It's pretty much a ranch where the kids are treated like livestock. This personally shocked the hell out of me. That whole first episode, I was bug-eyed, confused because it went from slightly weird but wholesome slice of life to dead kids and demon things eating those dead kids. Like, what a drastic turn that took. I honestly can't be the only one who thought this, right? Like, there has to be a good few people who came into this anime completely unknowing of the plot and shocked by what their eyes witnessed. We all need to get together and start a support group or some shit. But yeah, all around it was very surprising and I was bamboozled, but I definitely suggest checking out The Promised Neverland Neverland. I haven't seen season 2 yet, but I can definitely suggest season 1. It's pretty good. I've heard some negative things about season 2, so that's unfortunate, but what can you do? Sometimes the ball gets dropped on the little continuation of a story, but yeah, my dumbass really thought that The Promised Neverland was a slice of life anime, and I was shocked, but I have to say, The Promised Neverland is one of the best horror anime I've personally seen in a long time. It was absolutely great and really dramatic, and had you on the edge of your seat the entire time watching it. It was pretty good. Rick and Morty is getting a 10-episode anime spin-off. How exciting is that? Apparently, the Rick and Morty anime will be directed by the same dude who directed Tower of God, Takashi Sano. Sorry for the scuffed pronunciation. This is cool because Tower of God has a score of 7.57 on my anime list, which is pretty solid. Personally, I've seen a little bit of Tower of God, and I have to say it was an alright anime. I couldn't really complain about it too much. Also just finding this out now, but I guess he's worked on 2 Rick and Morty shorts already. I didn't know this, so that's pretty dope. I guess I'm gonna have to go catch up on Rick and Morty. I haven't watched it in a pretty long time. Unfortunately, we have no news on what the plot will be, or pretty much anything, because I think the news pretty much just came out the 18th or so. But the anime will come out on Adult Swim and HBO Max, and I have to say I am looking forward to this anime adaptation of Rick and Morty. I would love to see where they go with it, because Rick and Morty is like this really funny adult cartoon, and I kind of want to see what they do for the anime. Will it still have all the comedy, or will it lean more towards a serious tone? If it does go down the comedy route, I hope they touch on some anime tropes. I feel like that'd be mad funny, them just kind of making fun of harems and the clumsy MC. That would be some funny shit. You gotta admit, if they really took jabs at the anime tropes, that would be dope. Also kind of wondering if it will be animated by the Rick and Morty people, or will they be shipping it off to an animation studio in Japan or something, kind of outsource to a Japanese animation studio, because some people firmly believe that it is not an anime unless it is made in Japan. Personally, I'm not one of those people. I'm the type of guy that says, hey, if it looks like anime, then it's anime. But besides the point, I'm really excited for it. I can't wait to see how they do it and what they do with it, and maybe this will spark a trend of Western cartoons or Western shows getting anime adaptations, because that'd be really funny, to be honest. I'd love to see, King of the Hill anime and Family Guy anime, Metalocalypse anime, who knows. Beastars is just furry anime. Quick warning, this video is completely satire and just memes, so don't crucify me, I promise. It's just an exaggerated opinion. Now, Beastars is just this enigma that for some reason blew up all of a sudden. I took notice when the anime came out, for obvious reasons, furry looking creatures in an anime piqued my interest, because it was something I haven't seen in an anime before, and if there is one thing I can give to Beastars, is how unique it is. But back on track here. After a while, I checked out Beastars, and I didn't really like it that much because of the art style. It's like that 3D CGI stuff, and I can't get into it. But from the little bit that I did watch, I came to the conclusion that Beastars is just basically furry anime. Nothing against it, but look at it. You can't tell me it's not furry anime. You can go ahead and lump it in with Zootopia or whatever, furry stuff that's out there. There's one thing, though, that bothered me just a little bit. The anime is so damn horny, yo. You got Wolfman and Rabbit Woman over here doing some wild shit, and I just can't get behind it. Scientifically speaking here, I don't think a wolf and a rabbit could ever have a romantical relationship, let alone be in the same area as each other. But Beastars throws all of that out the window and says, you know what, the rabbit and the wolf, they fucking. And that makes me a little uncomfortable. Honestly, more than a little bit. And I'm not saying that everyone who watches Beastars is a furry, or that watching it makes you weird. But what I'm saying is, this anime is a furry's wet dream, and I personally don't have a problem with it at all. If you like the whole anthropomorphic bunny character, more power to you. But if you seriously tell me that Beastars is your favorite anime, I'm gonna think you're into freaky rabbit stuff, and that's okay, live your life. But I can't hate on it though. These are just all jokes, because I personally haven't watched it, and I'm a big stickler for, animation and art style, and if an anime doesn't really fit into that criteria for me, I won't watch it. So maybe Beastars is like the best fucking anime to ever do it and just top tier above everything else in the world, and I'm completely missing out. And I guess I'm fine with missing out because, you know, the art style just isn't for me, and it is what it is. But hell, man, if you like Beastars, go for it. I'm not gonna judge you. Just not really for me. You on WeebSack? This is Anime Pickup Lines One Piece Edition. Let's hop into it. You must have a bounty on you because those looks can kill. This one is mad tacky but kind of cute. I wish I had the flower fruit because I want more arms to hug you with. I must be Luffy because I want to swallow your meat. Good lord, what a turn we took. See, they were starting out, it was really tame, and we just right into it. Like always, it's just a head dive. Even when I'm lost, I would find my way back to you. My love for you is stronger than my nose. Dude kind of looks like Chris Fenn from Slipknot. That's kind of funny. Hold my hand. I like keeping my treasure close. You must have the love fruit because I can't move when I'm near you. Is it too late to say I know very little about One Piece, so I don't really get many of these, but you know, I'm here doing it still. I don't want to see your panties, but I want to see you again sometime. What? I love you more than meat. This Luffy dude must really like meat. Luffy is the symbol for anti-veganism. My love for you will stretch forever. Size doesn't matter as long as you have fun. No, I forgot about that one. I'll never kick a woman, but that doesn't mean I won't hit on you. All jokes aside, this one was kind of smooth. Hi, my name's Killer. I'd kill for your love. I may seem dense, but that's my way of capturing your heart because the ultimate way to seduce someone is to call yourself stupid. Can I see your panties? Apparently that's something the character Brooke would say. I'm not sure if that's a pickup line or harassment, but like, okay, I guess. The reason I get lost is because I'm constantly thinking of you. Aw, how cute. And you know, we always have to end these videos on the weirdest pickup line. I wish I had the clear fruit so I can sneak into your bathroom. Definitely a weird one and a great way to end a video. Also wanted to mention the last Anime Pickup Lines video got over 2,000 views, so thank you for that. It's about time we covered that time I got reincarnated as the slime. A solid anime and probably one of the best isekai anime to ever do it in my opinion. So before we jump into my thoughts on this anime, let's go over a real quick synopsis straight from my brain, so this might get a little iffy. So basically dude gets killed or whatever and gets reincarnated in another world as a slime. Like the title suggests, I think he starts in a cave and he just spends a long time getting strong and stuff until he's completely overpowered and he leaves the cave, joins the goblin village, then rules the goblin village, and isekai stuff happens, and that's about it. Now this may not be the most original concept in anime with the whole reincarnated in another world and super overpowered main character, but like this anime makes up for that. I don't really feel like saying the time I got reincarnated as a slime every time I talk about it. We can use an acronym, TTIGRAAS. Yeah, that doesn't really fucking work. So I guess we'll just keep calling it that anime or this anime because, you know, sometimes anime just has obnoxiously long titles and I don't really like that. So, you know, minus points. One of the most unique things that sets this anime apart from other isekai anime is the whole village thing. You have Rimuru Tempest, that's the slime's name, by the way, forgot to mention that. But anyways, you have Rimuru, like, leading this village, building it up, making the goblins stronger, and they kind of dip into economics as well, which is really weird to see in an isekai anime, but it works so well, and this whole village aspect is what kept me heavily invested in this anime because I've personally never seen an anime take the whole leadership king thing. As far as that time I got reincarnated as a slime, hopping over to the characters, they're pretty good. I have very little complaints. You know, Rimuru is really the standout one because, like, main character, big cool. The side characters are kind of interesting. I personally don't get that invested into side characters in an isekai, but they are cool. The character designs, in my opinion, are a little basic, and that's not the worst thing in the world. 75% of anime has rather dull character designs, so it's definitely something we can move past on because it's really not that big of a deal. You know, it's just a couple extra credit points if your character design is like super unique, but you know, it's fine. I would also like to mention the whole slime thing. That's sick, alright? I don't know if it's been done in anime before, but like the slime thing is cool because Rimuru can like shapeshift and consume people, which is really frightening and a vor enjoyer's wet dream. But personally, I think the slime angle is super cool and really unique because I've never seen it in any other anime. Also, you know, just a quick thing, when Rimuru goes all like munch munch eat people, I think he gets their powers as well when he like consumes them, which is just a super overpowered like trait there. But you know, overpowered MC and isekai, it's not the weirdest thing in the world, you know what I mean? But it's a cool angle, just being like, oh shit, he ate that person, now he got their powers, you feel me? I dig it, I guess. It's a little weird. All around that time I got reincarnated as a slime is an absolute banger and definitely stands out above the rest. I personally don't really like the isekai genre anymore. When I first started watching anime, I was a pretty big fan, but it got boring after a while. But this anime was a really, really nice change of pace, like with unique concepts and everything, and I would honestly suggest it to anyone into the isekai genre that for some reason hasn't watched it yet. I wish more isekai anime would be more unique like this anime. Isekai feels like such a copy and paste from anime to anime, and it's whack when the possibilities are limitless with this genre. But that's all my reasons why I think this anime is like one of the best isekai anime out there. It's just solid as all hell. Angels of Death was kind of wild, just a little bit. Now before we get into why I think this anime is a little bit strange, I have to say I really enjoyed this anime. It was actually the first anime I watched weekly when the episodes dropped, so it does hold a little bit of a special place in my heart. All that aside, I'm a fan, but like it was kind of weird and a little confusing. So you have Rachel, she's like 13 years old, wants to die for some reason. She's like very monotone and doesn't really express emotions. It's almost scary how much I relate to this character. But anyways, Rachel gets locked into a building or some shit, and each floor of this building there will be someone trying to kill her, and I think the first floor had a character named Isaac. Now Isaac is estimated to be in his 20s, so like creepy start. But anyways, long story short, Isaac and Rachel pretty much team up and take on all the people on each floor or whatever. And they may or may not have formed a relationship. I'm not exactly sure. The anime came out in 2018. Okay, it's been a minute since I watched it, but I think their relationship status is speculated on a little bit. But anyways, you know, someone in their late 20s being speculated to be in a relationship with a 13-year-old is pretty weird in my opinion, so that is one of my reasons right there. But yeah, this anime was honestly really wild, but pretty good, you know. It was definitely strange sometimes. Like on one of the floors there's a doctor dude who was really into Rachel's eyes. Like it was a little creepy and really weird. I keep saying weird, but like this anime was a little bit out there. And the whole plot is also really out there. Like this 13-year-old gets abducted and for some reason put into a building full of people who want to kill her. What the hell is that? And do these killers just hang out in this building all the time? I assume so, because each floor is kind of like tailored to the killer, so like I guess they live there. Do they get paid? Maybe, who knows? It's just a hilarious plot that raises so many damn questions, and that's what makes it wild. Like it's a journey to get through this anime, and me saying some of this stuff isn't negative because kind of similar to Steins Gate, an anime that confuses me isn't bad in my opinion. I really enjoyed Angels of Death, even though it was extremely weird and kind of creepy. Still solid nonetheless, and I would honestly suggest it to anyone who hasn't watched it yet, or anybody that's into horror anime. I do simp for Isaac though. He can come over here and stab me anytime he wants. Also, real quick before I end the video, I have to touch on the character designs. This anime had banging character designs. Like they were so unique. I'll slap a couple on screen right now. You know, bang, boom, pow right there. You can see a couple of them right there. It's nice, right? It's pretty good. Isaac's design is one of the best in my opinion. Dude is just covered in bandages, looks like a mummy. It's real crazy. What was High School DxD? Seriously, tell me, what was High School DxD? You don't have the answer. I don't have the answer. No one does. The High School DxD series was just this force of nature that came out of nowhere and did what it did and left. Like looking back on it, I'm left with nothing but confusion. Like, okay, it's a harem anime with demons and vampires and action, and the main character likes boobs, I guess. And that's all you need to know about High School DxD. Like, I'm dead serious. That's it. That's the entire anime summed up in a few words. It was so out there, and for some reason I watched each season. There was like 4 seasons and I watched them all, and for some reason I enjoyed it. And the worst part is, I don't even think High School DxD is a bad series. It's very much okay. It's really nothing special. The only thing it had going for it was the comedy, and a lot of the time that comedy fell flat because most of the jokes were haha boobs, and I'm personally not really into the whole fan service thing, so I don't really think I was the target audience for this show. I kind of just stumbled upon High School DxD not really knowing what to expect, and seeing uncensored boobs in anime for the first time. That was a memorable moment. It got old after the 5th time in a span of 10 minutes, but that was a surprise for me. It's so funny because I stayed for the plot of High School DxD, and that makes me the weird one. A lot of people just watch for the fan service. I watched 4 seasons of an ichi anime for plot. Do you know how strange that is? And I binged it too. I was clapping out episode after episode. It wasn't even like a passive thing. I was just running through the seasons. Maybe I'm actually the weird one here. Isn't too surprising. I'm talking to myself in a dark room. All around, High School DxD was a really, really weird anime. And I'm weird as well for watching it for the plot. And all of you are just degenerates. But hey, if you're into the whole fan service and ichi thing, and you haven't watched High School DxD, I guess I can suggest it. You can have fun with that. Just don't beat yourself to death. And it'd be rather weird if you're a really big fan of ichi and fan service and for some reason you haven't watched High School DxD. That's kind of the starter to get you into the whole degenerate thing. Not really for myself though, but God, I can't even describe High School DxD. It was so wild. Things I hate about anime. Where I say something and you yell at me about it, let's jump into it. I strongly dislike isekai as a genre, with some exceptions, but not many. It's basically a copy and paste with the same boring plot and the same shallow, whack-ass characters. Most anime is really short, and that's really whack. The industry standard for an anime is usually 12 episodes. Any anime fan knows the heartbreak of finishing an amazing anime and realizing that there is no season 2. And that's another thing I hate. There is never a season 2. That's big whack. Bro, where is my Dead Man Wonderland season 2? Even if a series is wrapped up in one season, I still want a season 2. I want the creators to milk the series until I hate it. Going from that, I hate when a series is too long. Looking directly at One Piece, there is no reason why an anime should have over 1,000 episodes. That is way overboard, and just way too many. Live action adaptations. Good God, why are there studios still making anime live action adaptations? Who is greenlighting this shit? Does no one read reviews or listen to the fans at all? It's almost like they're stuck in a constant state of, I know every live action adaptation has been shit, but I have a feeling this is the one. And surprise, it's not. It never will be. Live action adaptations are big whack. Fan service, it's not for me, and honestly, it has its place. The industry is shit. I know I've said it in multiple videos, and I'll probably continue to say this, but the anime industry is terrible, and everyone gets taken advantage of. Well, everyone except the people on the top making all the money. The CGI 3D shit, you see it sometimes in anime. It looks gross. I've never heard of a single person enjoying that stuff. There's probably a lot of people out there that like that. I just block out all those people because who likes CGI and 3D anime? It's gross. Censorship of blood and gore. Good God, there is nothing that I hate more than some whack-ass censorship cutting out the blood and gore. Yo, homie, just got stabbed 36 times. You're gonna start censoring now all of a sudden? You're not gonna censor the plot, It's just now that there's wounds. You're killing my immersion. It's all fun and games when it comes to sexualizing characters that look like a minor, but good God, if you have too much blood, you're gonna have to censor everything. Going off of that, lollies. Ew, that's weird. It's just a gross trope altogether. Toei Animations, fuck you. Overpowered MCs and scared MCs. I'm lumping these two together. So in anime, sometimes you will have an MC that is extremely overpowered. Now this can be pulled off quite well. Like in that time I got reincarnated as a slime. It's pulled off wonderfully. But in other times it completely kills the anime. Scared MCs are actually the worst thing to watch. It's annoying. I can't get into it. Filler episodes. When you finally commit to a long anime, you just got filler episodes up the ass. It kills the whole vibe of the story. So filler episodes are also whack. And that's pretty much some of the things I hate about anime. Before I end this video, let me just throw out some honorable mentions. Whiny MCs, rushed endings, flashbacks that we've seen 6,000 times, and lastly, the sounds anime characters always make.
I don't like those where they're like, oh, go. Those are my anime sounds right there. Man, Akam Got Kill was messed up. Like, seriously, before we get into talking about it, quick spoiler warning here. I'm about to pretty much spoil the entire anime. Now that that's out of the way, let's hop into it. Bro, like, every character died. What was that? Akam was the only character that didn't die. This anime left me absolutely dumbfounded. Like, you're the first main death. It was the dude with the corkscrew hair, I'm pretty sure, and it's been a while since I watched it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he was the first one, and I was like, damn. That's sad. But at least they're not afraid to kill off a character to advance the plot. And oh boy, did they kill to advance the plot. And then legitimately characters started to drop left and right. And I was like, damn, this is kind of crazy. It's kind of like Game of Thrones. No one is safe. I'm pretty sure Tatsumi, the main character, would be fine, right? Oh wait, he dies too? The main character dies? Okay. And the point I'm getting to here is everyone dies except Akim. Why does Akim still alive? I have no idea. Her name's in the title. I guess she's special or something, you know? I didn't really pay attention. And I know I'm pronouncing Akim wrong. Akim. I don't know. Listen, I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't try to act like I know how to pronounce this shit because I don't, and I won't even try. So apologies for that. Back on track here. This is where I get the title, The Horrors of Akim Got Kill. Because Jesus, man, no one was safe. And they died in some brutal ass ways, man. Anywhere from getting shot, stabbed, eaten by the dog, bear thing. I don't remember what it was. I'll put it up on screen. You know what I'm talking about. I don't know what the hell it was, but yeah, like getting beheaded. It was so brutal. I think the one dude just fell like really far up. The dude with the strings or whatever, he like fell or something. It's fucking insane. It was all just so brutal and messed up, and I wasn't expecting any of it. After each death, I thought, surely that was it. Then eventually I gave up all hope and thought Tatsumi and like Akim would be the only ones to make it out together. And obviously Tatsumi didn't make it out. That stuff kind of hurt my feelings, but it made the anime so unique, and I respect it. Because what anime kills off all the main characters? That's some wild shit. I honestly thought Akim Got Kill was just your normal fantasy anime. I had it on my list for a while because I wasn't really trying to watch a boring fantasy anime, but Akim Got Kill wasn't that at all. When talking about Akim Got Kill, you have to mention the manga. Unfortunately, I still haven't read the manga. It's on my list of books I need to buy. I know it had a different ending, but I still think all the characters died, probably. All around, I loved Akim Got Kill. It broke my heart a little bit, but every character I liked got brutally murdered. But I can look past that because of how good it was. And honestly, I would suggest it to anybody who hasn't watched it yet. Yo, I'm WeebSack. This is Anime Pickup Lines, Bleach Edition. Let's hop into it. Everything is kinkier with the mask. Here, let me show you. Peak pickup lines. It's only up from here. My sword may be small, but I really know how to use it. Same. I'm a dual sword user. That means I'm good with both hands. I've been gone for 100 years. Want to show me what people do for fun nowadays? My spiritual pressure is huge. And that's not the only huge thing I have. You, me, fight to the death. Man, being with you is like fighting Ichigo. It's totally awesome. It's so cringy, man. Like it is. I'm sorry, but like it's a little bit cringy. My sword is always in its release state, if you know what I mean. I don't know what you mean. I don't. I have the biggest sword in the Soul Society, and that's before I release. Let's just say I'm good at making people shout my name. What the fuck? I'd like to pierce your heaven with my lunar fang, if you know what I mean. Once again, I have no idea what you mean. I seem to have left my sword at home. Perhaps I might use yours? Your eyes just inflicted the finishing blow on my heart. I'd love to take your body for a spin. Ew. Want to play doctor? Remember, you can't judge a man's strength by the size of his sword. Oh my god, no. There's a whole lot of small penis coping in these. It's kind of funny. I'm starting to like these sword jokes. They're getting to me, I ain't gonna lie. Let's just say my sword has healing abilities. I'll show you my giant phallic rocket launcher if you show me yours. I think you'll be amazed by my speed and power. I've been inside Ichigo for so long. I just want to be inside someone else, you know? I wish I had 5 lives so that you and I had that much more time together.
that one was kind of sweet, and that's where we'll end it. That's about all I have today. These pickup line videos are wild, and honestly, I'm running out of ideas for these. Also, all credit for these pickup lines goes to Bleach Lists on Tumblr. They literally have pickup lines for tons of characters from Bleach. So make sure to go check that out. And, thanks for watching these pickup line videos. All of them have been doing just absolutely amazing. So that's really dope. Alrighty, since my last video on that time I got reincarnated as a slime did so well, I guess we have to do a review now. So let's jump right into it. Like always, to start off, I'm gonna give you a synopsis straight from my brain. Hopefully it's a little bit accurate. Anyways, Broski gets stabbed or something and is born into another world, a fantasy world. Like every isekai ever. But bro gets reincarnated as a slime in a cave. He goes on to get extremely overpowered, leaves the cave, and joins a goblin village where he goes on to lead said goblin village. Also, he gets the name Rimuru, and isekai stuff happens. And that's pretty much it for my scuff synopsis. Let's hop into the review. Starting off with the plot and story. Now, I don't believe I mentioned the plot in my last video, and personally, I think the plot is very okay. I mean, it could be better, and it honestly could be worse. Of course, I have to mention my favorite aspect of this anime, the village stuff. It's dope, and not to beat the topic to death, but I love it. I personally enjoy city building games, and the whole village thing. In that time I got reincarnated as a slime tickles my fancy, and honestly I don't have much to say besides that, so average marks on this end. Hopping over to the characters, just to reiterate what I said in my last video on that time I got reincarnated as a slime, Rimuru is obviously the standout character because he's the MC, and the side characters are pretty good as well. I did, however, want to backtrack on a statement I made in that last video. I said the character designs were basic, and that was really stupid because looking through some of these character designs, stuff is pretty good. You have all these races that play a part in the story. Some of the monster people are really gross looking, but in a good way. And some of the outfits these characters wear are pretty good. Also, we can mention the whole slime thing, where Rimuru can consume people and shapeshift. It's definitely pretty cool. And then you have character designs changing when they get names or stronger. These goblins went from rather weak and frail looking to straight up ripped. So my bad for that really stupid take in that last video. Honestly, the character designs are pretty solid. Next we will talk about art, animation, and sound design. And every single review that I do, I don't pay attention to sound design at all. Not in the slightest bit. As long as it doesn't sound terrible, then it's good in my books. Hopping over to the art and animation, pretty good stuff. It's a really colorful anime. The colors really pop out, and I enjoy that. Animation looks smooth, nothing I can necessarily point out, so all around, pretty good stuff. In time for the final scoring, I personally really enjoyed that time I got reincarnated as a slime. I believe it's a breath of fresh air for the isekai genre, and honestly, I think it is one of the best isekai anime out there, hence the title of this video. And title of my last video on this anime. So what I'll do is give this anime 2 scores, one being an isekai score and the other just being my regular old scoring. So for the isekai score, I'd give that time I got reincarnated as a slime a 9.5 out of 10. And for my personal score, I'd give it a solid 7 out of 10. Kakegori is just horny gambling. This might be a very obvious thing, but damn it, I have to call out the horniness in anime. Same as Food Wars, it's just horny cooking. Alright, so let's stop delaying and talk about it. Before we get into the meat and potatoes of this anime, let's go over a quick synopsis, straight from my brain, so I might forget some stuff. But essentially, this school is all prestigious or something, and everyone gambles. If you get into debt with someone, you become a pet. And we will talk about that a little later, but basically our MC Ryoto is just your average scared MC, and then you have transfer student Yomiko, who is just a straight balls to the wall gambler, and also there's a student council, because there's always a student council, and that's pretty much it. The plot is really simplistic. From the majority of the episodes I watch, Yomiko does the gambling, and her opponent always cheats, and usually she figures it out, and that's pretty much the entire anime. But enough with the plot, let's get into the horniness. And the very first thing we have to talk about is the gambling, of course, because it's the main thing. The gambling just makes everyone all hot and bothered. I guess like this anime shouldn't be watched without headphones because 1 minute the characters are playing cards, the next someone bets a bunch of money and everyone breaks out into moans. And that's a little weird for my tastes. And you might be thinking, oh, that's not so bad. And maybe it's not. But you know, one of the female characters used a revolver to, she did something with a revolver. I'm sure you can use your context clues to figure that one out. And to say this scene in particular caught me off guard would be an understatement. Because, like, what the hell? And most scenes aren't as wild as this one, but they get damn close. Like, they sexualized gambling so much, and it makes me a little uncomfy. And the facial expressions, dude, the facial expressions, some of them are, like, actually terrifying. Like, look at this. What is that? And we might as well talk about the pet thing I mentioned in the synopsis. To simplify it a lot, a character becomes in debt to another character, and they pretty much become a slave. And get a little necklace, and they are degraded and forced to do things. And yeah, you can already see the horniness from that. All around, this anime boils down to fan service and horny gambling. That's pretty much it. I don't even want to call it fan service though. Like, I don't even know what it was. But all around, personally, I thought it was an alright anime. A little on the weird side, but I wouldn't say it's bad. And the one thing you can say is it's one of the best gambling anime out there. I mean, from what I've seen. I've never seen a gambling anime besides this, so I guess props to Kakegori for that. And if you couldn't tell, I've been avoiding saying Kakegori or any character names because I'm fucking stupid and can't pronounce names correctly because damn it, I'm not gonna learn. I literally just watched someone else's video, like 10 seconds of it to hear how they say Kakegori, and I kind of just copied that, alright? So that's what we're going with, and you can't judge me for it. But yeah, horniness in this anime is to a next level. And once again, I would love to touch on the animation or the art style of these characters' faces, man. There's like close-up shots where they're like smiling or something. I'll put it on screen. You can see what I'm talking about. And if you've already watched the anime, you definitely know what I'm talking about. But good lord, it is terrifying, man. Like, what in the world? But it's good. Like, seriously, like, that is some good art and animation right there. Like, it scares me, right? Some, like, Junji Ito shit, but it looks good. And that is most certainly bonus points in my book, because that is something I haven't seen in anime before. There's, like, little close-up shots. It's wonderful, okay? But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Alright, since my last video on High School DxD did pretty well, I just have to do a review of the anime, so let's hop directly into it. Starting with a synopsis, straight from my brain, our MC Issei goes on a date with a chick, or something like that. Issei gets absolutely murdered, but resurrected by a woman named Mariez. She's a demon and the head of a club at school. And there's other demons and a lot of fan service, some action, just the average harem anime stuff. But with that out of the way, let's jump into the review. Heading over to the characters, Issei is fine, I guess. I'm not really the biggest fan of harem MCs. They always feel incredibly bland. He was okay, didn't have enough substance in my opinion. Jumping over to Riez, she's just Riez. And same with the other characters. Not the most memorable in the world, but they aren't the worst. Just kind of shallow in my opinion, but like, you shouldn't expect that much depth from a harem anime. So High School DxD is definitely passable on characters. Next, going over to the plot, I honestly thought it was pretty good. I mentioned this in my last video, but I watched High School DxD for the plot, which is incredibly weird to me because High School DxD is a ecchi anime, and most people aren't watching ecchi anime for plot, let alone 4 seasons of an ecchi anime for plot. But apparently, I do, and I have to say, the plot was pretty good. Like, you had different races like demons, angels, fallen angels, vampires. There was levels to this anime, and that's what intrigued me and kept me invested. It had a little bit more going on than the average harem ecchi anime, and I respect that. For this review, I will add a special category for fan service because, oh boy, High School DxD is known for the fan service. I mean, if it's up your alley, then High School DxD's fan service won't disappoint. I mean, it's not really my thing, but I respect the artistic vision in it. And honestly, you can't say you're a fan of ecchi anime if you haven't seen High School DxD. Because High School DxD is like the godfather of this genre. Lastly, art, animation, and sound design. The sound design was very sound designy. The art and animation was pretty good. I have no complaints. I know over on Reddit, some people were saying in the later seasons the quality went down, but honestly, I didn't really notice. So all around, I have like very little complaints on art and animation. And if I didn't make it obvious enough, I don't pay attention to sound design, so I guess the sound design is pretty good as well, because, I have no complaints about it. All around, High School DxD was a fairly average anime in my opinion. It had some good things going for it. It also had some downsides. The comedy wasn't exactly on point for me personally. I enjoyed watching the anime. For my final rating of High School DxD, I'll give it like a 5.5 to a 6 out of 10. I can't decide between a 5.5 and a 6, so we're just gonna say I give it both of those ratings. And yes, I would suggest this anime to anyone who's old enough to watch Ichi anime, and anyone who enjoys the Ichi genre. And that's about it. Good lord, I forgot about ReZero. Jeez. Alright, so I made a video on that time I got reincarnated as a slime and called it the best isekai anime because YouTube title things. And someone commented about ReZero, and I forgot about ReZero, so let's talk about it. I honestly loved ReZero. Surprisingly, I didn't finish it. I think I was waiting on like the last few episodes to get dubbed and just kind of pushed it way, way, way back on the list. But still, from what I watched, it was a great anime. Like, you got the MC getting murdered hundreds and hundreds of times over and over again, like it's Groundhog's Day. And it's so mysterious, like the plot is insane and honestly kind of confused me a little bit, but it's all cool. Like, I wanted to give a synopsis, but I can't do one of my little funny summaries for this anime because the damn story baffled me so much and it was just too much going on for my brain, so I couldn't give like a funny little summary for you. My bad. But all that aside, the plot was just crazy good. The characters are also dope as hell. First of all, the MC isn't like overpowered. I guess he can't like technically die because he just kind of restarts the day. That's amazing. The MC is not a shallow dickhead. That's double amazing. And the MC actually has a unique design. That's like 3 wins in a row right there. That has to be some kind of record for isekai anime. We can also talk about the side characters. They're pretty good. Personality wise, they were all solid standout characters. Rem and Rom are obviously the best because A, they're funny as fuck, and B, they actually have a backstory. Goddamn side characters in isekai anime actually having substance and a good backstory. That's unheard of. Like they were demons or some shit. I can't really remember. It's been like such a long time since I watched the show. But lord, was it good. Had the comedy, had the drama, had the action, like everything you'd want in an isekai, ReZero has. But they just do it better than 99% of isekai anime. And honestly, I'm happy to die on this hill because I think a lot of people can agree with me. Speaking of comedy, it doesn't get funnier than watching the MC get fucked up every scene. Like, dude could not catch a break. Pretty sure he did it all for this one chick, Amelia, I think her name was. Hopefully that's the right character. The MC was kind of a little simp there, but I respect the hustle. I think eventually he broke the whole like Groundhog's Day thing. But damn, that shows the MC's like strong-willed. It's dope. Like, go watch ReZero right now. I might have to pick it back up and finish it. But yeah, that's about it. So all around, ReZero takes the place of that time I got reincarnated as a slime. As in my opinion, ReZero is the best isekai out there. And yeah, that's about it. Also, cat character bonus points, of course, because we love cat characters. I love Darling in the Franxx. It was the anime that got me heavily invested into anime, but good lord was it weird. And I have a couple of reasons to why it's so weird that I want to talk about, so like, let's just jump into it. The first reason, and basically the main reason, is how sexual this anime was. And I know anime gets kind of sexual sometimes with fan service, but Darling in the Franxx didn't really take that route. They kind of intertwined it within the story, and the biggest example of this that I can point out is the mechs that the characters pilot. Okay, so there has to be like 2 people in the mech, no more, no less. They have to be boy-girl pairs for whatever reason. Like, okay, that's a little weird, but not the strangest thing in the world. Let's just take a little look at the seating arrangements in the mech. That's just a tad bit questionable. More than a tad bit, to be honest. And there is many examples of how sexual this anime was, but like the way these mechs are set up is like the main reason that I can point out. And once again, like, yeah, Darling in the Franxx has some obvious fan service, but like so does every anime out there. So you can look past that, but damn, some things you really can't look past in this anime. And going off of that, they kind of intertwine these sexual themes into the story. Like, a lot of the story was made up of, in my opinion, like really sexually
sexually driven things. Like those two characters got together and I guess they had a kid or whatever, got pregnant. It's really weird, but I guess that kind of makes the story a little bit unique because it's something you really don't see in anime, like ever. It doesn't matter if the anime is about a married couple that have been married for 36 years, the two characters won't ever hook up. So I guess bonus points for that, but you know, still kind of weird to see in your anime. And the second and last thing that makes Darling in the Franxx absurd is the story. And you could have seen this one coming because the story is one of the most controversial things about this anime. And like, I can see where everyone is coming from. Like, shit went off the rails rapidly. Like at 1.02 turned into the fucking mech, and the pacing also went off the rails. Shit felt like it was being rushed at the end. The whole reincarnation thing. Like, Darling in the Franxx really isn't your average anime, and that's probably why I liked it so much, and probably why I still, to this day, like it so much. It's definitely top 5 anime in my opinion. But damn it, you have to call it the things you enjoy, and fucking Darling in the Franxx was weird and extremely absurd. And yeah, that's pretty much it. All around, Darling in the Franxx is weird, but I like it, and I would suggest it to anybody who hasn't watched it yet.
Hello, I'm WeebSack. This is Anime Pickup Lines Dragon Ball Edition. All credit goes to pickuplines.net. Let's hop into it. Are you a Dragon Ball because you make my balls glow? Can I see if all of you turn Super Saiyan? I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I've never watched Dragon Ball at all, so I don't really know what most of these mean. Did Majin Buu do something to you because you're as sweet as candy? My bedroom is like a hyperbolic time chamber. If we go in together, I'll give you years worth of pleasure in just one night. That's... Oh my god. You're the hottest thing I've ever seen. And I'm not just saying it, I'm super saying it. Oh, fuck me. Hey baby, I'm just the right Kai for you. Hey baby, let me see your Dragon Ball. Now if I'm being honest, if someone said this to me, I'd probably blush. Hey sexy, want to get into my trunks? How would you like a taste of my Wolf Fang fist? This sounds like a threat more than a pickup line, but alright. I could have had immortality, but I wished for you. This one's kind of sweet, to be honest. It's a little sweet, you know what I'm saying? I may not be Android 19, but there is one way I can drain your energy. I don't know why I do it to myself. I was going to gather all 7 Dragon Balls so that I could summon the Eternal Dragon, but now I don't have to. Anything I could wish for is right in front of me. I'm just saying, you're super. I'm not Broly, but after tonight you'll be saying I'm legendary. I've got 2 of the greatest balls on Earth. Wanna see? Anything Dragon Ball related, you can just make testicular jokes. It's hilarious. It gets funnier every time. That's a lie. Here we go. If you handle these balls, a great dragon will arise and make all of your wishes come true. My power level isn't the only thing rising here. Well, think I have my fill for today. This might be a hot take, but like, I found Attack on Titan to be very, very average as an anime. Now, I'm not saying it's bad by any means. Like, certain areas are just like perfect, but all around there's a lot of hype around Attack on Titan, like it's the best anime to ever grace this earth, and I think that's taken it a little too far. And the thing that's running this hype train is Attack on Titan got very popular, which means it kind of radiates towards people that don't watch anime or are new to anime, and we've all done it, including me. Like, when you first get into anime, that first show in your eyes is like the greatest, and I think this definitely plays a major part in how highly Attack on Titan is talked about and how high it is held. And like, in my opinion, Attack on Titan is like very average in many areas. Like, the dub wasn't that hot for me, and I'm a person that watches dubs. Like, I didn't think the dub was that great. The art and animation was okay. The soundtrack was okay. I mean, I never really listened to the soundtrack or pay attention to it, so we'll just call it okay. Plot was just way, way too much, and we will rant about that here in a few seconds. And I'm not here to bash it or anything, but I'm gonna point out a few things that I personally didn't really vibe with. First, why the hell are they splitting the ending into like 30 parts, man? Jesus, just wrap up the damn anime. Like, take your time. I'm not asking for a rushed ending.
with a terrible finished product. But seriously, why split this shit up? To me, it just feels like a giant cash grab to kind of keep the series alive a little bit. And I honestly wouldn't doubt it if there's like a Attack on Titan spinoff, maybe. That doesn't really happen much in anime, but Attack on Titan's just this massive thing at this point, so I'm sure there'll be like Attack on Titan 2. Wait for it. And speaking of the final season, this topic is a little heated because a lot of people think that it has fallen so flat, like they fumbled. I won't be commenting on this, however, because yo boy ain't caught up on the anime. I'm still stuck on the part where they're like up in the trees and they got Eren up there with the Colossal Titan, all that shit. That's where I'm at, so as you can tell, I'm a little behind. This next one might be a little personal, but I thought Attack on Titan bit off more than they can chew, plot-wise. I mean, they were trying to do so many different things at once and trying to involve so many different mysteries that needed to be solved, and maybe some people enjoyed this, but for me, I thought it took away from like everything, and I can give a few examples. Eren's dad, the basement, the sumbitches in the wall, the hairy Titan dude that could talk, and some of these went unsolved or unanswered for a really, really long time. And watching, knowing about all these unanswered questions made the entire anime feel like a giant drag to watch. Like, dude, for fuck's sakes, go down to the basement, bro. Like, come on. And maybe all these questions are answered by now. I assume they are. Like I said, I am not caught up, but a lot of them were lingering for so many episodes, man. And that was like a tease. It's like, stop giving me more questions that need to be answered if you're not going to go back and answer the other 30. Like I said, it took away from like the plot and just kind of killed it for me. Lastly, I want to touch on the characters a bit. The characters could have been a lot more. They could have contributed more. Some should have got more screen time and more of a story around them. But the story was so quick to just clip the wings of these characters and be like, oh, they got eaten by a Titan, oh no. Like, bro, after the first 5 characters got crunched, I was kind of over it. Like, killing to advance the plot is cool and all, but I think Attack on Titan really didn't do it in a tasteful way, and I honestly thought it was a little bit of a waste. But yeah, that's pretty much all my reasons to why I think Attack on Titan is very average, just personal problems I have with the anime, to be honest. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Alrighty, today we'll be reviewing ReZero. Let's jump into it with the synopsis straight from my brain. So basically, it's an isekai, so a fantasy world or whatever. Our MC is Subaru. God, I hope that's how you pronounce his name because it sounds like the car. Anyways, Subaru is our MC in this fantasy world, and he just gets mollywopped the first few episodes. He keeps getting murdered over and over again. Because this anime is like Groundhog's Day, brother just repeats the same day or whatever. Eventually, I think he broke out of that, and he's trying to figure out why he was in this Groundhog's Day scenario. And isekai stuff happens, and that's about it for the synopsis. Alrighty, let's kick the review off with the plot and story. It's pretty solid. I know the concept of like a Groundhog's Day situation has been done a couple of times before, but it's a plot that hasn't been beaten to death yet, so it works really well for ReZero. Plus, it's extremely funny just to watch the MC get smacked around over and over again. Like, that is hilarious, especially since the isekai genre is oversaturated with the whole overpowered MC trope, so it's really nice to see your MC get his ass beat once in a while. And like I said, it's really funny. Like, the comedy in ReZero is peak. On top of that, the anime kind of breaks away from the whole Groundhog's Day thing a little bit, and you get some other things that pop up and advance the plot, like the side characters, because the side characters really contribute to the plot, in my opinion, which is something you really don't see in an isekai anime that much, if ever, because damn, isekai is such a dull genre. So all around, plot and story, pretty good. Jumping over to the characters, very, very solid in my opinion. You have our MC who gets dogged on often, and you would think that's just a gag, and maybe you do, but to me I feel like it makes the MC more likable because it shows how committed he is, because he like never gives up. So that's dope. And the side characters, like I said, contribute a lot to the overall story and some of them even have backstories and substance, and that is the thing that sets ReZero apart from all the other isekai anime out there. And we gotta talk about Rem and Rom, because they are hands down the best characters in the anime. And the main reason is because they're mad funny. You first see them, they are like maids or whatever. They seem like mad shy and just all around kind of weird. Then skip ahead a little bit and it's revealed that they are like demon things and straight up killing machines. Like, that is dope. Also, cat character, bonus points. We like cat characters over here. And you know, you have the other characters like Amelia. She's aight, not my favorite, but okay nonetheless. You also got Puck. He's like a talking cat spirit thing. Pretty cool stuff. He also contributes to the comedy a lot. I would even wager that he was the funniest character in the entire anime. And yeah, that pretty much sums up the characters. Once again, pretty good stuff. And lastly, we can talk about the art, animation, and sound design. Like always, I do not pay attention to the sound design like at all, so that means it's good because I don't have anything to point out about it. Art and animation is just beautiful. Like, look at it, it's pretty good stuff. I have like no complaints at all on this side of things. Also wanted to mention the smoothness of the fight scenes. I'll play a clip on screen. It's just beautiful all around. Our animation and sound design is just immaculate. And now into the final review of ReZero. We will have 2 scores. First being the isekai score, and second will be the regular scoring. So for the isekai score, I would have to give ReZero a 10 out of 10. Shit's solid as all hell, man. Like, it's just a great isekai, and honestly one of the best out there. And for the regular score, I'm gonna say a solid 8 out of 10. All things considered, ReZero is a great anime and an amazing isekai. So if you haven't seen it yet and you like the isekai genre, or you just want to watch something pretty solid, I would certainly suggest ReZero. Go give it a watch. I promise you won't be disappointed. Finally get to talk about Dr. Stone, and oh boy am I excited, because I personally believe that Dr. Stone is the most unique anime I have ever laid my eyes on. And I only watched 1 season, and in that 1 season, Dr. Stone left me shook. And I know, I should watch the rest of the series. I'm just terrible at watching new seasons of anime. That's my bad. But with all this out of the way, let's talk about the uniqueness of Dr. Stone. If you haven't seen Dr. Stone, let me fill you in real quick. Basically, some crazy stuff happened. Everyone got frozen in stone or turned into stone, something like that. And our MC, Senku, is like a genius, so he broke out of the stone, and he does science stuff. And his main goal is to rebuild society, and he like breaks other people out of the stone and stumbles upon a village, and apparently there is a war arc or something like that, and his dad was an astronaut, and a whole bunch of stuff. And yeah, that's about all you need to know about the synopsis. Just from that, you can already tell how unique it is, because it sounds absolutely insane. And I kind of want to call Dr. Stone an isekai, but I don't know if it falls into that genre or not. If it does, I would wager that Dr. Stone is one of the best isekai anime out there, but once again, I don't know if it would be considered an isekai. The funny thing is, I felt like I was learning some stuff from Dr. Stone, because it kind of delves into the science stuff and rebuilding society and rediscovering stuff. It's lit. Now, my dumbass didn't actually learn anything, but I would like to think I did, okay? Leave me alone. And that's one of the cool things. This anime is kind of educational. I don't know how accurate some of the things are, but I assume they at least did a little bit of research and kept it somewhat accurate, and that's dope. We also have to touch on the whole village thing, because like I said in the video I made on that time I got reincarnated as a slime, I love me some city building games, and when an anime dives into expansion and progressing a village or a city, that's right up my alley. And this is something that isn't really done in anime, and it really should be done more. Like, you could add this aspect to damn near any isekai, and I would be sold at that point. Like, you tell me there's some kind of village management, and I'm already there, yo. And to go along with the village thing, there's also a war arc or whatever. I didn't really get to watch it. Some of the first season was really to establish the bad guys, and oh boy, did it. The main bad dude, I'll throw him up on screen, don't remember his name, my bad on that one, but the show just perfectly crafted this antagonist for Senku. Like, this dude is straight killing people, still trapped in the stone, even though they can be saved, because I guess he wants to cleanse the earth or something, and all that just bad guy stuff. But he has clear motives, and that's something you don't really see often with antagonists in anime, and his motives kind of, make sense from like a bad guy perspective, because sometimes they're just like, I'm gonna take over the world, or I'm the evil student council. So, Dr. Stone has a pretty solid antagonist. I would also like to talk about the world, or the world building in Dr. Stone, whatever you want to call it, but it's just amazing. So like I said, everyone got turned into stone or trapped in stone, so like everything was left empty, and that led to nature taking over and growing over all of these buildings. And the buildings are crumbling, and it's just lit. Once populated areas being taken over by nature, it's just absolutely dope, and it kind of like gives this like little sci-fi feel to Dr. Stone, or reverse sci-fi. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's just amazing. Lastly, we will talk about the characters a little bit. Obviously, Senku is the best character because like he's the main character and like super unique in his own right. I could probably make an entire video just on Senku because he is that dope. The rest of the characters are alright in my opinion. Not really that memorable because I pretty much forgot all of them, but Senku is cool. Just focus on Senku. But all around, this video doesn't even scratch the surface of what Dr. Stone has to offer. So like if you really want to see the uniqueness for yourself, go check out Dr. Stone. I highly suggest it, and I'll probably do a review on the first season, so be on the lookout for that.
The Future Diary has to be one of the most unhinged anime I've ever watched. Like, it was insane. Starts off pretty simple, it's kind of like a battle royal. You got a diary on a phone that like tells the future, a yandere, and like a whole bunch of wacky characters. And I have to slap a few of these on screen so you can see what I'm talking about. Mainly the dude with the cloth over his head. I always thought it kind of looked like an eyeball or something. And this character was also weird. Just go watch a few scenes from the anime that included this character in any way, and you can see what I'm talking about. Honestly, this entire video could be dedicated to the characters. All of them were just strange and unhinged, but I guess bonus points for having unique character designs. It doesn't get any better than a burlap sack on someone's head. The anime was honestly entertaining. Like, plot was pretty simple, but near the end it starts to heavily fly off the rails. Like, to this day I'm still extremely confused about what happened. And I mentioned that this anime was like a battle royal type thing, but I didn't mention the prize. Maybe money, fame, a new Volkswagen Beetle? No, you become God of World 2. What the actual fuck does that mean? I don't know. Can't tell you. And honestly, I don't know if it's called World 2 or Earth 2. I'm not exactly sure. Kind of reminds me of Mario, to be honest. Maybe when you become the God of World 2, you just control a world from Mario. That'd be kind of funny. And speaking of this whole God thing, I'd rather have the Volkswagen Beetle, to be honest. Being God sounds whack. And all that aside, the anime had me lost. Like, the ending had a whole lot of stabbing, I guess. I don't know, betrayal and sewer slide. All this absolutely wild stuff that had me more confused than Steins Gate, and that's an accomplishment because Steins Gate was super confusing. Another thing I would like to touch on was the action scenes, because they were also pretty insane. And the one scene that comes to mind when the Future Diary is brought up is the scene where, the yandere character I mentioned earlier is just firing off an MP5, and it's hilarious. I'll put it on screen if I haven't already. You can see her just smirking while shooting this gun, no flinching at all, just big chillin', absolutely mowing these people down, because the prize is God of Earth 2 or World 2. How could we forget World 2? You just gotta shoot your way to World 2. Electric Boogaloo. And this isn't even the only memorable action scene. In my opinion, most of the action scenes were memorable. Like, there was just so much blood and sheer violence. If I had to give the Future Diary a compliment, it would be for the action scenes. They were solid, in all honesty. The entire anime was a little on the edgy side. I would say they tried a little too hard, mainly with Yuno and like most of the other characters, to be honest. But that's not really a negative thing for me because it kind of added to the anime. It's just a little out there, just a little bit. And I mean, hell, every anime has that edgy side to it. Tokyo Ghoul was just edginess slapped on top of itself. But like, I'd rather enjoy the Future Diary because I like me some horror anime with blood and gore. That shit tickles my fancy. So I would suggest it to anyone who hasn't seen it yet, and be on the lookout. I'm sure I'll review the Future Diary before too long because I have a few things I would love to dive into a bit further. Yo, I'm WeebSack. This is Anime Pickup Lines. Let's jump into it. Roses are red. Light is dead. Will you butter my bread? Is it too late for a spoiler warning? Hey girl, you balm my mind. Are you Koro-sensei? Because I'ma penetrate you with my knife. Oh man, the line between pickup lines and a threat is very, very thin. Are you Amelia? Because I love you.
I wish I was a demon because I really want you to slay me tonight. Show me your Benkai, big boy. This is just something else, man. Jesus. I can be the Aizawa to your sleeping bag. Be my vessel. I want to be inside you. I tell you what, it doesn't get any easier doing these, man. Some of them just make me feel like a straight up sleazeball. Are you a part of the Phantom Thieves because you just stole my heart? I don't need 99 souls. All I need is yours. Are you a trap card because I've fallen for you? One thing I've learned from doing these videos is there is always one or two good ones. And this is one of them. With you, our house turns into Hal's moving castle. I would sacrifice my body to be with you. You've changed my time and my life like a microwave. Yes, man, it's about damn time we have some Steins Gate pickup lines. And it's about time we talk about that damn microwave. My future diary shows that we will live happily. Let me take one piece of your devil fruit. That's a nice play on words right there. Is your name Kira? Because I'm eager to catch you. Please never work at the Orion Host Club, otherwise your colleagues will be unemployed. Every ghoul in this city dreams of eating your eyes. I just want to catch your eye. Now I'm torn on this one. Like it's good. It's real good. But like it's also super creepy. Isn't your name Historia? Because you are my queen. Dude, come on, Jesus. I seem to have gone beyond 100% love for you. Perhaps I will allow myself to be eaten by such an adorable titan as you. That's some real neckbeard stuff right there. Jeez, man. I am like the colossal titan, ready to break through the wall to your heart. I love you as much as Ryuk loves apples. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We had some cringy ones. I mean, most of them were cringy, but you know, there were some good ones. So that's always a plus. All credit goes to animeeverything.online and pawnly.com. It's on the screen. You can see it. It's right there. Bing, boom, pow. Right there. You see it. Skyscrapers, a mystery to be solved and a whole lot of violence. A match made in heaven, if you ask me. Slap all of that together and you have High Rise Invasion. A really good anime in my opinion. If you haven't heard of High Rise Invasion, I'll give you a really quick synopsis. So people get transported on top of skyscrapers. They're all like connected to each other with rope bridges or whatever. And you have regular people and you have people that wear masks. The people with the masks are kind of like mind controlled and they are trying to murk those without a mask or get them to take the plunge off of a skyscraper. And that's about it for the synopsis. Now, is a battle royale type anime the most original in the world? No, not at all. But in my opinion, it's something that hasn't been overdone yet. So I still believe the battle royale thing is still somewhat unique. Pair that with a cool setting, skyscrapers or high-rise buildings, whatever you want to call them, and that's a great setup for success. Then on top of that, sprinkle in bad guys, which are those wearing the masks, and good lord, I love the masked characters. For one, almost all of them are like crazy as all hell, and they all have some pretty solid character designs. Just looking at the masks created a sense of dread in a way, like they actually instill a little bit of fear. You have those shots of a character looking over to another building and you just see some white mask wearing some bitch staring back. Like, I'd be shitting bricks. That's scary, man. And that's something High Rise Invasion does very good. I wouldn't necessarily call it a horror anime, but they definitely know how to make the tension extremely high in certain scenes. And I love that. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I'm straight simping for some of these masks, bro. Like, good lord. And we gotta talk about the characters real fast. I love the characters, especially Sniper Mask. Dude has a mask, but like a good mask because he has some kind of free will. I mean, look at him. He has a fedora, smoking a sickie. He's the ultimate woman respecter. The two female leads are pretty cool too. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I like Sniper Mask more because the anime kind of put him on this pedestal and made him seem really cool. So I think he's my favorite character, to be honest. I also really enjoyed the violent side of things. If you're unaware, I'm a big fan of horror anime and just messed up anime in general. And High Rise Invasion doesn't disappoint on this side of things. You know, it has a lot of blood, some really, really great fight scenes that will have you on the edge of your seat, and everything that'll quench that thirst of blood you sick fucks have. All around, this anime is pretty solid in my opinion. It has a lot going for it, and it has a lot of potential, especially since there is only one season, and in that one season I was really impressed. Unfortunately, season 1 kind of ended on a cliffhanger and like really left it open for a season 2, and as of recording this video, I don't think it's even confirmed if High Rise Invasion is getting a season 2, so that sucks because it's just been completely complete silence. I personally haven't heard anything about it, so hopefully it's not a Dead Man Wonderland situation where there's so much room for a season 2 and they just leave the door wide open forever and never give us that season 2. So we're wishing one day we'll get it, hopefully. A new anime based on Junji Ito's work is coming soon. Well, somewhat soon. They say 2022 and I'm still here waiting. But let me back up a little bit. So the anime is titled Uzumaki and it has been teased for a year or two now. I only recently found out about this a few months ago. And as a Junji Ito fan, I am really excited. But as someone who watched the Junji Ito collection and how terrible it was, I'm also a little worried about this anime. If you haven't seen the Junji Ito collection, you aren't missing out much at all, because it was a hot, steaming pile of garbage. They couldn't do anything right. Like, the entire thing looked goofy as all hell, like a knockoff, kinda. That's the best way I can describe it. It looked like a knockoff. Now with this new anime, things have changed. Some major things. From the trailer and teasers, we can see the anime is in black and white, already off to a great start, because that is mad unique and rarely done nowadays. We can also see the art style they decided to use for this anime, and Jesus Christ, is it beautiful. It deadass looks like they straight up animated a page from a manga, which is great because it is incredibly hard to translate the works of Junji Ito to an anime. I know a lot of this video is ragging on the Junji Ito collection, but like, look at it. Ew, it's not good. Now scrap that, throw it off to the side, get rid of it, and look at the beauty of the new anime. It's so trippy on the eyes. It's like an optical illusion. Like, I've already fallen in love with the art style straight off the bat, just from teasers and trailers. I can confidently say this is better than the Junji Ito collection, hands down. I know, I'm getting ahead of myself. Like, way ahead of myself. We haven't seen much of anything yet. Like how they are going to portray the more horrific scenes, because if they get that wrong, then the whole anime is whack, because we all know Junji Ito is known for downright disgusting horror and being wholesome, and if you can't get the horror part right, cough cough, looking directly at the Junji Ito collection, then it's a lost cause all around. But I think everyone learned from their mistakes from the Junji Ito collection, and hopefully they deliver an amazing piece of horror media, because damn it, we need it right now. And I must say, I am beyond hyped, so I truly hope they don't fuck this up, because me personally, I think this could be an amazing anime all around. And we forgot to mention, it's Uzumaki, one of Junji Ito's like most famous stories of all time. Like, this is the top of the top. Now, maybe I'm not really in the loop, because I don't know if it's just going to be Uzumaki or if it's going to be different stories. I'm assuming because it's called Uzumaki, then it's going to just be Uzumaki. You know, haven't got my hands on that manga yet, so I'm going into this anime blind when it comes out, and hopefully I am surprised with some disgusting horror, because that's what I'm looking forward to nowadays. Violet Evergarden, a story of sadness, a story of triumph. I went into Violet Evergarden totally blind, and I was pleasantly surprised all around. I mean, it seems like a slice of life, but with many unique spins on the genre, and the characters were fantastic, and so was the story. But let's really get into the video and talk about the triumph of Violet Evergarden. Starting with the story, we follow Violet Evergarden, a veteran who was brought up to be used as a weapon in war, and goddamn is she effective. Straight killing machine. She was under the Major. Now shit went south. The Major got critically wounded and Violet Evergarden lost her arms. And in my opinion, this is one of the lowest points for Violet, as she is desperately trying to save the Major's life any way she can, like trying to drag him out with her teeth. It's heart-wrenching. And the Major's like, nah dog, this is it for me. And we skip ahead some. Violet is out of combat and in a town or a city. She starts to grow accustomed to civilian life. She gets a job at like a mail company. She learns how to type letters for people that can't write themselves. And that sums up a large chunk of the story. All around, Violet goes through a lot of shit, from war to losing the only person that meant something to her. But somehow she is still able to lift herself up and do meaningful work and help people and learn what it's like to be a person with emotions and feelings. All of the things that were kind of foreign to her. And to me, this was a very meaningful story. It's very seldom that you have an anime
wrap you up in a story like Violet Evergarden did. And some parts did feel kind of slow and kind of boring. Like I said, it's kind of similar to a slice of life anime with a lot of twists added. Like at some point, if I'm not mistaken, Violet goes back to fighting, and that's wild. And maybe a step in the wrong direction for her character, because how are you going to go from writing a love letter for someone, then on to murking some dudes? It's wild. But I really felt like you can see her as a person develop and become more than a weapon for war. And this is where I get the title of this video. We get to see her make something out of herself in a wonderful way, taking the shit end of the stick and still overcoming many obstacles. I feel we can all learn something from this show. It has, in my opinion, a very powerful message. However you interpret that message is up to you. But for me, it's never caving in, persistence, and growing as a person all around. And that's where I'll end this video. I know it's a little different from the videos I normally make, but I wanted to try something new and talk about Violet Evergarden. Good lord, I don't know how I'm gonna talk about this anime. I'm gonna try to keep it as family friendly as possible, but no promises. So today we're going to be talking about Interspecies Reviewers. It's an anime about going to certain establishments that offer certain services by certain creatures. That's a rather PG way to put it, but essentially all you need to know about this anime is two dudes, I think, or two dudes and an angel or something like that, visit establishments that offer services in exchange for money. Heavy emphasis on the word services. And the people who are offering these services are like fantasy creatures and monsters, I guess, because this does take place in somewhat of a fantasy world. And the two dudes and the angel go to these establishments and have the deeds done, and they like review how it was. I think their reviews got put into a newspaper, they wrote a newspaper. Listen, this probably isn't the most accurate synopsis because I barely watched this anime. Like, I got a couple episodes in and that's it. Just look at the cover of the anime. Take a look. I might have to censor this, but it pretty much sums up the anime right there. But anyways, I think I heard of Interspecies Reviewers from a video the anime man made. I think, don't quote me, but I think he did. Anyways, it sounded completely absurd and just crazy. And as someone who likes watching really, really weird things, especially weird anime, I decided to check out Interspecies Reviewers. And honestly, it wasn't for me. Bummer, I know. I only ended up watching like 3 episodes max. Probably not even that before I was like, yeah, no. Main reason being, I'm not really into the whole fan service thing, and I wouldn't even say the Interspecies Reviewers was fan service. I would say it belonged on the hub, because this anime took it to the next level, and to my memory, I don't think they showed anything too explicit, but they walked that line really, really close, because it felt like this was a whole ass, like, hentai. Shh, keep it quiet, we won't say it too loud, hentai. And the characters in this anime, man, what were the characters? So we can start off with the main two. They're okay, I guess. Very crude in my opinion. Then you have the angel character, which is the trope where it's a male character with a feminine appearance. And that's about it for the character, because you know anime does that and they don't really add substance to that character. They just say, hey, surprise, look, it's actually a guy. It's not a good trope in all honesty, but you know, because that's like their way of adding substance to a character, but they don't really actually add any substance to that character. And then also you can talk about how it's a little bit like offensive. Besides that, you have all the other characters, like this chick that is a part squid. It's just weird, man. It's fantasy characters, alright? That's it. That's all you need to know. No, I can't really say anything bad about this anime because I didn't really watch the full thing, but good lord, was it something else. I guess it gets some bonus points for having a unique plot. I don't think I've ever seen it replicated before, so like props to them for that. I'm still baffled how this got an anime adaptation. Like seriously, I just imagine the head of an animation studio with a big list in front of them trying to decide what the next anime adaptation is going to be, and this sumbitch seen Interspecies Reviewers and was like, yes, this right here, this is the one. And the thing that blows my mind, at the time of doing this video, Interspecies Reviewers has a 7.46 on my anime list. Let me say that again. Interspecies Reviewers has a score of 7.46 on my anime list. Y'all are just a bunch of horn dogs. You like have to be. There is no way this anime has that high of a score. I'm baffled. You done baffled me. But all around, if you're looking for an anime that is, you know, close to the more adult side of things, but not actually too adult, I guess Interspecies Reviewers is for you.
Alright, hi, hello, this is your little Marvel after credits scene for this video. So editor's note, I had to watch some more of Interspecies Reviewers to get the background footage for this video, and I would just like to say it is very explicit. Now, I only watched whatever, like 3 episodes of it, and that was a while ago, so I obviously forgot some things, and I obviously forgot how explicit this anime was and is. It's insane, alright? It belongs on the hub, clear cut, it's wild, man, like Jesus. But anyways, later.
An honest Steins Gate review, let's hop into it. Before we start reviewing and stuff, let me give you a quick synopsis. So basically, you got this mad scientist dude and his team. Together they turn a literal microwave into a time machine, timeline, traveling thing. It's insane. And that's about it for the synopsis. Let's hop over to the review. Alright, let's start with the story and plot. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. The story is confusing as all hell, but for me personally, that's not necessarily a negative thing. I just don't really pay full attention to things while I'm watching, I'm just doing a whole bunch of different stuff, so I didn't really get to focus on the inner workings of the story and the plot and this whole time traveling thing, so. But the story was all around pretty solid, had some drama, people died, just kept me on the edge of my seat damn near the entire time I was watching. And on top of that, Steins Gate is hilarious, so all around, pretty good story and plot. Hopping over to the characters, no complaints from me to be honest. Some characters in my opinion were a little shallow, but that's fine. I don't think any character was bad per se, just some didn't have enough substance. My favorite character is definitely the scientist dude. He was all over the place. Sometimes he's serious and stuff, and other times he's just playing into the mad scientist trope. The comedy's peak. It's just great all around. Characters are slightly above average. Art, animation, and sound design is next. Like always, I don't pay attention at all to the sound design, so we will just say it's good, because I don't have anything negative to say about it. The art and animation, pretty solid stuff. The anime is rather dark, art-wise, and I really like the scene where the dude traveled and stuff, so I really don't know how to explain it, but when he time travels or timeline travel, whatever the hell it is, there's a little clock thing that ticks. I love that. That was a very standout thing for me, and I can't describe it, so I'll put it on screen somewhere where you can see it. It's amazing, and it's kind of this dark thing all around. The anime is a rather dark anime art style wise, and I really enjoyed that aspect. And I guess we can talk about the character designs as well right now. The character designs were pretty good. I have no complaints about the character designs, at all. Pretty fitting stuff, lab coats and stuff. It's just a normal scientist attire, I guess. All around, art and animation, pretty solid stuff. Top notch in my opinion. Now into the final review. I would give Steins Gate an 8 out of 10. All around, Steins Gate is a really solid anime, and I honestly enjoyed watching it. I would definitely suggest it to anyone who likes sci-fi anime and time-traveling microwave things. Alrighty, let's go over some tropes I hate in anime, because there is a lot of tropes that I hate, so let's hop into it. Starting off strong, we have dead or missing parents. Seems like most main characters either have dead or missing parents for whatever reason. I guarantee you can think of multiple characters that have dead or missing parents. It's just weird. I don't know. Bland harem leads. I'm pretty sure I made a whole video on this trope because it's so whack. You got all these characters in love with this main character, and this sumbitch has the character development of a coconut. It's just shit. Speaking of harems, fan service, which is found in most harem anime. I don't really like fan service. It's not really for me. Sometimes it can be pulled off, but most of the time it's really distasteful and takes away from what's happening, and kind of creepy sometimes as well. Lollies, what do I have to say? It's gross. I'm sorry. If you have an excuse for this one, you're weird, and stay 100 feet away from schools and public parks, you freak. Beach episodes. Oh my god, every anime has to have a beach episode, and it plays into the fan service trope. It's literally just an excuse to have a full episode for fan service. I guess sometimes they can be entertaining. I don't know if I've seen a beach episode that's not strictly just for fan service, because the world's ending and every episode we killing some kind of monster, alien, demon thing. But fuck it, let's get half naked and go to the beach.
Student councils. Good lord, this is the one that I really hate. For some reason, these student councils have more power than any country in the world. How am I supposed to buy into this? And to me, the whole powerful student council trope is a thing because they don't have a villain or a bad guy for their anime, so they just shoot over to the student council that controls the entire world. I promise, if you put a little bit of thought into it, you could probably get a villain for your show. It doesn't have to always be the student council. Honestly, the whole school setting is just overdone and like really boring at this point. Damn near every slice of life anime takes place in a school. Even non-slice of life anime takes place in a school. And you know damn well the MC is going to be sitting in the back of the classroom looking out the window because that's just what MCs do. Nosebleeds. I don't get it. I don't really hate it. I just think it's weird. Personally, I've never been so attracted to someone that it literally has a negative impact on my body and causes me to squirt blood out of orifices. Maybe I'm weird, who knows. Battles that are just way too long. I get it, super intense battle, but Jesus man, this shouldn't span across 60 episodes plus 20 episodes of filler content and flashbacks. Yes, I'm looking at Naruto because Naruto was the one who fucking did it like to an extreme. Flashbacks are another thing, and once again looking mainly at Naruto and that fucking swing that is permanently burned into my mind. I get it. The character had a shit traumatic childhood, like same, but you don't see my dumbass on a swing. I just sit and watch anime and make anime videos. Overpowered main characters. The isekai genre loves this trope. 99% of the time it's really whack, and very rarely is it pulled off good. But like that time I got reincarnated as a slime, pulled it off wonderfully, so you know, bonus points for one anime that did it good. Hello and welcome back to another anime pickup lines video. Let's hop into it. If I'm one for all, will you be my all for one tonight? Our love is over 9,000. Know what I'm saying? Do you believe in fate? How about you stay the night? Even if all the pretty boys from Free were real, I'd still choose you. Are you a wing spiker? 'Cause you make my pulse spike too. Do you have the Byakugan? Because it feels like you can see straight through my heart. This one was pretty good, to be honest. I like this one. Your clothes are dirty. Take them off. I don't know about this one. Comes off a little creepy, a little bit forceful. I probably wouldn't say this to a random person on the street. Might get the cops called on you, don't know. Wouldn't suggest it. Are you Gara? Because love is written all over your face. Baby, I'll take the hunter exam if it's for you. Don't need to be a phantom thief to steal your heart. Hey, are you the railgun? Because I can feel a spark. This one was smooth. I really like this. Are you Saitama? Because you got me down in one move. Are you a crime? Because you're worth going to jail for. Are you from Howl's Moving Castle? Because you take my spirit away. Nice little play on words there. I fuck with that one. Are you a death note? Because you make my heart stop. You're the kettle to my Todoroki. Todoroki? I don't know, alright? I haven't watched My Hero, I really don't know what this means. But I'm sure it's something good, it has to be. Alright, let's finish on a high note. Call me Simon, because I'm going to Giga Drill break you. Oh man, you always have to have one of those in there, and it just, oh, good lord. Reviewing the saddest anime, A Silent Voice, let's hop into it with a quick synopsis straight from the dome. So basically, this deaf girl gets bullied by a bunch of kids, including the MC, and this goes on for a long time. And then bam, time skip. Everyone is grown up now, and the MC reconnects with the deaf girl, and they fall in love or whatever, and she kind of gets bullied more. And it's just a super sad anime. And that's all you need to know synopsis wise. Now that we have that out of the way, let's jump into the review with the plot and story. I have to say it's great. Like, A Silent Voice is one of the very few movies that made your boy tear up a little bit. Like, it's just so sad. The best way I can describe it is it'll rip your heart out and curb stomp it into oblivion. And that's not an exaggeration. Besides the sadness, this movie has all the elements you could want. A little bit of suspense, some drama, and a whole lot of sadness. A little bit of romance as well. You know you like that. You have the slice of life vibes. All this just crafts the perfect story all around. And the plot is perfect in my opinion. Hopping over to the characters, they are pretty good. Our MC is solid. We get to see him traverse everything that is happening. Shoko is the deaf girl. Probably butchered her name. She's also a very solid character in my opinion. It is nice to see anime represent deaf characters and how they handle all of that. And I think it was done well. Tomohiro has weird hair.
and I don't like it. Noko is the next character I want to talk about. Once again, butchering these names, but I don't like her. I think she was one of the aggressors towards Shoko when they was older, so like, fuck Noko. All my homies hate her. And that's about all I have to say about the characters. The rest are less memorable, but pretty solid stuff all around. Next, we have to talk about the art, animation, and sound design. Like always, I don't pay attention to the sound design. I don't have anything negative to say about it, so that means the sound design is good in my book. Art and animation is just top notch in my opinion, and one of the more standout things in this anime. Like, it's great. The one thing I have to mention is the whole X's on the face thing. I love that, and I'm sure it plays some part into the plot that I just don't remember. But like, I love when an anime adds stuff like this, because for me personally, when done correctly, something like this ups the value of an anime tremendously. It makes it super unique. But yeah, we can also briefly touch on character designs. It's like, okay, the way the characters look, pretty good clothing. On the other hand, kind of average in the typical clothing you basically see in every anime. But besides that, a silent voice does all of this very well. Now that the review part is done, it's almost time for my final score. But before we get into that, I'm gonna talk about a few of my thoughts. So I watched this anime film on a 14-hour car drive, and like I said before, it had me tearing up. And if I was alone watching this, I would have probably been in fetal position crying. And I love that. When a piece of media evokes that kind of emotion for me, I instantly fall in love with it. Now, with my random thoughts out of the way, let's get to the scoring. For this, we will have 2 scores. The first one is an anime film score, and the other, I'll just be scoring it as an anime in general. So the first score, 10 out of 10. Feels kind of low. 100 out of 10 if we're being honest. And for my second scoring, I'm gonna give Silent Voice a 9 out of 10. Still pretty high marks all around. I loved the Silent Voice, and I avoided spoiling some of the more major plot elements in this video so I could suggest it to anyone watching that hasn't seen it yet, because nothing compares to that first watch and that feeling of sadness and dread. So like, watch a Silent Voice, and if you've watched it already, watch it again. Since I already did a video on anime tropes that I hate, I might as well make a video on some anime tropes that I love. So let's hop into it. We will start with the edgy characters. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little simp for edgy and dark characters about 75% of the time, as long as they are pulled off well and have a reason to be all edgy. I'm rocking with it, to be honest. To go along with that, characters that are always in a pissy and depressed mood. Americans in anime. Now, this is a trope that we don't get to see often, but when we do, it's amazing. Like, every American portrayed in anime is like blonde, muscular, and has guns, you know, hamburgers, and fucking, I don't know, this pretty much sums up the American culture. I love it, and I love the memes. Then say, be the Americans that are in anime. Like, that's what we should all aspire to be. It's the Americans in anime. This country would be great. Yanderes. I'm not sure if yanderes are strictly women, but I'm gonna say male yanderes as well. Like, you love me so much you want to wear my skin. I'm all for that, yo. How can you hate this trope? Like, get your ass over here and stab me, bro. There's characters that are like half human, half cat, you feel me? You know what I'm talking about. You honestly can't tell me that you dislike this trope. And if you do, I don't like you. Excessive swearing. Oh boy, I'm a fan. When you actually get to hear a swear word or cuss word in an anime, because it doesn't happen very often, but when you do, it's magical, and it makes me giddy like a middle schooler. Like, I get all big-eyed, like, ooh, he just said fuck, and I feel like it really adds to certain moments and aspects. Like, it's a really intense scene, you know, some crazy shit's going on, and you got, like, the character that, like, never swears, and he goes, what the fuck? Like, that's goated. Like, you can't tell me that it's not. It adds to the scene, like, fucking exponentially. Festivals. Now, this might be a hot take, but I fucking love festival episodes. It's just one big ass vibe, man. Everyone's big chillin', doing some kind of game thing. At the end, there's always some kind of fireworks. It's just very appealing. I love it. I like when a show isn't afraid to kill off some characters. Like, that's dope. Sometimes you gotta have a fan favorite character get absolutely obliterated for the plot. Sometimes this can be overdone, like in Akam Got Kill, where they deadass killed off every character. That was a little too much. But when it's like 1 or 2 characters, that's the sweet spot that like shatters your heart and existence and adds to the plot. So we love it. Crazy anime hair. Who doesn't like Liberty Spike hair? That's multicolored. It looks goofy as all hell, but it's super unique, and I respect it for that. Blood and gore. I'm sorry, I'm weird, but your boy loves those crazy ass scenes where there's just blood everywhere. It's lit. Fucking guts hanging from the ceiling. Another weird one that doesn't happen too often is when the MC dies. This one is top-notch stuff because, like I said, it doesn't happen too often, but it can be a little cherry on top for the story and a great way to wrap everything up, like the MC sacrifices their life for everyone else. I dig that, it's pretty cool. I also like that when something tragic happens at the end of an episode and the outro has the characters dancing, it's just hilarious. Like a city just got absolutely crushed, thousands of lives lost, but here's this cute ass outro. It's funny every single time and it really adds to everything. Yes, you read the title correctly. Boku no Pico was the first anime I ever watched. Now, if you've never heard of Boku no Pico before, it's essentially a yaoi hentai and basically this big meme in the anime community. It's like a cursed hentai because of like what it contains. Now you may be asking yourself, WeebSack, you really watched that? And the answer is, yes, I did. And it was actually the first anime I ever watched. Like many, I was tricked into watching Boku no Pico, so I guess let's do a quick story time. So back in the good old days when I always played video games, I would play with the homies. Now the homies were big weebs from way back. And at the time, believe it or not, I did not like anime. Honestly, I had a distaste for it. I don't really know why anime was like foreign to me, and I didn't understand it. And look at me now, calling myself WeebSack and making anime videos. But back to the story. On one of these cold dark nights of playing with the homies, one of them said, "Have you ever heard of Boku no Pico?" And I was like, nah, I don't watch anime. And essentially everyone in that party dogpiled on this and started to egg me on. And you know your boy ain't no bitch. So after a quick Google search and finding some sketchy site that hosted Boku no Pico, I watched it, the entire thing, and live reacted to it. And that's pretty much the story of how I was tricked into watching Boku no Pico. They had to get me with the biggest meme in the anime community, and that's messed up. And several years later, I got into anime. And several years after that, this channel was born. So what I'm getting at here is you can attribute Boku no Pico to the creation of this channel. Now, did Boku no Pico get me into anime? No, not at all. Naruto and Darling in the Franxx did, because like starter anime things. And still to this day, I tell people that Naruto was my first anime I watched, but my deep dark secret is Boku no Pico was my first anime. And if I'm being honest, the whole situation was fucking hilarious. Like, I would give my left nut to see my face and listen to my reaction because I was giving a legit play-by-play like an NFL commentator. And looking back, Boku no Pico isn't even the worst thing I've seen. Like, some of the manga you can find on the internet is like way worse. And I'm a little salty now because my first anime was Boku no Pico. What kind of shit is that? Like, that isn't right at all. They could have mentored me in the ways of anime, but instead they bamboozled me, and that's dirty. But at the end of the day, Boku no Pico is a family-friendly anime, so you should totally watch it with your grandparents. Hello and welcome back to another video. Before we get into going over some of this manga and suggesting some manga, I need to give a quick disclaimer and a trigger warning. Some of this stuff is very grotesque and can feature some touchy topics, and this video will lightly cover some of this. Now that you've been warned, let's jump into the video. I'm going to start off pretty tame with any of Junji Ito's work. It's filled with a lot of body horror, and it's all around unsettling. I've said it a couple of times now, and I'm going to say it again. Junji Ito is the king of horror manga, but his manga doesn't really scratch the surface of the other manga I'm going to suggest. But personally, for Junji Ito, I'm gonna say check out Smashed and Uzumaki. Now let's crank this video up a few notches. Next I'm going to the Dead Tube series, one of my personal favorites. Now Dead Tube is a somewhat long-running horror series that has a lot of horrible shit going on, and that's why I like it. Quick synopsis: it's about a boy and a girl using a site called Dead Tube. This site pays for the most vile videos, so you have a bunch of people just filming downright despicable things for the site, and the chick is like a cold-blooded killer, and the dude who films, how do I put this? He gets excited at the sight of death. That pretty much tells you everything you need to know about DeadTube, but I'm going to take it a step further and list some of the things from the manga: murder, sewer slide, rap with an E, nudity, sexual content in general, and gore. That about sums up DeadTube. Now let's get over to the next one. Up next we have this one.
I can't pronounce it, so I'm just going to throw it up on screen and call it Yuki. Now, Yuki is a kind of meme in the anime community. You might have seen this panel right here from the manga somewhere before with very little context. I personally can't tell you about Yuki like at all. It's a short manga. I think they call them one-shots or something like that. But the horror comes from the surprises or shock value in general. And to preserve the surprise for anyone wanting to read Yuki, I won't be going over the plot, so there you go, check it out, it's wild. Alright, for the last manga, it's up on screen, I don't want to say it personally because I don't know how YouTube will react to me saying that F word too many times, so I'm going to call it Collection. Big trigger warning here. Collection is about women doing the deed with mostly random men in order to get pregnant. They then go to a doctor for an operation that makes them no longer pregnant, and then they take that F word and kind of wear it like a hat or headwear, I guess, and go to competitions to see who has the most. Listen, don't read this one seriously, like it's disgusting. If this is the only one you don't read, that's a good thing, alright? This one is downright terrible and just disgusting. But yeah, that about does it for this video. I hope you're okay. I tried to keep this video as family friendly. All around, Japan legitimately owns horror literature and just horror in general. Like, some of this stuff is truly disgusting and horrific. The Death Note is probably one of the most broken items in anime. If you don't know what the Death Note is, it's essentially a notebook that can kill basically anyone. You write someone's name in that Johnson and they croak from a heart attack, or you can get creative and make them do something before they croak, or just have them kick the bucket in a crazy way. So you have a little bit of creative freedom with how you mass murder people. Now, the thing that makes the Death Note so overpowered is the level of anonymity that comes with it. In the Death Note anime, eventually L basically figured out that Light was the Death Note user. Fun fact, I didn't finish Death Note, but in the real world, if someone had the Death Note, no way in hell you would get caught. You could be dropping people from across the world, but that's an obvious one. An anime item in the real world, of course it would be overpowered, but bring that same Death Note into almost any anime, and MCs will be dropping like flies. All you need is a full name, and bam, any MC is dead. Unless that MC is some kind of all-knowing being, then they would know it's you. But like, besides that, 99% of anime characters could get clapped out easily. Not to mention, you get your own demon thing with the Death Note. A whole ass Shinigami just chills and follows you around. You could also give up some of your life expectancy to get the Shinigami eyes. And I think that tells you someone's full name and the date they will die, maybe, I think. Like I said, I didn't finish Death Note, and I wasn't really paying attention to the episodes I did watch, and honestly, I'm not even sure if there's any drawbacks to using the Death Note. I mean, having a Shinigami hang around would be a little weird. They'd be like chilling while you in the shower. That would be a little awkward, you know what I'm saying? There's not much privacy when it comes to a fucking demon following you around, so that'd be hard to get used to. But all in all, the Death Note is super overpowered as long as you can write and you don't run out of pages and can put up with the Shinigami. So Goku, Naruto, Sasuke, Luffy, Deku can all get dropped by the Death Note easily, no contest.
We all know live action anime in any way just blows, and most of the time these films get ragged on heavily even before they are released. I personally think it's very much deserved because 99% of live action anime films are trash. And these studios just don't care. They just keep pumping out these garbage films, and it honestly seems like they don't even try to improve on anything. One of the reasons I think they flop is because it's pretty hard to take an animation where anything is possible and translate it to live action. Most of the time they have to use special effects in these movies, which would be okay if it was done right, but it never is. It always comes out looking so goofy. My second reason is we are all used to animation, and we are all used to seeing our favorite characters animated. And once again, it's extremely hard to translate big-ass spiky orange hair to live action without it looking mad goofy. And the funniest thing to me is cosplayers, just everyday normal people, do it better than these massive movie companies. It's hilarious because these cosplayers just run laps around the movie studios, and for whatever reason, these huge movie studios with massive budgets can't do what some person in their bedroom does in their spare time. That's just how you know that the film is going to be bad. So here's the ultimate test. When a live action adaptation is about to come out, and they drop their posters, like showing off the characters, choose one of those characters from that poster and find some cosplayer that has cosplayed the same character. If the cosplayer does it better, than the anime film, which they probably will, it's gonna be dog shit. And that's my tried and true method. Go ahead, try it out. Let me know how it goes. Now, I could sit here and name off a bunch of crappy live action adaptations, but I really don't think I have to. I'm sure you already know of all these terrible movies. So instead, we'll just take a look at Ryuk from the Death Note Netflix adaptation. Oh boy, look at that. I said it 100 times. Doesn't translate well, and the special effects are just gross. You would be better off just slapping some makeup on a person instead of doing this. But yeah, all live action anime films suck. If by some miracle you know of any that are good and actually do the anime justice, let me know. I'd love to hear about them. Because personally, from a glance, I can already tell if it's going to be bad. Just watch the original anime. And I know this topic has already been beaten to death by like every anime fan and every anime YouTuber, but I wanted to hop on the dog pile as well, because maybe one day these studios will finally listen and just quit making these garbage movies and try to improve and actually make a decent live action adaptation, because that'd be pretty cool. Probably won't happen though. Dead Tube is that really disturbing, violent, and disgusting manga that you may or may not have heard of. And I have a confession to make. I love this manga for various reasons. First being, I'm a pretty big fan of horror, especially anime and manga horror. Second, this is one of the first manga I read that really pushed the limits and grossed me out at times. And I love that this piece of literature evokes physical and emotional reactions from me. But let's move past my opinions on this manga and talk about the topic at hand and the reason you probably clicked on this video. Let's jump into the horrors of Dead Tube. First, let me give you a quick and very simple synopsis. So essentially, you got the MC, Tomohiro, and he likes to record things. Then you have this chick named Mei that has him record her for a week or something like that. And at the end of the week, she has Tomohiro film her and another dude about to make love. And bam, Mei grabs a lead pipe and bashes the dude's head in like a busted watermelon. It's wild. And then Mei later reveals that that footage goes on a site called DeadTube, where people upload essentially snuff content and the best video wins money, and it's wild. Mei and Tomohiro pretty much keep making these videos. That's the whole series damn near. Personally, that first death was really surprising to me because I wasn't expecting it like at all. I thought the manga was wild up until that point, and when the clubbing happened, I was like all big-eyed. It was way unexpected, and that's a trend in this manga. The unexpected will happen time and time again, and that adds to the overall plot, in my opinion, because it's sprinkled in these like twists every now and then, kind of like what the Saw franchise did with those rapid and surprising turns the story took, and I love that. The brutality and violence only gets more brutal and more violent as the story progresses, and I would like to get a little in-depth with one of these subplots that messed me up a little bit. Quick warning here, I will be talking about some things that could be triggering. You can turn back now if you like. With that out of the way, let's jump into it. Alright, let's get into chapter 12 of DeadTube. Pretty much goes over that sewer slide videos are becoming popular on DeadTube, and the crazy ass person Mei finds a dude that wants to commit unalive. I can't pronounce his name, so we'll just call him Kaz. Kaz doesn't want to live, he hates life or whatever, so Mei and Tomohiro pretty much decide a simple unaliving video is too boring, so they pay this girl to pretty much fake fall in love with Kaz. They have this female and Kaz do the dirty and fall in love. They also get rid of Kaz's bullies. They give Kaz a buttload of money every day to spend on himself and his lady friend. Huge dinners, a really nice hotel room, you know, all the fixins. And Kaz and his lady friend continue to fall in love. Kaz is just having a great life. Everything is good until Tomohiro gives Kaz a collar to put around his neck. That will explode in 3 minutes. They give Kaz the choice to put it on or not, and he's like, hell, you made my life pretty damn good these last few days. But he ends up putting the collar on anyways. And then Kaz's lady friend starts crying and stuff, telling Kaz that he made her really happy and that she loves him. And Kaz is like, oh shit, she actually loves me. Take this collar off me. Screams out, I don't want to die, and bang. We cut back to Tomohiro holding his camera covered in blood, and he's still saying that unaliving videos are boring. And there you go. In my opinion, this is the most disturbing arc in DeadTube. It pretty much sums up the entire DeadTube series. Pretty messed up, right? Shit kinda haunts you a little bit. And now we jump back into the video. Yeah, DeadTube is definitely a fucked up manga, and like I said, this manga is very entertaining to me. I enjoy it a lot because of, you know, the horror. Traditional media nowadays, the horror doesn't really scare me at all. I feel like I've gotten really used to it, so that's why I kind of lean more towards anime and manga horror, because it's just absolutely insane nowadays. Like, I've said it
before. Japan like owns horror. They take the stuff to like a next level. Anime pickup lines, Attack on Titan edition. Let's jump into the cringe. Babe, I'm a mindless titan that just wants to eat you up. I want to break your wall tonight. These are just gross. They call me Colossal Titan because I can penetrate walls good. Sometimes I wonder, can it possibly get worse? Can I find more cringe pickup lines? The answer to both of those questions is yes. Want to see a real Titan? I can eat you up any night. I can put up a better fight in bed. This next one is absolutely foul. Prepare yourself. I have a Titan in my pants. You want to bite it and get a piece of my power. These videos are doing damage to my mental health. Send help. The YouTube algorithm keeps pushing them, so I keep making them. It's just this endless cycle of cringe pickup lines that I have to put myself through. Let's go to Mikasa. It's a nice play on words there. I like that one. The only Titan is the one in my pants. You're the only dirty thing I like. Are you a potato? 'Cause I will eat you up. It hurts, man. It really does. Your lips look dirty. I can clean them for you. It's just gross. Want to see why people call me the Jaw Titan? Why do people call you the Jaw Titan, dog? Do you look like whatever the hell this thing is? I am the Warhammer Titan. I will take you to paradise. I'm not just a pure Titan. I have abnormal Titan powers to please. It keeps going. Like, this one has to be the worst that I've ever made. It's like terrible. You can attack on my Titan any night. Are you the founding Titan because your scream commands me? And lastly, want to check out my third maneuver gear? I will get in and out of your alleys. Could you imagine one of those cringy alpha male YouTubers suggesting these pickup lines? Like, you just have to walk up to her, call her ugly, and call yourself a Titan, and tell her that she's lucky to be talking to you. I can, and it's kind of a funny picture to imagine, to be honest. Hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to another video. This one, I'm very excited. It's a tier list. Obviously, we like our tier lists. We're making 100,000 of them, but this one is good. From what you see here, you can see it, right? Common anime tropes tier list. Oh boy, do I love talking about anime tropes. So, let's get into it. Let's hop straight into it. We're gonna go accidental pervert. I don't like this one. Low tier. It's not good. I don't like the whole pervert thing. I feel like it's overused, and there's no way you're falling in between titties every episode, alright? You're not that fucking clumsy. You know what I'm saying? I'm clumsy. I fall down stairs. I don't fall into titties. I fall down stairs and bust my ass, alright? Different breed, alright? Anime hair. Anime hair's top tier. I mean, anime hair is just a general thing. I feel like anime hair goes across the board because every character has fucking anime hair unless they're bald. No character has normal hair in anime. They all have the anime hair, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? Beach episodes. Mid-tier. Mid-tier for beach episodes. I think they're all right. You know, it's just fan service. It's just a quick way to throw fan service into a short anime series or a longer anime series, but it's just a cop-out to, you know, show the jiggly bits of certain characters, and it is a cop-out just to show off. So beach episode gets a mid-tier. It's not the worst. Sometimes they can be entertaining, most of the time not. It's just average. Mid-tier. Baka, it's cringy when people say it. I hate it. I think it means stupid or idiot or some shit. I don't like it. Shit tier. Gross. Big breastises. High tier. We like big breastises. Can't complain. Bunny girls, god tier. We love bunny girls. You know what I'm saying? We could also grab cat girl as well and throw that in there. They go hand in hand. We like animal girls, alright? No furry shit, but like, you know what I'm saying? Cat ears. You know what I'm saying? Good shit. We will also grab here. What do we got? Big Brother complex. I don't like that. Shit tier. I don't like Big Brother. I don't like anything in anime. When they mention siblings in anime and they have an uncomfortable relationship with each other, I don't like that shit. That shit creeps me the fuck out. I hate it. I think it should really get out of anime in general. I don't know what their thing is with ancestral relationships. Childhood love interest. It's alright. Low tiered though because it's overplayed. Every anime has the childhood love interest, and it's like, oh my god, they finally meet again. What's gonna happen? It's like so predictable. It's not good. We don't like it. Creepy loner girl, mid tier, I guess. I don't really see this trope often, and we're gonna do this. How about that? You know, you got them colors in a line there. I like that. I don't know I haven't really seen this trope in action before. Maybe I have and I just haven't noticed it, but it's mid-tier. It's not bad, I guess. Cute little fang, that's God tier. Instantaneously, we like the little fang that pokes out. We love that shit, alright? God tier. Alright, Monster Girl, God tier, instantaneously. We like anything that's not normal. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Let's see here. We're just gonna start hopping around. I'm just gonna pick what I think is funny, and that's what we're gonna do. Japanese delinquents, low tier. I feel like any show, any anime that I have watched that starts off with the main character's bad boy, he's a Japanese delinquent. It just hasn't been good, so it goes low tier. It's not shit tier. It's not the worst, but it's very, very low on my list. I don't like it. Ecchi, I don't know what the fuck it is, or fan service shows, that's a low tier. Once again, once in a while, fuck it, you know what I'm saying? I want to see some jiggly bits, it's fine. I don't care for it, but the low tier, not shit tier, because it's not the worst, once again, but low tier because it is one step above the worst, because this just isn't good in general. It's not for me. If you want to see this shit all the time, like if this is the only category you watch, just watch fucking hentai, dude. Come on. It's not good. Lolly, shit tier. That's weird. You're gross. Don't come near me if you're into that. Maid outfits, God tier. Come on, dog. Come on. Main outfits, let's go. Little sister complex, shit tier. Goes right next to big brother complex, shit tier. We don't like anything with siblings. They scare us. Harems are fine. They go mid tier. The harem, it's alright. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. I'm not really into them, but most anime have that harem tag next to them because that's just what appeals to people, I guess. Mecha is top tier. We like big ass robots fighting each other and shit. That's cool, I guess. Mecha, we like robots. There's not much to say about it. I'm not the biggest fan of mecha anime, but we like them, you know what I'm saying? Slice of life, God tier. Sometimes you need a little bit of a wholesome anime, you know what I'm saying? You just got over a tragedy anime, just got done watching fucking A Silent Voice or Your Lie in April or some shit, and it just broke your fucking heart. You need something wholesome. You need something simple, something watching like some anime character live their day-to-day life and some funny, wholesome shit. Slice of life, God tier. I don't even have to explain it. Tournament arcs are alright. Top tier? No. Mid tier. Tournaments are fine. I had to think about it for a second. I was going too fast for my brain there. Tournament arcs are okay. They are alright. Not the biggest fan of them, though. It's fine. I don't know what a mo is. It's no opinion. I'm getting a phone call. We're gonna have to cut this bit out the video. Hello. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, bye. Man, she is going to be pissed about that one. Anyways. Oh, look at this. Check this out. Wait. Why isn't it doing it? Hey, right there. You see that shit? Color coordinated. Plot armor is low tier. We don't like the main character complex. You know, like the main character is so special and he just can't be hurt. We don't like plot armor. I guess it doesn't really apply to the main character. It applies to any character, but we don't like plot armor. That kind of kills the vibe. We don't like that. Sometimes the main character needs to be stabbed in the chest for entertainment value. You know what I'm saying? Let's see here. Let's see what I could grab here. Magic Girl, mid tier. I'm not much into the Magic Girl thing. I think they're all kind of bland, and that's just my opinion. Don't kill me. I'm sorry, but it's fine. It's all right. Perverted main character shit tier. Once again, we don't like the perverted shit. It's annoying. It's one lower than accidental pervert, because accidental pervert is just, it could be comedic sometimes. It's shitty, but it could be comedic. Perverted MC is just bad. It's just not good, because they kind of try to make the what's the word I'm looking for? They try to make that the entire character's personality, and that gets really boring after a while. Nosebleed shit tier. I don't like nosebleeds. I think they're not funny. They do the nosebleed thing and blood squirts everywhere. It's like, you know, I don't like it. I think it's stupid. That's just my personal opinion, but hey. Yandere, I think that's where the female tries to kill you. Big fan, I must say, myself. I like the crazy people, you know what I'm saying? That's attractive, you know what I'm saying? You love me, but you might stab me at the same time, you know what I'm saying? We like that. If that's what it is. I don't know these words. I don't know half these words. Student council president, anything to do with the student council is immediately shit tier. I fucking hate it. I must say. I do not like anything to do with student council. That shit's stupid because somehow the student council has more fucking power and pull than the fucking president or any other world leader. That student council president, goddamn, you don't fuck with them, alright? Jesus, like, shut the fuck up. That's such a shitty ass thing. Overpowered MC, low tier. It's fine. It has its place in anime. Sometimes it could be rather funny. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it could be fun. It's a nice little, whatever the hell it is. It's fine. It's whatever. Hot spring episodes, they go hand in hand with beach episodes. Hot spring episodes are damn near beach episodes, but it's a little bit more, they're able to show a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit, and I guess that's fine. It's just more fan service in anime. There's no surprise there. We all know the fan service. It doesn't surprise any of us. Hold on, you gotta let me fix this. Yeah, you like that shit, don't you? You know what I'm saying? We try to keep it color coordinated. We like that. Let me see here. School festival. What the fuck did I just do? Where did the school festival go? Oh, there it is. I broke shit. I clicked the button on my mouse, the side of my mouse. School festival's top tier. Listen, I like festival episodes. You know what I'm saying? Anytime where they're shooting off fucking fireworks and wearing kimonos and shit, or whatever the hell it's called. We fuck with that, alright? That's top tier. That's top tier sauce right there. You know what I'm saying? I feel like festivals, wholesome, good stuff right there. Let's hop over to unresolved sexual tension. That is shit tier. We do not like that, alright? I don't get it. It's just like, you know what I'm saying? There's so much there, but they don't do nothing with it, and it's kind of just a tease to, there could be a relationship. Or not, First girl always wins MC's love. I guess that's high tier because it happens and it's fine. It doesn't really bother me. I haven't really noticed it, so it could be high tier. It's whatever. Non-existent parents is shit tier. We do not like that one because it's just such a cop-out to be like, oh, the MC lives alone because his parents died or his mom died and his dad works overseas or something. It's so stupid, and it's like every anime does it, Naruto, Sasuke, fucking every character ever. Like, I was gonna list a few off, but it's like every fucking character. Infinite power scaling, I don't know what this means, but if it has something to do with power scaling, shit tier. We don't like that, that's stupid. Panty shots, low tier, I guess. It goes right next to Ichi and fan service. It's whatever, if you want to make your show all about that, and whatever. Tentacles can go low tier, I guess. I was gonna put them in shit tier, but like, I haven't really seen an actual anime and not a hentai that uses tentacles in any way, so tentacles can go in low tier. It's not the worst, I guess. Do nothing club's fine. If it just means it's a club that doesn't do anything, it's just your average slice of life anime with a club and they don't really get up to anything, that's fine. It's high tier. It's okay. Like I said, sometimes you need a good slice of life, so it can sit there. It's whatever. Sibling love interest, shit tier instantly. My opinions on this. We've been talking about it a few times. Anything to do with siblings, with having a creepy relationship, is no. Nah, it's gross. Get out of here. I'm dropping your anime if you're doing some weird shit like that. Tokyo is the center of the universe. This one is god tier. I'll tell you why. Most of anime is made in Japan, so obviously Japan or Tokyo or any place in Japan is going to be the main setting of anime. It's as simple as that. It's not a surprise, so I don't mind this trope. It's whatever. Let's see here. Gravity defying skirt, that goes right next in the low tier with tentacles, panty shots, and Ichi and all that shit. It's fine, I guess. I don't know if I've ever seen an example of it. I'm just assuming any up skirt shot that they put out there is what they call a gravity defying skirt. Low tier, it's whatever. Lens flare censored, people don't like it, it's whatever to me. Low tier, once again, it just goes like, low tier is pretty much anything to do with ecchi or fan service. I don't care. You can censor your tits or bits and bobs any way you want. I don't mind. I'm not really looking for anime that shows that shit off in the first place, so that's whatever. Goth Lolita, no opinion. Older than she looks. That's lolly. That's pretty much lolly. That goes in shit tier. That's literally what you could, you know what I'm saying? They go hand in hand. Shit tier. Don't know what this means. Don't know. Shoujo and shonen. We'll put it in top tier because I feel like it's something to do with the age range of who's watching. Doesn't matter to me. It's whatever. Isekai is mid tier. Isekais can be pulled. God damn it! I'm getting a phone call. Isekais can be pulled off good sometimes, but sometimes they're shit. So mid tier, right in the middle. Perfect. Hello. Okay. Alright, bye. Alright, let's see what we got next. Buy the source material shows. I don't know what this means. No opinion. I guess it means like buy the original before you watch the anime. I don't know. No opinion. Yaoi and Yuri, mid-tier. Something I don't really pay attention to, I guess. It's just what kind of relationship forms. Doesn't matter to me. I'm just here to watch a show. So, Petite Pride. We're going to put that in no opinion because there's two ways you could do this. You could just be like, small person, you know, normal, or lolly. So you can go from just normal shit to illegal really fast. No opinion. I don't know what Twin Tails means. No opinion. Don't know what this means. No opinion. Elaborate school uniform, mid-tier. That's fine. It don't matter what the school uniform looks like. The more elaborate, the better, actually, because at least it's not something boring and plain. You can see they actually put time into thinking of it. Visual novel adaptation, whatever, mid-tier. Nothing special about it, I guess. I don't really pay attention to what it's based on. Same thing with light novel, we can put that in there. Same with manga. Filler episodes are shit tier. We fucking hate filler episodes. Don't do filler episodes, they're boring. It's whatever, you know what I'm saying? We don't bother with filler episodes because you just skip them. You just find a guide online and skip them somehow because they're so shit. Sometimes they can be good, but most of the time, nah, there ain't no way. Idol shows, mid-tier, I guess. They're fine. There's nothing really special about them. I don't really watch anime that involves idols at all, so that stays there. Office Lady, I don't know what that means. Low tier. I don't know what that is. Shauna clone, don't know what that is. No opinion. Generic male protagonist, shit tier. We absolutely hate the generic male protagonist, and that's in most ecchi fan service harem anime. That shit's boring. That sucks. I like good characters with good stories around them, good character development. There's bland harem leads or bland male main protagonist or whatever. It's a cop out. They just copy and paste it and give them a harem, and bam, there's your next anime. I don't know. I don't know anything about cup size. I'm sorry. I'm a male. I'm an average male. I don't know this stuff. I'm sorry. I don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. That. Instant expert. We don't like that. We don't like when someone picks something up and just goes off with it. I'm assuming that's what that means. I don't know if that is that. I don't know what yaoi or yuri bait is. I'll put it in shit tier because I assume that they kind of make the character look like, they kind of make the character seem that they're going to swing yaoi or swing yuri, but they don't. So I assume that's just what it means, yaoi or yuri bait. So shit tier, you know, we don't like to be teased. Poor communication kills. I don't think I've really ever seen an example of that. Death flag, this is shit tier. We don't like when we see, like, you can just see that a character is going to die from a mile away, but some of most shows are. And that's it. That is I forgot the name of it. That's the common anime tropes tier list. And pretty good one. I like this one. This one was rather entertaining. These are my selections here. You can pause and take a look and go over them again. This is fine. It's whatever.
Today we'll be talking about a manga that was based on a real crime. The title of this manga is on screen now. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce it, so I'm just going to call it Shin. Now, I have some very strong opinions on this manga that we will get into a little later, but for now, I'm going to describe this manga, and before we do that, huge trigger warning here, and I mean massive trigger warning. This manga has a lot of touchy things, but with that out of the way, let's talk about Shin. Now, this really isn't my area of expertise, so please excuse me if I get anything wrong here, but this manga Shin was based on a real crime that happened in Japan, an absolutely disgusting and horrible crime, the murder of Junko. I'm going to give a very quick rundown on this crime. If you want to know more about it, you can look it up on YouTube because there is a ton of videos going over this case, but to keep it as simple as possible, Junko was a Japanese female high school student who was abducted, R-word, tortured, and murdered. This took place in the late 80s. This crime lasted 40 days and was carried out by 4 teenage boys. Now that's basically a really rough summary of this crime. Let's get into talking about the manga now. The manga we have been calling Shin essentially depicts this case or crime very accurately, and I want to say very graphically as well. I mean, they don't pull any punches and show pretty much everything. I think it's about 70 pages long, and I have to say it was probably the hardest piece of literature for me to get through, and I cannot stress this enough. Do not
and I mean do not read this manga. It's disgusting and very graphic. On YouTube here, I don't think I can necessarily describe like anything about this manga, and I know that doesn't really do the video justice and doesn't really do the manga justice, which I don't think we have to do the manga justice, and we'll talk about my opinions a little later here. But yeah, I can't really describe it. Essentially, it is like a 1-for-1 of the crime that happened, and it shows everything. And when I say everything, I mean like literally everything, and it's really disgusting. And honestly, I'm kind of scared for this video because I usually use the manga panels for the background, and in all honesty, there's probably like 10 manga panels I can use for the background. So if we go from manga panels to just a normal background video, that's why. But like with all that out of the way, let's get into my opinions. This manga is absolutely fucking disgusting. Like 110% should not have been made at all. And the fact that it is based on a real crime and it depicts the crime so accurately is disgusting to me. Like personally, I'm a huge fan of horror. Like Dentube is probably my favorite manga, but you have to draw a line somewhere. And for me, fictional gore and horror is fine. But when you start to take real life crimes and depicting those in your manga, that's stepping over the line for me, because personally, I think the author is basically glorifying this crime and profiting off the sale of this manga, and that's just a terrible thing. I'm a person who advocates for no censorship and no banning of media or literature at that, but I'm not saying this manga should be banned, but what I am saying is the author is a dickhead for making it. Final thoughts to wrap this video up: this manga is terrible and should not have been made. Once again, the author is a dickhead, and please do not read it, because it is not for the faint of heart. And that's about it.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we're going to try something new and talk about some useless and funny information about the Naruto anime. I hope you enjoy, and let's hop into it. Starting off with an obvious one, the Naruto series is full of filler episodes, and I mean a ton of filler episodes. The majority of Naruto is just filler. The creator of Naruto, Kishimoto, created the very well-known and recognizable village headbands because he got tired of drawing Naruto's goggles, and apparently the village headbands were easier to draw. Shikamaru's IQ is over 200, which makes him one of the smartest characters in Naruto. Taking that to the real world, Shikamaru's IQ is higher than Elon Musk and Albert Einstein. Itachi Uchiha loves to eat sweet food. Naruto was almost cancelled because there was a group that didn't like the amount of violence, blood, and characters killed off. This group also tried to get sponsors to quit supporting the anime. Kishimoto thought about making Sasuke Hokage at the end of the series, but changed his mind because, you know, Sasuke did a lot of bad things, and it'd be a little weird if he became the leader of the Leaf Village. If a member of the Anbu feels like they are going to leak information, they have to take themselves out. The Hokage is literally a pencil pusher. The majority of the Hokage's time is spent doing paperwork and general office things. At one point, Choji, the character who is always hungry and is always snacking on something, basically said he wanted to eat Kiba's dog. He said the dog looked tasty. Members of the Akatsuki wear rings. These rings are all unique and show membership. These rings are very important to the members as well. It is also speculated that the rings do something, but I don't think anything has been confirmed yet. The character Kakashi can summon dogs, and they all have names. I'm going to butcher every one of those names right now. Pakun, Bisuki, Bull, I like that one, nice and simple. Yoroshi, Shiba, Akino, Yuhai, and lastly Guruko. Speaking of Kakashi, it is estimated that Kakashi is around 40 to 50 years old. Tsunade is able to make herself look younger when she's actually pretty old. Naruto and Sasuke accidentally kiss in the anime. This scene was actually cut in the Cartoon Network version. Sakura is actually pretty skilled in Genjutsu, but we almost never see Sakura using Genjutsu. Minato completed 847 official missions, those being 122 D rank, 147 C rank, 216 B rank, 323 A rank, and 39 S rank.
Choji's dad was a part of the angry mob that wanted to kill Naruto. You can find this panel on page 38 of chapter 1. This is what the tiger hand sign looks like. The character Asuma always smoked cigarettes, but in the Naruto dub, they censored the cigarettes and made them look unlit. There are 5 great ninja villages in Naruto, those being the Hidden Rock Village, the Hidden Leaf Village, the Hidden Village in the Clouds, the Hidden Village of the Mist, and lastly the Hidden Sand Village. Naruto's wallet is a frog. That's not all. This wallet has a name. It goes by Gama-chan, or Froggy. The Sharingan can be taken from one person and implanted into another as long as the other person can handle the Sharingan. Naruto was named after the main character of one of Jiraiya's books. Obito's only guardian was actually his grandmother. Seems like a sweet lady. Rock Lee gets stronger and all around has an upper hand in battles when he's drunk. Naruto only killed one person in the canon series, but it's speculated this character was already dead. Kakashi was the youngest character to graduate Ninja Academy at the ripe age of 5 years old. Neji's forehead symbol was changed in the anime. Here's the original from the manga, so yeah, you can see that, and here is the symbol from the anime. Rinnegan users can bring others back to life using the Rene Rebirth technique. It took Minato 3 years to invent and master the Rasengan. Rock Lee and Guy Sensei look very similar. Some assume they are related, but apparently they are not. Rock Lee just changed his style to look like Guy. Kakashi is 5 feet 11 inches tall, or 180 centimeters, 1.80 meters, 71 inches. Naruto was originally supposed to be a chef who could turn into a fox, a world of difference compared to what we have now. The Sharingan can only be awakened by experiencing powerful emotions. There is an ability in Naruto where the user can manipulate their bones, grow new bones, and even use their bones as weapons. Absolutely disgusting, or you can say bone chilling. Jiraiya writes adult books. Kakashi is also a pretty big fan of these books because he's always reading them. At one point, Orochimaru was a member of the Akatsuki, and there's speculation around why he joined, but one of the most popular theories is he joined because he was curious about the group. Tsunade has hemophobia, which means a fear of blood. Bingo books are little books filled with dangerous and blacklisted ninjas that need to be eliminated. Some use their bingo books to bounty hunt and earn money, like Kakuzu. Naruto and Sasuke both lost an arm in their final battle. Sasuke lost his left arm and Naruto lost his right arm. When Itachi came around to snatch up Naruto to steal his tailed beast, Itachi politely knocked on Naruto's door. A few characters in Naruto can actually fly. Some of these characters include Madara, Choji, Konan, and Pain. Take this fact with a grain of salt because I can't find a definite answer, but it's estimated that Rock Lee's leg weights weigh anywhere from 1,000 to 10,000 pounds per leg. The 5th Mizukage, Mei, can spit out acidic mud. She's also a baddie. Orochimaru essentially can't die. He always comes back to life in some really weird ways. The seal on Tsunade's forehead allows her to store chakra over an extended period of time, and when needed, she can release this and it will greatly increase her power. She also taught this to Sakura. Kurenai tried to put Itachi in a genjutsu. Let me say that again. Kurenai tried to put Itachi Uchiha in a genjutsu. Konoha's military police force was actually started by the second Hokage, and it was given to the Uchiha clan as a sign of good faith. Tsunade actually had a younger brother. His name was Nawaki, and he was kind of similar to Naruto. He had the dream of one day becoming Hokage. Unfortunately, one day after his 12th birthday, he died. Kakashi Hatake's name translates to Scarecrow in the farmland. The father of Might Guy was Might Die. Good lord, look at that beautiful mustache. There is a subdivision of the Ambu called Root. Members of Root have a seal put on their tongue called the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal. If anyone with this seal says anything incriminating about Danzo or Root, their whole body will be paralyzed. This is what Shisui Susanoo looks like. Some of Kakashi's nicknames are Copy Ninja Kakashi, Kakashi of the Sharingan, Hero of the Sharingan, Cold-Blooded Kakashi, and Friend Killer Kakashi. Nagato is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. It is estimated that Madara Uchiha killed over 10,000 people in the 4th Great Ninja War. In the German dub of the Naruto anime, in one scene Zabuza's sword was censored and it looks like he is basically floating. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru are all named after characters from a Japanese book titled The Ballad of the Hero Jiraiya. Kakashi's face has been revealed before. This is what he looks like without the mask. Doesn't hit the same. Danzo had around 11 Sharingan implanted in his body, 1 being in his right eye socket and 10 in his right arm. Absolutely disgusting to look at. Shisui's Sewer Slide awakened Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Yamato's favorite food is walnuts, and his least favorite is any oily food. Kakashi has a plant that he calls Yuki. Might Dai killed 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the manga, and he killed 4 of the 7 in the anime. The Shadow Clone Jutsu was created by Tobirama Senju. Itachi's name means weasel. It's quite fitting if you think about it because of what he did to the entire Uchiha clan. Rin's favorite word was friendship. I wonder how far friendship got her. And lastly, we have to end on a foul fact. So many characters wear open-toe shoes because the creator Kishimoto likes to draw feet so much. Finally getting around to reviewing Gangsta, and I have to say I'm pretty excited about it. So let's stop delaying and jump right into it. Starting off with the synopsis, which might be a little bit hard because Gangsta has so much going on, so I'll try to summarize as best as I can. Basically, you have these 2 dudes, Warwick and Nico. They go by the title of the Handymen, essentially just mercenaries. They do jobs for people in this gang-controlled, crime-ridden city. We also have to mention tags. Tags are people who wear dog tags, and they're kind of like better humans, if that makes sense. Like they're able to move faster, jump higher, and all around stronger. Tags are totally hated in this society, but yeah, throw in some plot and a whole slew of characters and you have Gangsta. Jumping over to the story and plot next, and I have to say, pretty solid. They did a lot of unique things in this anime, with the tags, the gangs, in this entire crime-ridden city, and how it all interacts with our main characters, and how our main characters traverse everything. Now, before I go any further, I have to tell you this, the Gangsta anime is not completed, and probably won't be completed ever, or at least no time soon. So the story pretty much cliffhangers and leaves you high and dry. I suggest picking up the manga if you want a little bit more content, but back on topic here, the story was pretty good. We get to see the main characters take on jobs and do general mercenary stuff. That's cool, but we definitely have to subtract points for being incomplete and not wrapping the anime up at all, or at least ending at a good spot, because they ended the anime in a really action-packed area, which is whack. Going over to world building, this is one thing Gangsta did really, really well, and you don't see a lot of anime doing this. So like I mentioned, this is a gang-controlled, crime-ridden city. You have these crime families working together, fighting, corrupt cops, people hunting tags, our main characters doing main character things, little shops that characters visit, nightclubs, the one doctor dude's office. And this doesn't even scratch the surface of Gangsta's world. They successfully made their world feel alive, and that's a great thing. And for me, it's something I want to see more in anime. Now we jump over to the characters, something I really wanted to talk about. A lot of the characters are pretty unique in their own ways, and that's dope. Let's just cover the 3 main characters so you can see how in-depth this goes. Starting off with Nico, he's a tag, and a pretty strong tag. He also overdoses on this medication made for tags or whatever, and it contributes to his strength. One of the key elements of Nico's character, and the thing I found most interesting about Nico, is he's deaf. First of all, it's really dope because I don't think I've ever seen a deaf character besides the chick in a silent voice. So it's cool to see a little more representation and uniqueness in anime. And you know, Nico does sign language. Don't know how accurate the sign language is. Your boy can barely speak English, so don't ask me about the sign language. Let's jump over to Warwick now. So Warwick is basically a normal human, but like he's really good at remembering things. I think he can read an entire book in a couple seconds. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure he did something like that in the anime. Warwick is also missing an eye because of his father. Nico and Warwick pretty much grew up together. I don't know how to really mention this next one. Warwick sells his services, heavy emphasis on services, to women. We'll leave that one there. Warwick isn't the most interesting in the world, to be honest, compared to the other characters, but he's a solid character. Now we will talk about the 3rd main character, Alex. She used to be a bodily service provider, we'll just go with that, who was addicted to this one drug that her, I guess you would call him a pimp, gave her. And she did this line of work until big dogs, Nico and Warwick, rolled around and killed the pimp and his whole little gang. And Alex joined the handyman as a secretary or something like that. She can also sing pretty good, and she has a little brother she's looking for as well. And I think there is some kind of love triangle between Alex, Nico, and Warwick, but I don't think anything has come of it so far. But yeah, you can obviously see the characters have a little bit of depth to them all around. The characters were pretty dope in my opinion. Now on to art, animation, and sound design. In all honesty, I don't have much to say on this. I really liked all of it. The art style was pretty good. The anime has this whole look to it that really makes it feel like a crime-filled place. It's all dark and stuff. I loved the animation. It was smooth. The fight scenes were pretty good as well. Character design is something anime does really well. Most of the characters looked really good, especially Doug. He was just really sick looking. Character with locks in an anime absolutely blew my mind. Great to see some unique character designs for once. But to touch on the sound design real quick, I don't really pay attention to sound design, so that means it's good because I don't have anything I can really point out about it. The one thing I liked was the opening. That was pretty solid. And that pretty much wraps up this category. On to things Gangsta did right. The main things for me is representation in the characters. That was really cool to see a deaf character. To some, a deaf character is just whatever, you know, but for me it blows my mind that they actually took the time to sprinkle in some uniqueness, and I love that. The gangs or mafia families, that was pretty cool. The funny thing is, one of the families is led by this girl that's like still a child or at least a teen, something like that, and it's honestly pretty wild. Lastly, the tags. I liked how they kept it somewhat down to earth in the anime. You rarely see that in between. It's either normal people doing normal things or giant robots, magic powers, born again in a fantasy world. So it's still somewhat down to earth. It has little sci-fi elements, if that's what you want to call it. Going over things Gangsta did wrong, obviously. Not continuing the anime, that's a big one. Leaving off in the middle of action. In my opinion, some of the characters didn't get enough time and didn't really shine through enough. And that sucks because some of these characters had so much story that they could have given. All around, I don't have many complaints. Time for the final scoring. All around, I loved Gangsta, and to be completely honest with you, I'm a little biased when it comes to Gangsta. So with all things considered, and my biased opinion sprinkled on top, I would give Gangsta a solid 9 out of 10. Final thoughts, Gangsta is a pretty good anime. I really do suggest checking out the manga. You know, support the author. I also have to mention, I believe the manga is on hiatus at the moment or slowly being worked on. The author has a pretty rare illness, which is honestly really unfortunate and kind of sad. But yeah, definitely check out the manga and support the author. Really deserve it. It's a great piece of literature. Goblin Slayer was an intense anime. Like, geez, man, this anime was wild. Now, if you've never seen Goblin Slayer, let me give you a quick synopsis. So basically, there is these goblins, right? And they are all bad guys, I guess. And we followed this party of heroes. Maybe you can call them heroes. And some goblin slaying happens, as well as some fantasy stuff, especially the Night Dude. He does not like goblins. But that is pretty much all you need to know. It's a very simple anime in my opinion. Okay, so I think we should start off with the infamous first episode. If you have seen the first episode, you should already know what I'm going to talk about. But for those who have not seen the first episode, let's jump into it. So we are following this party of characters going on a little mission in a cave. And oh no, goblins are there. And this is where things take a turn for the worst. Being brutally honest here, this party of heroes sucked. Alright, these goblins attack because, goblin big bad, and the party kind of got mollywopped in a very, very violent way. So essentially these party members pretty much all got killed one by one, stabbed, and blood everywhere. And it shows a lot of this. And these goblins, to put it lightly, take advantage of the female heroes. As my anime list puts it, the goblins look for females for Jesus Christ. Buckle in. They look for females for breeding. And yeah, trigger warning, if you decide to go watch the show, it's really messed up. And the Night Dude comes in and saves the day. Well, kind of. Like I said, most of the party members got clapped except the one blonde chick. He was a little late to the party, obviously, because by the time he got there, everything was damn near already said and done. It was just brutal. Now, I don't believe this show followed the same level of intensity throughout every episode because, Lord, that is one wild way to start a series, and I'm not sure if you could top that kind of violence, but geez, they didn't really lighten up the anime that much. I'm the kind of person that likes horror media, and I would consider Goblin Slayer as such. By the gore it portrays, like, it is really hard to explain some of the stuff, especially if I'm trying to keep this video at least a little family friendly. But to keep it simple, characters die, goblins get murked left and right, which is good because goblins are the evilness of this anime. Female characters are disrespected, and I'm not really a fan of that. I personally believe it's a little touchy, but I guess whatever adds to the horrors of this anime. But besides the disgusting stuff, it is always nice to see some extremely horrific media with all the goblin murders. I have to say this is very rare for me, but this anime had me on the edge of my seat because it was just super intense and kind of disgusting if we're being honest, but I guess it sprinkles some kind of story in there along the way. So I would suggest this anime. Like, it's an alright anime, don't get me wrong, but it's not really for the faint of heart. So if you decide to watch this anime, be warned that it is wild and portrays a lot of disgusting things, disgusting actions. It's like horror, but like kind of toned up a little bit. But yeah, that about does it for this video. Short and sweet, just really describing and warning you about Goblin Slayer. Today we'll be talking about the scariest anime that's never been seen, Saki Sonobashi, or Go for a Punch. Quick trigger warning, we will be covering some dark horror themes, but with that out of the way, let's get into the video. If you are unaware of what Saki Sonobashi is, let me fill you in with a synopsis from the original post. Girls without clothes in a large bathroom without doors, debating about never getting out of the room. After days of starving, the girls lose their minds and start screaming and eventually unalive themselves, either by smashing their heads on the floor or scratching their necks to pieces. One girl helped another girl drown in a sink because she couldn't do it herself. Well, that was one hell of a synopsis, and honestly, a lot darker than what I remember when this whole Saki Sonobashi thing was going around. But anyways, back on topic, let's talk about where Saki Sonobashi first came from. Well, it came from the paranormal board on 4chan. The whole plot that I read was commented under a thread asking for the most messed up thing you've seen on the dark web. Now this one little comment exploded into something way bigger. Like I said in the previous chapter of this video, That little comment exploded and intrigued a lot of people, including myself. A lot of people were searching for this anime, and in all honesty, not much has come from it. You have those saying they've seen Saki Sonobashi and describing it. We had that one image of the chick with the white hair that popped up, but unfortunately that didn't belong to Saki Sonobashi. In all honesty, the search for Go for a Punch hasn't really came up with anything. I mean, one of the main subreddits for it turned into a page for shitposting memes about it, so it's safe to assume many have lost hope on this lost anime. But all hope is not lost. Even though the number of people searching has dramatically dwindled, there is still a few mad lads still looking, and I respect the commitment, even if it's a doomed venture. Now finally, I will be giving my opinion on all of this. If I'm being completely honest, I would really like for Saki Sonobashi to be real, because I'm a pretty big fan of horror anime and manga. I am also a fan of lost media, so this is something I would personally like to see. And to answer the question, do I think it's real? Well, yes and no. I still hold out a little hope for this being found, because sometimes lost media takes years and years to be found. However, I do doubt the existence of Saki Sonobashi. I don't think anything credible has come out, and this whole thing was based on a comment on 4chan, and allegedly that commenter came out and said they made the whole thing up. And on top of that, Saki Sonobashi's plot is really similar to the manga Dokomushi, which, if I'm not mistaken, is about people trapped in a school, and it's also very violent. It's also pretty similar to the first Saw movie with the two dudes shackled in the bathroom, and the one had to cut his leg off. Even if this whole thing was a bunch of bullshit, a lot of dope stuff has come from this, like absolutely amazing fan art and people trying to recreate and reanimate the plot. All around, I would really like to see Saki Sonobashi if it's real, but honestly, I would be content with a fan recreation.
Reviewing the best slice of life anime, aka Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. I'm excited for this one. So let's jump right into it with a quick little synopsis off the top of my dome. So you have this woman, Miss Kobayashi. She gets drunk one night and helps this dragon. This dragon then becomes her maid, and it's a slice of life that involves dragons. And that is about all you need to know, to be honest. So let's just jump right into the review part of this video. Let's start with the plot and story. I would say it's all around good for a slice of life anime. Now take the plot of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid and put it up against something like, Elfen Lied or Darling in the Franxx. It's not really comparable, and it wouldn't be fair to compare the plot of a slice of life anime to a more story driven anime, because in my opinion the slice of life genre isn't really that plot heavy. I mean, some are, but the vast majority isn't. It's always, hey, look at this goofy club. All around, for slice of life anime, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid has a good plot, and I have no complaints about it. Jumping over to the characters, they are very good in my opinion. Once again, this is a slice of life, so there isn't really that much substance or backstories for these characters because they really don't need it. It's just a dragon in a slice of life anime. That's literally it. The characters are good, they do what they need to do, and most of them are pretty funny. You have the one dragon that's always deep and dark, but I think he writes fan fiction or something. Then you have Taru, I think that's her name, excuse the fucked up pronunciation because I'm dumb, so ignore that. And she is Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. She has this little gag where she always tries to get Miss Kobayashi to eat her tail. It's kind of a funny gag, but also kind of really disgusting because, look at it. It just looks gross. But all that aside, characters are pretty good. Next we will talk about the art, animation, and sound design, and I'll let you in on a little secret. I don't pay attention to sound design, so that means it's good. Art and animation is also really good. The one thing that I wanted to show off is this one fight scene. I'm sure you know which one I'm talking about. It seemed like they pulled out all of the stops for this. Hell, half the budget probably went into this single fight. And this one scene alone shows off how good the art and animation is in this anime. All around, pretty good stuff on this side of things. On to things Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid did right. One of the biggest things is the comedy in this anime. It's golden. Like, I really love the comedy. Next, I respect how they put this fantasy twist on the slice of life genre. You slap a dragon in the anime and still keep it grounded. That's dope. And I think they pulled it off really well. And that fantasy twist isn't really something you see often in slice of life, like at all, because usually it's, hey, club, and that's it. And lastly, we will hop over to things Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid did wrong. If I'm being completely honest with you, I can't really think of anything. For me, I go into a slice of life for a chill experience, so I'm not really judging that much. I will say that whole hey, eat my tail joke that kept popping up, it was funny. I'll give them that, but also really disgusting. So that's what we'll put in this section, just the tail thing, because I have like no complaints about Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. I'm sure if I rewatched it, I'd probably pick something out, but as of right now, no complaints. Now for the final review. For this video, we will have two scores, one being a slice of life score, and the other will just be my regular old scoring. First up, slice of life score, I'm gonna give Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid a solid 9.5 out of 10. Pretty fitting in my opinion. It was probably one of the best slice of life anime I've personally seen. And next for the regular scoring, I'm gonna say 6.5 out of 10. All around, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid is a really solid anime and all around super unique because it puts this amazing fantasy spin on the slice of life genre, and I just love how they did it. So I would highly suggest it to anyone who hasn't watched it yet. Hello, I'm WeebSack. Welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be doing a tier list. It's a popular anime main protagonist tier list. How exciting is that? Let's get into it, man. We got Boruto at the bottom, trash, FEDCBAS, and godlike. Straight out the gate, we're doing Ash Ketchum because I'm gonna do the characters I know first, and the others I'll just go by looks. And most of the characters that I know, I probably already forgot their names, but we'll go Ash Ketchum first. We'll put Ash at a C. You know, I'm not much into like enslaving animals and making them fight each other. That's kind of messed up, but yeah, not the best practice. I don't think PETA would like that stuff very much, but you know, it's whatever. We'll put him there. Then we got this dude right here. I forgot what the fuck his name was or what anime it was from, but I dropped that anime, so I'm putting him in an E because I didn't think he was the worst. He was rather bland. He was like very monotone, kind of like myself, so D. Next, we're gonna hop over to Boruto. I'm not gonna put Boruto in the Boruto tier. I'm gonna put him in a D tier as well because I've only watched 50 episodes of Boruto, so I don't get to really see how he is yet. I don't know if I like him or not, so I feel like D is just a good place to put him for now. Maybe he'll move up in the future once I watch more of Boruto, but for now he's a D tier. Next, we're gonna hop over to, I think this is Guts. I'm gonna keep it a buck, I've never watched Berserk, and hopefully this is Guts, and hopefully that's his name because I'm gonna make a real ass out of myself if it isn't. But A tier. You gotta respect it, right? You have to. Like, everybody hypes Berserk up so much, and I understand why. A tier for Guts there, because he really deserves it. Yo, this is Lucy. Lucy's automatic God tier. I loved Elfenlied, and I fucking loved Lucy. She was a goated character. Kinda horrifying, if you ask me. You got them fucking floaty ghost hands that can cut people in half. That shit's terrifying. God tier though, because she's lit. Next, we're gonna go over to my man's here. Darling in the Franxx is like one of my favorite animes of like all time, but I honestly do not remember his name, and I only remember the name of 02 from that anime. But I wasn't the biggest fan of him, so I think I'm gonna put him in a C tier because he was alright. He didn't make or break the show, but he definitely wasn't the favorite. Obviously, the fan favorite is 02, and I don't think she's in this list. I don't really see her in here anywhere, unless I'm just blind and she's just like right out in the open somewhere, but I don't see her. Next, we're gonna hop over to content strike right here. This man will get you fucking deleted off YouTube 500 videos because Toei Animations is ass. So if we're rating Toei, just to be a dickhead, I'd put it in trash, but I respect what the fuck's his name, Luffy the pirate. I ain't never watched One Piece a day in my life. I've tried many times, so I'm gonna put his ass in an E tier, right below Boruto. That's gonna hurt some people right there.
That's gonna make some people not very happy, and I apologize. I tried to watch like one episode and I can't get into it. So now we're gonna hop over to Deku, or Midoriya, I think his name is. Once again, I tried to watch My Hero, couldn't get into it like at all. I'm not the biggest fan of My Hero. I honestly very much so dislike My Hero, but my opinion doesn't mean much because I haven't watched any of it. I've tried to watch I probably got in like 3 episodes or so. F tier. I didn't like his character at all, so F tier. It's a tragedy, I know. Up next we got Edward Leclerc. What the fuck's his name? I've never watched Full Metal Alchemist. Surprise, surprise. I haven't watched 90% of the most popular anime out there, but I think he's pretty cool. I'm going to put him in B tier because I think he seems like a solid character from the short little clips that I've seen. I kind of dig him, so B tier for him. Next we got, Eren Yeager. See, I did watch a good bit of Attack on Titan, but once again, I forget everyone's name. Eren? I thought Eren was pretty solid. I stopped when, the fuck was it, the Armored Titan or whatever captured him and they were sitting up in the trees or some shit. That's where I stopped watching because I picked up the manga because I wanted to read the manga more than I wanted to watch the anime. So Eren can go B tier. I thought he was an alright character. Definitely wasn't my favorite of the show. I think Mikasa, whatever the fuck her name was, I liked her. But Eren's a solid B tier. I think he's fine there. Oh, we got my boy Saitama here. Saitama, immediately we're putting Saitama God tier. I love Saitama. Saitama is probably one of the best characters I've ever seen. He's just fucking funny. He has the best dry humor. He's just sitting there and he's fucking one punching everyone. And immediate God tier. Like, you can't beat Saitama. He's hilarious. The One Punch Man was just like a really solid show in my opinion. I rather enjoyed it. So One Punch Man gets the God tier. We love him. Next we got Meliodas. I think I only watched season 1 of 7 Deadly Sins, and honestly, I'm gonna put Meliodas in a B tier because I liked him. He was alright. I didn't get to see too much of him. I know the show quickly fell off like really fast after they started making new seasons. Apparently, like the animation and the art style just suffered dramatically, which sucks because I thought season 1 was a pretty solid season and Meliodas was pretty cool. So from what I've seen, B tier. Up next, we're gonna do Naruto here. Naruto was like one of the first real oh fuck me, I'm breaking shit. Naruto was one of the first real anime I've like ever watched. So for that, I'm giving Naruto an S tier because, like, you know what I'm saying, there's history between us. I gotta put him in S tier. He's like, I fucks with him, man. That's like pretty much what got me into anime to start out with was Naruto. And Naruto's a solid character, man. That's why he's a part of the big 3, or I don't know if he's a part of the big 3. I don't know this shit. I think he is, but yeah, solid character. Next we have Dickhead from Dead Man Wonderland. I fucking love Dead Man Wonderland. I must say, I really liked that like entire anime. Shit was goated. I don't remember his name because I don't remember anybody's name. A lot of people thought he was whiny and just like not a good character. I thought he was a mediocre character, so I'm gonna drop him into C. I thought he was an alright character. He wasn't the best. He wasn't the worst. He was kind of right in the middle for me. His voice was a little annoying. I'll give everybody that. It was a little bit out there, but it didn't break the show for me. I thought he was alright. I mean, nothing too special there. He was just fine. Doesn't bother me that much. Gonna drop over to our boy Ken Kaneki. Ken, I fucking love Ken Kaneki. I loved his character. Tokyo Ghoul Re. Trash. Just shit ass anime. Sorry to say it. And I mean, I'll stand by that. And they really took the Tokyo Ghoul franchise in the wrong direction with Re. But if we pretend Re is not a thing, A tier. But Re is a thing, unfortunately. So B tier. Sorry, Ken. I apologize, but that's just how it goes. Next, we're gonna hop over to, I don't know how I forgot his name. I really dig Dr. Stone, but God tier. Dr. Stone is like, in recent times, probably one of the best anime that I've watched. I really enjoyed Dr. Stone. It was just solid all around. Shit was just entertaining, man. You got this smart ass dude right here just doing some crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? He's going in and fucking doing science and making shit. It really makes you feel like you're learning something, man. I felt like I was learning some science shit. I thought I was about to go outside and just start fucking building a village or some shit in my backyard. You feel me? I thought I was about to go crazy with the shits because I watched Dr. Stone. I only watched the first season. I need to watch, what's it called? The Stone Wars or whatever. I gotta watch that shit. But from what I've seen, Dr. Stone, solid. Next we got Tentacle Dude from Assassination Classroom. Only watched a few episodes of Assassination Classroom, but I rather enjoyed him. I thought he was pretty funny. Look at the character design. He's a pretty unique character design. You got the tentacles and stuff. He's just like a giant gumball with arms, and that's funny. I don't know if he tastes like bananas like a gumball would, but I guess we'll never know. Hopefully it does. But yeah, C tier for him. He's like an alien god that can come destroy Earth, but he comes to teach people how to kill him or something weird, but okay. COVID. Next we got our boy Shinichi. I think that's his name. Oh man, I just fucking murdered my mic. Good lord. Alright, I think I fixed that shit. I murdered my microphone there. That was a tragedy. But we got our boy Shinichi here. I like Shinichi. He was a pretty solid character. He had his little hand with eyeballs and blades and a mouth. And if you're like me, you're wondering if that mouth was used any other way. Oh, I'm sorry for that one. That one was weird. But yeah, Shinichi was solid. Shinichi gets B tier. I rather liked Parasite. I thought it was a pretty good anime. Solid all around. I can't complain about it. B tier is well deserved. We got Goku, another dude from Toei Animations. My fucking whole channel might just get deleted tonight because of this. You can't show anything off with Dragon Ball or One Piece. They might come ruin your livelihood. Once again, I've never really watched Dragon Ball and I never got into it. I thought Dragon Ball was not the best. It's not really for me. D tier. That's where Goku will go. D tier. Up next we got our mans from The Future Diary. I think he was a very forgettable character, to be honest. He was alright. Hell, I can't complain about him, but I feel like he didn't add much to the story. He wasn't the best character at all, but he was alright, so I can't complain. I did like Future Diary. Pretty good. D tier. Next we're gonna hop over to our boy Big Nose, big man who can smell lots of things even if the things are underground. I forgot his name. I'm sorry, don't come at me. That's just how I am. I can't remember the names of like anybody from any TV show that I ever watched, anime included. I can't remember names. It's not my strong suit, but Demon Slayer was pretty fire from the few episodes I watched. Once again, I dropped Demon Slayer so I could read the manga, and I'm like on the whole like little spider thing that's going on in the manga. That's where I left off while I was reading it. So I think he's a pretty solid character. I feel like he's kind of out there. I wouldn't put him anywhere above B. I'd put him in a B. I wouldn't put him anywhere above B. I just feel like he's not the kind of character that would be above B, but he's solid. He could be with the rest of these solid characters. B tier. Now I'm going to start speeding up because we've been doing this for way too long. So this chick or dude, I forgot if it was a chick or dude from whatever the fuck that anime was called, Jesus, where they were eating the children. Yeah, I liked her. C tier. She was fine. Black Clover character that I can't remember the name of. He was pretty solid. I liked him. I didn't finish Black Clover. I feel like I got like 100 episodes in, maybe. I thought it was alright. I kind of feel like it was kind of like a mix between Naruto and I don't even know, Naruto and probably like some kind of magic show. It just kind of seemed like magic Naruto, if I'm being honest. It wasn't the best in the world, but he was an alright character. C tier. He was fine. We're gonna hop over to our dude from Sword Art Online. Everybody hates on Sword Art Online, but I thought it was an average anime. I didn't think it was too bad. Then they started making like too much Sword Art Online, and I was like, holy shit, this is too much for me, and I dropped it. But he was an alright character. Wasn't the worst, wasn't the best. He's kind of bland, but that's not make or break. D tier. He was fine. Oh shit, it's the chick from Made in Abyss. Sorry, I fucking, let me tell you something. I really liked Made in Abyss. I only watched like the first season or whatever. Made in Abyss is kind of like this. It seems wholesome, but then it gets really dark sometimes. And Made in Abyss was a solid fucking show. I really liked it. I can't hype up Made in Abyss enough. It's like, I guess that would be like chibi. Do they call it chibi? Like a chibi art style or some shit? Something like that. I don't know what the fuck it is, but Made in Abyss solid. I'm gonna put her character C tier. I didn't get to see too much of her. You know what I'm saying? You get one season out of it. You can't really tell if it's going to be a great character, a good character, or an average character. So I'm putting her in C. It's an alright ranking for her. She was alright. I think this is Violet Evergarden. Hopefully I'm not wrong. Let me get a look. Her arms aren't showing. I can't tell if she got the arms or whatever. Violet Evergarden, A tier. I'm sorry, but like we simp over here for Violet Evergarden. She was just a fucking great character. She had like good character background, good progression, just everything good. Like that's how you do character development right, in my opinion. They gave her a badass backstory. Then they show her now. And then they show her progressing to be able to type shit and write letters and whatever with her robot arms. It's bad fucking ass. Alright, Violet Evergarden, A tier. If that's her. Hopefully it is. I'd look like a huge dweeb if it wasn't. Ooh, we got our boy Light. I have to say, pretty good fucking character. Light was a, he started out trying to do the good thing. You know, he was gonna do the right thing, but the right thing in his mind kind of turned into a god complex rather quickly, and he just became this dark fucking serial killer with a notebook and a death demon right next to him, you know, while they were writing together. Really weird stuff, but I really enjoyed Light Yagami, so B tier. He was pretty good. As of right now, we're starting to run out of characters I know, so this is go. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna drag these out. I'm just gonna go by looks. I hope you know that. So people may get mad at me, but I might just go off of looks here, just throw them into random fucking categories by like how attractive they are. Oh, that's messed up. Let's see if we can finish out the characters I know here. This dude, is it okay to pick up women in dungeons or something like that? Is it alright to get a little pub while I'm spelunking? He was not the best character in the world, I have to say. He was an alright character, definitely between C and D. He was your average character, like the rest of these characters in D, so I'm gonna have to put him in D. He was an alright character. He wasn't the best, he wasn't the worst like the rest of the characters in D. He was just there. I thought he was quite boring, but once again, that show has so much fan service, it distracts you from the main character. That's just how it goes in this kind of anime though. So next we got the dude from I think the Rising of Shield Hero or something, Shield Hero or something with the shield, I think. Maybe. I dropped that anime, so I don't know much about him. F tier, he wasn't that good in my opinion, sorry. This dude from Hunter x Hunter, he's an alright character, I must say. He's not the best, not the worst. He's fine. S tier. I feel like I watched this show, but I don't remember a damn thing about it, but I feel like I like the way she looks. She got good look to her. I appreciate the pointing. Good headband. Unique character design, B tier. It's the dude from Re:Zero. Oh my god, see, I remember one. I don't know his name, but I know it's the dude from Re:Zero. This dude, he's alright. He's okay, alright? I enjoyed him. He was a pretty good character in Re:Zero. I thought he was pretty funny, pretty comedic. You know, he got, the first episode, he got killed like 1,000,000 times. And just for the perseverance this man has, just for the dedication this man has, A tier. He didn't give up. He just kept getting fucking mollywopped left and right, and he didn't give up. So A tier for that. I think this dude's name is Yugi from Yu-Gi-Oh or something like that. Yugi got funny hair. D tier. Never watched Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't like card games. We got the dude from No Game No Life. No Game No Life was a weird anime. I didn't really enjoy it that much. It was alright. It was fine, don't get me wrong. It wasn't the worst, wasn't the best. But I feel like he wasn't that good of a character. E tier. And having a weird relationship with your sister like he did, that's gonna bump you down to F tier. Alright, that's gross. Get that out of anime. I don't know why there's so much ancestral things in anime. I don't get it away from me. Get it far away from me. I think we might be officially out of characters. I think this might be the dude from High School DxD. I don't know. High School DxD was fine. It was too much fan service for me, and the main character was kind of boring, so D tier if that's him. We're going fast now. This dude got skeleton. He looks pretty cool. C tier. He's an alright character design. I like it. COVID. Guy from Bleach. Bleach is very well known, so I've never watched it. Once again, A tier for being popular, you know. Who the hell? This is the dude from Receive, or I think Receive's in the, it's a volleyball anime. C tier. I don't like sports anime. That's boring, so this dude can go there too, because I think he basketball anime or something like that. I don't know. I don't like the way this chick looks, even if that's a chick. B tier or Boruto tier. Those both can get it. He can get it too. I think I've seen this person before. I think they're highly regarded in anime. I might get crucified. D tier. You can stay there. Don't like the way you look. Boruto tier. This is something. She got big scissors. I think that's all I know about her. So C tier. This dude. Apparently that anime is funny. I've been trying to get to watching it. It's on the list, but haven't watched it yet, so D tier. This dude, don't like the way he looks. Boruto tier. This dude looks dark and ominous. He looks kind of scary. E tier. Maids get B tier. Don't like the way he looks. He gets trash tier. I think that's something to do with boxing. Boxing's pretty cool. B tier. This dude looks crazy. I'm gonna give him F tier. She got unique character design. D tier. We're gonna speed run. We're not even gonna comment. Boruto. He get trash. Boruto. This dude's kind of scary looking. E tier. D tier. Boruto. Don't know who this is. Trash. Who we got here? Don't know who that is. Boruto. Is Boruto worse than trash? I feel like Boruto's not that bad. Look at that. You see? Trash Boruto. It's alright, you know? Boruto's not a bad show. This dude's from Cooking Show, I think. Maybe. Who knows? D tier. I don't know who this is, but he got a funny looking green sword. D tier. She looks cool. B tier. Bland character design. Trash tier. Trash. It's the dude from Code Geass. Geese. I don't know. We'll see. E tier. He's fine. I don't like the way this guy looks. Trash tier. He's fine. F tier. Is that JoJo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? I'll put JoJo up in B tier. Everybody likes JoJo. I've never watched JoJo. I think JoJo's a little bit too crazy for me. I don't like the art style. It's a little weird, but I respect it. B tier. I don't know who this is. Trash. It's the dude from one of those weird long-running anime. D tier. Don't know who that is. Boruto tier. Don't like you. I thought I already put you up somewhere. Trash. 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 Like the cape. F tier with the other dude with the cape. There you go. Trash. Boruto. Trash. 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 Spike Spiegel. S tier. Cowboy Bebop is good anime. Good stuff. Good sauce. Trash. 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 I don't remember what she's from, but she's alright. F tier. Trash. Trash. And there you have it, boys and girls, and everything in between. This is the tier list of, forgot what it was, popular anime main protagonist tier list. Here we go. Here it is. This is what we have. This is it. God tier, these people. Lucy, Saitama, and Dr. Stoneman. S tier is Naruto, Spike Spiegel. I don't have to explain it to you. You can see it. This is it. Just because they're in trash for Boruto doesn't mean I don't like them. I just probably haven't seen them before. That's just how it goes, because I haven't watched much anime in my time. I've watched a good bit, but not too much. This video is too long.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be going over some horror anime that you shouldn't watch. Before we get into the video, quick little trigger warning. Some of the anime on this list is very grotesque and we'll be lightly covering them. So there's your warning. Now that we have that out of the way, let's hop into the video. Starting off nice and simple with Elfen Lied. So there's this chick named Lucy and she has invisible ghost hands that can do a lot of damage. And by a lot of damage, I mean decapitation, splitting people in half, basically just cutting people up. That's all you need to know. And the anime shows a good bit of this, so it's a little gory. But the good thing about Elfen Lied is it's not just all pointless violence. There's a good story there as well, and surprisingly, some wholesomeness. Oh boy, Shoujo Tsubaki, an anime I've made several videos on, and one that I've watched several times, and I have to say the anime is pretty bad. I mean terrible voice acting, art, animation, sound design, story, plot, and characters. However, the one thing Shoujo Tsubaki does right is horror. You have a pretty brutal scene where a character stomps a litter of puppies to death, and yes, it shows this, and it's absolutely stomach turning. You have sexual assault scenes, terrifying but hilarious screaming, and all around the anime is trippy and psychedelic. It's weird to look at, and personally, when I was first watching it, it gave me a very uneasy feeling. Let's tame it down a bit with Dead Man Wonderland, a good anime in my opinion, and the best way I can describe it is it's like Squid Game before Squid Game. There's prisoners in this prison amusement park, and dangerous obstacles like Squid Game, and a lot of people die. Not much gore in this one, mostly just blood splatters, but Dead Man Wonderland has a good story, and honestly I would suggest it if you haven't watched it yet. I had to throw you off with Dead Man Wonderland, but let me introduce you to Corpse Party Missing Footage, a roughly 11-minute OVA. Besides having a cool-ass name, this anime is uniquely strange. So we start off with violence right off the bat, but it doesn't really show that much. You have a little bit of blood, but what really makes this horrific is the sound effects and the voice acting. The stabbing sounds, tearing and ripping, absolutely disgusting. It also has blood-curdling screams that just sound so real, like someone is actually terrified. So bonus points for really good voice actors. There's also an eyeball stabbing scene, and they show that. And this whole segment is very short, and the rest of the anime is like a slice of life comedy fan service thing. It's weird, but the beginning part was wild. Parasite is a different kind of horror. It would fall under the body horror category, and body horror is something that makes my stomach do backflips. Our MC has an alien parasite thing crawl into his hand, and it can talk. This parasite thing has eyes and a mouth, and it can like shapeshift the MC's hand, and together they fight off parasites that infected other people. So we get to see a good bit of action, a decent story, and a whole lot of absolutely disgusting body horror. I mean, just look at this. If this doesn't gross you out, nothing will. For the final anime, we'll be talking about My Last Day. Additional trigger warning here, this anime is about religion. But anyways, this anime shows the torture and crucifixion of Jesus, and it's pretty violent. And I won't be getting too in-depth or show much of this one, because I don't want to offend anybody. But that's basically all this anime is. I think it was made by a religious organization. I'm not sure. I don't even know if it falls under the anime category, because apparently it has to be made in Japan to be anime, and I don't think this was made in Japan, but it has the look of anime, so guess what? To me, it's anime. And yeah, this one's kind of brutal, I would say, if that's the right word. It's very eerie and violent and shows a lot, but yeah, that's basically it. Before I outro this video, I'm gonna throw some honorable mentions at you real quick. Tokyo Ghoul, Occam Got Kill, Another, Shiki, and lastly, the most horrific of them all, one so bad I couldn't even show. Buckle in, hold on to your crusty body pillow. Boku no Pico, even saying the name makes the hair on your neck stand up. Nah, I'm playing. Interviews with Monster Girls. Oh boy, how do I approach this one? I mean, from the title I call it strange, but how strange are we talking? How about I slap a picture of the chick that carries around her own head? Yeah, I think that's the best way to start this video. So let's actually talk about the anime, starting with the synopsis, of course. So basically, this anime is kind of a slice of life, maybe more like a slice of life with a fantasy twist. This twist makes the show a lot more enjoyable, in my opinion. It's just a couple of like half human and half monster people going to school, and a teacher that is chilling with them, I guess. That's really about it. The plot is super simple. There's not much going on. It's just like your average slice of life. There's not much going on. It's very simple, but with this nice little fantasy twist that adds just a little bit to it, and I thought that was kind of cool. Now, me calling it strange is not exactly an insult. The anime in itself is alright, but like I said, very strange but unique as well. I respect that they brought something very fresh to the table. Now, once again, chick holding her own head is a little sideways in my opinion, because she's holding her fucking head. Why is her head detached from her body? That's scary. But back on track, Interviews with Monster Girls does bring something fresh to the table. They put that fantasy spin on a more or less slice of life anime, and with slice of life anime, some of these shows can get really repetitive and boring after a while, so it's really nice to see some super unique spin put on the genre every once in a while, and still keep it somewhat down to earth, and still have those slice of life fundamentals. Now, I'm not saying the anime doesn't get a little repetitive, because personally I thought it dragged a little bit, but that's just the opinion of some depressed anime YouTuber, so my opinion obviously doesn't hold very much weight. But enough with the self-loathing, and let's get back on track here. The anime is pretty funny. Like, characters don't even really have to say or do anything. Just once again, look at the chick holding her head. That's like all the comedy you need right there. Most of them, they just look kind of weird. I'd kind of like compare it to Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, because, you know, there's some similarities there, just a couple, you know, fantasy slice of life thing and otherworldly creatures, so it's not as good as Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, I have to say, like, not at all. All around, this anime does have its faults. Like, the characters, they were a little iffy. Not much really went into the character department, to be honest. Like, I feel they could have done a little more to do something with these characters, and that potential was mostly wasted. But besides the faults, Interviews with Monster Monster Girls has good things about it. Now would I suggest it? Kind of. I would say watch 1 or 2 episodes and you decide if you want to keep watching. I would honestly say it's a filler anime that you put in between cool anime, because it's not really like this special thing that you just have to check out right now. Like it's something you can slap on the list and maybe you'll watch it, maybe you won't. Hello, I'm WeebSack. This is Anime Pickup Lines. Let's hop into it. Hey darling, I must be an infinite Tsukuyomi, 'cause you're like a dream come true. Are you from Dragon Ball? Because I want to blow my pickle load in you. Jesus, man, some of these are just absolutely disgusting. I don't even know who comes up with this shit, man. I really wish you had Byakugan, so you can see how fast my heart beats every time I see you. This one is actually pretty good. Still a little cringe, but good nonetheless. Kiss me if I'm wrong, but One Piece is a short anime, right? I've been looking for you, like Gon's been looking for his father. I think I need a paralyzed heel because you're stunning. Ever notice how End of Evangelion and Let's Get It On rhymes? You're hotter than Amaterasu. Is your name Urza? Because my cheeks go scarlet when I think of you. Neo Tokyo must be in trouble because I'm looking at an angel right now. That's not a kunai in my pocket, you know? I'll love you longer than all of the One Piece episodes. Now if my math is correct, that'd be 410 hours, roughly. I've got 9 tails, think you can take them all in one shot? Jesus Lord. Do you have a death note? Because every time you smile, I feel like I'm having a heart attack. I don't think that's healthy and doesn't really sound like a compliment to me, but hey man. Damn girl, I want to give you that Shinra Tensei. Oh, Jesus Lord. Do you have the Byakugan? Because it feels like you can see right through my heart. If I'm one for all, will you be my all for one tonight? Are you a crime because you're worth going to jail for? This one honestly feels illegal, kinda creepy. Hey, I'm not Zenitsu, but being with you is one thing I want to hone to perfection. Why don't we go back to my place and find my Dragon Balls? Hey girl, wanna see my deck? Do you have a pen so I can write your innocence in my death note? Pretty creepy, but okay. Baby, I'll show you all 6 paths. I give better tongue than Datara, but you'll have to see for yourself. Now this one's absolutely disgusting. Is that a Pokeball in your pocket, or are you happy to see me? Am I the only one who thought Made in Abyss was just absolutely insane? I mean, to me it was really weird, but like in a good way. Now if you don't know what Made in Abyss is, I'll fill you in real quick with a synopsis. So basically in this world, there's just this giant fucking hole in the earth that needs to be explored by people. These people are known as divers. Our main character is Rico. Her mom was a pretty popular diver, and Rico wants to be like her. She finds a robot boy she names Reg, and they basically run off to explore this giant hole in the ground that's filled with all sorts of fantasy shit. Alright, enough with the boring shit. Let's talk about how insane this anime is. Bro, Rico is like 12, dog, and she's just exploring this extremely dangerous abyss with a robot boy. And when I say extremely dangerous, I mean really dangerous. Like, Rico has gotten pretty messed up in a few episodes. Like, who's letting a 12-year-old just jump in a hole in the earth and take on all the wild shit that's in this hole? Like, homie has died a couple of times, and for some reason she's like, let's keep going. I respect the determination. Also, is anyone looking for her? I know she's an orphan, but like a child just decides to hop in a hole and someone's gotta be looking for her. I know I'm nitpicking a lot right now, but you can see what I'm saying. This anime is wild, which isn't a bad thing. I would actually like to take the time and compliment the anime a little bit. Starting off with the characters, I honestly thought they were pretty cool, and they have a little bit of substance to them, like backstories, and I love that. When creators take the
the time and build a bigger story around certain characters, like the bunny girl or whatever she was. I won't say what her backstory is because that twist was wild, and I'd hate to spoil that surprise for you if you plan on watching this anime. So for her, I'm gonna just say really traumatic. The character designs in this anime is another thing that I really enjoyed. The vast majority of the characters looked really unique, and that's amazing. Going hand in hand with that, the art style of this anime was just beautiful. The characters kind of have this chibi style, if that's the right word. I also feel like they spent a lot of time on the environment. It just looks really good and like really plays up into the fantasy thing because, I mean, it's fantasy. Look at it. It's crazy. If you couldn't tell, I enjoyed this anime. It's pretty good, and I would honestly suggest it if you haven't seen it yet. It's a little bit slow, but it's definitely an entertaining one, so check it out. Unfortunately, where we're at now, there's no like season 2 or anything, as far as I'm aware, which kind of blows because I would like to see a season 2. Like to see, you know, how fucking far the hole in the ground goes down, because I guess that's the entire anime is just, let's jump in this hole, let's explore the hole, let's see where the hole goes, you feel me? And, you know, that's entertaining. Maybe pick up the manga. I'm thinking about getting the manga to see where this story goes because it's a pretty good story, man.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be reviewing the Elfen Lied anime, so let's stop delaying and jump right into the review with the synopsis. Alright, so we start out with a chick named Lucy. She's like a breed of human. It's like all special. She has these floaty ghost hands that could literally cut people in half. Lucy was kept in a lab where they performed inhumane experiments on her. Eventually, Lucy breaks out with a lot of bloodshed, but before she makes her great escape, she catches a bullet to the helmet thing she was wearing, which like injured her head, and that gave her a split personality, one being the normal murderous Lucy and the other being a person with a mental state of a child. She wanders upon two cousins and they basically take care of her, and that's about all you need to know synopsis wise. Jumping over to the story and plot, I have to say, pretty enjoyable story. It can be funny at times, it can also be truly horrific, so in my opinion that swing between haha funny joke and oh fuck she just cut someone in half adds a good bit of substance to the overall story. And honestly, the story is pretty good. I would give it really high marks, to be honest. There is some good suspense along with many other things, so yeah, story pretty good. Now on to characters. Obviously I liked Lucy the most because floaty ghost hands that can cut people in half, that's kind of badass. Now her character was a little shallow because, like I said, split personality, and the main personality was childlike, and she was only able to say like one word. If I'm not mistaken, that word was mew or something like that, and obviously that didn't really help the character develop all that much, but still she had a decent backstory, so like bonus points for that. The two cousins who took Lucy in, also really shallow, to be honest, not much going on with them. They also had kind of a weird relationship, you know how that goes, but for the most part, characters pretty good, you know, I'd say very average, to be honest. Up next, art, animation, and sound design. Now for art and animation, it's an old anime, so it has that old anime style, and personally, I'm not the biggest fan of that old anime style, but I can definitely look past that because good story. The animation is obviously old as well, not the greatest in the world, but good for the time. Sound design is also okay. Once again, you can tell it's old, and I sometimes like that old sound design because it just sounds nostalgic. All around, no complaints for art, animation, and sound design. Next, things done right. Story is a pretty big one. Good stuff. Horror would be another one I would like to mention because it has a good bit of horror elements like violence and gore, which is pretty cool. There's also some wholesomeness, and I enjoy that. It's nice to have a little bit of wholesomeness or comedic relief in between the crazy ass story that's going on, you know, people hunting Lucy and fucking Lucy either being like funny saying mew or Lucy literally cutting someone's fucking head off. It's just insane. So that little comedic relief of, you know, whatever the hell's going on, it's kind of like a slice of life at times, and then Lucy comes back and cuts someone in half. So, you know, that's crazy, but that comedic relief really breaks it up perfectly to where it still has some kind of uniqueness, and that makes it kind of feel fresh because you don't want like a violent anime all the way through. That little bit of comedic relief
for wholesomeness, breaks up the violence and breaks up the story a little bit to the point where it feels fresh and it feels more relaxing at times, because you don't want this just, I mean some will, but like a fast-paced anime all the way through the entire show to where it's like, holy shit, man, this is insane. Personally, I like that sometimes, but other times I want a more relaxed watch. I feel like Elfen Lied definitely did that to where it took its breaks in between the crazy ass shit, and I feel like that added a lot to this anime. Now hopping over to the things done wrong, honestly, I can't really point anything out at the moment. I guess I could say the art style, because once again I am not the biggest fan of the old anime art style. I'm sorry, I got into anime in like 2018, so I'm obviously used to the new anime style and it's kind of hard to watch old anime, but like I said, I can definitely look past the old anime art style with this anime because it's a good anime, man. The art style doesn't matter when it's literally that good. All around, I thought Elfen Lied was a pretty enjoyable anime. I honestly liked it and I can't really complain about it. So for the final score, I will be giving Elfen Lied a score of 8 out of 10. Quick after credits scene here. I know I might be mispronouncing the title Elfen Lied because I've been told before it's actually Elfen Lied, so apologies if I made you cringe a little bit. I'm just stuck in my ways, so I'm going to continue to call it Elfen Lied because it's funny and I prefer Elfen Lied. I'm sorry. I love you. Go play with your body pillow or something. Bye. Get out of here. Hello and welcome back to another video. I'm WeebSack and I enjoy reading horror manga, mostly stomach turning and terrifying horror manga, but I would like to backtrack and I want to suggest some rather tame horror manga for those just getting into the genre. So let's stop delaying and hop right into it. I'm going to kick this video off with one of the greatest manga authors of all time, Junji Ito. Now, Junji Ito has a plethora of horror stories you can sink your sick and twisted teeth into, many of which are rather tame compared to some of the other crazy manga that's out there. Now, Junji Ito, in my opinion, specializes in body horror, so most of his stories contain some really gross things, like the chick that turned into a slug, or the model chick. Yeah, I'm sure you get it. Honestly, I suggest Junji Ito because his stories are just honestly amazing. And it's a great starting place, so check some of them out. Up next we have Tokyo Ghoul. You may or may not have seen or read Tokyo Ghoul because it's pretty damn popular. Now, Tokyo Ghoul isn't the craziest horror manga out there, but I suggest it because it has a pretty good story if that's what you're looking for, and it sprinkles in some gore and some violence, all that lovely stuff you'd want in a horror manga. We have another manga that fulfills all that amazing body horror, that manga being Parasite. Quick synopsis: these parasite alien things come from space and infect people. Our MC gets lucky and the parasite only infects his hand. They team up, fight the less fortunate people who are completely infected, and I'm sure by now you've already seen the crazy body horror stuff on screen and it's pretty bone chilling, but it has a pretty good story, so check it out. It's really good. Parasite's absolutely insane, man. Damn near every human that was infected by these parasites turned into like giant mouths. Like seriously, they just open up and there's a mouth. It's honestly disgusting and just terrifying, but it's great. I rate it pretty highly. And the anime as well. The anime is pretty good too. Mirai Nikki, or The Future Diaries, the next horror manga. This one is a little different from the rest on this list. It's not all about crazy ghosts and goblins. Now, there is a whole lot of supernatural stuff with diaries that tell the future and a whole battle royal setup, but Mirai Nikki leans more towards psychological horror, whole bunch of mind-fucking and terrible things humans can do. And hey, a yandere, I know you like that, we all do. Don't try to lie to me, alright? I couldn't even begin to explain the whole plot of Mirai Nikki because it's like you have betrayal, gods, I guess, murder. I think someone got their head cut off at one point. And then also in Mirai Nikki, they have the eyeball dude. That dude was pretty weird. Listen, it's weird, alright? It's really weird. It has this whole supernatural thing to it. It's crazy. The psychological horror is wild. There's so many twists and turns. If you want something that will keep you on the edge of your seat while reading, Mirai Nikki is definitely the way to go, because I promise you, if you haven't seen it already, some of these twists will just absolutely catch you off guard. So check it out. Lastly, let me introduce you to High School of the Dead. So far we have covered body horror, psychological horror, and horror with a good plot, but now it's time to cover some zombies, because zombies are a pretty big staple in the horror genre. High School of the Dead isn't your average zombie manga though. Oh no, it goes way beyond that. While you have a good bit of terrifying zombies and a whole lot of action, you also have some crazy lewdness, and I mean a lot of lewdness, and along with that, some comedy. High School of the Dead honestly covers so many areas. It's horror, zombies, action, titties, and comedy. Like, that's insane. Now, if I'm being completely transparent with you, I'm not the biggest fan of this manga or the anime. I just included it because it was like the tamest horror manga I could think of, and it's not terrible. Not great, but not terrible. So check it out.
Hello, I'm WeebSack, and today I'm gonna go over some anime that's been banned in China, because there is a lot that's been banned, so yeah, let's hop into it. Attack on Titan was banned in 2015 because it was too violent and there was too much gore. Attack on Titan was deemed too violent for public consumption. Death Note was banned because it was violent. Also, some children were making their own Death Notes and filling them with people's names, so I can see that ban kind of a little bit. It's a little weird. Tokyo Ghoul was banned once again. Violence and gore. Ooh, no surprise. I'm starting to see a little bit of a trend with the bans here, but Tokyo Ghoul also caught this ban because some people were stitching symbols and designs into their skin like the character Juzo. Elfenlied was banned because it could inspire rebellion and delinquency. Elfenlied also had violence and some gore. Shoujo Sabaki was banned like literally everywhere, so it's safe to assume it's banned in China for gore, violence, and sexual content. Another was banned, no reason was given, so we can assume it's for violence and gore, and a little bit of supernatural stuff as well. Aesthetica of a rogue hero is about fighting an oppressive government. Put 2 and 2 together and that equals a ban. Black Butler was banned for violence, gore, dark themes, and it may encourage delinquency. Psycho-Pass was banned for violence, and it may encourage delinquency. High School of the Dead was banned because of its sexual content. Data Live 2 was banned, no real reason given. Dead Man Wonderland was banned for violence and gore. Parasite was banned, apparently it was too violent and gory. Devil May Cry was banned because it was violent, and the depiction of demons may have also added to the ban. Tokyo Ravens was banned, no real reason was given though, so write violence, gore, pornography, terrorism, and crimes against public morality on a dartboard and throw the dart, and whatever it lands on is most likely the reason for the ban. Sword Art Online 2 was banned because of the use of guns and apparently offensive materials, whatever the hell that means. I'm not exactly sure what offensive materials is in Sword Art Online because, in my opinion, Sword Art Online is like one of the most chill anime out there, so I don't know what would be so offensive about Sword Art Online. Point that one out to me if you know, because I couldn't find anything on it. So if you know the answer to that one, let me know. Terror in Resonance was banned because violence, pornography, terrorism, and crimes against public morality. Jesus, that one hit all the marks there. Hell yeah, man. And also, I don't know if I pronounced that title right. If I didn't, just ignore me. I'm dying over here. Afro Samurai was banned. Not much information was given on this one, so we'll just say violence. Corpse Party was banned, obviously for violence and gore, you know, why else would it be banned? My Hero Academia was banned because the character was apparently named after a war crime. The character's real name is on screen. I won't be going over this war crime, you can look it up if you want. This is a fucking anime video, we're not going to be talking about war crimes here, okay? His name's up there somewhere because I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that, alright? Tokyo Ghoul Route A, we're going to go out on a limb here and assume that Tokyo Ghoul Route A was banned for the same reasons the original series was banned. So, violence and gore. High School DxD was banned because of how sexual it is. I mean, I agree, it was a very lewd anime. Don't agree with the ban though, so yeah, alright. Claymore was banned, no real reason given, we'll just assume violence. The Testament of Sister New Devil was banned because of its depictions of supernatural elements such as demons. Ooh, spooky. Okay, so I finally read Metamorphosis. Took me long enough, and oh boy, there is a lot to unpack here, and I mean a lot. Real quick, before we go any further, this manga is not for the faint of heart, and we will be lightly going over some of the touchy topics. So here is your trigger warning, and now that we got that out of the way, let's hop into it. Alright, so the beginning of the manga was fairly normal. We have our female lead, Saki Yoshida. For the rest of this video, I will be referring to her as Yoshida, just letting you know so no one is confused. But Yoshida is a school student and not really fitting in until she decided to change her appearance and start to care about what she looked like. And when she did this, she started to get friends and become more outgoing. Then Yoshida goes into a store to buy a magazine, and that's where we meet this older dude, and I'm going to call this dude Hey because I don't think I can pronounce his actual name. But anyways, Hey starts flirting with Yoshida. She goes along with it. They go to a karaoke bar. Hey gets Yoshida to drink some alcohol, a little bit of pressuring going on. They make out. He has her take this pill, which I can only assume is ecstasy. You know, a lot more pressuring going into this. And right around here, page 10 or 11 is where things start to get really graphic and the smeck scenes start. And I must say, I'm not a fan of this kind of manga. I'm reading this for the plot, which is funny enough. And I have to read through scenes like this, making sure I don't miss any plot. It's really uncomfortable and kind of weird, and once again, reading for the plot in this kind of manga is just absolutely strange. And this manga pretty much follows that trend of various encounters between Yoshida and different men, and it damn near seems like that's the entire manga. But there is a reason I'm talking about this manga. There is some pretty dark and twisted things that happen besides your normal hentai stuff. And these things kind of shocked me because I knew Metamorphosis as a meme in the community, and you know, you see that one image that everyone shares. All I knew coming into this manga was that it was kind of messed up, and oh boy, did it live up to that. So with all of the normal video stuff out of the way, and I don't think YouTube is listening anymore, let's get slightly into the more fucked up elements of this manga. Starting off with the obvious, which would be the sexual content. Now 99% of the smecks between Yoshida and the various men doesn't seem consensual in my opinion. There's always drugs involved and or some form of pressuring, so that's already pretty messed up. And damn near everyone else in this manga is portrayed as basically, for lack of a better word, dickheads. Like fake friends and people trying to take advantage of Yoshida. And worst of all, even her parents are not cool either. And since we are on the topic of her parents, I have to mention one of the most disgusting points of the story. And spoiler alert here, so if you don't want this disgusting twist spoiled, leave now. But Yoshida was basically raped by her own father. In all seriousness, the manga just gets more and more fucked up as it progresses, from rap to addiction to prostitution, and finally Yoshida decides to take her own life by using a lethal amount of heroin. Jesus Christ, man. Like, that's so dark and honestly one of the most horrific pieces of literature I've ever read. It's insane. But I wanted to do something different here, so we will be rating how messed up this manga is, and I'm honestly thinking a 8 out of 10, which is high, because it's really messed up. I was leaning towards a 9 or even a 10, but I settled on an 8 for the simple fact that I believe there is worse out there, and I might not have read them yet, but I feel, as of right now, Metamorphosis damn near holds the spot of the most horrific manga I've seen. For the final thoughts, I'm not sure what to say. This manga was wild and honestly shocked and surprised me time and time again. It just kept ramping up until that final crash at the end. I honestly do not feel comfortable suggesting this manga. All I'll say is, if you're looking for a manga that is really fucked up and you already have experience with disgusting media, I guess you can check this one out. Just be warned, it's wild and absolutely insane.
Hello, I'm WeebSack, and welcome back to another tier list video. We're doing a tier list, obviously. I just fucking said it, I'm an idiot. But yeah, another tier list video. It's never been done before, I promise. This one is a shonen anime tier list. Not my favorite genre in the world, but I guess it's okay. Some of these I don't know, some of these I do. You know, this video is going to be full of hot takes, like always, because that's just me, little controversial boy over here that probably hasn't seen half of the anime that's on here. But let's stop delaying and hop right into whatever this is, alright? Starting off with Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan was okay, alright? I made a video calling it very average, and I still hold that same sentiment. It's very, very average. I mean, it's just okay, I guess. It didn't really pique my interest. I got into it a little bit, and then I was like, nah, I'm gonna drop it and, pick up the manga, and I started reading that. But I haven't picked up any more of the manga, so definitely need to do that to catch up on the story, I guess. But C tier for very average Attack on Titan. Next up is Black Clover. I think I got about, 100 episodes or so into Black Clover, and it was alright. Once again, it was okay, like very average. I thought Black Clover was kind of like Magic Naruto, if that makes any sense. It wasn't really the most special anime I've ever seen, but it was okay, I guess. C tier, along with Attack on Titan. I've never seen Bleach, I'm gonna be honest with you. I tried to watch like the first episode or whatever, and I got like, I don't know, maybe like 5 minutes in, and I was like, old anime art style, don't like it. Butt cheeks. I don't know what the fuck this one is. Is this like Fire Force or some shit? What is that? Literal shit. I don't know what it is. So, hot take already. We're putting it there. Now, Boruto is okay. Once again, I don't even know how many episodes I got into Boruto, like 50 or some shit like that. Boruto, from when I was watching it, there's like 50 episodes or so. I thought Boruto was okay. Very average. I still hold the same opinion. I need to watch more of it before, I decide whether it's just absolute dog shit or it's a good anime. I'm gonna put, now this is gonna be a fucking hot take and a half right here. B tier. I'm putting Boruto in B tier, right? You feel me? Immediately I'm putting Dragon Ball in shit tier because, I'm not a big fan of Dragon Ball. It's a series that's been running since fucking forever, and it's not really my thing. I'm not really into this whole, I'm fighting you, and now I'm fighting you. There's not much story. I'm fighting you now. We need to get the Dragon Balls for the 17th time in a row. Now I'm fighting you. You feel me? It's the same repetitive shit over and over and over again, but it's a cash grab, so, if it still makes money, keep making it. Hopping over to Death Note now here. Death Note was okay. I don't think I finished Death Note. I'm not sure. Nah, I didn't finish Death Note. I don't think I did. But Death Note, from what I watched, was a pretty good anime. I can't really complain about Death Note. It kind of like ticked all the boxes for me. It was like okay. I keep saying that and I feel bad because I'm just calling all these anime okay. But I'm gonna put Death Note in A tier because, unique story. It's a good starter anime and kind of gets you used to all the weird shit that's in anime. Full Metal Alchemist. I've never watched Full Metal Alchemist, like not even a single episode. So C tier because, I guess it's okay. Fairy Tail is up next. I think I watched, like 3 episodes of Fairy Tail or some shit, and it's a shonen anime, I have to say. It follows the rest of them, I guess. So for Fairy Tail, we're gonna smack it in a C tier as well with all these other ones here. I don't know what this one is. Literal shit. We got the hot takes going tonight, son. I tell you what, that's literal shit. Don't know what it is. So, you can flame me for it in the comments or whatever. Haiku or whatever the fuck this one's called. I think it's a volleyball anime or some shit. Never watched it, but immediately it goes into literal shit because sports anime kinda sucks, if I'm being honest with you. I'm not the biggest fan of sports anime. I think it's kind of dumb. Hunter x Hunter. Surprise, surprise. Never watched Hunter x Hunter. Butt cheeks. I don't even know what this is. A boxing anime. Boxing's cool. C tier immediately. Now JoJo. We're on to JoJo now. Alright, so JoJo is something I have not watched, and I made a video kind of explaining how I thought JoJo was kind of weird because JoJo is fucking weird. We all gotta admit it. You have to too. Even if you're a fucking fan of JoJo, you have to say it's weird because it really is. It's just this like really flamboyant and like out there anime, and I respect that, okay? But I made that video calling it weird, and I didn't really watch JoJo all that much. I don't even know how much I watched of it, but I think I watched a little bit. But when I was like watching clips for the background of that video, I was like, wait a minute, JoJo seems kind of entertaining. Haven't got around to watching it yet, but JoJo seems kind of entertaining. So B tier for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I don't know what this is, but it looks wild. Butt cheeks. Don't know what this is. Literal shits. I like really old anime stuff that like I've never watched because it came out in the fucking 60s, alright? You feel me? It's just that old shit. Next up is My Hero Academia. Another hot take, because this video is full of them. My Hero Academia is fucking shit. Like it is. It's just trash. You feel me? I mean, like, come on now. This superhero shit's been overplayed about 1,000,000 times. You know, it's kind of old for me personally. I'm not really into the whole superhero thing. It's like, ooh, I got a cape, I ate a man's hair, and now I got powers. It's like that whole dumbass thing. I watched, an episode or 2 or 3 or some shit. I don't even remember at this point, but I gave My Hero Academia like 2 chances. I tried it like 2 times now, and I still can't get into it. You know, it's got a whole bunch of hype around it. Maybe I'm missing out. I don't think I am, though. Next up, we have Naruto. Immediate S tier, because it's Naruto. It's pretty solid, actually, because it's fucking Naruto. Do I have to say anything? Like, it's Naruto. Like, it's good. For the most part, you know, it had a whole bunch of fillers, which is whack as shit, but most long-running shonen anime has fillers, so there's nothing you can really do about it. But yeah, Naruto was like one of my starting animes. Good baseline anime, man. It really got me into this whole weird and wacky shit, and you know, years later, here I am talking into a microphone, spewing my hot takes all over a tier list. Yeah, S tier for Naruto. 7 Deadly Sins is a funny one, because 7 Deadly Sins, I think I watched the first season and I thought it was pretty good, but I've seen a lot of shit talking on 7 Deadly Sins because in the later seasons the quality of the anime went downhill like drastically. So for that, I'm gonna put 7 Deadly Sins into a B tier. I don't know what this one is, so butt cheeks. No, focus your eyes right there. One Piece. Okay, now we're looking at One Piece. Now watch me put One Piece in literal shit, because One Piece is ass, man. I'm sorry, but it is. Shit. That one's gonna get me fucking shot. I understand long-running anime. Maybe you grew up with it or whatever, and it's just been in your life for a long time, or, you know, it's 1,000 episodes long, and you've watched all of them, and you're, like, fully convinced that One Piece is the greatest anime. I don't think it is, personally, because it's weird, and the art style is weird, and I can't get into the story, and it'll never end, like ever. Next up, we have One Punch Man. Now, One Punch Man gets to sit cozy up there with Naruto and S tier, because One Punch Man isn't your average shonen anime. It's like a fucking joke. It's hilarious. It's a bald dude who can one punch anything. It's like a parody of the shonen genre, and that's funny. Got a lot of good jokes in there. I fucks with it. Next up, we have, I don't know what that is, butt cheeks. Now we're on to Naruto Shippuden. Now, Naruto Shippuden gets S tier with Naruto because it's fucking Naruto, but grown up and a little bit crazy, alright? I don't have to talk about it. You know what Naruto is. If you don't, oh well, I guess. Go watch it, I suggest it. Soul Eater. Never watched Soul Eater, but cool name, C tier immediately, because cool name gets C tier. Next up, we have, the worst part is I thought this anime was pretty good, and I'm completely blanking on the name right now. Oh my god. I don't remember what it's called. We'll just call it Orphans Getting Eaten by Monster People, alright? And it was a pretty good anime, so I'm gonna put it in B tier. Very average. I thought the first season was fire. I haven't seen the second season, but I've seen a lot of people say the second season is just dog shit. But that first season had me on the edge of my seat, like, the entire time watching it, because it was just so intense, and there was so much, like, suspense that, like, went into this anime. It was wild. And lastly, we have another fucking old anime that I've never seen. Literal shit, because it's an old anime. Sorry, that's just my opinion. But here it is, my tier list on the shonen anime. Then I guess that's it, to be honest.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be reviewing Parasite. I hope you enjoy it, and let's hop right into it with a synopsis. Alrighty, so these alien parasite things fell from space and landed on Earth. These parasites infected people and then took over the bodies of those people. Now, hopping over to our main character Shinichi, one of these parasites tried to infect him, but this parasite was unsuccessful and only took over his hand, and this parasite is named Migi. Now, Now Shinichi and Migi pair up because it mutually benefits the both of them, because Migi can kill Shinichi, but if Shinichi dies, I think Migi dies as well. So they pair up to fight people who were completely taken over by parasites, and that about wraps up the synopsis. Let's hop over to the plot and story. All around it had a unique story, but kind of plain in certain areas. The whole parasite aspect is pretty unique, and I definitely enjoyed that. Parasite had many angles going on, including a little romance with some tragedies and deaths. Parasite also had these sweet little twists that everyone loves. Some of them definitely caught me off guard, but anyways, you see Shinichi go from a normal student to kind of a badass with the whole hand parasite thing, kicking ass and taking names. All around, the story and plot of Parasite was pretty solid. Going over to the characters now, I would say pretty average, not much really going on in this category. Like I said, Shinichi does grow as a character, but he seems like the only one to do so besides Migi, and we'll talk about Migi here in a second, but there wasn't any crazy backstories, and I have to say I'm a sucker for backstories, and I feel like Parasite lacked that. Now Migi's development was pretty cool because it goes from hand parasite thing to really smart, monotone, funny hand parasite thing. I still don't know what the hell Migi is, but he's cool. All around, I have to say Migi and Shinichi are the best characters in my opinion. The rest are pretty average. Next, we'll talk about the horror element of Parasite, and honestly, pretty good horror. It's like that classic horror. It's not about the super violence and gore stuff. It's more about that good body horror that can be very gross at times. Like some of these Parasite people just open up into huge mouth things. It's wild and definitely hits all the horror points that someone like myself enjoys. I cannot compliment Parasite enough in this section. Now on to art, animation, and sound design. Art is okay, pretty average, basically what you see in every other anime. Character design, also for the most part, pretty average, besides the parasites, because the parasites are unique and they stand out a lot because just look at them, they're just wild and creepy as all hell. Animation is pretty solid, all the fight scenes were nice and smooth. I didn't notice any hiccups or anything like that. Sound design is pretty okay, I didn't notice anything bad about it, so in my opinion, that means it's pretty good. All around, Parasite is a good anime, and honestly, I don't have many complaints about it, so I will give Parasite a score of 6 out of 10. And if you enjoy body horror, or you're into action anime, I would suggest Parasite. Check it out, I don't think it'll disappoint you. And hey, if you're looking to get into the whole horror anime thing, there's no better start than Parasite, because it just starts you off nice and slow. You got body horror, it's kind of creepy, kind of gross, but it just eases you into this whole horror thing, because sometimes you need a place to start, alright? You can't just jump straight into some crazy ass shit, you know? So Parasite, good starting point. I definitely suggest starting with Parasite. No Game, No Life, a very weird and unique anime that left me absolutely speechless about 90% of the time. But enough with the intro, let's just talk about this wacky anime. Starting with a real quick synopsis. So basically you have these two shut-in step-siblings, that part is key. Their names are Sora and Shiro, and they are big bad gamers. Sora and Shiro are like the best of the best when it comes to gaming, and then bam, isekai, transported to another world where everything involves games somehow, and they gotta figure stuff out, and they want to become the rulers of this weird and wacky world. Plot stuff happens, and that's about it for the synopsis. Like I said, Sora and Shiro are really good at games, and they got transported into this whole game world thing, and obviously they dominate this world. It's like a really weird spin on the overpowered isekai main character trope. Instead of being overpowered in the traditional sense, you know, being all strong and stuff, Sora and Shiro are like overpowered when it comes to anything involving games. This anime is also incredibly lewd at times. You got some fan service sprinkled in there, and there's also this strange relationship between our two main characters, Shiro and Sora. Step-siblings, remember that, because somehow that makes it totally less creepy and weird. Not at all, but whatever. We'll look past that. Well, look past it as much as possible, because this anime has a good bit of that sibling romance stuff, which is kind of gross, but also really funny at times. But I have to say this anime did do comedy right. In my opinion, they killed it. Like I mentioned before, you have that weird brother-sister thing that can be funny at times. You also have some outlandish shit that will be said or done that will just crack you up time and time again. You just can't take this anime seriously at all. Even during the rare scenes where things get a little intense, it's still hard to keep a straight face because they got isekai'd into a world where games decide fucking everything. How do you take that serious? For some reason, the anime reminded me of the Wreck-It Ralph movies or whatever, like a lot. I personally don't think they have like any similarities. The only reason I say this is because of the whole game aspect. Both of them share, Wreck-It Ralph's in like some kind of arcade game world. He's a game character, and Sora and Shiro are transported into a world where games do everything, I guess. That's about the only similarity there, unless Wreck-It Ralph had some kind of ancestral relationship thing going on. I don't think though, so yeah, that's about the only similarity they share. Besides that, No Game No Life is just an incredibly unique anime, something I've never seen replicated or recreated, and you have to give them all the props in the world for keeping it unique. First, you have the isekai thing, which is nothing new, and just honestly a blank slate, which you could make something very unique with, but most just carbon copy everything else. But they took it and spun the hell out of it to make this game world, which is great and just one hell of a wacky adventure. Honestly, they made it incredibly unique, and once again, gotta give them all the props in the world for that. In all honesty, I can't suggest this anime enough. I say check it out if you haven't already, because it's too unique not to. And it's just a chill watch. Finish up watching some fucked up horror anime, then check out No Game No Life to balance everything out. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about the Beyond the Boundary anime, so let's hop right into the video. Starting off with a real quick synopsis. Now this is a wild one. So we have Mirai. She's a warrior and sole survivor of this clan that can basically make weapons from her blood. She's trying to kill Akihito, someone who can't be killed. They eventually become friends, kind of. There's a club with other warriors. It's confusing and just really strange. But besides the synopsis, the anime is just really great, to be honest. Not to spoil the rest of the video here, but I'm biased towards this anime. I think it's just amazing. But this anime is just super unique. Like, it's this fantasy slice of life thing, and I'm a sucker for a fantasy slice of life. It's such a nice twist on the regular slice of life genre. You also have a little bit of action, not much. It's really just sprinkled in there to split everything up. I also have to compliment them because the action scenes are pretty good and pretty intense, to be honest. So that's nice. They're really just fusing all these different genres together, and it's really working out perfectly. I have to say, it was just great to watch. Beyond the Boundary can also be very wholesome at times, which I love, because you can go from blood sword things to just some really wholesome stuff, and that breaks up the anime nicely. That's also where I got the title for this video from, Cute but Deadly, because Mirai is trying to kill Akihito, but at the same time they are like forming this relationship and bond. It's pretty damn cute, and that's the last fucking time you'll ever hear me say that, because it just made me feel like less of a man. But anyways, I honestly can't talk about Beyond the Boundary without mentioning how funny it is. Like, the comedy is top tier. You have Mirai constantly trying to kill Akihito, and that is honestly funny every time it happens. You also have the whole idol dance thing, which is weird. It just kind of came out of nowhere. It's really random. I don't think I've ever seen something like that before in an anime. It's wild. I'll put it up on screen. I'm sure you've seen it by now, or it's up there now. I don't know. Depends on how I'm editing this, but it's just really weird out of nowhere. Fuck it. Idol dance or whatever the hell they call it. The overall story is pretty solid as well. It can be really gripping at times and also maintain that chill slice of life stuff that we all love. So, the plot may not be as crazy as some other anime out there. It's not as deep and 18 fucking hours of lore, but it's still pretty good for what it is. But Beyond the Boundary is just such a baffling anime filled with the most random stuff, and it's just so funny. And I would honestly suggest it it to anyone who wants to see a slice of life or a fantasy slice of life thing, or just comedy in general, because it's really funny, and I honestly think Beyond the Boundary is just a solid anime all around, and I can't really suggest it enough to anyone who hasn't watched it yet. I mean, come on, blood swords, and you know what I'm saying, blood swords, you feel me? She can just make swords out of her blood. It's funny, it's cool, check it out. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be going over some horror manga you shouldn't read or do, I don't care. Also, quick trigger warning, we will be lightly covering some very touchy topics, but anyways, I hope you enjoy, and let's hop into the blood-chilling spookiness. Up first, we have Metamorphosis. What can I say about Metamorphosis? It's a wild one. I guess we can start with Saki. She's the main character. She gets addicted to drugs, hard drugs, I might add, and she gets taken advantage of sexually a lot, and I mean a lot. Saki goes through a very rough life until, in spoiler alert here, okay, she ends up taking herself out with a lethal dose of heroin. And just for a quick rundown of what this manga contains: smecks, rap, incest, drugs, sewer slide, just a bunch of absolutely terrible and disgusting stuff. This one is really haunting. It's like extremely fucked up, if I'm being honest with you. Next is Dokomushi. Alrighty, now the whole plot of Dokomushi is kind of confusing, but I'll try to simplify it as much as possible. Alright, so 7 people wake up locked in a school. Each of these people came from different backgrounds. The school has running water, just no food. They find a timer set for 7 days. They also find a hot pot and a meat cleaver. So they assume to survive they need to eat each other. And bam, there's my simple synopsis. So yeah, straight off the bat, you can tell this manga is a little disturbing, but there's more, so much more. First, the manga is incredibly violent and very gory. And the last thing that I want to mention about this manga that is the icing on the cake, that in my opinion made this manga really stomach turning. One of the characters is 9 years old. Another character who is like an adult likes him young. If you're picking up what I'm laying down, absolutely fucking disgusting and just terrible, man. It's creepy. It's exactly what you think it is. I think I have not finished Dokomushi, but I got a good bit in there, right? It's disgusting. It's insane, man. Next up, we have Abstraction. I honestly don't know how to describe Abstraction, like, at all. It's better if I show you. As you can see, it's not your normal manga, and I'm only showing you the simple stuff because it gets more graphic than this. It's like 3D in a way, and like really eerie as well. I'll give it bonus points for creativity because I've never seen anything like this before. I seriously suggest checking this out yourself because I can't really describe it, and there's no better way to understand it than to look at it. So check it out. Also, if you actually like deadass understand what the hell is going on, please comment because I still don't know what the whole point to this manga is. But once again, be warned, it's a little disturbing, a little graphic, but yeah, if you want the full like scope of what this thing is, you need to look at it yourself. You know, I had to throw in some body horror. Let me introduce you to Frank and Fran. So basically, there's this doctor. He's known for his surgeries. He has a daughter he pretty much made himself named Fran. While the doctor is away, Fran takes over and does some wild shit, including jobs for people. This manga is really unique. It has the body horror, very intense violence, and a lot of gore. But it sprinkles in some comedy, which is really weird, but also kind of good, because surprisingly, gore and comedy is a really good combination. I don't know why, it just works. It's goofy, gory, and wholesome sometimes. This manga is all over the place, to be honest, and that's pretty dope. Definitely works in their favor. As always, I saved the absolute worst and most horrific manga for last. Draw a winner, get one more. This one is really fucked up. So we start with this chick grabbing what looks to be intestines. Great start. She also picks up a womb, cuts it open. I'll let your imagination figure out what was in the womb. She then pulls that out, puts it in a baggie, and throws it in the freezer. And she goes on to sing, "If you draw a winner, you get one more." And this is where I stop describing the whole manga and we'll just get to the point. This crazy chick gets another victim. She ties the victim up up. The crazy chick makes baby soup. I won't be fucking elaborating on that, alright? The crazy chick eats the soup, then she like cuts the head off the victim. She also disembowels the victim. It's all cannibalism and gore, alright? That's it. Some real violent shit. Especially the fucking baby soup. That was nasty. Once again, I won't describe it. Just use your imagination. But baby soup, who thinks of that, alright? What fucked up person is just sitting there like, you know what I'm gonna add to my manga? A bowl of baby. That's about it for this video. We had a lot of crazy manga this go around, and I'm wondering if somehow I can top this. Maybe. We'll see. I'm sure I can find some more horror manga.
Hello and welcome back to another tier list video. Good God, we're doing them all, alright? We're going through every single tier list known to man, and we're making thousands of them because it's something that's never been done before. Obviously, I'm the first one. Anyways, today it's going to be a Naruto tier list. You can see here, it is Naruto and Naruto Shippuden villains tier list. This is one that I found kind of unique while searching around because it's Naruto villains. I think that's pretty cool. So let's jump right into it with this guy. Quick warning here that I don't remember people's names, obviously, so sorry about that, I guess, if I forget their names and I just say this guy or this funny looking fellow with the dude on his back. You know who I'm talking about. I'm sure you're more knowledgeable with Naruto characters' names than I am, but this guy right here, I don't feel like I've seen much of him. He's going to D tier because he didn't do much in my opinion. Trash. Instantly. Alright, next we're gonna hop over to Donzo here. Donzo, I fucking hated Donzo. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I fucking despise Donzo. Obviously, I feel like that's what the character was meant to be. Everybody was supposed to hate Donzo because he was just a dickhead and he's kind of creepy, and I feel like he did the village dirty on so many occasions because he had his own little idea of what justice was or what the village needed, and he was wrong. Because he was a dickhead and he just has a whole bunch of Sharingan in him. It's real creepy looking, but I feel like he was a really, really good villain. So I don't know if this is me ranking on how good of a villain they were or how much I like them as a villain, but we're going to go by how good of a villain they were. So I'm going to say Donzo was an A tier villain. He was pretty solid all around for just being an asshole. Alright, next we're going to hop over to, oh my god, I know his name. I have it right on the tip of my tongue. What's his name? My god. Alright, we're gonna pretend like I know his name, alright? The artisan explosion dude with the funny hands. He got tongue, mouth on his hands. It's disgusting, alright? Now, he was okay. I feel like he was a very average villain. He didn't really do too much to impress me as a whole. He just kind of whipped around Sasuke one time, like beat the hell out of him, which was kind of entertaining and shows that he was at least a little bit powerful, I guess. But, you know, not the best. B tier. We'll put him right in the middle. Nice and average villain there. These are like Sound Ninja. I didn't really pay attention to the Sound Ninja. I think they are. These are Sound. I don't know who these are. Maybe Mist or some shit. I don't know. For being Sound Ninja, they're both going in D because I didn't pay attention to them. This dude's a Sound Ninja too, isn't he? It's just Logo's a little smaller. These Sound Ninja were just completely whack. They sucked. If we're being honest here, all three of them just blew. They were terrible. This guy as well. I don't even know who the hell that is. So we're sticking all of them in D tier because they were just trash, not memorable at all. Now this one right here. Now Gaara. See, I know his name. Okay, I know his name. Now Gaara. Gaara as a villain was incredibly solid. When you're first watching Naruto, Gaara was a bad guy. You know, eventually he kind of was like, oh, I'm a good guy now. But at first Gaara was a villain, and he was a damn good villain, I must say. Like, he was freaky. He had all that sand stuff. He had a tragic backstory, you know, and he was a bad guy looking to do bad things, you know what I'm saying? S tier for Gaara for the simple fact that he was like one of the first villains and one of the better ones. Next we're hopping over to this dude. I don't remember him. He was a part of Orochimaru's little band of misfits. He's going D tier. I don't remember him. Her, though, I think she was pretty powerful, so I'm going to put her in C tier. I'm going to put her in C tier because I think she had a little flute that she played and could summon something. She was pretty strong, so she goes in C tier. Next up is Bone Dude, who can grow bones and bone swords and pointy bones and extra bones. Really creepy shit, but I'm gonna stick him in B tier because he obviously didn't do much. He just kind of fought a little bit and that was it. But he was alright. You could tell he was kind of strong, kind of, I don't know how strong you can be just being like, hey, bone sword, but, kind of strong all around. He was just very average, alright? All around just very average. Alright, another Sound Village guy, like I said multiple times before, trash, just instant D tier. Who are these people? Like, do you even know their names? You probably do. I don't know most of the people's names. This is Datara. See, I remembered his name. I think it's Datara. Hopefully. At least, I'd be making an ass out of myself if it actually wasn't, but I think it's Datara. See, I remember some names. This is that dude who didn't want the bridge built in, was it the first arc or some shit? The bridge arc or the whatever the hell it was. Super rich dude who was big bad. Instant D tier. Okay, I don't know if I can put him ahead of that guy. Yeah, instant D tier, because did this dude even have any kind of like ninja abilities? He was just kind of like a rich dude who was able to hire people to stop Naruto and Team 7. Like, was he really like big bad guy? Like, he got killed by like his own mercenary that he hired. So like, seriously, was he that bad? Or that good? I guess he was kind of a bad guy, but was he really that good? Not really, in my opinion. He was kind of ass. So that's where he goes, right in D tier, because he was nothing special. He was just a rich guy who wanted to do rich guy dickheaded things. Now, here we go. We're gonna put these two together. I mean, come on, it's an S tier, obviously. These two were pretty good villains all around. I mean, they were powerful. They did the fighting. That was sick. They fucking were just mollywopping on Team 7, but eventually they both got defeated. And when they both got defeated, it was sad. Like, you felt bad for the villains. And that's a crazy feeling. When you feel bad for the villains, that's how you know it's a good villain. S tier, obviously. And, he got to take out this dickhead, so that was cool to watch. D tier, don't know who that is. No old boy here who doesn't die, I have to say. A tier. He was a good villain. Come on, let's all be honest here. He was a pretty solid villain. He just kind of like, he killed Asuma. I'm pretty sure that was him. Dickheaded move, because Asuma was badass. But still, he kind of had like a unique power. He couldn't die. He did some kind of religious demon shit and sacrifices and all that fun kind of stuff, and that made him unique. But I also thought, like, he could have been more. He could have done more instead of just getting like kind of chopped up and buried alive. I feel like he could have done more for the series as a villain, but they had to quickly wipe out the Akatsuki, I guess. But A tier for him. He's pretty good. Now, let me see if I can remember his name. Kisame? Maybe. Alright. Don't yell at me if I'm wrong. I think it's Kisame. Now, old Shark Boy here, honestly, like, if I'm being completely honest with you, I wasn't the biggest fan of him. I didn't think he was like all that. He was okay. I mean, didn't like his character design, obviously, because he's like a standout character and he's just fucking hideous. Didn't really like him. He was pretty loyal to Itachi, though. That was cool, probably one of Itachi's only friends. Like, dude's sword betrayed him. That's sad, okay? And then I think he detached his head from his body at one point. It's weird. C tier for him, alright? Not that special for him. Alrighty, now we're talking here. We have Itachi Uchiha. And no surprise here, instant S tier. I mean, it's Itachi. Don't mind that. That's a full screen thing. Itachi Uchiha was one of the best villains. And he wasn't even really a villain, okay? He was like an anti-hero. He was just led down the path of darkness, doing what he thought was right for the village and his brother. I thought it was kind of fucking dumb and misguided, because like, you're not gonna front for your clan. You don't think your entire Uchiha clan could take out the village and kind of just rule it? You have that little faith in the clan? I personally think the Uchiha clan could have just wrecked the entire village, and that's my opinion, but I think they could have just destroyed the village. Itachi was a little fucking dumb, just a little bit, but he did what he needed to do. He was portrayed as this big scary villain for Sasuke, like, for the majority of the show, and then eventually it's revealed that Itachi was sort of a good guy, and that just shattered all of our little tiny hearts, and it was sad. S tier for Itachi, he deserves it. Now we got the dude who runs the orphanage now. Didn't really like him that much, if we're being honest. I don't have much to say about him. He was just kind of there. He was Orochimaru's little errand boy, S tier. He wasn't special. This guy right here, do I remember his name? Absolutely not. So we're calling him this guy. obviously. That's what I've been doing this whole video, and I'm just kind of ranting out of my ass right now. But he was okay. I mean, he had a cool power, kind of gross with the masks and the little strings coming out of his body. That was disgusting all around. I didn't really like that, but he was a pretty strong villain, so I'm gonna put him in B tier, right in the middle. Next we have Conan here. Conan is just a fucking dope character. She's like made out of paper. She's like paper mache. I don't know what the hell her ability is, but it's something to do with paper, okay? And she was sick. She was a good character who deserved a little bit more light, a little bit more of everything, if we're being honest, because the character was solid. I liked her at least. She goes in A tier. I'm gonna put her in A tier. Next up we have Madara Uchiha. Madara is an instant S tier. For obvious reasons. It's fucking Madara Uchiha. This dude was just one of the strongest ninjas in the land of ninjas. He just did ninja stuff, you know what I mean? He was powerful as all hell, and he was the big bad final villain. One of the big bad final villains. I guess there was a lot of villains during that last arc there of Shippuden, you know, the ninja war or whatever. But Madara was just insane, and I kind of liked him. Kind of thought he was bad guy. You know, I didn't like him because he's bad guy. You're not supposed to really like the bad guys, but you know, I liked him a little bit, and I thought he served his purpose as the bigger bad guy of the series, and I think he did it damn well. Now we have this chick right here, C tier. Okay, I wouldn't put her in trash tier because she's like this almighty big dog of the entire ninja world, right? But she was fucking trash. Like, what did she do in this series that was like really significant? Like, what personality did she even have? She was just, look at me, I'm big bad guy. Okay, and that was it. Alright, we don't even have to talk about her. Now, this was the first villain, wasn't it? This dude right here who was trying to get the secret scroll and blame Naruto for it and just do whatever the fuck he did. I feel like he should get... He didn't do much. Like, he was a suck-ass villain, but I feel like he should get B tier because he was one of the first villains and he kind of led Naruto in a way he wanted to because he made Naruto look like a dumbass. So, you know, B tier for him. Nice and simple grade for him. Next up is Obito. Obito gets an A tier. I think Obito was a pretty solid villain all around because you were led to believe, oh shit, Obito died. And it was like, hold on, wait a minute. No, he didn't. And then he, you know, he went by Toby or whatever the hell it was that whole thing was. I heard that Toby and Obito were kind of like separate. Toby takes over sometimes and then other times it's Obito. Doesn't fucking matter. But Obito really came back and was like, sup, I'm big bad guy now. And, you know, he did what he needed to do. He came in and fucked shit up with Madara. And then he turned good guy because, you know, that's just how Naruto went, or kind of good guy in the end. But yeah, Obito A tier just for the surprise of being still alive and turning out to be a bad guy. Next up we have Snake Boy Orochimaru. Now Orochimaru was... God, Orochimaru, I didn't like him. I thought he was fucking creepy. He's just like a pedo. Like, you have to admit it. Orochimaru is a fucking pedophile. Wanting to steal the body of little boys, I guess. Really disgusting activities. But Orochimaru did become a good guy eventually, like almost all the fucking villains in Naruto, because that's how it goes, you know, no one's actually a villain. But yeah, Orochimaru was okay as a villain. I feel like he didn't do enough villainous activities. He did a lot, you know, fair enough, he did do a lot, but not enough in my opinion. And now, apparently in Boruto, he's a good guy. B tier. Next we have Puppet Dude, D tier. Why would I care about someone who controls puppets? That's not cool. It's kind of gross, to be honest. Go play with your toys. Zetsu, black and white Zetsu, maybe that's their names, or whatever the fuck. Zetsu, or whatever his name was the real bad guy of this series. Dude kind of just started all the shit from fucking day one. And that's messed up. At least that's what I'm led to believe, because I think he was the one that changed the Uchiha scroll or something, and he all did it for mommy here. As a villain, A tier. Because, you know, he was a big bad guy and he did a lot of big bad guy stuff and he caused a lot of shit. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be reviewing No Game, No Life, a real wacky anime. But intro aside, let's jump into the video. Starting with a real quick synopsis, so basically you have our two main characters, Sora and Shiro. They are shut-in gamers. All of a sudden they're transported into a new world, you know, isekai stuff. This world is all about games and Sora and Shiro want to like rule this world or something like that. You know, plot stuff happens. That about sums up the synopsis, to be honest. I have to say the plot and story for No Game No Life is pretty simple. Just like any other isekai anime, our main characters just do stuff for whatever reason they have, like ruling this game world or being the best of the best, just real normal isekai stuff. And having a simple plot isn't really a bad thing, because in my opinion, No Game No Life definitely makes up for that in other areas, and we'll touch on those shortly. But all around, the plot and story is very simple. I might even say lacking in certain places, but once again, that doesn't completely ruin this anime. It works for this anime, I promise. It's fine, alright? It's good. The characters are a little shallow, to be honest. I'm biased because I really like characters with deep backstories. No Game No Life doesn't really have that. I'd say No Game No Life has very average characters, nothing really special there, just what you would expect out of an isekai anime. But Sora and Shiro have a cool relationship. I say that very, very loosely now, alright? Like I said, I say that very, very loosely, okay? Because sometimes it's a little weird. They are step siblings, but there's a whole connection there, it's weird. It can get really weird at times, alright, like very ancestral, if that's the word you want to say for it, but it could be kind of unique at times because they can't be too far away from each other. They have to be like within a certain distance pretty much at all times, which definitely adds to the comedic value of that like whole little thing they do. Still really weird, but at least there's some comedy in there that makes it somewhat okay. Switching gears over to the art, animation, and sound design. Bro, the art for this anime is absolutely wild. Like, I can't really describe it. Just look for yourself. It's so colorful and vibrant. I've never seen such a bright and colorful anime ever. And it really works to build this world. Some people might not like the brightness of it, which understandable. It's like really, really bright and colorful. But I have to say, I honestly love it. Touching on the character designs real fast. They are pretty good and unique. I love good character design, so bonus points for that. Animation is pretty smooth, no complaints. The sound design is good, no complaints about it. So all around, pretty solid on this side of things. No complaints from me. Honestly, I really enjoyed No Game No Life. I think it's a really chill watch and just an anime to vibe out to. It has all the comedy you would want in an anime, and I would suggest this anime to anyone who hasn't watched it yet. But for my final score, I will be giving No Game No Life a 6 out of 10. Pretty fitting in my opinion. It's alright for what it is, and it definitely has value, so you know what I'm saying? Go check it out if you want a little laugh, or if you're into that weird brother-sister thing, because I know someone out there is a fucking creep like that. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about a very unique slice of life anime called Castletown Dandelion. What a badass name. But anyways, let's jump right into it. Starting with a real quick synopsis. So these 9 siblings live a pretty normal life. At least their father tries to give them a normal life. Just a simple house, simple living. But the father is actually a king. All 9 of these siblings have some kind of superpower, and one of these siblings will inherit the throne through a public election. Straight off the bat, pretty insane synopsis, right? I mean, it's a crazy setup with the powers, this whole inheriting the throne thing. The election is kind of a back burner type thing. I mean, it's there throughout the show, and it plays its part, being mentioned every now and again, but I really think the election mattered at the end when they put it front and center. That's when I started to even remotely care about it. And I have to say, I had no choice but to like this anime, because it took the slice of life genre and just flipped it on its head. I love when anime does this. It keeps it fresh and a unique viewing experience. It's also extremely wholesome. This isn't some Game of Thrones stuff. The siblings aren't really trying to do anything to fuck each other over, so it's more like, hey, look at me, I'm a good guy, I want to win the throne or whatever. It's very simple. Like I said, this whole election thing, in my personal opinion, was a back burner type thing. The character side is great. So you have the 2 parents, which is like amazing, because 99% of anime doesn't have the parents, so this anime gets all the props from me for having the parents, and they actually have some substance to them. Not a lot, but a little bit. You also have the 9 siblings. Like I said, each one of them have a unique superpower, and they each have a reason why they want to inherit the throne. And once again, that adds some substance to these characters and builds them up. I feel while watching this anime, you'll be kind of like rooting for a certain character to win the election and inherit the throne. Now, I think I'm personally going to skip over the powers and motivations of these characters because I don't really want to spoil anything. But the powers do play a part into the overall story, but they aren't used 24/7. You'll see them quite often. They're there, but it's not like insanely overdone. It's just a nice sprinkle of superpowers. And honestly, I highly suggest checking this anime out because of how unique it is. It's not often that we get a super unique slice of life with a really good story. So I say check it out. Also, it has a badass name like Castletown Dandelion. That's cool as all hell. I watched it for the title alone because I rarely read the synopsis when I start an anime, and that's funny because I just look at a title and I say, hey, that's cool, I'm checking it out. No synopsis needed, alright? But it's a really chill watching experience. I mean, like I said, I highly suggest checking this one out. A lot of anime is just this carbon copy thing. Slice of life can get really, really boring at times because it's slice of life. I mean, if you like that really mundane kind of following someone throughout their daily life, then fuck it, dude. That's all cool, you know? But me personally, I like to see a slice of life with a really unique twist on it, and I feel like Castletown Dandelion really did that with the superpower and then in the whole kingdom crown thing, so definitely check it out. Turns out my dick was a cute girl. Good God, how far have I fallen? But yeah, that's the title of this video, and that's the title of the manga we will be covering today. Hopefully YouTube doesn't curb stomp me for this one, because I will be saying dick a lot. But I guess we should stop delaying and actually talk about this manga. The whole synopsis of this manga is pretty simple. Essentially, this dude wakes up, sees a mysterious girl in his room, goes to use the bathroom and realizes that his manhood is no longer where it should be. And then he finds out that the mysterious girl that was in his room is actually his dong. That pretty much wraps up the synopsis, to be honest. Essentially, this manga is just a comedy about a man and his penis, but his penis is a girl for some reason, and that's funny because haha, dick joke, big funny. It's just really weird. I don't know how else to describe it, but don't get me wrong, it is kind of funny. Like, the girl at certain angles actually looks like a dick. Now, will I be able to show this? Probably not, but the girl has a mushroom head haircut and a jacket on, so like, if you know, you know. There's too many dick jokes, to be honest. Some are funny, and some are a little strange. God, I'm sitting here trying to think of what to say about this manga. This is a hard manga to cover, to be honest. Haha, hard. Yeah, I know. That pretty much sums up the comedy of this manga. Dick jokes here, couple dick jokes there, and a smidge of wholesomeness. So I guess it has something other than dick jokes. Not really, it's mostly just dick jokes. This manga was supposed to be a one-shot as well, but I think it got picked up. At the time of recording this, turns out my dick is a cute girl, has 14 chapters. Let me say that again. A manga about a dude and his penis has 14 chapters. But honestly, the best part is the titles of each chapter. I'll read them all out to you because I think they're funny. My dick is a cute girl. My dick going back to normal. My dick goes outside. My dick gets a disguise. My dick in the park. My dick takes a bath. My dick sleeps on a futon. My dick plays games. My dick and Kanzaki 1 and 2. Of course, there was a second one to that. First one. My dick and my friend. My dick beside me. My dick and the pussycat. My dick enters school. Do you get it now? Do I have to say anything else? Is the chapter titles not enough? Like, seriously. If there is one thing I can compliment them on, is somehow they managed to get 14 chapters out of this. It's also a really unique concept. This is something I can honestly say hasn't been done before, and hell, there's even room for a spin-off series. We can call it Turns Out My Vagina is a Cute Boy. You can send me my royalty payments through the mail, by the way. But hey, if you're looking for an extremely unique manga about a man and his dick that is jam-packed with all the dick jokes in the world, go read Turns Out My Dick is a Cute Girl. I wonder how many times I can say dick in this video. Also, I'm not sure if it's called Turns Out My Dick is a Cute Girl or Turns Out My Dick was a Cute Girl. I'm going with the is because I don't know, if it's the other one, because I've seen like 2 different titles for this, but it's whatever. You know what would also be funny? If Turns Out My Dick is a Cute Girl gets a anime adaptation. It should happen. It probably will happen because anime's fucking weird, and I will most certainly watch that anime. 110% I will watch that anime if they make it. Oh man, another insane horror manga. Today we will be covering Mushi, a really dark one, so trigger warning, some things mentioned in this video could be disturbing and or a trigger. Alright, now that we have that out of the way, let's hop into the video. We'll start off with a real quick synopsis, and to keep it as simple as possible, these people wake up in a school straight up trapped in the school. They find out there is no food, only water. They find a hot pot or a crock pot, whatever the hell you want to call it. That and a meat cleaver, so obviously they are meant to kill and eat each other to survive. Whole bunch of violence, gore, lewdness, just absolutely everything. But that about wraps up the synopsis. Now the plot is pretty unique. Being trapped in some random location isn't the most original thing in the world because it's been done a million times over by several franchises like the Saw movies. But this whole setup is wild, like not much is going on besides the meat cleaver and the hot pot, right? So the plot is kind of what these people figure out and how they fight amongst themselves. And I find that great because it's a more loose way to do a story. It's like instead of them leading the entire story all the way through, it kind of feels like the characters themselves are controlling the story by their actions. Now I can talk about the characters a little bit, which is whatever, I could spend all the time in the world talking about the inner workings of all of them. So I thought, hey, let's skip most of these characters except two, and these two very much add to the disturbing nature of this manga, so I'll explain it to you. One of these characters is just a little girl. Pretty tame, right? Yeah, for sure. The other character is an adult man. How do I say this? So basically, this man is a, pedo. So yeah, that dynamic is absolutely disgusting and terrifying. This manga just keeps adding and adding onto the overall nastiness. Can't really go into too much detail about that little dynamic there, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's nasty. It's gross. I don't even know what to call it, man. It's horrible. It's absolutely despicable. And of course, it doesn't end there. It never ends that simply. There is a load of violence and gore. I mean, hell, one character has a flashback to where they accidentally kill the family in a car, and you get to see the mother and father melt in a fire, and it's implied that the baby in the car melts as well in that fire, which is horrible and graphic, but they don't show the baby, so I guess they have some kind of morals there. I don't know. It wasn't the most violent thing in the world. The gore is toned down in this scene, but still pretty messed up. There's also sexual violence and, rap, more despicable things. One male character gets brutally, and I mean brutally, strangled to death. I actually have that manga panel pinned on my wall because it's pretty dope. I'm sure I can show it. It wasn't all that crazy, but I thought it was dope looking. But that's about all I'll say on the violent side of things with all the gore and stuff, because I don't want to spoil the story, because a lot of the violence is directed towards each other, and that kind of gives up what happens. All around, Mushi is really, really messed up. And what I do with manga like this is I rate it on a horror scale, and on my little fancy horror scale, I will be giving Mushi a 7 out of 10. Pretty high up there. Now would I suggest it? Like always, if you're experienced with disturbing media, yeah, sure, go for it. You're an adult. I'm sure you can figure it out on your own. But if you're not experienced, I'm gonna say a fat no, because it's fucked up, and if you're not into like really messed up media and stuff like that, just skip over this one. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we will be reviewing the One Punch Man anime, so let's stop delaying and hop right into it. We'll start with a real quick synopsis. Basically, this bald dude named Saitama is a superhero, or whatever, and he can one-punch any villain or bad guy that comes in his way. This world is filled with superheroes and various monsters and villains for those superheroes to take out, and some plot stuff happens, and that honestly about sums up the synopsis for the One Punch anime. Jumping over to the plot and story, I'm not sure if this is a hot take, but I would honestly say that One Punch Man isn't too plot heavy. I mean, it's there. It has this whole overarching story that's still there, but I honestly feel like that's put on the back burner for the other elements of One Punch Man to shine through, like the comedy, and we'll touch on the comedy a little bit later in the video. But like I was saying, this anime isn't really plot heavy, but that doesn't mean it's lacking. The story and plot altogether are pretty alright. It's nothing crazy, but definitely still entertaining. Going over to the characters next, honestly, One Punch Man
Man has a whole slew of characters. You have the main character and the best character, Saitama. You also have his homie and half cyborg dude, Genos. He's pretty cool as well. There's that green hair chick that everyone simps over. Fair enough, to be honest. All around the characters are good. There is a lot of them, so naturally some characters will be lacking in certain areas and some don't get as much screen time, but still good. Touching on character design real fast, I have to say it's top tier. Damn near all the characters have a unique design and I love that. Just look at Genos. That's all you need to sum up the character design for One Punch Man. But all around in this category thing here, One Punch Man scores very high with me. And now we get to talk about the best part of One Punch Man, and that's the comedy. Personally, I think One Punch Man is probably the funniest anime I've seen. Shit's hilarious. I feel that Saitama really carried the comedy on his back. He just has the driest humor known to man, and that's what makes it amazing. Some of the other characters help with the comedy, but none of them does it better than Saitama. Some of the shit is just absolutely absurd, and it's amazing. One of the standout things is what he did to that like crab monster thing. That's the one thing that comes to mind for me when I think about One Punch Man comedy, because I feel like it was one of the first things that happened in the anime. If I'm not mistaken, it's been a fat minute since I watched One Punch Man. You know, the clip's on screen if I put it there already, and you can see that it's just absolutely hilarious. But for comedy, One Punch Man scores very, very highly. It's like the funniest anime ever. I promise. If you're looking for a comedy anime, right here, this one will not disappoint. Art, animation, and sound design is next. I'm gonna say the art is pretty average, just normal anime art. Animation is definitely top tier, especially during the action-packed fight scenes. It's pretty smooth and just really good. The sound design is also pretty damn good. All around for this category, One Punch Man, once again, no surprise here, scores highly with me. I definitely think that One Punch Man is a one-of-a-kind anime. It's super unique and just absolutely hilarious. So I'm going to give One Punch Man a 8 out of 10, and I'll give season 2 a 6.5 out of 10. Not as good as season 1, but still solid. If you haven't seen One Punch Man yet, I strongly suggest it. Also, it's better than My Hero Academia by a long shot. Hot take? Yes indeed. I suggest it like 1,000 times over. This anime is great. If you're looking for action, it has it. It has comedy. Hello and welcome back to another tier list video. Of course, we're doing another one because we're doing all of them and it's never been done before. I'm making another one because the last one did pretty damn well. It got like 1K views or some shit, and it's fucking pretty dope. Today we are doing a best Naruto and Naruto Shippuden fights tier list. Pretty entertaining, I must say. Like always, I might forget some of these characters' names, so just ignore that. Don't pay attention to that, but let's jump right into it we'll go with the 5 Kage here. I guess this is when they were going against, it was either Madara or like Obito or whatever. I don't remember which one it was, but that shows where I'm gonna rank this one because I didn't care too much for this one. So, C tier, that's what I'm putting that one in. Now I'm just going to start jumping all over the place and just clapping out each one that I feel like doing. Alright, so we are going to do... Oh, which one should we do? We're going to do these two, but I don't know which one to do first. We're going to do this one first. We're going to put... This one was Asuma and Hidan. I think his name was Hidan. Something like that. But yeah, this is where, spoiler alert now, you can leave. This is where Asuma died, I'm pretty sure. And that was pretty sad, you know what I'm saying? Because I liked Asuma, I feel like most people did. Now I'm putting it in a tier because I thought, you know, they killed off a main character to advance the plot a little bit, to advance Shikamaru's plot a little bit, you know, make him all mad and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it definitely helped the story a little bit. And now we're going to move over to Shikamaru and Hidan. Shikamaru and Hidan gets an S tier, alright? For the simple fact that it was just great seeing Shikamaru get his, to clap back and get Hidan's ass for Asuma. That was just awesome to see. I liked to see it. I thought it was amazing.
and it was just a good fight all around. So that one is definitely deserving of S tier, and I think the one between Asuma and Hidan is definitely deserving of the A tier. Next we're doing Sasuke and Danzo. Now Sasuke and Danzo was a pretty crazy one. There was a lot that happened in this fight. First it got revealed that Danzo is just covered in Sharingan or whatever. Maybe that was revealed earlier in the series, but this is when I found out and it absolutely shocked me. We also got to see how the Sharingan work on Danzo. And once again, spoiler alert here, we got to see fucking Sasuke absolutely mollywop Danzo, which was great because I fucking hated Danzo, man. I'm keeping it a buck with you. I hated Danzo. So for this fight, I'm putting it in A tier because I like to see Danzo get his ass beat. It was pretty good, pretty entertaining to be honest. Here, we'll clap out some easy ones here. So you got Choji and whoever the fuck that was, D tier. Don't care about it. I don't care about Choji and his little butterfly wings. I'm sorry, I don't. We'll also do Might Guy and Shark Dude. Also a D tier because I don't really care, to be honest. It wasn't something I really paid attention to. Alright, next we are going to do Deidara and Sasuke. I like this fight because it kind of seemed like Deidara was kicking the absolute shit out of Sasuke, and it kind of seemed like Sasuke was going to lose this fight. And depending on how you see it, you would say Sasuke lost this fight because I'm pretty sure he did a hasty retreat. I also think Deidara like exploded himself for some shit. It's been a really long time since I watched Naruto, so for this fight I thought it was kind of funny to see Deidara and Sasuke go up against each other because I thought it was like a weird matchup, to be honest. It was a little strange. I got all the people to see Sasuke fight. Didn't really think it was going to be Deidara, but we're going to slap this one in a B tier. Let's get this one out of the way right now. I don't know the names of either of these characters right here, so we're just immediately throwing it in D tier because I don't really care about that fight. Don't even think I watched that fight, to be honest, so D tier for that one. We'll go over this one with Rock Lee and whoever the hell this dude is. Don't know. D tier. See, we're clapping him out pretty quickly. This video will be done in fucking 10 minutes. But yeah, that one goes in D tier because I don't know who the other dude is. Don't think I watched it. Next up, we have Zabuza and Kakashi, or Zabuza, Haku, and Team 7. It was like the first real fucking battle. It was the first arc, wasn't it? Or whatever, the bridge arc, whatever the hell you want to call it. I don't pay attention to that stuff. But I honestly thought this was a great battle because it was like a fairly even matchup. You know, it was like a stalemate. Like, it was going back and forth between Zabuza and Haku and Team 7. Like, they just kept going back and forth. And it was a really entertaining one. And I think just a great start to the series. It was like a really great starting matchup, to be honest. And spoiler alert, once again, Haku and Zabuza end up dying, and it was really emotional because even though they were technically villains, it was still, you know, you still kind of fell for them. So we're going to slap Zabuza and Haku versus Team 7 in an S tier because it deserves it. It's pretty good. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really know what this one is right here. It has Naruto there, and I don't know if this was a filler thing or not, but I don't remember watching it, so D tier. That's where that one's going. Now we have Might Guy and Madara Uchiha, I believe that is. If I'm wrong, sorry, that's my bad. But this one was a really good fight because once again, it was like a really weird matchup that Might Guy opened or released. Was it the 8 gates or whatever? And he was just fucking laying it on Madara. It was really entertaining. It was unexpected to see Might Guy come out of here and just start knocking the fuck out of Madara. This one definitely gets an A tier from me because it was just really entertaining. And once again, Might Guy was kicking the shit out of Madara so hard that Madara literally gave Might Guy a compliment, I'm pretty sure. Next we'll do Sakura and the Puppet Boy. I honestly thought this fight was kind of boring a little bit, I'm gonna be honest with you. Now we kinda got to see how good Sakura was, and to be honest, she held her own. This was a Akatsuki member, so once again, you know, she pretty much kicked the shit out of that dude. But I thought it was rather boring because I didn't care about this dude that much, so C tier. Alright, hopping over to the Six Paths of Pain, or Pain versus Jiraiya. Good lord, now this one hurt, I'm going to be honest with you, because it's Jiraiya, and once again, spoiler alert here. Jiraiya ends up dying at the end of this battle. If you were like me, you didn't expect to see Jiraiya die at the end of this battle. You thought Jiraiya was either going to escape or kick the absolute fuck out of Pain. But he definitely held his own during the fight, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, and he did end up losing to the Six Paths of Pain, and that shit hurted. S tier. We'll jump over to this one right here with, I assume Kiba was involved in this because I'm pretty sure that's Kiba's dog. I don't care about this one, to be honest, because I don't even know what it is, but it involves Kiba, and honestly, I don't really care about him, so D tier. Alright, we got Shikamaru, and I think that was one of Orochimaru's henchmen, or whatever. I'm pretty sure. I don't know much about this battle, to be honest. I completely forgot about this one, but Shikamaru was pretty cool, and the henchmen were also alright villains. They weren't the best, but they were alright, so we're gonna put that one in a C tier. I honestly do not know what this one is. It kind of looks pretty cool, though, this one right here with Naruto and whatever that white stuff is, and it looks like he has black eyes with red pupils, if my blind ass is seeing that correctly. It looks cool. I don't know what the hell it is. I don't know if this was a filler battle or what, but for the simple fact that it looks cool, I'm putting it in a B tier. Next up, we have Itachi and Kakashi. In all honesty here, I thought Itachi and Kakashi's battles weren't really all that much because nothing really happened between them that was major, in my opinion at least. I could be wrong. If I am, let me know. But their battles didn't really seem like fucking all that. It didn't seem like an all-out, battle to me. But two favorite characters get B tier, obviously. Next up, we have Obito and don't remember her name. Good God, it's Obito and the paper mache chick. I liked her. I thought she was a cool villain. Spoiler alert, once again, Obito pretty much killed her, I think. I didn't watch this battle, I'm pretty sure it was a filler one, or it was on the filler list, and I skipped it, so that's on me. B tier. Alright, next we have Jiraiya, Itachi, and Kisame. Totally didn't just Google Kisame's name because I completely forgot it. Pretend like that didn't happen, alright? Now this one wasn't really a battle, to be honest. Nothing much happened. I don't know what I consider a battle. For a battle, it needs to be like pretty crazy. A lot of shit needs to go down. But yeah, it was just kind of inside of a frog, and eventually Kisame and Itachi just left. So I'm putting this one in a C tier. It wasn't all that, but it was pretty cool to see Jiraiya use this frog thing because he literally trapped Kisame and Itachi inside of a frog. It's disgusting. Look at it. Look at all the meaty bits. Nasty. Alright, next up we have whatever one this is. Don't remember it. D tier. Alright, whatever. Pass it off to the side. Now we got Itachi and Sasuke, and this is where, unfortunately, Itachi dies. This one was sad, honestly. It sucked, because it's Itachi, and Itachi was, hands down, the best character in Naruto. I'm sorry, but S tier, alright? Next. Now this was at the end of Naruto, pretty much, or Naruto Shippuden, where they fought the big bad evil chick that's like a god or whatever. I didn't fucking like this fight at all, and I'm gonna put it in a C tier, because I already felt like, the whole Madara and Obito thing, when they were all fighting those two dudes and then all the reincarnated people, I thought that was the craziest bit. And then they throw in this chick and it's kind of like, already seen all the entertaining shit that I wanted to see. I don't really care about you, like, at all. So I felt like that one was just too much, like a little too extra. So I didn't really care about that battle in the slightest. Next up we have Pain and grandson of one of the Hokages or whatever. I think it was the third Hokage. I think he's the grandson of, I don't know, to be honest. And hot take again, don't really care. D tier. Alright, next up we got Hinata versus her cousin. I'm blanking on his name right now. If that's not obvious, I do that a lot. It was okay, I guess. I mean, Hinata got absolutely wiped on the floor, so C tier. I don't know which one this is, but it involves Hinata. D tier. because I don't remember what it was and I don't remember watching it. So, there we go. Oh, we got Killer Bee. I think that's Killer Bee. Yeah, Killer Bee and Sasuke when Sasuke was in the Akatsuki and trying to, I don't know, capture whatever tailed beast Killer Bee had. Now this one, man. This one's good because they fucking lost to Killer Bee. They legitimately lost to Killer Bee, and Killer Bee is a hilarious character because he just raps and he chills. I'm putting this one in B tier because it's funny to see Sasuke lose sometimes, and it's always great to see Killer Bee. And we'll do this one too. I don't remember watching this fight, but it's Killer Bee, so C tier because I don't remember watching it. This one involves Jiraiya. Don't know which one it is. D tier. I think that's Jiraiya. Hopefully it is Jiraiya because I don't know, it kind of looks like his hair, but I don't see his face. Alright, next up we have Naruto and Pain. Now, this battle was pretty cool. If this is the one I'm thinking about, when Naruto arrives, Pain completely obliterated the whole village. He just wiped it off the map, non-existent, killed everybody damn near. And then Naruto shows up and he's like, what's up? Naruto gets mollywopped a little bit. Naruto fucks up the 6 paths of Pain a little bit. And then Naruto finally finds the dude controlling the 6 paths of Pain. Don't remember his name, but he gives him that, hey yo, we the same, bro. You feel me? We friends. And then, bam, he restores the village and brings everyone back to life. Because, when it comes down to it, Naruto's just gonna say some shit and fix everything. But all around, it was a good fight. B tier. Alright, next I think we got here Sasuke and the reincarnated Itachi against Orochimaru's little henchman. I call him a henchman because that's what he was. He was a little sidekick who reincarnated a whole bunch of bad guys and all that. This battle, to me personally, was a little boring. I didn't think it was that entertaining. I think at the end, Itachi traps him in some kind of genjutsu or whatever. I think Orochimaru comes back to life for the 80th time during this one too. I don't know. I don't really remember much about it. C tier. Nice. This one looks really familiar to me, I'm gonna be honest. But I don't remember it. D tier. Listen, don't fight me, okay? You could be mad at me. You can yell at the comments. I don't remember some of this shit, alright? That's not my fault. My opinions are kind of flawed, alright? That's it. There's nothing else you can say. And I forget names, but shut up. I don't remember which one this one is. D tier. I don't think I watched it. It might have been filler. Rock Lee versus Gaara. I finally remembered Gaara's name, so we can get to these ones now. Rock Lee versus Gaara was pretty cool. I think this is the battle where Rock Lee took off those leg weights, and that was cold as shit. So, what the fuck? How did I grab you? Get down there. Get back down there where you belong. Grab this one right here. This goes in B tier because that was cool. And at the time, I didn't like Gaara because he was a big bad guy. But I kind of like Gaara now. He has a whack-ass haircut and Boruto, but Gaara's pretty cool. And we'll grab Sasuke here. I think that was Sasuke. Young Sasuke versus Gaara. Didn't care much about this one, to be honest. C tier. Below Rock Lee and Gaara. I didn't think it was that entertaining. This is where Naruto in his little tailed beast form goes against Orochimaru. This one was kind of cool because we got to see the tailed beast thing, and, anything with old Snake Boy getting the shit kicked out of him is kind of entertaining, so B tier. Ooh, okay, this one, obviously right here, Naruto and Sasuke, their little final battle, it's going in S tier. It gets to join all these great ones because it's the final battle, alright? It's like a tie. They both blew off one arm at one point during that fight. They're out of chakra and they're tired and shit, and they're literally just fist fighting. It's entertaining as all hell. That one's cool. And you get to listen to little edits on YouTube where people put awesome little rap music over that fight. If you know, you know. And that's all I gotta say. This is the one with Kakashi and the dude with, I don't know, stitches and all that weird shit. I don't know, he's like undead or something. C tier. I don't remember much about it, but yeah, it wasn't that entertaining of a fight. Okay, so we have Sasuke in his weird meaty wing form going against, I don't know who that is. I'm gonna assume it's Orochimaru with the snakes here. I don't know. Maybe it's when Sasuke killed Orochimaru or some shit. I don't know. B tier, I guess. I don't remember this one. It looks really weird in this frame here. This is Sasuke going against more of Orochimaru's henchmen. C tier. Where the hell did I put it? C tier. There we go. I'm dumb. This is the Bone Dude versus Rock Lee, Naruto, and whoever the fuck else was there. I don't remember, but it was funny seeing Rock Lee get all drunk and fight this dude. So B tier, yeah. We're gonna jump over to this one. Don't remember what it is. D tier. Don't remember this one is D tier. This is Madara versus one of the various Hokages. C tier. Naruto against Obito. Don't remember it. Don't fight me. What the fuck is that? Why is my mouse up here and the image is down there? Seriously, what the fuck's going on here? Put it back. Grab it properly. All right. It goes in C tier. It was all right. It was okay. Kakashi versus Obito. Now that one goes. I'm gonna put that one in A tier because it's Kakashi and Obito. Kakashi thought Obito was dead. Obito wasn't dead. Obito's a dick now. And they're fighting. And they go to like other dimensions, I'm pretty sure. The shit was crazy. I don't know, it was entertaining and it was fun to see these two motherfuckers duke it out. It was good. A tier, definitely deserved. This one, what's his name? A. You got Killer Bee and do they call him A? Is it A? Am I wrong? C tier. This is Shikamaru versus his future wife during the Chunin exams, I think it was. Incredibly boring fight, I'm sorry, D tier. I don't know who this is, but Naruto's in there, D tier. This is Naruto going against Orochimaru's little henchman, C tier. Was this even a fight, really? When was this when they first seen Sasuke again after all those years? I think it might have been, maybe. I don't know. Was this like for real? Was this even a fight? Did a fight even happen? Am I wrong? Cool reveal that Sasuke's back. B tier. It's the puppet dude again, or one of the puppet dudes, and the dude who has bugs crawling in him. Don't care. D tier. I think this is where old boy dies right here. Don't remember his name, but I liked him. B tier. I don't remember this one. I think this is when they're fighting all the Zetsus, white Zetsus. I don't know. C tier. And then finally we have the dead dude in Naruto, C tier. And that about wraps up the Naruto and Naruto Shippuden battle tier list thing. Here's my selections. You can see them right here. There it is. Let me know yours down in the comments. I'd love to hear them. You can flame me down there as well for my shit-ass opinions.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about the most confusing anime like ever. This anime is titled Island. Nice and simple title, unlike the rest of the anime. I guess we can start with a synopsis if I can even piece one together, but I'll give it one hell of a shot. So this dude washes up on a remote island, away from all other land. Bro says he's a time traveler, something like that, and he has no other memories. Broski doesn't know his name or anything, but he is on a mission to save a girl. He meets a girl, he becomes the girl's servant. There is lore and plot stuff. Highly suggest peeping the description for an actual synopsis from my anime list. They can explain it a lot better than I can because I'm a dumbass. But synopsis aside, this anime is so confusing. It's like Steins Gate but times 10 because there is so much shit going on. Future, past, alternative timelines. I think I was completely and totally lost throughout the entire anime, and I don't think I'm alone on that one. I can guarantee most who watch this anime will be equally confused along with me. It's been years and I still don't understand the full plot. That makes me feel kind of dumb, but honestly I think I need to find some YouTube videos out there, have them explain it to me. I'm sure they're out there, but I don't know. I looked up the anime Island on YouTube and there's like no videos. I don't know if there's an alternative title for this anime, but like I literally can't find any YouTube videos on it. Maybe it's not popular, I don't know. But what I can say is the anime is pretty good. From the little bit I did understand, I thought it was a pretty solid one. Like some of the twists are awesome, and there's one huge one that obviously I cannot say because it'll spoil the entire end result of the anime, but it damn near floored me. Island kept me on the edge of my seat a lot of the time. Even though my dumbass didn't understand what was going on, Island was honestly enjoyable, even though it was confusing. I'll keep saying that because it really was. I need to pound that into your head that Island is a confusing anime. But yeah, I thought it was a good watch. Art style was really damn good. Plot was a little bit all over the place, and I said it a million times at this point, certainly confusing, but the plot as I understood it was solid as well. Characters were pretty good. They had good backstories and stuff. There was a lot of depth
to like damn near each character. It was really nice to see that because I'm a little sucker for character backgrounds and motives and all that stuff, so I definitely like to see that. And I would honestly suggest you watch Island. Like I said before, you might need to find someone who can explain the whole plot after you watch it a little bit better, because it is confusing and, you know, there's too much going on for my small little caveman brain. Maybe you'll understand it, I don't know. But yeah, I say watch it. It's a pretty good one. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be reviewing the Made in Abyss anime, so let's stop delaying and jump right into it. Starting with a real quick synopsis, we have Riko. She's the main character in a world with a giant hole in the ground that needs to be explored, I guess. She's also an orphan because her mom was a famous explorer who basically disappeared in the hole. Riko wants to be like her, so she decides, screw it, I'ma jump in the hole. She meets a robot boy named Reg who joins her, as well as a bunny girl. In this ragtag team of explorers take on the giant hole in the ground. Why is there a giant hole in the ground? Where did it come from? Why is it here? I don't know, but that's about it for the synopsis, to be honest. Now the plot and story is all over the place, but I still think it's a really strong foundation. Exploring this random gaping hole, yeah, is a little unique. It's not completely unheard of, but it's pretty unique. And the adventures and things they encounter in this hole is pretty dope. You kind of just sit there and anticipate what will the characters encounter next, and how will they traverse all of this. Because keep in mind, Riko is 12 years old, so a legit child in an extremely dangerous abyss, along with Reg, a robot boy, and a rabbit chick. So like in the grand scheme of things, the odds are really stacked against them, which leads to a lot of you just being on the edge of your seat, hoping that the main characters won't get clapped by some horrific hole monster. But long story short, yeah, the story and plot are pretty alright. Nothing too crazy, but definitely solid. It's not the most unique in the world. Like I said, you know, spelunking or whatever the fuck they call it in anime isn't extremely unique, but I feel like the setup for Made in Abyss is definitely one of a kind. The characters, in all honesty, are pretty alright. Now I'm going off season 1 characters because I've only watched season 1, so we're talking about Riko, Reg, and Bunny Chick. Can't pronounce her name, don't give me shit for that. It's Bunny Chick for the video, or Bunny Girl, whatever I decide to call her, alright? I can barely speak English. No way I'm pronouncing a Japanese style name. Alright, but yeah, Riko has her motives, you know, finding her mom or whatever, becoming a great explorer. Reg is just there along for the ride, maybe he has his motives. Bunny Chick is just Bunny Chick, it's mostly Riko. I only cared about her motivations, but like I said, character's pretty alright. Real fast we'll touch on the character designs, and they're pretty good, rather unique. Everyone kind of has a certain design to them, which I liked, because when they take the time to do different character designs and not have the same anime design for a character, that's really good. I like that. So yeah, they get bonus points for that because unique character design is pretty badass. Jumping over to art, animation, and sound design, art is pretty damn good, to be honest. You have that chibi design and that's cool. Animation is all around solid. I have zero complaints with the animation. It's all nice and smooth. Sound design is sound design. I didn't notice anything off, so that means it's all good. All around for art, animation, and sound design, everything was pretty solid. I want to quickly compliment the world building, or just the fantasy stuff in general, because the whole environment and the random creatures that our characters meet, it's pretty damn interesting, to be honest. I would watch Made in Abyss just for the world alone. I keep saying world, but it's a hole. Maybe the hole is a world? Who knows? Maybe that's revealed in the later seasons that I haven't watched yet, because I'm terrible at getting to season 2s. All around, Made in Abyss is a solid anime. Mind you, once again, I've only watched season 1, but I will give Made in Abyss a 8 out of 10, and I would suggest checking it out if you're into fantasy and adventure things. It's a really solid anime. I can sit here and compliment it all day because it's so damn good. Check it out. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about the most heartbreaking anime. This anime is titled The World End. Just to give you a heads up, there will be some major spoilers in this video, but with that out of the way, let's hop right into it. Starting with a quick synopsis, World End follows Willem. He gets frozen for 500 years. He wakes up, basically the only human left alive because these things called beasts showed up and decided to not be very nice. He takes on random jobs and lands a job being a weapon storehouse keeper, but he realizes that these weapons are actually leprechauns that look like humans. They have powers and stuff and are called weapons because they can go toe to toe with these beast things that are the main villains of this anime. But Willem essentially takes care of these leprechauns and becomes somewhat of a father figure to them, and that basically sums up the synopsis. Now these leprechauns are basically children for the most part. They look like children, and I personally thought they had the mental state and acted like children. So you have Willem taking care of these kids, and that results in a lot of wholesomeness. And this anime is kind of like a slice of life fantasy, somewhat isekai and action thing. Honestly, it's a mix of like a lot of genres, and that made the anime really unique. And that's kind of how I seen it until the end of the anime, and we'll talk about that here in a minute because it was really something else. But throughout the anime, we get to see Willem and these children warm up to each other and build this really cool relationship where it's like, hey, you're not only a weapon, you're also a person. And like I said, it's really wholesome. Now let's get to the end of this anime, and like I said at the beginning of the video, major spoilers coming up, but basically these leprechauns and other characters that we grew to like throughout this 12 episode anime, yeah, they either straight up fucking die or get injured. Multiple characters died. I think all of the leprechauns got injured. I think 2 of the leprechauns died, or it was either one of the leprechauns and the other caretaker. It was really, really messed up because it was this big action-packed ending that honestly kept you on the edge of your seat, hoping that the characters you liked would not get killed. And the big ending scene with the redhead leprechaun and Willem, that shit was sad because she was like, thank you for everything, and Willem said something along the lines of, you goddamn fool. Really sad stuff. And on top of that, pretty sure these leprechauns essentially have an expiration date, so eventually they will all die. I might be a little wrong on some of the details there because it definitely has been quite a few years since I watched this anime, but like I said, really fucking heartbreaking, man. That shit was like incredibly sad, and the whole ending completely caught me off guard because I didn't see it going that way. I might be a little dumb or something for not catching on, but it straight up caught me off guard, and it was really sad. It was somewhat similar to Akam Ga Kill. And once again, spoilers for Akam Ga Kill. We're spoiling every anime, but in Akam Ga Kill, damn near all the main characters died off except Akam. So, you know, it was kind of similar to that with World End. You know, they either got injured or died, or, you know, like I said, expiration date, eventually they will fucking die. But I would honestly suggest checking out World End. I think it's a really solid anime if you're looking for a melting pot of genres and a really sad ending. Watch World End. I cannot suggest it enough. Check it out. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be talking about the Shoujo Sabaki manga. Also, real quick trigger warning, I'll be lightly covering some things that could be disturbing, but now that we have that out of the way, let's stop delaying and hop right into the video. Starting with a real quick synopsis, basically, Midori is the main character. Her mother died, so a circus took her in. This circus contains many wacky characters. Unfortunately, all is not well for Midori. These characters abuse Midori in many different ways, including physically, mentally, and sexually. A dwarf magician does join the circus, and Midori and the magician do form kind of a romantic relationship, but things still suck for Midori, and that about sums up the story of Shoujo Tsubaki. Now I am not a stranger to Shoujo Tsubaki. I've made 6 videos, 7 counting this one, and 8 counting the unreleased video I made on the Shoujo Tsubaki live action adaptation. That will be coming sometime, not sure when though. I've been sitting on it for months and I really don't know how to go about making it. But back on track here, I kind of knew what to expect coming into this manga. Well, at least I thought I knew what to expect, because the manga is a little different from the anime and the live action movie, which is pretty dope because there is differences between the manga, the anime, and the live action adaptation, and I feel like that makes it really unique. Finally getting to the manga itself, the version I read was pretty short, and I think it was the actual manga or the official version of it. It's strange strange to me that the anime and live action movie spawned from an 8-chapter manga. Definitely interesting though, and I would probably say the manga is better than the anime. If you don't know, the anime is pretty low quality and not really good like at all. I kind of enjoy it now because I've watched it so many times, but all in all it's really not good. I mean, voice acting, animation, art style, all of it's just really terrible stuff. It's like extremely low quality, but I feel like that kind of adds to the anime. It adds to that eerie feeling while watching it. But yeah, just not good at all. Now finally getting to what Shoujo Sabaki is infamous for, the violence and gore. I would say it's pretty toned down in certain areas, but also ramped up in others. I think that comes with manga in general. Still rather dark at times, but for me, I'm really used to Shoujo Sabaki at this point because I've covered it so many damn times. But yeah, you still have the puppy smashing scene and the abuse of Midori, and I guess I'll touch on some of these things again, just for those who haven't seen my other videos, or those who haven't seen anything on Shoujo Sabaki. But yeah, there is an awful lot of sexual content and sexual violence, mostly directed towards Midori. Like I said previously, there is a puppy smashing scene, and it does show this. There isn't much like violence, it's there, just not a lot. Like I said, mostly sexual violence, and I would also say mental violence, if that's a thing. Like Midori gets like mentally tortured throughout the story, and it's really sad stuff. Like always with horror manga, I rate them on a horror scale, and for Shoujo Sabaki I would give it a 4.5 out of 10. And the only reason I give it such a low rating is because I'm incredibly numb to Shoujo Sabaki. I know like the plot and everything, so there was no shock value or anything like that. It's still really dark, but I cover more horrific manga, so check those out. Real quick plug there. But yeah, the gore and violence is there, but not all that, you know. I would suggest that if you have experience with horror media, go for it. I'm not gonna stop you, but if you're like easily freaked out or triggered or anything by horror and gore and all that stuff, you know, skip over this one. But yeah, it's what it is. It's just Shoujo Sabaki, nothing really new there. It's just another version of Shoujo Sabaki. Good lord, this video is going to be kind of hard to make because today we'll be talking about Mei-chan's daily life, and this manga is truly horrific. I mean, it's really insane. Before I go any further, trigger warning, in this video we'll be going over some dark topics, and it may be disturbing to some people. But now that we got that out of the way, let's get into it. Now, I never heard of Mei-chan's daily life before someone mentioned it in my comments. First thing that stood out to me was the big words that my small brain couldn't understand, but I ended up googling the big words first, and then I googled Mei-chan's daily life and did a little research, and oh boy, this one is pretty messed up and pretty gory. But let's go over a quick synopsis so we can all be on the same page. This synopsis comes from my anime list because I didn't even know how to approach coming up with my own synopsis for this. Mei-chan's daily life tells the story of a 17-year-old girl, Mei-chan, who has the ability to quickly regenerate from injuries no matter how severe. Working as a maid, she is also sold to a number of clients who can do whatever they wish to her, no matter how cruel or painful, just to satisfy their desire. And man, do these clients do whatever they want. In all honesty, I don't know how this video is going to work, because for the horror manga videos, I slap the pages on the screen, you know, for like the background, but damn near every page from this manga is nudity and gore. So if you see the same pages repeated, or even pages from another manga on screen, I apologize because I really don't know how many pages I can use from this manga. But like I said, there's gore on about 99% of the pages, and I don't even know how to describe this. There's a lot of sexual violence, I mean a lot, and the manga has a lot of gore. I think they call it Goro. If you know anything about Goro, you basically know what Mei-chan's daily life contains, because it's the same old dismemberment and mutilation, just so much dismemberment. Mei-chan's daily life is kind of dark, but in my opinion there isn't much real plot, if that makes any sense. Like, gore is one thing, but if you don't pair gore and story, I personally feel like the horror factor will fall a little flat, because it seems like the gore is just there to have gore. First, looking into this manga, there was that initial shock factor, which happens to me with every horror manga I jump into. But for Mei-chan's Daily Life, it really goes away in a couple pages. And I'm not saying that this isn't horrific by any means, because it really is. I mean, some things I can't say, and I'm sorry that I'm not going too in depth with this horror manga like I do with the other ones. This one is just less of horror manga and more of a Goro manga. There's one thing that happened in this manga that caught me a little off guard. Basically, a tiger came out of nowhere and essentially ripped the character Mei apart in a very violent way. But I found it a little funny because the tiger was like really weird looking to me. I don't know. The tiger was strange. I'll put it up on screen. It might be censored a lot, but yeah, it's up on screen. The tiger's weird looking also, and I really want to like briefly cover this, and I want to make it as quick as possible because this part was fucking disgusting. But there was a baby involved in a certain part of the manga, and it was disgusting. I kind of personally draw the line there morally. I thought that was just really uncalled for, but I don't really have much else to talk about. So when I talk about horror manga, I usually rate them on a little horror scale, and for Mei-chan's Daily Life, I would rate it 5 out of 10. Sure, it was horrific, but there wasn't much that really freaked me out besides the baby thing. That was really fucked up. Now onto the question, would I suggest it? Absolutely not. This one is just too much, so I wouldn't morally feel good if I suggested it. I would honestly warn against reading it altogether. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be reviewing the Your Lie in April anime. Let's stop delaying and jump right into the review. Starting with a real quick synopsis, Kosei is our main character, pretty normal dude for the most part. He was a child prodigy when it came to the piano. He also has childhood trauma. Same. Kosei gave up on the piano after his mother passed away, and he just chills, living somewhat of a normal school student life. You know, hanging out with friends and all that stuff, isolating, the cool stuff, until he runs into a girl named Kaori. She plays the violin, and Kosei falls in love with her. They pair up and play music together, and plot stuff happens, and that about sums up the synopsis. I have to say the plot and story all around is pretty solid for the most part. It covers a lot of elements that I enjoy, romance and tragedy especially. In music and anime is pretty cool. I think this was the first anime I watched where one of the main focuses is on music. But Your Lie in April isn't all good. I've made a video on how confusing the plot of Your Lie in April is, for the simple fact that Kaori had this weird way of kinda getting with the main character Kosei. She liked him, but instead of actually getting with him, she got with his best friend. How does that make any sense at all? Definitely subtracting points for that weird ass stuff, but the relationship between Kaori and Kosei aside, Your Lie in April had an alright plot and story. I'm trying not to say too much, I really don't want to spoil anything. Just know a lot more goes into the plot than what I am describing to you right now. The characters are pretty good, to be honest. There's some substance there, like backstories, but not much, just enough to add to the overall plot. Some of the character motivations don't really make sense at all, like how Kaori and Kosei just didn't get together. Still really weird, but I have to say the characters are pretty good. The character designs are pretty average. It's about what you would expect out of a slice of life anime. They just look like the normal school students. Not the biggest fan of that. Very average character design, but it does what it needs to do. I don't expect them to be looking like all fucking superheroes in a slice of life anime, but you know, a little more stuff could be added to the overall character design, but yeah, it does what it needs to do. Hopping over to art, animation, and sound design, the art style is pretty average, looks like any normal anime. The animation is also what you expect out of any normal anime. And that's not a bad thing, to be honest. It's a good thing because they played it safe. Now to touch on the sound design, usually I put very little thought into sound design, but Your Lie in April has a lot of music because the main two characters, Kaori and Kosei, both play instruments. And I will say I enjoyed the music, it was rather entertaining. The voice acting was good as well, but to summarize it, art, animation, and sound design are all pretty damn solid. I have to say I really enjoyed Your Lie in April. It was was an entertaining watch. It had some suspense, tragedy, romance, all that good stuff. So with all things considered, I would give Your Lie in April an 8.5 out of 10, and I would really suggest this anime because it's pretty damn good. So if you're looking for a really good slice of life anime, check it out. You know, if you want a little bit of tragedy, won't say anything about the tragedy because I don't want to spoil anything, but check it out. It's a good watch. It's a fun watch. You might cry. My little bitch ass cried. You feel me? That's just me. Holy fuck, is that NASCAR Aloe? Good God, I didn't think I would make a full video on this manga, but here we are. Today we'll be talking about a manga titled Fetus Collection, and yes, the title perfectly summarizes the manga, and here's your trigger warning: this manga is really, really messed up, grim, and disgusting. All the words for awful, and we'll be going over some of these things, so you have been warned. But now that we have that out of the way, let's get into the video. I guess we can start with a synopsis. This manga is about women who get pregnant. These women then get an operation that makes them no longer pregnant, and they wear those fetuses as accessories, essentially collecting them. And that's where the title comes in, and basically they try to see who can get more or what they can do with them. And if you couldn't tell, I'm trying my absolute hardest to avoid certain words so YouTube doesn't beat my ass. But yeah, that basically sums up the entire manga. They just collect, and that's it. Now, the little synopsis was pretty grisly, I know, and I'm sorry you've made it this far into this video, but there's more, because there's always more. We got more plot to talk about, so buckle in, because it gets worse. The main female joins a group of other collectors, because apparently this kind of collecting is very popular, and they have little competitions to see how unique they can arrange their collection upon their heads. They wear them essentially as headwear. I don't know if I mentioned that yet, but yeah, it's messed up. So yeah, she joins these collectors, and she gets into a little competition, and she has to figure out what she's going to do to win this competition. And here is 4 of her ideas. I'm loosely quoting here for obvious reasons. The first idea was a variety of races. The second idea was somehow keeping it within the womb until it grows into an adult. The third idea was taking drugs to cause defects. The fourth and final idea was animal-human hybrids. 2 of the ideas were actually illustrated. You may be saying to yourself, WeebSack, what the actual fuck? This has to be the most horrific manga you've ever covered. I'm not done yet. There's more plot to go over, and somehow it gets even worse. The main character finds out she can't get pregnant anymore, and then she gets pregnant through some kind of spiritual stuff. You know, she's just pregnant. That's all you need to know. And she tries to have the operation to get rid of it so she can collect it, and it doesn't work. She can't get rid of it. Then she gets chased by various religious groups. She tries several times to get rid of it, to no success. The final 2 panels show her with a pregnant stomach, and then the next one is her next to a crib. And that finally concludes this horrific manga, and I don't even know what to say. It's really messed up for obvious reasons, like gross, disgusting, so outrageously weird. It's really hard to think of words to describe this manga, and I don't really know how to talk about it. The story and plot is messed up. The illustrations are rather simple, but still incredibly disgusting and horrific. I absolutely hate it, and I almost tapped out several times while reading this. But now it is time to rate this manga on my horror scale. Is this it? Is it a 10 out of 10? The most horrific, the worst of the worst? No, it is not. I'm giving it a 9.5 out of 10 because I firmly believe that there is worse out there. But a 9.5 still means it's pretty fucked up. Don't think that's a light rating. I don't know what I consider worse, to be honest. I don't know if I can feasibly find worse. I feel like I can, but I'm not sure. The next step's just looking at fucking gore pictures, alright? Because it's getting pretty hard to find more manga to cover. And this one was pretty terrible. It was just absolutely disgusting. I know I keep saying the same words over and over again to describe this manga, but I'm honestly and genuinely lost for words. I do not know how to describe this manga to you. It's exactly how it sounds. They collect them, and it's terrible. It's shown. It's really grisly and just gross, alright? Now onto the question, would I suggest this manga? No, absolutely not. Do not read this manga. Do not look at it. Do not Google it. Leave that up to me, alright? It's messed up. Just forget about it, please. Do not read this manga. It's fucking terrible, alright? really terrible. Is isekai anime bad? That is a pretty big question, and one that is heavily debated within the anime community. And in this video, I would like to talk about isekai anime, give my thoughts, and maybe answer the question, is isekai anime bad? But without further ado, let's get right into the video. First, let's define the isekai genre. Getting this definition from Wikipedia, isekai translates to different world or other world. Isekai is a Japanese genre of portal fantasy and science fiction. It includes novels, light novels, films, manga, anime, and video games that revolve around a person or people who are transported to and have to survive in another world, such as a fantasy world, virtual world, or a parallel universe. Now, this genre of anime is extremely popular, for better or worse, and we'll get to that here in a minute. It seems like damn near every anime nowadays has the isekai tag next to it. An example of an isekai anime would be That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime. The title itself basically defines the isekai genre, and I personally believe it mastered the genre by keeping it really unique with the whole village development thing going on, but it also had the pretty bland, overpowered MC trope that you find in a lot of isekai anime. Another good example would be Sword Art Online. Don't kill me, but I think SAO is a pretty good anime, and I feel like it ticks a lot of the boxes when it comes to the isekai genre, some being kind of not so good and others being really good. I would honestly say Sword Art Online sets the bar for isekai anime. It's like that happy medium. If an isekai anime is better than SAO, then it's a pretty good anime, but if it's worse, then that anime is pretty shit. And I think from now on, that's how I'm going to be judging any isekai anime I watch. I'm just going to be comparing it to Sword Art Online. But now we have to talk about the problems with the whole isekai genre. I personally feel like a lot of isekai anime is hit or miss. It's either good or it's trash, and this genre of anime gets pumped out a lot, and I mean a lot. I would say most of it sucks. You have the standout ones every once in a while, but it's mostly one trash show after another with the same setup, same overpowered bland main character over and over again. That's why people don't really like the isekai genre, because when another show gets put out, it's like, oh wow, another isekai anime. I wonder if it'll be the same as the other thousands of shows. And I feel like that hurts the genre as a whole, because it now has this stigma around it because of all the trash isekai anime that's been shoved down our throats. Now, to answer the question, is isekai anime bad? Kind of. It seems like a lot of it is terrible, and I know it's bad to condemn an entire genre because of a lot of trash shows, but these terrible shows keep coming out, and that honestly sucks. I would personally like to see more unique isekai anime to spice things up, because for now the whole genre is just one giant copy fest. And honestly, I don't hate the isekai genre at all. I honestly like it a lot. I just hope for better anime to come out of this genre. Will that happen? I don't know. Maybe. Probably not. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be taking a look at a pretty controversial anime. That anime is Sword Art Online, and seeing if it was as bad as everyone made it out to be. So let's jump right into it. If for some reason you haven't heard of Sword Art Online, I'll quickly break it down for you. People get this VR headset, have bunches of fun with it. Eventually, when it's time to log out, they can't. The creator of the headset then beams into the game, reveals that you can't leave, and if you die in the game, you die in real life. If someone in the real world takes the headset off of you, you die as well. And bam, isekai. A pretty simple plot, and not the most revolutionary, but this little plot spawned 4 seasons with a 5th on the way, and a spin-off series titled Gun Gale Online. There's also like 11 games and a couple movies, so it's safe to say by the amount of media that Sword Art Online is pretty damn popular. The problem that comes with that is the anime community hates and memes on Sword Art Online a lot. It's like the butt of every joke, even to people who haven't watched the anime. Now, is this hate justified? I personally don't think it is. I thought Sword Art Online was an okay anime. I enjoyed watching it. I, however, gave up on the series because of how many seasons there are, and I have commitment issues. But yeah, I thought it was okay for what it was. I don't bank too much on an isekai anime, but this was one of the first isekais I've watched watched, so it hit a little different for me because the genre was still new and foreign to me. So I think that added to my overall enjoyment of Sword Art Online. But looking back now, I can point out the unoriginal tropes that are used in every isekai anime, like the overpowered main character that is as bland as a saltine cracker and a little bit of a harem situation going on. You know, the average isekai stuff. I personally think it's overly criticized. You don't really see the same amount of criticism being thrown at other really long-running popular series. I feel like there's a lot of nitpicking going on within this whole debate, but that's just me. And that basically sums up my opinion on Sword Art Online. To keep things fair, we're also going over the opinions of those who dislike Sword Art Online. A lot of what I've seen is it's just a meme to hate Sword Art Online. It has many flaws, but most of what I've seen, it's just cool and funny to hate the anime. I mean, fair enough. Same thing happened to Sakura from Naruto. Even to this day, she is still getting clowned on, which, you know, that's a whole debate within itself right there. There is also a lot of hate being directed towards the main character Kirito. For whatever reason, people have to hate him, like being a giant saltine cracker of a character and being incredibly bland, because that's just how it goes with isekai main characters. If you didn't know, if you haven't watched any isekai anime before, most of the main characters are really stale, really bland, and kind of boring, which is really unfortunate. But you know, every now and again you get a good character that comes up. Kirito, in my personal opinion, is not one of them. Kind of falls into that really bland main character thing there. Might be able to make a case for him in the first season when we are introduced to him, but nah, after a while he kind of just turns into the very basic isekai main character. And real quick, we'll run over a couple more things here. Very basic storytelling. Rushed. Plot holes, a lot of potential, but fell short. Creepy attempted R-word scenes, that's a personal dislike I had. Big yucky on that one. And honestly, I could go on and on and on, but I think you get the point. This whole thing is just opinion versus opinion. People love this anime and others hate it, and some just like the memes of it. It's also kind of weird how Sword Art Online is a love it or hate it anime. There is no real middle ground, and it's probably the most debated anime out there, and that's kind of a weird achievement to have, but it's an achievement nonetheless. And it shows how well known and recognizable the series is. But at the end of the day, none of this really matters. The popularity of Sword Art Online, in my opinion, has slowed down just a little bit, alright? Not much, it's still extremely popular, but it is definitely slowed down compared to what's out now, because there's a lot more crazy anime out there now. So in turn, that the popularity has slowed down, this discussion is still kind of going on, but not really. My dumbass is just here to throw in my little opinion. That's about it, to be honest, because that's all I wanted to do. This topic's probably been dead for 2 years now, but I don't know, it's just an idea I had. But yeah, that about sums it up. We're all dumb for having this whole little discussion about Sword Art Online. Does it really matter? No, it doesn't. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be reviewing the Violet Evergarden anime, so let's stop delaying and hop right into it. Starting with a real quick synopsis, Violet is our main character. She spent time in the military. She was essentially used as a weapon because she was pretty damn good at fighting. Eventually she loses both of her arms and the man she looked up to, so she basically gets sent home from the military with some new fancy metal arms, and she starts working at the postal service. Eventually she becomes an auto memory doll, and that's just an overly complicated title for someone who writes letters for other people. Plot stuff happens, and that basically sums up the synopsis for Violet Evergarden. The plot for Violet Evergarden is pretty simple, but calling it simple feels a little wrong. Straightforward might be a better way to describe the plot. You have this whole war thing, then you have the auto memory doll stuff, and all the characters we meet through that aspect, and the majority of the plot is honestly seeing Violet go through all of this stuff and try to make it to the other side. I would honestly say the plot is really good. The characters is where this anime shines through the most. For the most part, the characters are pretty good, like Violet's co-workers, as well as her clients. But the character that really takes the spotlight is obviously the main character, Violet Evergarden. She develops so much throughout the anime, and I would say this anime is one of the best examples of character development. You have Violet going from a killing machine to writing love letters for people. It's a complete 180, and going along with that, we get to see Violet learn how to be an actual person and have feelings and emotions. She stays incredibly monotone throughout the anime, but there is some emotion in there. This whole character development aspect made me enjoy this anime a lot because it's really good to see. Violet definitely outshines all of the other characters, for better or for worse. Seems like a lot of the time was spent on her and like her background as well, and the others were mostly left out. Like I said, that's for better or for worse depending on how you see it. I thought it was okay. Real fast, we'll touch on character designs. They all have this like really old look to them. I don't know how to describe it. It's like some horse and buggy type shit. That's what I'm going with. Characters look like they'll be riding around on horses. I'm pretty sure they actually do, but that's how I would describe them. The funny thing is, it's set in like the past, you know, like using typewriters and stuff. Very little technology, but Violet's over here with these very advanced looking prosthetic metal arms. It contrasts really well with all the old stuff. Hopping over to art, animation, and sound design. Art is pretty good. Can be very average at times, but other times it can be absolutely mind-blowing and beautiful. The animation is also pretty good. It flows really nicely. I didn't notice any hiccups or anything like that. Honestly, the animation was pretty top-notch. Sound design was alright. I don't really pay attention to sound design until something sounds messed up, and I didn't notice anything, so that means sound design is solid. Now getting to my final thoughts. I loved Violet Evergarden. I thought it was a great anime with amazing character development and a somewhat gripping story. I don't think I could come up with one thing I didn't like, so for my final score, I would give Violet Evergarden a 9 out of 10, and I would definitely suggest checking this anime out because it's really damn good, and I don't think it would disappoint at all. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we are going to be doing a future diary characters tier list. So these are the characters we have right in front of us. I think these are all future diary or diary users. I don't know what it's called. But yeah, let's jump straight into it with, let's go this guy right here. I think this guy is Kigo. Don't remember what he was. I think he was an inspector or something. I think he was a good guy maybe for a little bit. I don't remember much about him, but he's got a ponytail, so that's kind of cool. B tier. Up next, we're gonna do this dude right here. His name's like Deus Ex or Deus Ex. Like the video game, I think. It's really funny. I don't like the way he looks. Like at all. Like it looks really gross. His face is kind of scary. It's kind of got like this 3D look going to it. I think there was a pretty big twist when it came to him somewhere along the lines. I obviously won't say it to spoil anything, but I'm pretty sure there was a crazy twist with him. But I don't like the way he looks, so we're gonna go with a C tier for him. Up next here we have Patchy the Pirate. I don't remember her name. I think it was something like, oh my god, I can't pronounce it. Something like Minnie. I'm gonna call her Minnie because I can't pronounce names. I'm gonna be honest with you, I thought she was really cool. Like, you know, getting stabbed in the eyes, pretty hardcore. Pretty sure she was one of the stronger characters. I mean, she held her own for a lot of the series. She was pretty cool. And I mean, like, hey look, Eye Patch. That's pretty dope, right? You know what I mean? Eye Patch makes the character a bad guy. For her, I'm gonna go A tier. This character here, we'll do her next. She's just the random lolly character that hangs around Deus Ex, I believe. I don't know what she does. She got powers or something. I think she can fly. Some shit like that. D tier. I'm gonna do Tsubaki next. I think that's her name. But yeah, this character right here, I'll move her up here closer to the middle. She was blind, I think, and she was kind of like the leader of this religion or a figurehead of this religion or whatever, and she was blind, but I think she could see what her followers were seeing. Something like that. I think she was a little creepy, I'm not gonna lie. But I don't think she had that big of a part in the story. So I'm gonna give her a C tier. Yeah, that's where I'm gonna put her. I don't think she played that big of a part in the story. I think she tried to clickbait our main character, Yuki or whatever his name was. I think she was trying to, bait him out and kill him or something. I don't remember, but yeah, she wasn't the best character, but she was kind of cool. And I think we're toying around with the side characters enough here. Let's get to Yuno. It's obvious. It's going to be an S tier. I'm sorry, but like it is really obvious because she's like one of the main characters and probably the face of the whole anime here because she's the most recognizable from the Future Diary. She's pretty crazy and pretty cool. I mean, your average yandere or whatever the hell they call them, where they just kill, and she kind of wants to wear Yuki's skin over there. Kind of creepy, but I respect it. I respect the hustle. The one scene that always comes to mind when I think of Yuno is the one where she's firing off that one gun. I think it was like a MP5 or some shit. I don't remember what it was, but I think that's been like a little bit of a meme for the show because it's really funny. I've seen it as like a GIF so many times. But yeah, S tier. Definitely deserved. It's a good character. Now let's get over to Yuki here, the other main character of the series. Yuki was an okay main character. I feel like he was kind of outdone by Yuno because, like I said, she's basically the fan favorite in the face of the whole anime. He didn't really shine through all that well, but I thought he was an okay character. He was like a very average main character. I feel like he didn't really have anything too cool going on for him. It was mostly just the normal anime main character stuff. I feel like he didn't go too deep with anything. Very average, so I think I'm gonna put Yuki in a B tier. Now let's jump over to Akais. I think his name is something like that. I'm not too sure. I don't remember anything about the majority of these little side characters, but Akais is just there, I guess. I don't remember what he did. I don't think he contributed all that much to the overall story, so I'm gonna drop him in D tier. Now, Yamotsu, or whatever his name is, I call him Eyeball Guy, is a character that, in all honesty, he's just really weird and strange. I think I talked about him a little bit in one of my Future Diary videos. I don't remember which one it was, but Eyeball Dude is incredibly weird. As you can see, he has like this burlap sack over his head or something, and it kind of looks like an eyeball. That's why I call him Eyeball Dude. I don't really know much about him. He's kind of just there. I think he has other people with him, or he can somehow like duplicate himself or some shit, because there's multiple people with this whole getup, but I think their little eyeball color thing here is different. Yeah, he's just really weird. I don't really understand the concept of his character. It's just, I think he's like a vigilante or something. He's there. I just found it like really funny every time he showed up. He was just that weird eyeball guy that popped out of nowhere, and he was pretty entertaining. I liked him a lot. I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but I'm gonna put him in an A tier because he's just really funny and like quirky, I guess. I found him to be a really odd character, but kind of a good one. Up next we have the youngest person that holds a diary. This is, I think she's like 5 years old. I do not know her name, and I don't remember anything about her. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I forgot about her character. She was like 5 or something. I think she was like stronger than your regular 5-year-old. I think she had some powers that made her a little bit of a threat, but like I said, I do not remember anything about her, so I think I'm going to throw her in a D tier with the rest of these characters that I don't remember anything about. Alright, now we get to this character A tier. This is, I call him Corkscrew Guy because his hair kind of looks like a corkscrew. Do you know the dude from Akame ga Kill? Alright, the dude from Akame ga Kill has the same hairstyle. I don't know what it is with this really big corkscrew looking thing in anime. I've seen it twice now. I've seen it in this anime with that guy right there. I think his name's Marco or something. And I've seen it in Akame ga Kill. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. It's a really weird hairstyle, and I don't understand it at all. It's really strange. I'm just kind of confused because I'm wondering if, you know, this kind of hairstyle is big in Japan. Maybe it is. I don't know if I've ever seen a Japanese person walking around with big hair like that. Maybe I'm missing out. Maybe I should be doing my hair like that. I don't know. But yeah, he was kind of your average character. I felt like he was a filler character. I think he was the one with the cool relationship with the chick. They seemed like a Romeo and Juliet type thing. You know, he wasn't my favorite. I think I'm going to put him in a C tier. It'd be kind of messed up to put him in a D tier because he has cool hair, so he goes in a C tier. Alright, now we gotta go to one of the weirder characters in the series here. This is Komodo, maybe. I'm totally not looking at the Future Diary wiki right now. Read their names because I totally do not forget names all the time. You know, that's not me. You got the wrong guy, alright? I remember names like the back of my hand, okay? Believe me, I promise. But yeah, she was really weird. Just from the art style they used for her, you can see that she's like, looks completely different from all these other characters, which in anime I find that kind of weird when they switch up the character design or art style for a certain character. It's a little off-putting, you know, it kind of throws you off a little bit to, you know, everything that's going on, because she just looks really weird in scenes. Like, she stands out a lot, and maybe that's the point of changing the character design slash art style for a certain character to make them stand out more. But I didn't like her. I found her to be very creepy. I mean, she just looks creepy. So I'm going to slap her right in a D tier. Right at the bottom of a D tier. She freaks me out, man. Now, I can't say too much about this character, Mr. John. We love a nice, easy name to pronounce when we're talking about anime. John here has a pretty big part to play in the plot, so I can't really talk too much about him, but he has funny glasses, so I'm going to put him in a C tier. Now, this right here is Masumi. I don't know, he's like an investigator, I guess. I don't really remember him, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know if he was a Future Diary user. I don't think he was. Was he a good guy? I don't know. He looks like a good guy, alright? So I'm gonna put him in B tier. Go with the other investigator. They can both be investigators together. Yeah, I don't know if he used a diary or not. I'm not sure, but he looks like a good guy, so I'm gonna put him there. I tell you what, we're really getting down to the last few people here, and good God, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't remember much about any of these characters. Alright, next up we have Hinata Hino, I think her name is, I guess. There's not much about her, she's just a side character, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I don't really pay attention to side characters all that much, but she was a friend of Yuki. I think at one point she had a diary or something. I don't think she was that important to the plot, like at all, but she was a friend of Yuki, I guess, so she definitely played into it a little bit. Yeah, just your normal character, I guess, so I'm gonna throw her in a C tier with the rest of these people. This is another friend of Yuki, I guess. Once again, don't know much about her. She's a side character, didn't really pay attention like at all to her, so you know, just to be the boring, bland person that I am, I'm gonna put her in a C tier as well. And once again, we're going back to back with the friends here. This is also a friend of Yuki. This dude kind of fucks with Yuki a little bit, I guess, but I think they're friends. Not sure. I would honestly rank him a little bit above the rest of the friends here. I'll put him on B tier, doesn't seem right, but I'll put him further in towards a C tier here, because I don't want to put him in a B tier. I don't think he gets to be with the investigator bros here. Yeah, he's just another friend. Nothing really going on there. He has a creepy smile, I have to say. It does creep me out a little bit. Maybe he was a bad guy. I don't remember. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's been a fat minute since I watched The Future Diary, so I'm honestly just going off of looks and what I remember of these characters. So yeah, he definitely gets a C tier. Let's hop over to this old man looking dude here. So apparently, looking from the wiki real quick, because yes, I am looking at the wiki to refresh my brain just a little bit, but apparently he's a dog breeder. I really don't remember that, but that's his occupation. And sorry to whatever, you know, if there's a dog breeder watching this video, but it's kind of funny to be like, yeah, my occupation, dog breeder. Like, isn't it just a little bit embarrassing to be like, yeah, my profession, dog breeder? But I think this guy was a bad guy. Not sure, don't really remember, but goofy mustache and dog breeder. D for dog breeder, I'm sorry. Let's just get to the chase here and just start going by looks, because, you know, when I do tier list, sometimes you just gotta go by look. So that's what I'm gonna do here. Cool sunglasses. I think she was with this dude. I think they were together, this dude and this chick. So I'm gonna put her right next to him, you know, Romeo and Juliet. Hopefully those are the right people. Do not remember who this is. They have a mask on. I don't know if that was a part of their thing. D tier. Cool glasses. B tier. I don't remember you. D tier. Was this Yuki's dad? I feel like it was. Maybe. Probably not. I don't remember. D tier. And that about does it for this one. These are my picks. Might be a lot of hot takes in this one, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Oh boy. Papa strikes again. Junji Ito, the king of manga horror. the man, the myth, the legend, the dude who is for some reason really obsessed with spirals, has another anime coming out. And yes, I did say another new anime. Not only is the Uzumaki anime still in the works, no idea what Adult Swim is doing with that, hopefully really taking their time to make sure it's perfect. But besides that, there is another Junji Ito anime on its way. It's called Maniac. Right off the rip, that is a really cool sounding title. And listen, I know this announcement came out a while ago, like at the time of recording this a couple months ago, but my slow ass just found out about it, and I have to say I am really hyped because it's Junji Ito, man. How can you not like this absolute legend? And I know what you're thinking, WeebSack, what about the Junji Ito collection? That sucked really bad. And I'm right there with you. It did suck really bad. But you have to hold a little hope that they will make up for those past mistakes and do right by our boy Junji Ito. And by they, I mean Netflix, which is a little worrisome because let's be honest, Netflix doesn't really have the best reputation when it comes to anime adaptations. But I'm still holding out for this. Maybe all of this hope will be for nothing and we get another Junji Ito collection disaster thrown on us. God, I really hope they don't mess this up. But anyways, let's get down to the meat and potatoes of this new anime. It's set to be released in 2023. It's kind of a punch in the gut because I don't like waiting, but enough about my problems. This is the exciting part. Apparently Maniac will have 20 of Junji Ito's original stories. It keeps getting better. 4 of those stories include Ice Cream Truck, Toontown, Library Vision, as well as Headless Statue. From the little bit of footage Netflix has given us, Maniac has this old anime art style going for it. Hopefully that adds to the horror. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But from the very little amount that they have shown us so far, I have to say it looks pretty good. And I'll say it again for the 20th time. We haven't been shown much, so I would say it's way too early to call how good the art and animation will be. So as of right now, we're still waiting on the Uzumaki anime. Haven't really gotten any update on that yet. Hopefully they are diligently working on that to give us a good anime. And hey, maybe it'll be released in 2023 alongside Maniac. That would be pretty tight. 2 shows based off the GOAT's stories. Couldn't ask for a better lineup. Watch me say all this and they both end up complete disasters. I would be so heartbroken. But as of right now, I'm going to say Uzumaki will be better than Maniac because Uzumaki just looks cooler and it's really unique, and I feel like the art style used for Uzumaki will make it so much more horrifying. The old anime art style Maniac is using might help it with the horror, but I honestly believe Uzumaki has it in the bag. I mean, come on, it's Uzumaki. Everyone knows Uzumaki and damn near everyone likes Uzumaki. It's like one of Junji Ito's most popular works. I can confidently say that I am running full force into 2023 with the hopes that we will be receiving 2 shows based on Junji Ito's work. Hopefully, maybe. And I'm praying that they don't end up like the Junji Ito collection because that would really, really suck. I'm just excited for it. Not really sure, if they'll both come out in 2023. I mean, we've been waiting so long for Uzumaki. I assume that Maniac will also be coming in 2023 because they said, hey, 2023. We haven't really gotten an exact date for when it's coming out in 2023. They'll probably make you wait until all the way at the end of 2023 because, studios like to do that kind of stuff. But here's to hoping they both end up really good and we finally get a good Junji Ito anime. I really hope so because the dude just has really good stories. Oh man, today we are taking a look at an anime that honestly has way too much fan service. This anime is Miss Caretaker of Sono Harasu. I'm fairly confident I pronounced that right. Hopefully, maybe. Probably not, we'll see. But anyways, this anime is about a boy named Shina Aki, who's always being treated like a girl because of his feminine looks. He moves into a new house in Tokyo. His fellow housemates are 3 females who belong to the student council, because this is an anime, and every anime has the student council. Besides those 3, there's also the caretaker that lives there. Her name is Sonohara Iyaka. Definitely mispronounced that, so we are going with Sonohara, and she's there. But from the little cover of the anime, you can basically see what's going on here. You have the young man and 4 women, so very much your average anime setup with a lot of fan service. And I mean a lot of fan service, and typically I don't enjoy fan service like at all. I think it's pretty weird, and I had the same feelings towards this anime, because you're sitting here watching this anime and see some fan service that involves a middle school boy. That's really weird to me, sorry, but it is. And that's kind of where I got the title of this video from, too much fan service, because yeah, there is too much fan service. In my opinion, is a little creepy and a little weird, because once again, this fan service at times involves Sheena, and just a reminder, dude is in middle school. But this kind of gets a pass, I guess, because it happens a lot in anime, and a lot of us don't really bat an eye, because it is what it is, I guess. You know, this is a topic that could be argued at a later date, but yeah, it's weird. I'm sorry. I don't think anyone can really defend this. It's kind of yucky, but, you know, whatever. But let's put the fan service aside and talk about the anime itself. I honestly thought it was pretty good. I definitely enjoyed watching it. If you can ignore the creepy fan service, it's a pretty good anime. You have the regular slice of life stuff, which is cool. It's also incredibly funny, and I am a big fan of comedy anime. And this is one that made me laugh quite a bit. The art style was pretty good as well. Had this like bright and somewhat colorful thing going on. Not really too colorful, but it was there. I would honestly say that Miss Caretaker of Sonoharasu is just a very, very average anime with an average plot, average characters, average slice of life elements, just average all around. Does that mean it's bad? No, not at all. I would say it's more of a filler anime though. It kind of reminds me of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid a little bit. I don't know if that's a fair comparison, but for some reason, they seem really similar to me. It might be the art style, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a crackhead making up weird comparisons, who knows? But yeah, I definitely feel like they are kind of similar to each other. I don't know what it is. Maybe I think all comedy anime with a little bit of fan service is similar to Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. But all around, I would suggest this anime for anyone looking for a pretty funny slice of life anime. If you can put the weird fan service stuff aside, it's a good watch. Like I said, I consider it a filler anime, so you won't be getting anything revolutionary out of it. It's just the real basic anime stuff that you see in damn near every show nowadays. Besides the comedy, I don't know, I really thought the comedy of this anime was absolutely hilarious. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be reviewing the Angels of Death anime. So let's hop right into it. Alright, let's start with a synopsis. We follow Rachel Gardner. She doesn't want to live, I guess, and she wakes up in a basement of this weird building. And this weird building is filled with killers and creeps. Oh no. She ends up teaming up with one of these killers named Zach, and they set out to go through this entire building and try to survive all the wacky characters. And that basically sums up the synopsis. Kicking it off with the plot and story, I honestly think the plot and story is pretty solid because it's really interesting. There is a lot going on. It can get a little convoluted at times, but that didn't really bother me all that much. For the most part, it's a pretty straightforward anime. It's literally, hey, we need to get up out this building. Oh no, bad guy that really wants to kill Rachel, and that's how it goes basically until the end of the show. Also, I don't know if it is explained why all these characters are just in this one building. Isn't that a little conflicting? Wouldn't they, try to take each other out? And are they allowed to leave this building? Each floor that belongs to the respected killer is all customized and decked out. I'm pretty sure I'm looking way too far into this, but like seriously, each little floor that belongs to one of the killers is customized for that killer in a certain way. So do you think these killers are just kind of going out and like to Home Depot or some shit and being like, hey, I need that, and I need that, and they kind of go back to the weird building, high five the other dude on the lower floor and head up to their floor and set their whole murder room up? Maybe I wasn't paying attention, I missed something. I don't think though. I feel like this was just, something that was there. It's weird. I don't know. But all in all, the plot and story is pretty good. Going over to the characters, and yeah, they are definitely characters. Starting with Rachel and Zach, like I said before, they both have their own backstories. Zach's is a little bit more mysterious. Rachel's backstory has a pretty crazy twist in there. They both also have their own motivations. Rachel wants to die, and Zach likes killing, so it's a team made in heaven. The villains are all crazy, which makes sense. They are a little unsettling at times, like the eyeball doctor dude. He likes eyes right off the bat. That's really gross, but he really takes a liking towards Rachel's eyes and wants to take them double gross, but hey, like I said, this kind of stuff makes them really unsettling, and that adds to the horror. And I love that the characters are pretty good, even though some of them are really gross and creepy and, gross. They all are like really unique. They have their own style. They also have like pretty good character designs, and they have their own motivations to why they want to like murder Rachel for whatever reason. Might be for some eyeballs, I don't know, but the characters are pretty good. Up next we have art, animation, and sound design. The art is your pretty standard anime art style. Looks a little more unique with the bright colors, but also there's a lot of dark stuff. It honestly looks good. The animation is also good. I didn't notice anything choppy. Everything seems to be very fluent and smooth. Action scenes are obviously the standout thing for the animation because they looked decent. They weren't top tier, but they definitely weren't the worst. Now for the sound design, I say this in legitimately all of my anime reviews, and I will continue to say this, but I didn't pay attention to the sound design at all, like not even in the slightest, which means it's good. If I didn't notice anything weird or out of place, then it gets a passing grade from me. All around, art, animation, and sound design, pretty solid. I thought Angels of Death was a very unique and entertaining anime. I really enjoyed watching it. So taking all of this into consideration, I'm going to give Angels of Death an 8 out of 10. Pretty high rating, but I really think it deserves it, and I would honestly suggest checking it out if you haven't already. I honestly don't think it'll disappoint. It's a pretty good watch.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Today we'll be covering a really weird one-shot manga I found from a Reddit post that's about 6 years old, and let me tell you, this is so strange. So let's hop right into the video. Since this is a one-shot with like 16 pages and very little dialogue, I say we read this one together so you can experience the weirdness with me. I also got this translation from Reddit, so it may not be very accurate, but let's get to reading. Cursed walking. I found a crab out behind the schoolhouse, so we're gonna keep it as a class pet. So I'd like everyone to help feed and give water to the crab. What a pain. It's kinda nasty, so no. I'll do it. I love taking care of animals anyway. Shota-kun. I don't know if that's how you say kun or... Listen, I don't know the K-U-N thing. I try hard every day to show off my good points to my beloved Shota-kun. Giyah Asama-chan. No, get off of me. I'll exploit you as much as possible for the sake of my love. Why are you so nice, huh? I don't want to get in your way, so I'll go on ahead. I didn't know you liked crabs so much, Asami-chan. It's fine. They say you shouldn't mess with crabs too much. Anyway, I didn't watch the crab at all after that day. Asami-chan, doesn't the crab look a little under the weather? What? You're imagining things. Ah, the crab's dead. You're awful. You're gonna blame me after I took care of it every day. Oh, I'm so happy. Thank you for dying. Thanks to that, the burden is gone. Page 15 is just exclamation points, I guess. It's just 2 of them, so, that's what we're going with. So, excited, ooh, ah. And the final page, page 16. I can only walk sideways. Amazing narration, I know. Thank you. Please hold your applause for the end of the video. Just to summarize everything up, this girl takes care of the class pet, which is a crab, not out of the kindness of her heart.
She does it to impress the boy she likes, I guess. She thought taking care of the crab would make her look like a good person, but eventually the girl ends up neglecting the crab and it dies. The girl ends up getting cursed by the crab, or just cursed in general, I guess, and she kind of turns into a crab. Yeah, you can basically piece together how weird this one shot is. I always ask myself, how does anyone come up with something like this? It's unique, I'll give them that. But good God, who the hell says, you know what I'ma make? A one-shot about a girl being a dick and then she turns into a crab. Some kind of illegal substance had to be involved when the author thought up this one-shot. You can't tell me otherwise. Homie was doing lines and writing about crabs. We all have to admit that both manga and anime, all of it just spawns some really weird stuff. It's kind of entertaining though, so I guess that's a plus. And hey, I would even say that it's better than My Hero Academia. That's a spicy hot take for you. Maybe we can all learn from this manga. Don't neglect crabs or you'll turn into one. That's a pretty good message. So if you ever went on vacation and got yourself a hermit crab, then you let it die, I got some bad news for you, fam. Might end up crab walking everywhere you go.
Congratulations for making it to the end of the video. I don't know how long it is, haven't got to making it yet, but congratulations. I'm sure it was pretty long unless you just skipped to the end of this video, which still, that's pretty cool too. I appreciate you for checking this out. 2022 has been a wild year for, I guess, my content. It has changed a good bit. Not much, but a good bit. I honestly didn't think I'd be able to stick to doing this for an entire year, which is kind of crazy that I managed to actually do it for an entire year. Not only that, but, somehow get 400 something subscribers and over 120,000 views. That's absolutely insane to me. I really appreciate it. It's pretty dope. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to say here. I guess I can slap a little New Year's resolution on this. I've never done that before in my entire life, but hey, I guess today's the day. So, New Year's resolution or goal for 2023, 1,000 subscribers would be pretty dope, or more, wink wink. Also, doubling the views would also be kind of cool, so 240,000 views, that would be a nice little goal there. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you for watching this. If you somehow managed to make it all the way to the end here, or if you just skipped around the video, I really appreciate it. Like, subscribe, all that fun stuff, and I guess I'll see you in the next one. Got some good content coming up, hopefully, maybe, or it's the same old, I guess you'll have to wait and see. But yeah, thank you. Later.